Chapter 1, A Slap to His Ex-Girlfriend. Hey, senior, did you know that my girlfriend went to a hotel with your husband? Okay, senior, I'll send you the address. Come over here. In front of the Peach Blossom Love Hotel, Chow Yufeng squatted by the roadside, holding his phone and speaking in a low voice. Chow Yufeng crushed the cigarette in his hand, lit another one, took a drag, and felt nothing but resentment and anger. He and Chen Xian were both sophomores at Donglin University, and he gave everything for Chen Xian. He not only gave all his living expenses to Chen Xian, but also earned money to support Chen Xian's entertainment. A sincere heart, but what did it all bring in return? Chen Xian cheated on him by having an affair. For 2 whole years, he gave his all, but Chen Xian wouldn't even let him touch her. He believed her when she said she wanted to save the best for her wedding night. Now it seems like, screw it. This guy was just letting someone take advantage of him and then making him do the dirty work on his wedding night. If his friend hadn't seen Chen Xian and her senior Zhang Bin embracing and entering a hotel, he would still be completely unaware of what had happened. The thought of Zhang Bin lying on the bed with Chen Xian in his arms filled him with humiliation and anger. Senior, you're so annoying. In the hotel lobby, Chen Xian flirted with Zhang Bin, her face full of allure. Zhang Bin put his arm around Chen Xian's waist, smiling smugly, his mouth almost reaching his ears. Honey, what do you think? Do you like this LV bag? Chen Xian looked at the LV bag worth 30,000 yuan on her shoulder and said ingratiatingly, I love it, brother Bin, I love it so much. It's so good to have you. Unlike Chow Yufeng, that poor loser, he only spends a few thousand yuan on me every month and is so stingy. He's not like a man at all. Chen Xian spoke with a look of disgust, and after she finished speaking, she pursed her lips, her eyes revealing a clear sense of aversion. Chow Yufeng never expected that his 2 years of dedication would result in his girlfriend's disgust. At that moment, his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. He was unwilling to accept it, and couldn't understand why his sincere feelings were ultimately met with betrayal. As Chen Xian and Zhang Bin walked out of the hotel, they immediately saw Chow Yufeng standing by the roadside. Upon seeing it, the two were only slightly taken aback, then showed no remorse on their faces, instead giving a contemptuous smile. Hey, isn't this my good junior? Your girlfriend is pretty nice. I just helped you use her. You don't mind, do you? He. Zhang Bin smiled contemptuously, putting his arm around Chen Xian's waist, his face full of smugness. Chen Xian scoffed disdainfully, her face showing no shame, only contempt. Chow Yufeng, it's good that you saw this. I was just wondering how to break up with you. Now it seems I don't need to say anything, which saves me the trouble. Chen Xian spoke sarcastically, her face showing not only no remorse but also a hint of relief. It was as if being caught cheating by Chow Yufeng, saving her from having to break up with him, was something that made her happy. These merciless words were like a sharp knife, piercing Chow Yufeng's heart. At that moment, he suddenly felt like laughing. 2 years of wholehearted devotion, only to have his girlfriend cheat on him without any remorse? Chow Yufeng felt like he was a complete idiot. Seeing the contemptuous sneer on Chen Xian's face, Chow Yufeng suppressed his anger and asked, Why? Why? Ha! Chen Xian gave a disdainful sneer, picked up the LV bag she was carrying, and flaunted it, saying, Chow Yufeng, see this? LV, worth 30,000. Why do you think that is? Chow Yufeng, let me give you a piece of advice, you should know your place. I hope you will stop bothering me. You're really annoying me. Chen Xian smoothed a strand of hair from her temple and spoke arrogantly. Zhang Bin, standing to the side, grinned smugly and joined in the mockery, saying, Did you hear that, Junior? Don't bother with my Xian anymore. Poor people don't deserve love? That's ridiculous. Sorry, I'm just a straightforward person and I always like to speak the truth. Don't mind me, Junior, he. Zhang Bin's smug laughter echoed in front of the hotel, full of mockery. A large crowd had gathered in front of the hotel, and they all criticized Zhang Bin for his arrogance. Holy crap, isn't that Chen Xian, the class beauty, and Zhang Bin, the senior student who stayed on at Dongda University? Not only are they having an affair, but they're also mocking Chow Yufeng. They're such scumbags. Take a picture of them, quick, take a picture of them. How could this guy be like this? He slept with someone's girlfriend and then loudly mocked her. It's infuriating. The world is going to the dogs. Does having money make you superior? Faced with the accusations, Zhang Bin laughed even more smugly and shouted arrogantly, being rich is all that matters, so what? A bunch of poor bastards. Chen Xin looked at the crowd around her with the same disdain, pinched her nose, and said arrogantly, "Let's go, senior, why bother arguing with these poor bastards? I can almost smell their poverty on them." As she spoke, Chen Xin gave Chow Yufeng a look of disgust and continued arrogantly, "Chow Yufeng, let me tell you, stop bothering me. I hope you have some self-awareness." Self-awareness? These 4 words sounded incredibly ironic to Chow Yufeng. For 2 years, he spent all his living expenses and salary on Chen Xin. He put in his labor, his sincerity, and his everything, but in the end, it wasn't even worth as much as an LV bag. Watching Chen Xin turn and leave without looking back, Chow Yufeng called out to her. "Chen Xin." Chen Xin turned around impatiently and said rudely, "Chow Yufeng, are you deaf? I told you, stop bothering me." Before Chen Xin could finish speaking, Chow Yufeng interrupted her, saying, "Chen Xin, don't worry, I won't bother you anymore. But since we're breaking up, I'll give you a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, Chow Yufeng suddenly raised his hand and slapped Chen Xin across the face. "Fuck you." Judging from Chen Xin's heartless words and disgusted expression, Chow Yufeng felt that it would be a disservice to her despicable appearance if he didn't slap her across the face. Chen Xin watched in horror as Chow Yufeng raised his hand and slapped her across the face with a whooshing sound. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in front of the hotel. With a cracking sound, Chen Xin tilted her head and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Before she could regain her balance, she coughed up 2 teeth stained with blood, and then collapsed to the ground. The slap left Chen Xin stunned for a few seconds. When she came to her senses, her face contorted as she looked at the tooth lying by her leg, still covered in bits of meat. She relies on her face to make a living, but now her face is swollen like a steamed bun, and 2 of her teeth have been knocked out. She'll have to speak with a lisp from now on, and her image is completely ruined. "Chow Yufeng, you hit me? You poor loser, how dare you hit me?" Chen Xin covered her face, looking at Chow Yufeng with resentment in her eyes, and shouted like a shrew. Zhengbin was furious. How dare this poor loser hit his woman? And even slapped her in the face? The reason he slept with Chen Xin was because she had a baby face and looked very young, which he liked. But now, Chen Xin's face is dark and purplish, she doesn't look like a baby at all anymore. It looks just like a giant salamander. "Chow Yufeng, you poor loser, you fucking kneel down at my feet right now, or I'll show you what happens when you anger me." Zhengbin cursed arrogantly, his words echoing in front of the hotel. Chow Yufeng laughed instead of getting angry upon hearing this, because he knew that Zhengbin would soon pay the price for his arrogance. Did they really think Chow Yufeng came to catch them in the act without any preparation? But Chow Yufeng's silence made Zhengbin think that he was afraid. Zhengbin sneered smugly and said mockingly, "You poor loser, you're scared now? Too late. Chow Yufeng, let me tell you, if you don't kneel down before me today, this isn't over." Chapter 2: Caring for the Senior in Black Stockings. "Chow Yufeng, if you don't kneel down before me today, this isn't over." Zhengbin pointed to the ground beneath his feet, his face grim, and said humiliatingly, "Chow Yufeng, don't forget that my wife Mu Lingxuan's uncle is the vice president of Dongda University. He can expel you with just 1 word. You poor bastards, you're hoping to turn your lives around by studying, right?" Zhengbin sneered with a mocking smile. "Whether you obediently go home and farm or kneel down before me, I advise you to think it through carefully, lest you do something you'll regret." Chow Yufeng had no doubt about the truthfulness of Zhengbin's words. Mu Lingxuan and Zhang Bin are their seniors, and also famous campus beauties and hunks at Southeast University. Among them, Mu Lingxuan is known as the #1 school beauty and is called the long-legged goddess. A pair of long, white, and perfectly rounded legs, without a single scar, resembling a snow-white lotus root. These long legs always attract countless repeat visitors whenever they appear at school. Mu Lingxuan is not only beautiful, but also comes from a good family. Her uncle is the vice president of Dongda University, and her parents are university professors. It is said that Zhengbin pursued Mu Lingxuan relentlessly and eventually married her because he was attracted to her family background. And he got his wish and secured a place in the school's postgraduate program. If he were really being targeted by the vice principal, Chow Yufeng believed that he would definitely not be able to stay at Dongda University. But unfortunately, "Chow Yufeng, are you deaf? I'll make you kneel down." Seeing that Chow Yufeng was just standing there dumbfounded, Zhengbin impatiently cursed. After saying that, he scoffed dismissively, pointed to the ground, raised his head, and looked arrogant. He was certain that Chow Yufeng would submit to him. After all, Chow Yufeng was just a kid from the countryside and had no connections whatsoever in Dalian City. Unlike him, whose parents own a company and whose family has tens of millions in assets. He also knows several second-generation rich kids whose families have assets worth hundreds of millions. If he threatens Chow Yufeng with his studies, Chow Yufeng will definitely kneel down obediently. Dealing with this kind of poor bastard is incredibly easy. He's used this to humiliate countless poor students. Thinking of this, Zheng Bin's smile became even more smug. Upon hearing Chow Yufeng's words, the surrounding crowd showed anger on their faces. That's outrageous. How can you bully someone like that? You can't just sleep with someone's girlfriend, you have to make them kneel down too? This is really going too far, but what can we do? We can't just give up our studies because of a moment of anger. Hey, young man, a moment of patience will bring peace. Kneel down, we can't let a small matter cause us to lose a big one. The surrounding chatter made Zheng Bin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Junior, did you hear that? Don't let a small thing ruin everything. Kneel down right now. Immediately. Zheng Bin pointed to the ground and laughed triumphantly. Chen Xian covered her right cheek, a smug look on her face. Although she didn't say anything, the contempt in her eyes said it all. Chow Yufeng's face remained calm, but his fists were clenched tightly, and the anger in his heart was like a raging volcano. But he won't explode, because someone will make Zheng Bin pay the price. Chow Yufeng turned her head and looked at a big tree by the roadside, and said, "Senior, can we come out now?" "Senior? You poor bastard, you have someone backing you up, huh? I'll see which senior dares to mess things up for me today." Zheng Bin sneered, completely unconcerned. Chen Xian also curled her lip, looking disdainful. But when the long-legged goddess Mu Linchuang stepped out from behind the big tree, the contempt on their faces instantly froze. "Wife!" Zheng Bin cried out in surprise, his face instantly turning extremely ugly. "Sister Mu Xiwei?" Chen Xian also exclaimed in surprise, her face turning deathly pale. Mu Linchuang, her face as cold as ice, approached Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin trembled all over, his face extremely ugly as he said, "Wife, let me explain, this slut seduced me." Before Zheng Bin could finish speaking, Mu Linchuang raised her hand and, without uttering a single word, slapped him across the face. Smack! A crisp sound made Zheng Bin swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Zheng Bin, we're over. We're getting a divorce. Forget about your graduate school application." Upon hearing this, Zheng Bin's already unpleasant expression turned even more so. He turned his head and glared angrily at Chow Yufeng, his eyes filled with a look that seemed to want to devour Chow Yufeng whole. He never expected that this poor bastard would call him wife ahead of time. His wife hid behind a tree and overheard their conversation clearly, which completely cut off his escape route for excuses. Damn it, I actually got tricked by this poor bastard. Zheng Bin thought to himself, his face turning ashen, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Looking at Zheng Bin's unpleasant expression, Chow Yufeng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. But even this was not enough to quell the hatred in his heart. Thinking to himself, Chow Yufeng looked at Mu Linchuang. Today, Mu Linchuang was wearing a blue Chanel-style short skirt, with black stockings covering her shapely long legs, and white sneakers on her feet. It was obvious that Mu Linchuang had arrived in a hurry this morning, so she didn't put on makeup. But her pretty oval face remained snow-white and clean. Mu Linchuang truly deserves her title as the #1 beauty of Dongda University. Even without makeup, her beauty remains unparalleled. Especially those big eyes, as bright as the Milky Way, shone even brighter with anger. This senior student is probably on the minds of countless students at Southeast University. I heard that on the day Mu Linchuang got married, countless people outside the school got drunk. Looking at Mu Linchuang, Chow Yufeng's eyes flashed with coldness as he slowly said, "Senior, is that all?" Mu Linchuang turned her head and looked at Chow Yufeng with a puzzled expression, not understanding what this junior meant by saying that. Zheng Bin's face turned ugly. He pointed at Chow Yufeng's nose and angrily cursed, "Chow Yufeng, what the hell do you mean? Are you trying to sow discord?" Chow Yufeng didn't even glance at Zheng Bin. He looked at Mu Linchuang and pointed to the hotel behind him. "Senior, don't you want to get revenge like them? Zheng Bin can cheat on you, so why can't you cheat on him?" Holy shit! Upon hearing this, Zheng Bin's face instantly twisted in pain. He cursed loudly and charged at Chow Yufeng. Zheng Bin never expected that Chow Yufeng, whom he looked down upon, would not only dare to trick him, but also dare to destroy his spirit. "You're asking for it. You're fucking asking for it. A cold glint flashed in Chow Yufeng's eyes. He might not be able to compare with Zhang Bin in terms of family background. But if it's a contest of strength or fighting, do you really think he's been carrying corn for nothing all these years? Before Zhang Bin could rush forward, Chow Yufeng kicked him to the ground. Zhang Bin tried to get up, but Chow Yufeng stepped on his face and looked down at him. Zhang Bin's face flushed red as Chow Yufeng trampled him underfoot, feeling utterly humiliated. The crowd watching this scene did not feel sorry for Zhang Bin. On the contrary, they felt it was not enough. Serves him right. If we let this kid get any more arrogant, now he's been trampled underfoot. That's what he deserves. Yeah, he slept with someone else's girlfriend and made him kneel down. That was so humiliating. Now look what happened, the original wife is here and she's being trampled underfoot. How satisfying. So damn satisfying. This kind of person deserves to be taught a lesson. The young man did the right thing. Step on him hard. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion, and upon hearing these words, Zhang Bin's face flushed red. Filled with shame and indignation, he glared venomously at Chow Yufeng and angrily cursed, "Chow Yufeng, let me go. Let me go, you son of a bitch. I am Zhang Bin. If you dare offend me, you're dead." Chow Yufeng pushed off with his foot, causing Zhang Bin's face to slam hard against the ground several times. His eyes, however, were fixed on Mu Linxuan, and he coaxed, "Sister Muxue, do you still want to repay evil with kindness and reconcile with him? If you enjoy being cuckolded, then I have nothing to say." Ding! System activation mechanism triggered. The Chow Chow system is now activated. As soon as Chow Yufeng finished speaking, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Chapter 3, The Traitorous Chow System. The Chow Chow system has been activated and is now binding. Binding complete. This system is the Chow Chow Traitor system, also known as the Chow Chow Simp system. This system is designed specifically for mature, older women. As long as the host makes purchases for these women, they will receive rebates. After binding, the rebate rate will increase based on the affinity level. For example, with affinity level 10, the rebate on the second day will be 1%. With affinity level 20, the rebate will be 2%, and so on, up to a maximum rebate rate of 10% with affinity level 100. Pleasure points exchange. By performing actions that bring pleasure to the bound object, the host can gain pleasure points. Every 500 pleasure points can be exchanged for skills in the system shop. Ultimate reward. When the affinity level with the bound partner reaches 100, the system will issue the ultimate reward. System explanation complete. A newbie gift pack is presented to the host, containing 90 quadrillion care coins. These care coins can only be spent on the bound recipient. A suitable object for binding has been found. Ding! The care campaign has begun. Bound object number 1, Mu Linxuan. Age, 24. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance rating, 89. Type, mature and sophisticated woman. Status, on the verge of divorce. Current favorability rating, 20. Ultimate reward, Shilin kidney. The words that echoed in his mind startled Chow Yufeng for a moment, but he quickly realized what they meant. A system. I actually have a system. Although it's just a system for licking boots that everyone despises, with this kind of cheat code, he believes he can definitely become the coolest guy in Dalan City. Moreover, although Chow Yufeng didn't fully understand the ultimate reward, the Qilin kidney, he vaguely knew what it was used for. This seemed to concern his future happiness and his greatest dignity as a man, which made him very interested in the ultimate reward. After a brief hesitation, Mu Linxuan nodded. Just as Chow Yufeng said, if Zhang Bin could cheat on her, then she could just as openly and honestly cheat on him in front of him. Come on, let's hurt each other. Mu Linxuan nodded, making Zhang Bin's face extremely ugly. His wife openly went to a hotel with another man right in front of him? If this gets out, he will become the biggest laughingstock in Dalan City. At that moment, Zhang Bin suddenly felt a pang of regret. If he had controlled his desires and not touched Shen Xian, would he have avoided being cuckolded? If he hadn't provoked Chow Yufeng, would he have avoided becoming a laughingstock? Wife, no, I beg you, please don't. Zhang Bin roared and shouted, looking at Mu Linxuan with pleading eyes. But Mu Linxuan just glanced at him calmly and said coldly, Zhang Bin, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Don't call me wife anymore, it disgusts me. After saying that, Mu Linxuan took the initiative to walk towards Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng smiled slightly, naturally put his arm around Mu Linchuan's waist, and walked towards the hotel. Mu Linchuan's slender waist stiffened noticeably, and an unnatural look appeared on her fair, oval face. It was the first time another man had touched her waist, and the strange feeling was like countless tiny ants crawling all over her body. Chow Yufeng naturally sensed Mu Linchuan's unusual behavior. He didn't say anything, but loosened his grip a little and gently placed his hand on Mu Linchuan's clothes at the waist. Chow Yufeng's actions earned Mu Linchuan's favor, and she smiled gratefully at him. Ding! Mu Linchuan's favorability plus 10, current favorability 30. But Mu Linchuan's smile nearly made Zhang Bin explode with anger. You're having sex with someone else and you're so happy? Enraged, he immediately launched into a tirade of curses. You filthy bitch, you actually want to go to a hotel with this poor loser? You slut, Mu Linchuan, you're a fucking slut, a whore. Hearing the cursing, Mu Linchuan tucked her messy hair behind her ear, and a clear anger appeared in her starry eyes. Upon seeing this, Chow Yufeng stopped and turned to Zhang Bin, laughing. Senior, do you know what impotent rage looks like? It's like what you're doing right now. Zhang Bin's face was first stunned, then became even more distorted, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Chow Yufeng was clearly implying that he was a good-for-nothing who could only rage incompetently. Sorry, Senior, I'm just a straightforward person and I like to speak the truth. You won't be angry, will you? Ha ha ha. Chow Yufeng returned all of Zhang Bin's previous mocking words to him. These familiar words made Zhang Bin's face turn purple with anger. He pointed at Chow Yufeng, unable to utter a single word. He never expected the boomerang to come so quickly, hitting him in a matter of moments. Chow Yufeng was able to accept his words calmly. But what about him? Zhang Bin realized he couldn't accept that these words made him so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. And another thing, Senior Mu is my woman now. If you dare to utter another word of insult, I'll knock your teeth out, do you believe me? Chow Yufeng's eyes were icy as he spoke, issuing a warning. Meeting Chow Yufeng's gaze, Zhang Bin shivered and was instantly filled with fear. He clearly remembered being easily trampled underfoot by Chow Yufeng before, and he didn't want to experience it again. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew he was afraid of this poor junior he looked down on. Seeing how much Chow Yufeng defended her, Mu Linchuan felt a warmth in her heart and developed a different kind of feeling towards this junior. Moreover, this feeling of being protected made her feel very safe. Ding! Mu Linchuan's favorability plus 20, current favorability 50. Ding! Host protection detected. Mu Linchuan feels reassured. Pleasure level plus 100. Chow Yufeng smiled. He knew that standing up for himself this time would definitely be worthwhile. Smiling, Chow Yufeng put his arm around Mu Linchuan and led her into the hotel. The surrounding crowd cheered as they watched this scene unfold. Well done, young man. That's how you get revenge on this damn senior. This time, I support you. This kid is really something. I was worried he'd get the short end of the stick, but look what happened. He turned the tables on everyone who was humiliated. This kid's got a brain. Young man, you're awesome. This is the first time I've ever seen someone openly cheat on another person without making them feel disgusted. I have to say, this move is amazing. Ha ha ha. This kid is really cunning. He dug a pit long ago, waiting for this adulterous couple to jump in. TSK. This kid will definitely be something special when he grows up. The words of the surrounding crowd made Zhang Bin's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. He had thought he could have a room with another man's woman and enjoy the pleasures of being Chow Chow's traitor. But who would have thought that the clown was actually him? He watched helplessly as his woman swaggered into the hotel with the poor junior he looked down on, and he didn't dare utter a single word. Thinking of this, Zhang Bin felt so frustrated he was about to vomit blood. As the two disappeared around the corner of the hotel, Zhang Bin's face twisted in a grimace. Chow Yufeng, don't get cocky. In the end, you're still a poor loser. I'm rich, and I'll still be carefree and have countless women. But you, Chow Yufeng, you poor loser, you can only be a beast of burden, earning a pitiful salary, and helplessly watching me live a carefree life. He. Zhang Bin sneered smugly, as if he could already see Chow Yufeng struggling to find a job after graduation. He, however, continued to live a life of extravagance and debauchery, surrounded by women on both sides. The difference is obvious when compared side by side. A poor bastard will always be a poor bastard. Zhang Bin spoke with a contemptuous tone, gritting his teeth. Seeing Chen Xian still sitting on the ground, Zheng Bin kicked her with his leg. Damn it, are you dead or not? If you're not, come with me to the hotel and let me have some fun. This time I'll buy you a 50,000 yuan LV bag, something that poor bastard Chao Yufeng would never dare to buy in his entire life. Chen Xian's face lit up with joy. She covered her face and said ingratiatingly, Brother Bin, you're amazing. I love you to death. As Chen Xian spoke, she took Zhang Bin's arm, her face full of flattery. Zhang Bin smiled smugly, put his arm around Chen Xian's waist, and walked back into the hotel. Brother Bin, don't bother with that poor loser Chao Yufeng. It lowers your status. That poor loser can only ever look up to you. Zhang Bin nodded and said contemptuously, Heh. Chao Yufeng is just a clown. He only knows how to use petty tricks. I don't take him seriously at all. Chapter 4, One Pleasure versus Daily Pleasure. Inside the room, Mu Linchuan's face was flushed. She sat on the bed and glanced at Chao Yufeng with embarrassment. She agreed to book a room because she wanted to get revenge on Zhang Bin, but when the time came, she was a little hesitant to actually do that kind of thing with a stranger. Chao Yufeng sat on the sofa, sizing up Mu Linchuan. Today, Mu Linchuan wore her long hair down, and a fitted Chanel-style blue mini skirt that both hugged her graceful figure and perfectly outlined her curves. Chao Yufeng had no idea that Mu Linchuan not only had perfect, long and shapely legs, but also a slender waist, which was the A4 waist that was circulating online. Mu Linchuan's perfect figure and face made Chao Yufeng involuntarily swallow. He never imagined that his first time would be with Mu Linchuan, the universally acknowledged beauty and campus belle of Donglin University. If the students of Donglin University knew about this, they would probably be drooling with envy. Chao Yufeng was both nervous and excited. For so many years, he had been a virgin and had never experienced the pleasures of sex. He had always relied on fantasy and his 5 fingers. Now, could he finally have real experience? Excitement made Chao Yufeng's heart pound, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Suppressing his nervousness, Chao Yufeng stood up and said in a casual tone, Senior, let's begin. Although he appeared relaxed, Chao Yufeng's stammering tone betrayed his nervousness. Mu Linchuan nervously gripped the hem of her clothes, hesitated for a few seconds, and then nodded. She stood up and gently took off her short dress, revealing what was underneath. Chao Yufeng stared intently, his breathing rapid, his eyes widening involuntarily. Without the obstruction of the short skirt, Mu Linchuan's underwear was exposed to Chao Yufeng's eyes. She was wearing a blue lace bra with a rose patterned in black thread. The blue bra against her snow-white skin created a stunning contrast that drew the eye. For her lower body, Mu Linchuan was also wearing a pair of blue underwear, which matched her bra. On her most beautiful legs, she wore a pair of black stockings. Without the cover of the short skirt, Chao Yufeng realized that the stockings were actually suspenders with lace trim, making them exceptionally sexy. Looking at the scenery, Chao Yufeng's heart pounded, and he couldn't help but wrap his arms around Mu Linchuan's waist. Senior, you're so beautiful. With those words out, Chao Yufeng gently kissed Mu Linchuan's red lips, and the two fell onto the bed. No. I'm sorry, Junior, I still can't quite accept it. Mu Linchuan gently pushed Chao Yufeng away and said in a flustered manner. She still couldn't convince herself, even knowing it was revenge, she couldn't bear to do that with a stranger. After speaking, Mu Linchuan lowered her head, not daring to look Chao Yufeng in the eyes. She knew that Chao Yufeng must be furious right now. No one wants to feel frustrated when they have to let go of an arrow that's already on the bowstring. Chao Yufeng was indeed frustrated, but he understood her feelings even more. Both he and Mu Linchuan were victims. Why should the victims make things difficult for each other? Even if we take a step back and say that this is his first time, of course he wants to have a good experience. What kind of experience would it be if he did it with someone he didn't want to? He didn't want to face a motionless, expressionless zombie for the first time. It would leave him with psychological trauma. More importantly, who is he? He and Mu Linchuan had only just met, and he had to ask someone else for Mu Linchuan's phone number. A complete stranger willingly letting you touch them? Even novels wouldn't dare write something like that. If he really forced himself on her, Mu Linchuan would not only report it to the police afterward, but would also be filled with disgust for him. Chao Yufeng felt it was best not to give up on such a beautiful woman. It would be better to take this opportunity to build a good relationship and then proceed gradually. Chao Yufeng can tell whether one moment of pleasure or daily pleasure is more important. Chao Yufeng smiled calmly and said, "It's okay, Senior. Actually, I can sense that you're a little reserved. If you hadn't said anything, I would have stopped talking to you. Although, I really like Senior Mu. Chow Yufeng said this, but he couldn't help feeling a little regretful inside. Upon hearing Chow Yufeng's words, Mu Linchuang suddenly raised her head and looked at Chow Yufeng in surprise. To her surprise, Chow Yufeng not only wasn't angry, but didn't even utter a single word of complaint. Is this man really that broad-minded and understanding? And he said he likes me. He likes me, yet he is still willing to respect my wishes. At the very moment he is about to have me, he is willing to give up so as not to hurt me. Perhaps, this is what true love and care for me are. Looking at the gentle smile on Chow Yufeng's handsome face, Mu Linchuang felt a tremor in her heart and her fondness for Chow Yufeng increased greatly. Ding! Mu Linchuang's favorability plus 20, current favorability 70 points. The voice that echoed in his mind made Chow Yufeng smile. He knew that this gamble was worthwhile. Although he didn't win over Mu Linchuang, his favorability rating increased by 20 points, and he could expect to enjoy himself every day soon. Furthermore, the cashback on purchases can be increased by 2%, which adds up to a significant amount of extra money. Chow Yufeng was overjoyed, but he deliberately showed a hint of regret on his face and looked at Mu Linchuang with tender eyes. Senior, I admit that you fascinate me deeply, but I can't do it if it means hurting you in order to get you. Although I know I will regret it afterward, hurting you hurts me even more. Ding! Mu Linchuang's favorability plus 5, current favorability 75 points. Chow Yufeng's cheesy pickup lines made Mu Linchuang, who was lying in his arms, tremble, and a warm feeling instantly rose in her heart. She raised her head and looked into Chow Yufeng's eyes. The moment their eyes met, Mu Linchuang took the initiative to hug Chow Yufeng and pressed her face against his chest. Yufeng, let's date? Give me some time, okay? I'll give myself to you with a smile then. Wait for me, okay? Feeling the warm, soft body in his arms, Chow Yufeng smiled broadly. He knew that Riri Xuan was one step closer to achieving her goal. Chow Yufeng had one arm around Mu Linchuang's waist and the other around her hair. Even though he was overjoyed, he still spoke gently. Senior, don't worry, I'm willing to wait for you no matter how long it takes. Ding! Mu Linchuang's favorability plus 5, current favorability points, 80. Don't call me senior, call me Lin Shuang. Mu Linchuang blushed, whispered something, and then buried her face in Chow Yufeng's chest again. She found Chow Yufeng's chest to be broad and warm, giving her a sense of security. Chow Yufeng didn't have time to care about these things. At this moment, his mind was full of questions. Why did the favorability increase by 10 or 20 points at the beginning, but now it's only increasing by a few points? Is it that the higher you go, the harder it is to gain favorability? This is exactly the same trick as Pinduoduo's cut-up price scheme. Has the system ever played Pinduoduo before? Yufeng, hold me tight, I like being held by you. Mu Linchuang, nestled in his arms, spoke shyly, interrupting Chow Yufeng as tu chow, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical remarks. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, Chow Yufeng said nothing more and gently embraced Mu Linchuang. The two quietly savored the tranquility of the moment, allowing their wounded hearts to find solace in each other. 2 hours later, Mu Linchuang gently broke free from Chow Yufeng's embrace, her bright eyes looking at him longingly, and whispered, Yufeng, let's go on a date. I haven't been to the mall in ages. I heard that Yida Mall has a new batch of bags. Chow Yufeng was just thinking about how to spend the money when he heard this and readily agreed. Downstairs, Zheng Bin, who had already left the hotel, was still waiting. 2 hours had passed and the two still hadn't come out. Zheng Bin's face was ashen. Damn it, adulterers, 2 hours and they're still not done? Damn it! How many times has that poor bastard Chow Yufeng come? Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 5. Mu Linchuang was very disappointed. Seeing that Chow Yufeng was willing to go shopping with her, Mu Linchuang smiled and sat up from the bed. She straightened her underwear and was about to pick up her skirt when she looked up and saw Chow Yufeng staring straight at her. Mu Linchuang blushed, feeling not only no disgust but also a little smug. This shows that he is very attractive to Chow Yufeng. Seeing Chow Yufeng staring intently, Mu Linchuang chuckled happily and waved her hand in front of Chow Yufeng's eyes. She no longer dislikes Chow Yufeng, on the contrary, she has a very good impression of him. Chow Yufeng's willingness to suppress his desires in order not to hurt her moved her, so she didn't mind playing around with him. Mu Linchuang waved in front of Chow Yufeng with a smile and said, You big pervert, snap out of it. You were staring so intently. What do you think? Do you like my lingerie? Mu Lingchuan blushed slightly with embarrassment, opened her arms, twirled in front of Chow Yufeng, and said shyly. Chow Yufeng was overjoyed. Mu Lingchuan's bold behavior proved that she did not mind interacting intimately with him. Come to think of it, since the two are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng hugged Mu Lingchuan tightly. Mu Lingchuan gasped in surprise, then shyly nestled in Chow Yufeng's arms, pressing her face against his chest. Chow Yufeng smiled and kissed her on the lips before saying, "The clothes are beautiful, but you are even more beautiful." Upon hearing this, Mu Lingchuan felt a surge of joy, and a smile appeared on her fair, oval face. She nestled in Chow Yufeng's arms, raised her long, shapely, snow-white legs, and said shyly, "What about these lace stockings? I usually love wearing stockings, but some guys don't like girls wearing them. What about you, Yufeng? Do you like them? If you don't like it, then I won't wear it anymore." "No." Chow Yufeng didn't hesitate and blurted it out. After saying that, he realized he had been too hasty and scratched his head awkwardly. He really loves stockings. In his view, stockings, high heels, and short skirts are simply the three great weapons of women, which can easily defeat men. At the same time, these three are also the three trump cards for girls to increase their charm. Chow Yufeng has an absolute passion for stockings and high heels. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a stocking fetishist. Chow Yufeng's embarrassed look made Mu Lingchuan smile shyly. "That's great, it's something I like, and it's something the people I care about also like. Yufeng, you can touch it. These stockings are very smooth. I really like the feel of them." As soon as Mu Lingchuan finished speaking, she grabbed Chow Yufeng's hand and placed it on her beautiful leg. Downstairs, Zhengbin looked at the time. 2.5 hours had passed. His face became ferocious and distorted. "Damn it, it's been 2.5 hours. Fuck, adulterers, go to hell." Enraged, Zhengbin kicked over the chair next to him, his face contorted with rage and veins bulging. He vowed that he would make Chow Yufeng pay. This guy who had rightfully cheated on him would not be satisfied until he broke all three of his legs. As Chow Yufeng and Mu Lingchuan walked downstairs, they were greeted by Zhang Bin kicking over tables and chairs, his expression one of impotent rage. Seeing Chow Yufeng, Zhang Bin gritted his teeth in anger, inwardly scoffing, some people really have never been with a woman before. 2.5 hours, how many times? Be careful with your kidneys, be careful they don't rot, heh. Zhang Bin said this while laughing mockingly. But before Chow Yufeng could speak, Mu Lingchuan, who was holding his arm, took the initiative to defend him and retorted. "Darling, don't bother with this hypocrite. He thinks everyone is like him, calculating in seconds. He has no idea that some people can calculate in hours." These words made Zhang Bin's face turn extremely ugly, because he really was calculating in seconds. The word second touched a nerve that struck Zhang Bin where he was most vulnerable as a man, making his face turn extremely ugly. "You bitch, who the hell are you calling a bitch?" Before Zhang Bin could finish his sentence, Chow Yufeng kicked him, sending him flying. "Senior, I'm telling you, Lin Shuang is my woman now. If you dare to say another word against her, just try it." Zhang Bin's body crashed to the ground, his gaze towards Chow Yufeng filled with both hatred and fear, and he dared not utter another word. Chen Xian, standing to the side, also felt a mixture of hatred and fear towards Chow Yufeng. That slap earlier not only made her face swell up like a steamed bun, but also knocked out 2 of her teeth. She wouldn't dare to be disrespectful in front of Chow Yufeng now. "Chow Yufeng, fine, you're awesome. I don't dare mess with you now. But in the end, Chow Yufeng, you're nothing but a poor bastard. After graduation, you'll still have to work like a beast of burden, working 9 to 5 for a meager salary. And me, he. Zhang Bin's eyes were filled with resentment as he smiled mockingly. "Come on, Chen Xian, I'll take you to buy a bag, a 50,000 yuan one, so some poor guys can be envious, haha." Zhang Bin left laughing, his laughter filled with sarcasm. "Yufeng, it's okay, I don't care. Besides, I can make money. We don't need to be rich and powerful, we just need to live our own little lives." Mu Lingchuan gently took Chow Yufeng's arm, tenderly comforting him. Chow Yufeng smiled and ruffled her hair, without saying anything more. If it were before, and Zhang Bin had mocked him like that, he would have indeed felt powerless and angry. But now, he has a system and a 90 trillion yuan care fund. 90 trillion! Even with a 1% rebate, he could still get 90 trillion just by spending all that money. In today's society, who has 90 trillion? As long as he keeps spending, then Principal Wang and Jack Ma can all step aside. Therefore, Zhang Bin's mockery was a joke to him. He hoped Zhang Bin would continue to maintain this ignorant sense of superiority and not wait until the day he saw Zhang Bin spending money and his defenses crumbled, because that would be no fun. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Yufeng put his arm around Mu Linchuan's waist, and the two took a taxi towards Yida Shopping Mall. Upon arriving at Yida Shopping Mall, Chao Yufeng headed straight for the LV section. Yufeng, there's no need for us to hold a grudge. Besides, you're still a student, how could you possibly afford an LV bag? In front of the LV store, Mu Linchuan gently persuaded them. Don't worry, Yufeng, I'm not that kind of gold digger. I like you whether you're rich or poor. Mu Linchuan smiled as she looked at Chao Yufeng and offered her advice. In her opinion, Chao Yufeng was just there to spite her, which she could understand. After all, even she was quite angry Zhang Bin's words were really hurtful. Hello, sir madam, are you looking for bags? Please come in, it's okay if you don't buy anything. The sales assistant at the door smiled and bowed to the two people. No, we're not going in, Yufeng, let's leave. Before Chao Yufeng could speak, Mu Linchuan took his arm and was about to leave. Chao Yufeng smiled slightly, put his arm around Mu Linchuan, and walked into the LV store. Seeing Chao Yufeng's persistence, Mu Linchuan sighed inwardly. Oh well, I still have some savings. I can just pay for it. Thinking to herself, Mu Linchuan harbored some resentment towards Chao Yufeng, feeling that Chao Yufeng was very immature and acted impulsively after being provoked by someone. This is LV, is it a place a student like you can afford? Ding, Mu Linchuan's favorability has decreased by 1 point, currently at 79 points. Chao Yufeng was stunned. What's going on? I bought you a bag, and you still lowered my favorability rating? Puzzled, Chao Yufeng didn't pay much attention. Spending money was the priority right now. Sir, which bag do you like? I can explain it to you, the sales assistant said with a smile. But in her heart, she was already inclined to take the two of them to the more affordable luxury area. From Mu Linchuan's words, she could tell that the two of them probably didn't have much money, and the prices in the upscale section should be more acceptable to them. Beautiful lady, we don't need you to accompany us. We're just here to take a look, Mu Linchuan said with a smile. She still didn't want Chao Yufeng to act impulsively. Such a good man shouldn't be provoked into spending things beyond his means and doing something he'd regret. If that's the case, she really won't be able to help but be disappointed. Chapter 6, Pleasure Level reaches 300. To her surprise, Chao Yufeng smiled and shook his head as soon as she said that. Chao Yufeng pointed to a bag protected by a glass case in the middle of the store and said with a smile, this one will do. This one matches my girlfriend perfectly. 1 million, right? Swipe your card. After Chao Yufeng finished speaking, he handed the card directly to the shop assistant. The system has already informed him that the care fund has been deposited into his card and will be used for spending by the linked recipient, with priority given to the care fund. Swipe your card, you've bought it? The shop assistant looked at the bank card handed to him, exclaimed in surprise, and froze on the spot. Wait a minute, shouldn't we go to the upscale section? But why did this gentleman buy their store's prized possession, an LV bag worth $1 million? The shop assistant froze on the spot, his left and right brains battling each other wildly. Okay, swipe your card, please. Before Mu Linchuan could react, she reached out to grab her card. But as soon as she opened the bag, she froze on the spot, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock as she stared blankly at the bank card Chao Yufeng was handing out. Yufeng said he'd swipe his card? Wait, how much? 1 million. Mu Linchuan exclaimed in surprise, her already bright eyes widening suddenly as she stared at Chao Yufeng in shock. 1 million? Chao Yufeng is going to buy her a handbag worth 1 million? Mu Linchuan wondered if she was hallucinating. She comes from a middle-class family with a good background, but the most expensive luxury item she has ever owned is a handbag worth 50,000 yuan. But now, Chao Yufeng wants to buy her something worth 1 million? And the card has already been handed out? What does this tell us? This shows that Chao Yufeng really has the ability to pay this million. Good heavens! Could Chao Yufeng be a rich second generation? If not, how could he possibly come up with $1 million, and with such a nonchalant expression, as if he were just spending $100? No, it wasn't just calm and collected, he seemed to be looking forward to something. Is he really so eager to spend money on me? It turns out he really cares about me that much. Mu Linchuan's heart was instantly filled with sweetness. But to my surprise, I was disappointed in Chao Yufeng just now, and even thought that Chao Yufeng was acting impulsively and immaturely. He loves me so much, how could I question him or be disappointed in him? Mu Lingshuang, you're so foolish. If Chow Yufeng knew about this, how disappointed he would be. Thinking of this, Mu Lingshuang was instantly filled with guilt. Ding! Mu Lingshuang's favorability +6, current favorability points, 85. Wow, Chow Yufeng really laughed. Buying a bag actually boosted his points by 6 points. Indeed, for women, a handbag can cure all ills. The clerk suddenly realized what was happening, hurriedly took the bank card, swiped it on the POS machine, and respectfully handed it back, smiling. Sir, please enter your password. Chow Yufeng took the POS machine and entered the password. Ding, transaction successful. Don't. Just as Mu Lingshuang was about to stop her, the notification sound of successful payment rang out in the store. Immediately, the shop assistant smiled and took out the bag, handing it to Mu Lingshuang. Mu Lingshuang's eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at the LV bag so close to her. This bag is off-white overall, with gold trim around the edges. These gold-edged edges appear to be made of pure gold, shimmering under the light. Mu Lingshuang fell in love with the bag at first sight. She was certain that if she carried this bag out, it would definitely make other women green with envy. Even though she liked him, Mu Lingshuang still shook her head and said apologetically. Yufeng, I'm sorry, I can't accept it, even though I really like it. Like it, but can't accept it? Chow Yufeng was a little confused. What the hell did this mean? Yufeng, this bag is too expensive. If I accept it, I'll think I'm materialistic, and I'm afraid you'll think I'm materialistic too. Mu Lingshuang explained in a low voice. She really liked Chow Yufeng, so she didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. Chow Yufeng was speechless, wondering what the reason was. That's it? He wished Mu Lingshuang were a gold digger so he could spend more money on her. But I can't say that. After hesitating for a moment, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, Lin Shuang, how about this? You choose one, and I'll pay for it. I'll carry the one you choose and keep it as a keepsake. Ah! Mu Lingshuang exclaimed in surprise. She thought that if she returned this one, she could choose a cheaper one. But the result? I want both? The shop assistant next to her beamed with joy. She had thought that at most she would only be able to sell some affordable luxury bags this time. But as it turned out, this young man immediately won the store's prized possession, and now he wants to choose another one. This time, she was able to earn a large commission, and the shop assistant was beaming with joy. When she first met Chow Yufeng, she thought he was just a little handsome, but now that he's so generous, she suddenly feels he's incredibly dashing. Thinking to themselves, the shop assistants felt a little jealous of Mu Lingshuang. She just couldn't understand why she couldn't meet such a rich second-generation heir. In what ways is she inferior to Mu Lingshuang? So what if she's prettier, has a slimmer waist, bigger breasts, and a perkier butt? Isn't it just that she has big, pretty eyes and her thighs are higher than her waist? She was just a tiny bit short. I was inwardly complaining, but the salesperson's hands moved incredibly fast. They grabbed a pink bag worth 100,000 yuan and recommended it. Beautiful lady, what do you think of this bag? It's pink, girly, and it will make you look even more youthful and beautiful. I guarantee that when you go out, all the women in the world will envy you. Chow Yufeng looked at Mu Lingshuang and asked with a smile, I think it's pretty good. What do you think? Mu Lingshuang nodded. She also felt good about it, but since she already had $1 million bag, should she buy another one? Chow Yufeng is being way too good to me. Is he planning to spoil me like a princess? Mu Lingshuang blushed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, filled with joy. Ding! Mu Lingshuang's favorability +1, current favorability level 86 points. Ding! The host bought 2 bags for Mu Lingshuang. Mu Lingshuang is overjoyed, her happiness level increases by 100, and her current happiness level is 200. Chow Yufeng was delighted to see that the favorability had increased again. It was only a small increase, but the system had indeed played with Pinduoduo before. Would there be another 0.1 favorability points later? This was clearly a copy of Pinduoduo's tactics. Chow Yufeng mentally grumbled to himself, but seeing Mu Lingshuang nod, he didn't ask any more questions and simply swiped his card to pay. Swipe the card, and please wrap up the 1 million bag for me. You don't need to worry about the 100,000 won, just carry it now. As Chow Yufeng spoke, he picked up the bag chain and slung it over Mu Lingshuang's shoulder. Thank you, Yufeng. Mu Lingshuang did not refuse and thanked him, her gaze towards Chow Yufeng filled with tenderness. The customers in the surrounding LV store all looked at Mu Lingshuang with envy as they watched this scene. If a watch represents a man's status, then a handbag represents a woman's status. Chow Yufeng made a move by buying 2 bags, one of which was worth $1 million, which was enough to make them envious. Even worse, some women got into little tantrums with their male partners, feeling that their boyfriends were far inferior to Chow Yufeng. Looking at the envious gazes of the crowd around her, Mu Lingshuang involuntarily raised her chin slightly, revealing a touch of girlish pride. Ding! Envious glances detected from the surrounding crowd. Mu Lingshuang felt a surge of pride. Her pleasure value increased by 100, bringing her current pleasure value to 300. Chow Yufeng was overjoyed to find that his happiness level had increased again. He remembered the system saying that once he reached 500, he could go to the shop to exchange for skills. It seems I'll have to take some time to study this pleasure value properly. Hey, look, aren't those 2 Chow Yufeng and Mu Lingshuang? Not far from the LV store, 2 girls watched in shock as Chow Yufeng and Mu Lingshuang walked out of the store hand in hand. What the heck? Is Chow Yufeng having an affair with Senior Mu? And look at the new bag that Senior Mu is carrying. I know it. It's an LV bag worth 100,000 yuan. Could it be that Senior Mu got together with Chow Yufeng for a 100,000 yuan bag? Holy crap, this is a big deal. Chapter 7 bought Mu Lingshuang a pair of crystal stockings. This is too explosive. Big news, absolutely big news. Take a picture of it and post it on the school forum, it'll definitely go viral. Humph. Senior Mu is too much. Senior Zhang Bin is such a good husband. He's handsome and from a good family. Countless girls in Dongda University like him. But Sister Mu doesn't cherish him and betrays him. No, I have to expose this. I want to avenge Senior Zhang Bin and let everyone see the true colors of Chow Yufeng and Mu Lingshuang, this adulterous couple. Sister, wait a minute. Chen Xin is my best friend, but she was betrayed by Chow Yufeng. I need to call her first and tell her. Take a few more photos. With photos in hand, we'll have evidence and won't have to worry about these adulterers trying to deny it. Good. A short-haired girl picked up her phone, found Chen Xin's WeChat ID, and dialed it. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. Hey, Xin, I have something important to tell you, but don't cry. Xin, Chow Yufeng just bought Mu Lingshuang an LV bag worth 100,000 yuan. I saw it with my own eyes. The 2 of them walked out of the LV store hand in hand, very intimately. Chen Xin couldn't hear what the short-haired girl said next at that moment, only one sentence echoed in her mind. Chow Yufeng bought Mu Lingshuang a handbag worth 100,000 yuan? These words struck Chen Xin like a thunderbolt. She thought that carrying this LV bag worth 50,000 yuan would be enough to make people envious. But now, Chow Yufeng actually bought Mu Lingshuang a bag worth 100,000 yuan? She immediately felt resentful. Even looking at the LV bag in my hand, I felt disgusted, and it suddenly lost its appeal. She couldn't believe that Chow Yufeng was just a poor loser. How could he possibly afford it? Taking out online loans. The thought flashed through Chen Xin's mind, and she instantly believed her guess. Yes, Chow Yufeng must have taken out online loans. A poor loser is a poor loser, and he only deserves to use such low-class tricks to flaunt his wealth. Chen Xin tried to comfort herself, but when she thought about Mu Lingshuang already carrying a 100,000 yuan LV bag, she felt a surge of envy and jealousy. She didn't understand. Since it was all about taking out online loans anyway, why didn't Chow Yufeng try to please her? Instead, he gave it to Mu Lingshuang. Wasn't Chow Yufeng the one who loved her the most? Thinking about it, Chen Xin was so angry that she ground her teeth. Xin, are you listening? Are you so angry that you can't speak because you heard that Chow Yufeng betrayed you? Xin, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. We have already taken intimate photos of the adulterous couple holding hands and are going to post them on the school forum to ruin their reputations. Listening to the short-haired girl's words on the phone, Chen Xin gave a silent, cold laugh. So angry she couldn't speak? Bullshit. She's heartbroken over that 100,000 yuan LV bag. 100,000. Does that bitch Mu Lingshuang even deserve to carry that? Chen Xin thought indignantly, pondering the short-haired girl's words. Chow Yufeng is just a dog to her, and she can disregard this dog. Whether she cares or not, it's still her dog. She can despise it, she can humiliate it, but she can't stand it being taken away by someone else. In particular, this dog also took out a 100,000 yuan online loan to buy bags for other people. My dog, I will destroy it rather than let anyone else have it. Chen Xian's eyes were filled with resentment as she held her phone and said, Huan, I think you did the right thing. Chao Yufeng and Mu Lingshuan, that adulterous couple, did something wrong and should be punished. Chen Xian spoke righteously, but made no mention of the fact that she was the one who betrayed him first, getting involved with Zhang Bin for an LV bag. Now, they've turned the tables, accusing Chao Yufeng and Mu Lingshuan of being adulterers and clamoring for them to be punished. Chen Xian looked at the phone that had been hung up and couldn't help but sneer. She believed that if these photos were sent to Dongda University, they would definitely ruin Chao Yufeng and Mu Lingshuan's reputations and make them unable to hold their heads up in the school. A hint of resentment flashed in Chen Xian's eyes, and she laughed triumphantly. Chao Yufeng left LV with Mu Lingshuan, and the two went to Balenciaga. Upon arriving at the door, Mu Lingshuan hesitated, reluctant to go in. Yufeng, forget it. You've already spent over $1 million on me today. I'm even a little scared to accept these gifts. They're too expensive. Chao Yufeng squeezed Mu Lingshuan's small hand and smiled, then let's buy another one? I think Balenciaga stockings are nice, they'll look absolutely gorgeous on your legs. As Chao Yufeng spoke, he winked at Mu Lingshuan teasingly. Mu Lingshuan truly lives up to her reputation as a long-legged goddess. After experiencing it firsthand, he was already somewhat distracted and couldn't put it down. Just thinking about wearing Balenciaga stockings made Chao Yufeng's blood rush. Lin Xuan, let's buy 2 more pairs of stockings. If you have the chance, can you wear them and show them to me? Chao Yufeng whispered in Mu Lingshuan's ear. Hearing this, Mu Lingshuan blushed, pinched Chao Yufeng's waist hard, and laughed and scolded, Are you trying to get yourself killed by saying this in public? Before she could finish her teasing remark, Mu Lingshuan changed the subject shyly and said, But if you like, I'll wear it for you that day. After saying that, she laughed shyly. With Mu Lingshuan by her side, the two bravely ventured into Balenciaga, buying one of each of the following: black stockings, white stockings, nude stockings, lace camisoles, and open crotch styles. Among them, he even bought a pair of crystal stockings worth 15,000 yuan. These stockings are crystal clear, almost transparent, and feel warm and smooth to the touch, just like the finest silk. Chao Yufeng couldn't even imagine what a beautiful sight it would be if these stockings were worn on Mu Lingshuan's long legs. I used to hear people say legs to play with for years, but now Chao Yufeng understands that phrase deeply. With their spoils in hand, the two left Balenciaga. Seeing Chao Yufeng's lips curl up involuntarily, Mu Lingshuan guessed most of his thoughts. Leaning close to Chao Yufeng's ear, Mu Lingshuan first gently blew a breath, then said in a seductive tone, You little pervert, are you thinking about me wearing those crystal stockings? Your filthy thoughts are written all over your face. Well. Chao Yufeng was embarrassed. How could he not have believed his little scheme? Seeing Chao Yufeng's embarrassed expression, Mu Lingshuan covered her mouth and chuckled, taking Chao Yufeng's arm and saying with a smile, My little pervert, you bought me so many things, so I have to give you a gift in return. You can't refuse, or I'll really be sad. As she spoke, Mu Lingshuan led Chao Yufeng and the other person forward. First, she tidied up Chao Yufeng's messy hair. Then the two went to a men's clothing store, where Mu Lingshuan chose a men's outfit for Chao Yufeng. When Chao Yufeng changed into new clothes, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. Previously, Chao Yufeng only gave people the impression of having a handsome appearance, but there was an indescribable sense of decadence about him. Actually, Chao Yufeng is not ugly at all, on the contrary, he is quite handsome, with an oval face, phoenix eyes, and a body that is neither too thin nor too fat, just right. Now, after getting a new haircut from Tony the hairdresser and changing into well-fitting, bright clothes, he instantly transformed from is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of being listless, decadent, or dispirited young man into a sunny and handsome young man. Seeing Chao Yufeng walk out of the changing room, Mu Lingshuan's eyes lit up. She discovered that Chao Yufeng was constantly surprising her. First, he was understanding and respected her wishes, and did not force her to have sex with him. Then, he gave her a handbag worth millions, revealing his identity as a rich second generation. Now, even his appearance can surprise her, instantly transforming him into a sunny and handsome young man. The shop assistant next to her was also taken aback, then looked at Mu Lingshuan and said with undisguised envy, Beautiful lady, I'm so envious of you, your boyfriend is so handsome. Mu Lingshuan's lips curled up, unable to hide her joy. Ding! Mu Linchuan's favorability +1, current favorability points, 87. Ding. The shop assistant's envy made Mu Linchuan happy. Happiness value +50, current happiness value 350. Chapter 8, the crowd was filled with rage and insulted Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan. Emerging from the fitting room, Chao Yufeng asked, "How is it? Does it fit?" Mu Linchuan smiled and nodded, "Very handsome. I really didn't realize you were such a handsome guy." As Mu Linchuan spoke, she gently straightened Chao Yufeng's collar with a tender look in her eyes. Chao Yufeng smiled and looked at Mu Linchuan, whispering in her ear, "How handsome is he? Is he handsome enough to make you lustful?" Mu Linchuan blushed at first, then shyly punched Chao Yufeng's shoulder. Seeing that no one was around, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Yeah, there's still a tiny bit." As she spoke, Mu Linchuan patted Chao Yufeng's shoulder, pretending to be an elder, and jokingly encouraged him, "Well, keep up the good work, and try to make me lose patience with you as soon as possible." Chao Yufeng smiled and reached out to put his arm around Mu Linchuan's waist. Mu Linchuan smiled mischievously and ran away quickly. Watching Mu Linchuan's retreating figure, Chao Yufeng's lips curled into a smile. Although he only spent half a day with Mu Linchuan, he felt incredibly relaxed. When they were together, the two of them had never joked around so easily. Previously, whenever he went out with Chen Xin, she would keep her distance from him. Let alone play around, it was difficult for them to even exchange a single word. When he did speak, it was mostly Chen Xin complaining about him. In the 2 years he was with Chen Xin, he never received any gifts from her, it was always him giving and receiving. Now that he's with Mu Linchuan, he realizes how relaxed and carefree couples can be, able to playfully tease each other and joke around freely. Looking at his clothes, Chao Yufeng smiled, picked them up and smelled them. The clothes seemed to still have the fragrance left by Mu Linchuan's fingertips after touching them, a light jasmine scent, fresh, elegant and very pleasant. The two left Yida Mall as darkness fell. After a day of shopping, they found a star hotel, where Chao Yufeng treated Mu Linchuan to a delicious meal. This meal earned Mu Linchuan 2 more points of favorability and 50 points of pleasure. Meanwhile, at Donglin University, a post caused an uproar on the school forum. Shocking. Married female college student Mu Linchuan has committed a morally reprehensible act, being seen with the scumbag Chao Yufeng at the mall. Below the text were several photos, which clearly showed the two people's faces and their hands holding each other in an intimate manner. The appearance of this post instantly ignited the school forum, with hundreds and thousands of people discussing and cursing Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan. Pa, how shameless! Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan are nothing but adulterers. I used to consider Mu Linchuan my goddess, but now it seems I don't want to be cuckolded. Yes, Zhang Bin is such an outstanding person. Countless girls like him, but he chose that bitch Mu Linchuan. Now he's being cheated on by Mu Linchuan. Zhang Bin is so pitiful. That Chao Yufeng is such a scoundrel. He broke up someone's family. He's shameless and hateful. These two are a disgrace to Dongda University. It seems that Chao Yufeng also has a girlfriend, but he actually cheated on her with Mu Linchuan. Calling them adulterers is an insult to the word. My poor senior Zhang Bin has been hurt so badly. It's all because he was too infatuated that Mu Linchuan, that bitch, dared to act so recklessly. Expel these two from Donglin University, they are not worthy of being students of Donglin University. On the forum, those unaware of the truth were filled with righteous indignation and condemned Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan for wantonly humiliating them. Inside the girls' dormitory, the short-haired girl who posted the message watched as everyone criticized and insulted the two, a smile playing on her lips. She knew that there were still more righteous people in the world, and as long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to get justice for the poor senior Zhang Bin. Inside the dormitory, the girl with a ponytail looked at the increasingly popular posts on the forum, and seeing the insults and accusations directed at Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan, she said worriedly to the girl with short hair, Huan, aren't you going a bit too far? If this continues, Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan will have no place to stand at Dongda University. Upon hearing this, Huan curled her lip in disdain and retorted, so what? Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan, that adulterous couple, don't think it's excessive to flirt with each other in the mall, but I'm being excessive? The other person with Huan also spoke up, retorting to Su Min. Su Min, you think we're going too far? Chao Yufeng and Mu Linchuan, you adulterous couple, why don't you think about senior Zhang Bin? Senior Zhang Bin is such a good senior, and these two have actually cheated on him. These two are the ones who are really going too far. Huan followed up, Pa. I feel disgusted just thinking about that adulterous couple. As soon as Huang Wan finished speaking, she made an exaggerated expression of disgust and even pretended to gag twice. Su Min, the girl with the ponytail, shook her head helplessly and advised again, Huan Huan, I know you like Zhang Bin, but you and I both know Senior Mu and Xiao Yufeng. They are good people. They shouldn't do such a thing for no reason, right? Is there something fishy going on here? Insider information, ha? Huang Wan scoffed disdainfully and said sarcastically, you can know a person's face but not their heart, Su Min. Let me tell you, there is no inside story. I saw it with my own eyes. The two of them were hooking up. I, Huang Wan, will never let this adulterous couple get away with this. I must avenge Senior Zhang Bin. Chen Xian held her phone, watching the school forum where everyone was cursing Xiao Yufeng and Mu Linchuang. Lying on her bed, she comfortably ate potato chips and smiled happily. Xiao Yufeng dared to betray her by buying Mu Linchuang a 100,000 yuan LV bag. She would never let Xiao Yufeng get away with it. What she doesn't want, she can't belong to anyone else. If she can't have it, then she'll destroy it. She believed that with this post around, Xiao Yufeng and Mu Linchuang would definitely become pariahs at Donglin University, hated by everyone. She wanted to force Xiao Yufeng to drop out of school and make Mu Linchuang a notorious slut known to everyone at Donglin University. Seeing the insults on the forum, Chen Xian posted a smug comment. They've started distorting the truth and maliciously misleading the public. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Yufeng's girlfriend Chen Xian, but now, I am Xiao Yufeng's ex-girlfriend. I don't know what I did wrong to be betrayed by Xiao Yufeng like this. I thought that since I started dating Xiao Yufeng, I have always been obedient to him and tried my best to take care of his feelings. But now, my heart aches so much, it feels like it's being torn apart by a knife. I really love Xiao Yufeng, but why do I always get no good return for my wholehearted devotion? I'm so heartbroken. Chen Xian's comment was posted on the thread and instantly garnered hundreds of likes, with thousands of people replying below her post, vehemently criticizing Xiao Yufeng. Beautiful lady, don't be sad. It's not worth it for that scumbag Xiao Yufeng. Xiao Yufeng, you're a real disgrace to men. You have such a great girlfriend like Chen Xian, yet you still cheat on her with someone else? Damn, Xiao Yufeng and Mu Linchuang are indeed an adulterous couple. Let's all sign a petition and ask the school to expel them. Yeah, it's fucking infuriating. Looking at the replies on the forum, Chen Xian smiled smugly, holding a potato chip and eating it while watching how everyone was insulting Xiao Yufeng. Looking at these replies, Chen Xian's smug smile never stopped. On the forum, there was a barrage of criticism against Xiao Yufeng and Mu Linchuang, which quickly spread and became known throughout the entire Dongda University community. Those who know Xiao Yufeng and Mu Linchuang well would not believe that the two would do this without a reason. They argued for the two men on the forum, but the debate was quickly replaced by insults, and they were insulted as well. They were vehemently denounced as whitewashers. Chapter 9 Female Principal Yun Wanrong. Tokyo University, Office Area, Top Floor, President's Office. Principal Yun Wanrong, dressed in a well-fitting office lady suit, flesh-colored stockings, and red-soled stiletto heels, paced back and forth in the office. She naturally received news of what was happening on the school forum immediately. Looking at the indignant crowd, a hint of helplessness appeared on her delicate oval face with a few crow's feet, and she let out a deep sigh. She knew Xiao Yufeng, and had a pretty good impression of him. He remembered that this student often delivered documents to her on behalf of the homeroom teacher. In her memory, this student was well-spoken and not the kind of pervert with a lewd mind. However, public opinion was hard to defy, and in order to quell everyone's anger, she had no choice but to dismiss Xiao Yufeng. Having made up her mind, Yun Wanrong began editing the dismissal notice in front of the computer. Xiao Yufeng and Mu Linchuang, who had just finished a big meal, were about to leave the hotel. Both of their phones rang at the same time, and someone close to them informed them of the news. The news from their friend changed both Xiao Yufeng and Mu Linchuang. The two quickly took out their phones and logged into the school forum. Seeing the insulting words above, both of them turned red with anger. It was clearly Zhang Bin and Chen Xian who betrayed them first, but now they're turning around and accusing them of adultery. Chen Xian, in particular, maliciously stirred up trouble and shamelessly tried to gain sympathy, which is truly despicable. Seeing Chen Xian's distorted and fabricated words in the post, Xiao Yufeng felt a surge of anger rise within him. He realized for the first time that people could be so shameless. How could they do this? They betrayed us, but now they're acting like victims. Mu Linchuang looked at her phone and said angrily. Her eyes were slightly red, and anger made her bright, star-like eyes mist over with tears. Chow Yufeng took Mu Linchuan's hand, gently squeezed it, and comforted her. Don't worry, there are security cameras at the hotel entrance. Once we pull them up, everyone will know what happened. Let's take a taxi to the hotel. I'll meet them first and see just how shameless they really are. As Chow Yufeng spoke, he picked up his phone and began editing a message. Hello everyone, I am Chow Yufeng, one of the male protagonists in this incident. I don't know who posted this, but I will never let her get away with this slander against me and Lin Shuang. Here, I want to tell everyone that what you see with your eyes is not necessarily the truth. Chow Yufeng's comment had barely been posted when it received over 99 replies. Damn it, Chow, you shameless bastard. You say what you see isn't necessarily the truth? Then tell me, what is the truth? I just chuckled. He's even calling her Lin Shuang. Oh my, they're calling her so intimately. He's obviously having an affair. Pa! I've never seen such a shameless person. Chow Yufeng, your shamelessness has truly opened my eyes. You even dare to argue. Are you going to say that you are the victim? Are you going to say that you got together with that harlot Mu Lingxuan because Senior Zhang Bin betrayed you first? This has truly shattered my worldview. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Ugh. On the forum, Chow Yufeng's message was immediately drowned out by a barrage of insults. As Mu Lingxuan looked at the insults and abuse above, tears welled up in her eyes, and her body trembled slightly with anger. She didn't understand why they were the ones being humiliated and cyberbullied when they were the victims. Zhang Bin and Chen Xian, who caused them harm, can now watch with amusement as they are framed. Chen Xian, in particular, went so far as to distort the truth and portray herself as the victim. Chow Yufeng was also furious, but he had a trump card. If he could get the surveillance footage from in front of the hotel, he could prove who the victim was. But before Chow Yufeng could even retrieve it, a twist had already occurred on the forum. Earlier, there were two students from the University of Tokyo at the hotel entrance. They were exclaiming that this was a big event and recorded the whole thing on video. As the forum gained popularity, the two also learned about it. Seeing these people distorting the truth like this, I couldn't stand it anymore and posted the recorded video online. Huangwan sat in front of the computer, sending messages non-stop to avenge her senior Zhang Binhao and call on everyone to humiliate Chow Yufeng and Mu Lingxuan. Just as things were getting exciting, Su Min, her roommate, walked over anxiously, holding her phone. She said urgently, Huan, stop spreading rumors. Take a look. The public opinion on the forum has reversed. It turns out that Zhang Bin was the one who cheated first. What? Huangwan asked in confusion, snatching the phone away. She couldn't believe that her admired senior, Zhang Bin, would be the first to cheat on her. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. But looking at the video, Zhang Bin's arrogant face, loudly admitting that he had a hotel room with Chen Xian, and even mocking Chow Yufeng, calling him a poor bastard. Looking at Zhang Bin in the video, Huangwan realized that the senior Zhang Bin she had always admired was so shameless. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe this is senior Zhang Bin. Senior Zhang Bin is so handsome, how could he possibly cheat? How could he be so shameless? Huangwan slumped into a chair, her face contorted with despair, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, her heart filled with regret. She knew very well that not only had the image of Zhang Bin as a good senior she had always believed in collapsed, but it also made her unable to believe that the person she admired was a scumbag. The school will not let her off the hook. Spreading rumors about others and damaging their reputations on campus is not an overreaction. Seeing Huangwan's appearance, Su Min sighed helplessly. Whose fault is this? If anyone is to blame, it's Huangwan herself. She didn't get to the bottom of things before blindly believing everything she heard. She slandered the victim, aided the perpetrator, and caused the victim further harm. This kind of person is utterly despicable. Chen Xian lay comfortably on the bed, eating potato chips, watching Chow Yufeng being humiliated on top of her, and couldn't help but smile. But as she looked at it, her brows slowly furrowed, not understanding why such a comment had appeared. Don't be fooled, everyone. Go read another post, it has a video and the truth. Out of curiosity, she left that post and opened another one. Upon seeing the contents, Chen Xian's pupils constricted sharply. Major plot twist. Zhang Bin and Chen Xian had sex first. Chow Yufeng and Mu Lingxuan are the real victims. Upon opening the post and watching the video, Chen Xian's face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. The video clearly shows her linking arms with Zhang Bin, showing off her LV bag worth 30,000 yuan to Chao Yufeng with a disdainful expression. In the video, she berated Chao Yufeng, calling him a poor loser who didn't deserve to be with her. Seeing this, Chen Xian's pale face turned extremely ugly. She had just created a persona of a loving and devoted woman online, only to be exposed as a fraud in moments. Now, public opinion has completely changed, and everyone is cursing her and Zhang Bin. She has become a rat that everyone wants to beat. She couldn't even imagine how people would view her if she appeared in their sight again. She still vividly remembered the scene where Chao Yufeng was attacked and humiliated. What if she were treated like that? Just thinking about it made Chen Xian's heart pound with fear. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chao Yufeng is just a poor loser. Shouldn't I have dumped him? What did I do wrong? Chen Xian held her phone, muttering to herself with a fearful expression. The words had barely left his mouth when the phone rang suddenly. Chen Xian was so startled that her hands trembled, and her phone fell onto the bed. She hurriedly picked up her phone, saw the caller ID displaying the name Senior Zhang Bin, and quickly answered the call. Chapter 10, A Kiss for Mu Linshuang. Seeing that it was Zhang Bin calling, Chen Xian couldn't wait to press the answer button. But when the call was answered, Chen Xian didn't hear a single word of comfort. She expected the first thing she heard was a barrage of insults. Chen Xian, you fucking bitch, what the hell did you post? Are you brainless? Don't deny it. I've already found out that you agreed to let Huang Wan post this message. Chen Xian, are you fucking an idiot? Whether it's you and I cheating, or Chao Yufeng and Mu Linshuang cheating, how can you publish this kind of thing? Damn it. It's all over, you know? Just now the school notified me that my postgraduate recommendation spot has been cancelled because of this. You idiot, Chen Xian, you're a fucking idiot. How the hell did I sleep with you, fuck? Listening to Zhang Bin's scathing and unfeeling insults over the phone, Chen Xian felt a chill run through her. Holding her phone, she retorted angrily, Zhang Bin, what do you mean? You're turning your back on me now? Yes, I asked Huang Wan to send it, but my original intention was still to help us get revenge, wasn't it because I love you? Who would have thought it would come to this? Love me? Fuck you, Chen Xian. We have nothing going on, why the hell do you love me? Do you think I would marry a cheating slut? I'm not afraid to tell you bluntly, someone like you is just someone I play with. My relationship with you is just about having some fun. Don't fucking contact me. Hearing Zhang Bin's merciless insults on her phone, Chen Xian broke down in tears. She thought she could hook up with Zhang Bin, a wealthy second-generation heir with some influence, but little did she know that Zhang Bin was just playing with her. He even verbally abused her after she did something wrong. If it were Chao Yufeng, no matter what mistake she made, he wouldn't say a word to her. Instead, he would smile and coax her. Only then did she remember Chao Yufeng's kindness, and her heart was instantly filled with regret. At this moment, public opinion on the forum has completely reversed. Holy crap, it turns out Zhang Bin and Chen Xian betrayed us first, and Chao Yufeng and Mu Linshuang were just retaliating. I had completely misunderstood those two. Indeed, sometimes what you see with your eyes is not necessarily the truth. I misunderstood Chao Yufeng. I'm sorry, brother. Just pretend that what your brother said to you before was nonsense. I'm sorry. I have to say, Chao Yufeng's counterattack was brilliant. First, he called over senior sister Mu and openly cheated on Zhang Bin in front of him. That was so satisfying. Chao Yufeng is a smart guy, I definitely shouldn't mess with him in the future. I'm really afraid he'll do this to me too, I can't take it, ha. I can't believe it. That bastard Zhang Bin is a real piece of work. He poached a junior from his school. Damn, he deserved it. It was so satisfying to see Zhang Bin being trampled underfoot in the video. And then there's Chen Xian. She cheated on Chao Yufeng with a 30,000 yuan bag. I know that Chao Yufeng not only gave up his living expenses for Chen Xian to squander, but also worked to earn money to buy her gifts. He spent 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in 2 years. But Chen Xian. Damn, I get angry just thinking about that bitch. Damn it, good people are being hurt by these scumbags. If I see Zhang Bin and Chen Xian again, I'll curse them to death. Yes, Zhang Bin and Chen Xian should not appear at school again. In the president's office of Dongda University, Yun Wanrong had just finished editing the expulsion notice and was about to click send when she glanced at the school forum next to her. Seeing the sudden reversal of the content on the forum, her beautiful oval face froze. What? How did this turn out differently? After muttering to herself, Yun Wanrong brewed herself a cup of tea, calmed down, and sat down in front of the computer to watch quietly. You phone, look. Look. Things have taken a turn for the better. Mu Lingxuan, tears streaming down her face, held up her phone and happily spoke to Chao Yufeng beside her. Seeing Mu Lingxuan so happy, like a child, Chao Yufeng smiled too. He didn't expect things to take such a quick turn. He was originally planning to go to the hotel to retrieve the surveillance footage. Mu Lingxuan couldn't help but smile as she looked at the apologies from everyone on the forum. She excitedly waved her little fist, acting just like a child, completely lacking the composure of a married woman. Seeing Mu Lingxuan like this, Chao Yufeng didn't disturb her. He simply lit a cigarette and quietly watched Mu Lingxuan's happy expression. If his initial contact with Mu Lingxuan was out of revenge and lust for her beauty, and his subsequent dates with her were to complete his money-making mission, then now Chao Yufeng finds that he seems to be genuinely attracted to this senior student, Mu. She is not only young and beautiful, a goddess recognized by everyone, but being with her makes me really happy, doesn't it? Chao Yufeng smiled knowingly and stubbed out his cigarette. Lin Xuan. Mu Lingxuan was watching something on her phone when she heard Chao Yufeng call her. She looked up in confusion. You are so beautiful. Chao Yufeng smiled and said a sentence, then wrapped his arm around Mu Lingxuan's waist and gently kissed her rosy lips. Mu Lingxuan was taken aback at first, then reached out and gently wrapped her arms around Chao Yufeng's neck, immersing herself in his tender embrace. Chao Yufeng then embraced Mu Lingxuan's waist and kissed her passionately. Neither of them resisted, and they genuinely accepted each other's requests. Not only does Chao Yufeng like Mu Lingxuan, but Mu Lingxuan also likes Chao Yufeng. In her eyes, Chao Yufeng was handsome, tolerant, and willing to take care of her feelings. She felt that such a man was worthy of her entrusting her life to. Ding! Mu Lingxuan's favorability has increased by 2 points, currently at 91. Ding! Host's kiss detected. This has pleased Mu Lingxuan. Pleasure value plus 100. Current pleasure value, 500 points. Ding! Friendly reminder, your happiness points have reached 500. You can exchange them for skills in the shop. Alternatively, you can spend 100 happiness points to increase your physical attributes. The voice that echoed in his mind made Chao Yufeng stop kissing. He didn't expect to have 500 happiness points so quickly. It seems that not only was he happy today, but Mu Lingxuan was also very happy. However, now is not the time to study the system. With such a beauty before me, how can I let her go? With their worries gone, the two strolled hand in hand down the street. They strolled around for 2 hours, and as it got later and later, they reluctantly parted ways. Before parting ways, Chao Yufeng gave Mu Lingxuan a few instructions, telling her how to deal with Zhang Bin if he retaliated. Mu Lingxuan took a taxi home, where Zhang Bin was sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking heavily. He never expected Chen Xin to be so stupid, causing him to lose his postgraduate recommendation spot. Upon seeing Mu Lingxuan return, Zhang Bin took a large gulp of wine, a hint of resentment and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Bin gritted his teeth and asked, Lin Xuan, are we really over? Can you? Before Zhang Bin could finish speaking, Mu Lingxuan said without hesitation, no. This unwavering answer clearly surprised Zhang Bin. Seeing the resolute look on Mu Lingxuan's face, Zhang Bin instantly broke down. You bitch, you like Chao Yufeng so much? Don't forget, he's just a poor bastard, a loser. Zhang Bin roared, his face contorted with jealousy. Mu Lingxuan picked up her pink LV bag and retorted, see this bag? LV. 100,000. You phone bought it for me. Zhang Bin's face immediately showed a look of astonishment, unable to believe that Chao Yufeng, a poor loser, could take out 100,000 yuan to buy a bag. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Bin scoffed, ha, he bought it with a loan, didn't he? With a poor loser like him, even if he's a loser, he's still better than you in 3 seconds, right? Mu Lingxuan interrupted with a sneer. Zhang Bin blushed, his face contorted in embarrassment, and he looked like a raging beast. He found that Mu Lingxuan's words today were truly infuriating. Every single one of them hit him right where it hurt, making him so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Before he could get angry, Mu Lingxuan sneered, oh, sorry, I forgot, it's 1 second now. That was fast. It really opened my eyes. Go to hell, you filthy bitch. Zhang Bin's face twisted in pain as he grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it at Mu Lin Shuang. Chapter 11. Zhang Bin prepares for revenge. Oh, sorry, I forgot, it's 1 second now, this is truly eye-opening. Mu Lin Shuang's words made Zhang Bin's face turn ashen with rage, his expression twisted and contorted with rage. You bitch, you're fucking asking for it. Zhang Bin roared and cursed, then grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it at Mu Lin Shuang. Mu Lin Shuang watched in horror as Zhang Bin smashed the wine bottle in his hand toward her head. In the moment of crisis, Mu Lin Shuang turned her head to dodge, and the wine bottle smashed hard on her shoulder. Mu Lin Shuang groaned in pain, her face contorted with agony, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. After finishing with a bottle of wine, Zhang Bin raised his fist and began punching Mu Lin Shuang repeatedly, while verbally humiliating her. You bitch. You slut. You even want a poor loser, you're such a masochist. Who the hell is Chow Yufeng? You'd rather choose him than me? I just went out to have a fling once, and you dare to cheat on me? And you even called me a 1-second idiot? Yes, I was a 1-second idiot, so what? I can beat you up even if it's just a 1-second idiot. Mu Lin Shuang was beaten and lay on the ground, her fair face contorted in pain, but she didn't utter a sound or resist, letting Zhang Bin's fists fall on her. She simply stared angrily at Zhang Bin with her large, star-like eyes. Fuck you, you filthy bitch. Zhang Bin insulted and cursed, then kicked Mu Lin Shuang hard in the stomach. The kick caused Mu Lin Shuang to groan in pain, involuntarily hunching over. Seeing Mu Lin Shuang's pitiful appearance, Zhang Bin not only showed no pity, but also sneered triumphantly. Ha. You bitch, now you're scared, huh? Pa, you're so damn cheap. Zhang Bin spat out a mouthful of phlegm and curled his lip in disdain. Despite the pain, Mu Lin Shuang struggled to her feet, glaring angrily at Zhang Bin, and coldly asked. Are you done playing? Zhang Bin snorted coldly and cursed, finished hitting me? You bitch, wait until I rest for a while, then I'll beat you until you call me dad. Before Zhang Bin could finish speaking, Mu Lin Shuang interrupted him directly. Zhang Bin, you probably don't have a chance anymore. If I call the police about this domestic violence against women, it's enough to get you detained for a few days. Mu Lin Shuang rubbed the bruises on her shoulder, her tone icy. If my injuries are serious, I can also sue you for intentional assault. Once the charges are proven and you have a criminal record, you know better than I do what the consequences will be. Mu Lin Shuang's few words instantly froze the smug sneer on Zhang Bin's face. He glared at Mu Lin Shuang with eyes blazing with fury, and charged forward to attack her again. But this time, before his fist could land, Mu Lin Shuang said coldly. Hit me. The more I get hurt, the more convincing the charge of intentional assault will be. These words made Zhang Bin stop what he was doing immediately. He glared angrily at Mu Lin Shuang, his fist raised high, unsure whether to strike or let go, feeling incredibly awkward. Zhang Bin, don't say I, Mu Lin Shuang, am heartless. Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, I'll call the police and get my injuries assessed. You can expect to go to jail. Second, we'll get a divorce, and you'll leave with nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin suddenly realized what was happening. His face contorted with rage, and he gritted his teeth, saying, You bitch, you tricked me? Those words you said when you came in were just to provoke me, weren't they? Mu Lin Shuang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Zhang Bin, do you think I stood there without fighting back? Did you think I took all that beating for nothing? One sentence left Zhang Bin speechless. He thought Mu Lin Shuang wasn't resisting because she was afraid, but little did he know that she had already dug a big pit, waiting for him to jump in. Now that's good. If he doesn't resist, every punch he throws will land precisely on his opponent, and the injuries will naturally be much more severe than if he resisted. Once he understood this, Zhang Bin's face instantly turned ashen, as if he had eaten shit, his expression filled with resentment and rage. He knew very well that once he went to jail and had a criminal record, even when he took over his parents' company and did business with others, those clients would definitely care about that. If he comes from a middle-class family, then he might not care. The problem is that he comes from a wealthy family and values his reputation highly. In their eyes, reputation is a living advertisement. The quality of this signboard greatly affects their business. Not to mention, his original idea was to take the civil service exam and become a civil servant, but with his criminal record, that's no longer possible. But even though they left with nothing, the large apartment they lived in was worth over 2 million yuan, plus their car and savings, totaling nearly 3 million yuan. More than 3 million. No matter what he chooses, Mu Lin Shuang will rip a huge chunk of flesh from him. Damn, when did this woman become so intelligent? Zhang Bin had no idea that Qiao Yufeng had told her all of this. She had simply made some changes. As they were about to part, Qiao Yufeng told her that if Zhang Bin laid a hand on her, she should tell him that intentional assault would land her in jail. This was used to threaten Zhang Bin, preventing him from taking action against Mu Linshuang. Based on this, Mu Linshuang made adjustments, deliberately provoking Zhang Bin and digging a pit for him to jump into. This is not only helping her vent her anger, but also helping Qiao Yufeng vent his anger. Zhang Bin felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, nobody told him that beating someone up is so expensive now. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Zhang Bin cursed inwardly, wishing he could chop off his own hand. This hand was just too damn awful. Zhang Bin felt both frustrated and angry, so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He looked at Mu Linshuang with such hatred that he wanted to devour her. Zhang Bin, since you're not going to speak, then I'll make the choice for you. Without giving Zhang Bin a chance to think, Mu Linshuang picked up her bag and walked out, while further threatening him. Zhang Bin, I'll get a medical examination done right now. I still hope you go to jail, preferably for a few years. As soon as Mu Linshuang finished speaking, she reached out to open the door. But just as his hand touched the doorknob, Zhang Bin's roar came from behind him. You bitch, you're ruthless, I'll fucking admit you're ruthless. Divorce, I'll leave with nothing, okay? Are you fucking satisfied now? Hearing this, Mu Linshuang smiled happily, showing no restraint in front of Zhang Bin, and laughed very happily. Looking at Mu Linshuang's smile, Zhang Bin felt a boom in his head and almost exploded with anger. Fine, you bitch, you're ruthless, you schemed against me, you just wait. Seeing Zhang Bin's frustrated and furious expression, Mu Linshuang smiled happily. Zhang Bin, there is no need to make yourself sound so aggrieved. Didn't you guys start this whole school forum thing first? You did the first thing, I'll do the 15th. You're wicked, but I can be even wicked. When Zhang Bin heard that Mu Linshuang was retaliating against him because of the school forum incident, his head was buzzing with anger. He cursed Chen Xian 1,000 times in his mind and wished he could kill her. The two drafted a divorce agreement, Zhang Bin signed it, and got out of the apartment. As Zhang Bin left the residential area, he looked back at his room, his face contorted with a sinister grimace. Qiao Yufeng, Mu Linshuang, you just wait. I swear I'll make you regret this. Zhang Bin let out a howl, and immediately suffered a stroke, spitting out a mouthful of blood and ending up in the hospital. At the hospital, several of Zhang Bin's wealthy friends also came to the hospital. After Zhang Bin finished recounting the events, the fat man with the parted hair and Dong Hao immediately curled their lip in disdain and hurled insults in a contemptuous tone. Damn it, now even a poor bastard dares to step on our heads. Who does he think he is? I despise poor people more than anything in my life. I don't care who's right or wrong, this poor bastard is dead meat. Zhang Bin, don't worry. That poor bastard's name is Qiao Yufeng, right? I'll make him regret it. Zhang Bin nodded grimly, his eyes filled with hatred, and said, Brother Dong, it's not just that poor bastard Qiao Yufeng, but also that bitch Mu Linshuang. We can't let them get away with this. Mu Linshuang, he Dong Hao sneered twice, a lewd glint in his eyes, and said coldly, Brother, how about this? We'll kidnap this Mu Linshuang and take turns having sex with her. Chapter 12. Second recipient of care is the neighbor's wife, Lu Yu. Brother, how about this? Let's kidnap Mu Linshuang, drug her, and then everyone take turns on her. Let's give the brothers some fun, how about it? Dong Hao's eyes gleamed with lust as he leered and spoke. He had long coveted Mu Linshuang, especially her long, straight, shapely legs and pretty face. He dreamed about her constantly. He had been trying to contact Mu Linshuang, but she wouldn't even glance at him, which infuriated him. Now, he can take this opportunity to really enjoy it. Standing nearby, Dong Hao's henchman, Zhang Hao, nodded hurriedly upon hearing this, stroking his chin and lewdly saying, That's right, Zhang Bin, this way we can get a good revenge on Mu Linshuang. By the way, we can also record this scene and show it to that Qiao Yufeng. His woman is being played with so casually. The expression on that poor bastard's face when he sees this will definitely be interesting. Everyone agrees, right? Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao laughed loudly, and the crowd that heard this also joined in with lewd laughter. Not to mention Dong Hao, they all had feelings for Mu Linshuang. They had long harbored fantasies about this great beauty. Every single one of us here has met Mu Linshuang. Mu Linshuang simply never paid them any attention. And now the group exchanged glances, all understanding each other's thoughts, and smiled smugly. Seeing that everyone else agreed, Zhang Bin hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. Okay, then let's rape Mu Lingchuan, film it, and show it to Chao Yufeng. You poor bastards, you scum, you just wait. A flash of resentment disappeared in Zhang Bin's eyes. In the room, Mu Lingchuan was applying medicine to herself. She had originally planned to call Chao Yufeng over, but she was afraid that if Chao Yufeng saw her injuries, he would get angry and cause trouble, so she did not call him. After applying the medicine, Mu Lingchuan took off her clothes, revealing her fair and graceful body underneath. Looking at her alluring curves in the mirror, Mu Lingchuan smiled, picked up the crystal stockings beside her, unpacked them, and put them on her long legs. Wearing crystal stockings, Mu Lingchuan looked at her long legs in the mirror. Her long legs were perfectly rounded and straight, with fair skin and no blemishes, making them incredibly alluring. After putting on the stockings, the crystal stockings reflected a hazy, shimmering light under the lamp, making them even more sexy and irresistible to touch. She was now really looking forward to seeing how Chao Yufeng would look when she put on those crystal stockings. Will that brat drool with excitement? What a little pervert. Mu Lingchuan chuckled and scolded, a smile playing on her lips, picked up a new set of underwear, and turned to go to the bathroom. Chao Yufeng was unaware of everything that had happened to Mu Lingchuan. At that moment, he did not return to his school dormitory, but went to the rented house he had previously rented off campus. He rented this apartment because he originally planned to live with Chen Xin. They've been renting for almost a month, but the two of them haven't come over even once, and their plans to live together are now completely ruined. However, it doesn't matter, he has a better option now. Compared to Mu Lingchuan, Chen Xin is nothing. Whether its appearance or figure, Mu Lingchuan is far superior to Chen Xin. Chao Yufeng glanced at the time and smiled, knowing that the older sister next door would be bringing him a late-night snack again. Since he helped this older woman fight off some thugs 2 weeks ago, she has been bringing him late-night snacks every night. The older sister's name is Lu Yu, and she is a divorced young woman. Compared to Mu Lingchuan's flamboyant and bright personality, Lu Yu is reserved and gentle. Her personality is also gentle and tender. She speaks softly and sweetly, giving people a very gentle feeling. She has a gentle personality and is also beautiful. An old saying goes, a woman whose head is bowed so low that her feet are not visible is the most beautiful woman in the world. Lu Yu lowered her head, and her feet were not even half a foot in front of her. Unlike Mu Lingchuan's slender and graceful figure, Lu Yu's figure was absolutely stunning. A wasp waist and slender hips perfectly described her. She is the kind of woman who was both curvy and shapely, not skinny but not bloated either. On the contrary, she has a well-proportioned figure and charming demeanor. The combination of her personality and appearance perfectly embodies the saying, women are made of water. Although Lu Yu is beautiful, she is not flamboyant. She usually dresses in plain colors and exudes a gentle and virtuous wife vibe. Sure enough, just as Chao Yufeng finished checking his watch, there was a knock on the door. Yufeng, are you there? It's me, Lu Yu. A soft, sweet voice rang out, and just hearing that voice made one's bones melt. Without hesitation, Chao Yufeng immediately got up and opened the door. Outside the door, Lu Yu was wearing a beige loose long dress and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her pretty face was without makeup, but her skin was as white as snow. Even without touching it, one could feel the smoothness and delicacy of her skin just by looking at it. Sister Yu, you're here? No need for all this trouble. You bring me midnight snacks every day, you've made me so fat. Chao Yufeng said with a smile, stepping aside. Lu Yu held a plate in one hand and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear with the other, revealing her small, white, and slightly translucent ear, before smiling gently. Don't be so polite with me. You college students study too hard. You should eat something at night, otherwise you'll easily get hungry. Perfect timing. I made dumplings today, and I can't finish them all by myself, so I brought you 20. As Lu Yu spoke, she picked up the plate in her hand, a warm smile on her lips revealing 2 shallow dimples, like a wife waiting for her husband to return home, considerate and gentle. Just as Chao Yufeng was about to speak, the system spoke first in his mind. Ding, suitable object found for binding. The care campaign begins. Second bound target, Lu Yu. Age, 27. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance rating, 90. Type, mature woman. Status, divorced. Current favorability rating, 60. Ultimate reward, 25 centimeters. Hiss. The voice in his mind made Chao Yufeng gasp sharply. He didn't have any other thoughts about Lu Yu, but he really liked the system's filthy appearance. As for the 25 centimeters, he really didn't care, not at all. He had only fantasized about it a few thousand times since he was a child. Okay, he admits, he's tempted. 25 centimeters. In this world, besides you dear readers, how many people have that? Moreover, if we let go of Lu Yu, this voluptuous and stunning beauty will be struck by lightning. Chow Yufeng never considered himself a virtuous gentleman or a paragon of virtue. He's just an ordinary person who likes beautiful things. But if you ask me, which one is better, Mu Lingshuang or Lu Yu? Chow Yufeng's answer was that both are wonderful. Children make choices, adults want it all. Yufeng? Yufeng? What are you thinking about? Why are you standing there in a daze? Lu Yu smiled radiantly, held up her slender fingers and waved them in front of Chow Yufeng, asking in a puzzled tone. Chow Yufeng suddenly realized what was happening, awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, and said with a smile, "Sister Yu, come in, please come in." Lu Yu smiled as she walked into the house, skillfully went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, and placed them on the dining table. Chow Yufeng then sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and put a dumpling in his mouth. I had barely chewed it when my tongue went numb from the heat, and I gasped for breath. Look at you, what's the rush? Come on, let your sister see if you're burned. With gentle eyes, Lu Yu reached out and cupped Chow Yufeng's face in her hands, carefully checking whether Chow Yufeng's mouth was burned. Seeing that there was nothing seriously wrong, she parted her rosy lips slightly and gently blew air into Chow Yufeng's mouth. A fragrant breeze immediately entered Chow Yufeng's nostrils, like a faint orchid scent, delicate and elegant, pure and not cloying. Chapter 13. Lu Yu is bullied. Smelling the faint fragrance, Chow Yufeng felt an urge to hug Lu Yu. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Lu Yu asked with concern in her eyes. Chow Yufeng snapped out of her daze, her face contorted with pain, and said, "Sister Yu, I still feel pain." It's nothing, I don't see any blisters in your mouth. Sister Yu, can you blow on me again? It felt so good when you blew on me just now. Alright, then open your mouth. Lu Yu puffed out her snow-white cheeks, took a deep breath, causing her chest to tremble, and gently blew the air from her mouth into Chow Yufeng's mouth to relieve the burn. As Chow Yufeng smelled the faint fragrance of orchids and looked at Lu Yu's face so close to his own, a smug smile of triumph crept onto his lips. Lu Yu showed no impatience, blowing air into Chow Yufeng's mouth again and again, just like a virtuous wife gently serving her husband. Looking at the virtuous and gentle Lu Yu, Chow Yufeng cursed her ex-husband 1,000 times in her heart. Such a good woman was not cherished, instead, she left in the most hurtful way. Chow Yufeng knew why Lu Yu got divorced. Lu Yu had mentioned to him that she and her ex-husband had previously run a beauty salon. But her ex-husband, greedy for money, not only absconded with all the money, but also found a rich second-generation heir, bought millions of dollars worth of beauty ingredients, resold them, and ran away with the money. For this batch of raw materials, my ex-husband only paid a deposit of over 100,000 yuan, and hasn't settled the remaining balance at all. Her ex-husband ran away, so the rich second generation naturally pressured Lu Yu to repay the money. It's millions. How could Lu Yu, whose ex-husband also ran off with all her money, possibly come up with that? Therefore, these thugs frequently harassed Lu Yu. The thugs that Chow Yufeng had chased away for Lu Yu earlier were there to force Lu Yu to pay back the money. These thugs were ruthless and often broke into Lu Yu's home to beat her, and even nearly raped her. After finishing the dumplings, Lu Yu cleaned up the dishes, washed them, and put them in the cupboard before carrying her plate and waving goodbye as she left Chow Yufeng's house to go home and do yoga. Lu Yu has practiced yoga diligently for many years, and her body is as flexible as a snake. Before opening her beauty salon, Lu Yu was a yoga teacher, and she could perform all sorts of difficult poses with ease. Chow Yufeng once witnessed Lu Yu easily perform a difficult move like the splits without any preparation. Chow Yufeng once thought that whoever was with Lu Yu would be incredibly happy, easily unlocking all sorts of positions. After seeing Lu Yu off, Chow Yufeng lay on the bed and tallied up his expenses for the day. He spent 1.1 million yuan on a bag for Mu Lingshuang, 50,000 yuan on 7 pairs of stockings, and the two of them went out for a big meal, which cost 23,000 yuan. The total is 1,173,000. Mu Lingshuang's current favorability rating towards him is 91 points, and the rebate tomorrow morning will be 9%. 1,773,000, with a rebate of 9%, which is 155,070,000. More than 100,000. Chow Yufeng was overjoyed. He had never seen so much money in his life. The most he had ever seen was tuition and accommodation fees at university, which were only a little over 10,000 yuan. Now, I have 100,000? Suddenly I'm well off? Chow Yufeng couldn't help but smile, his face full of smugness. So, does that mean I can splurge tomorrow and order a braised pork knuckle rice dish, with a whole braised pork hock? Thinking of braised pork knuckle, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but swallow hard, his mouth watering. Chow Yufeng chuckled, rubbed his stomach, and activated the system. System. The host is present. System notification, you currently have 500 pleasure points. Would you like to exchange them for a skill? Chow Yufeng wasn't in a hurry about the skills. What he was more anxious about was the 25 centimeters. Ahem. Brother Tone, what I'm more concerned about is that ultimate reward of 25 centimeters. I remember you said before that you can only claim it after your partner's favorability reached 100, right? Yes, host. In fact, the favorability of the bound object at each stage is not simply a matter of increasing or decreasing favorability. For example, if the favorability rating reaches 50, it means the system will notify the host that the bound object has favorable feelings towards the host. A favorability rating of 70 indicates that the bound object has a strong affinity with the host. A favorability rating of 80 indicates that if the host confesses their feelings, they will generally not refuse. Affection level of 90 means the host can try to seduce her. A favorability rating of 100 means the bound object loves the host more than itself. After hearing the system's explanation, Chow Yufeng slapped his thigh in frustration. Smack! Mu Linchuan's favorability rating is already at 90. I should have given it a try. System, what about pleasure points? I remember you said they could also increase physical attributes, right? Yes, host, every 100 points of pleasure will increase physical fitness by 1 point. Physical fitness refers to strength, speed, physique, mental fortitude, etc. Would you like to exchange for a skill? If so, the system highly recommends martial arts mastery, as it offers the best value. Chow Yufeng did not redeem immediately, but instead carefully examined the store. The shop offers a variety of skill proficiency levels, including martial arts, firearms, and dance, and even the ability to manually craft nuclear bombs. This nuclear bomb? Chow Yufeng scratched his head. Use it to bomb cherry blossoms? It seems quite tempting, huh? Just as Chow Yufeng had the thought, a noisy commotion came from outside the door. You bitch, pay me back. I'll fucking make you pay me back, can't you hear me, huh? Fuck. Smack. A sharp sound rang out from outside the door, as if someone had slapped someone's body hard with their hand. Immediately following, a woman's painful groan rang out, followed by the sound of something falling. Chow Yufeng immediately recognized the muffled groan as coming from Lu Yu. Is Sister Yu being bullied? The thought flashed through Chow Yufeng's mind, and he quickly rushed out. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by the sight of Lu Yu's house with the door wide open, and the living room littered with broken pieces of the television and coffee table. Lu Yu slumped on the broken glass, her cheeks swollen and red, her eyes misty and blank as she stared helplessly at the ground, letting these people beat her. In front of Lu Yu stood 3 burly men, the leader of whom had a shaved head, bare chest, and was covered in tattoos. At this moment, the bald man pointed at Lu Yu and subjected her to unrestrained humiliation and insults. You bitch, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Give me my money back, can't you understand me? The bald man slapped Lu Yu while shouting insults. Lu Yu slumped to the ground, her once gentle face now filled with helplessness and grievance, her bright eyes brimming with tears that silently streamed down her snow-white cheeks. Damn it, you're pretending to be deaf to me, huh? Fine, you bitch, I'll teach you to shut up. The bald man sneered and cursed, then reached out and grabbed Lu Yu's hair, about to lift her up. Lu Yu's face contorted in pain, and tears streamed down her face like broken beads, making her look exceptionally pitiful. But the bald man felt no pity whatsoever. His fierce face was full of violence as he raised his hand to slap Lu Yu across the face. But just as his hand was about to strike, Chow Yufeng grabbed his wrist. When the bald man saw someone blocking his way, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Who dares to obstruct him from doing his work? Who the hell is this guy who doesn't know his own limitations? When he saw that the man was just a young college student, the bald man scoffed disdainfully. Ha, damn it, college student. Before the bald man could finish speaking, Chow Yufeng kicked him away. The bald man stared in disbelief as Chow Yufeng kicked out, striking him hard in the chest. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could a college student be so fierce, kicking him without saying a word? Is this level of decisiveness typical of a college student? Little did the bald man know that Xiao Yufeng grew up in the countryside. In the countryside, fights were common between villages. Sometimes, a single arrogant glance could start a brawl. Therefore, Xiao Yufeng understood the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. There's no way around it, I've been in too many fights. Chapter 14 slapped the rich kid across the face. A kick landed in his chest, and the bald man's eyes widened in even greater horror. That power is just too damn strong. With a muffled groan, the bald man couldn't help but take a few steps back, slamming hard against the wall behind him. Xiao Yufeng didn't even glance at the bald man, but put his arm around Lu Yu's waist and asked with concern, "Sister Yu, how are you? Are you all right?" With tears streaming down her face, Lu Yu stubbornly bit her lip, shook her head, and said apologetically, "You Feng, I'm sorry, I've made you laugh at me again." As she spoke, Lu Yu shed 2 lines of tears, biting her lip tightly, stubbornly refusing to let out a sound. She was a strong-willed woman, but she met the wrong person and was betrayed by her ex-husband, leaving such a huge hole that she, as a woman, could never fill it. Baldy stood up, wincing in pain, and glared at Xiao Yufeng with venomous eyes. "Damn it, kid, you're pretty ruthless." The bald man rubbed his stomach with one hand and pointed at Xiao Yufeng with the other, his eyes filled with resentment. "Kid, if I make you walk out of here standing up today, I'll change my surname to yours. Go! Cripple him!" The bald man cursed arrogantly and charged forward first. Seeing this, his 2 henchmen grinned maliciously and charged towards Xiao Yufeng. Xiao Yufeng remained calm and communicated with the system in his mind. "System, I'll do as you say. 500 pleasure points, exchange for martial arts mastery." Good host. The moment the words were spoken, Xiao Yufeng's body trembled, and a large number of fighting techniques and moves quickly flooded into Xiao Yufeng's mind, which he absorbed in a short moment. At this moment, Xiao Yufeng didn't need to think too much. Just by looking at the way the 3 bald men threw punches as they rushed over, he automatically figured out what moves he should use to deal with them. He stepped forward, and various moves came naturally from his mind, his body executing them with practiced ease, as if they had been honed over many years. Xiao Yufeng dodged the bald man's punch by tilting his head, and in the bald man's terrified gaze, he threw an uppercut, which landed hard on the bald man's chin. Thump! With a muffled thud, 2 teeth flew out of the bald man's mouth. The bald man covered his mouth and howled as he backed away, his mouth full of blood. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the bald man's 2 henchmen, their eyes filled with fear, and their fists unconsciously slowed down a fraction of an inch. They were slow, but Xiao Yufeng was not. He clenched his right fist, gathered his strength, and punched one of them in the throat. The man's body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes widened involuntarily. The next second, his body trembled and he fell straight down. The last remaining person, seeing the miserable state of the 2, turned pale with fright and looked at Xiao Yufeng with fear in his eyes, no longer daring to step forward. Xiao Yufeng ignored the last person and walked towards the bald man with an icy expression. The bald man covered his mouth and, seeing Xiao Yufeng approaching, couldn't help but take a step back, bumping into the wall again. What are you going to do?" I'm Tiger's man." The bald man spoke incoherently, his mouth dripping with blood. His voice trembled, tinged with obvious fear. The bald man was truly terrified. He couldn't believe how ruthless this college student was. 1 punch, and 2 of his teeth were knocked out? That strength is unlike that of a student, it's more like that of a burly man. Xiao Yufeng didn't take the bald man's threats seriously at all. What tiger or cat? He had a cheat code. Why keep a low profile when you have cheat codes? Forget about Tiger Lord, even if the heavenly king himself came, he'd dare to give him a good thud. Xiao Yufeng tossed the phone to the bald man and said in an icy tone, "Call him and bring that rich kid who's asking for money here. He wants money, right? I'll give it to him." The bald man didn't dare refuse at all, and shakily entered the number and dialed it. Upon hearing that the money was due, the rich second-generation heir didn't hesitate and rushed over immediately. Before long, the rich second generation appeared in front of Lu Yu's house. Looking at the mess in the room and the bald man with blood all over his mouth, he frowned suddenly, hesitated for 2 seconds, stepped into the room, and looked Xiao Yufeng up and down with his eyes. His intuition told him that the one who wanted to repay the money was this boy. Despite his young age, Wei Sheng still harbored some doubts. As Wei Sheng sized up Xiao Yufeng was also sizing up Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng has a long face, wears a white casual outfit, and has short, choppy hair, giving a good first impression. However, Chow Yufeng felt somewhat uncomfortable with the suspicious look in Wei Shang's eyes. "Tell me, how much money does sister you owe you?" Chow Yufeng asked, turning his gaze away. He. "Brother, you sound pretty generous." Wei Shang chuckled and held up 3 fingers. "Not much, 3,770,000. I won't haggle. Considering she's a woman and it was her ex-husband who caused the trouble, I don't want the 1,700,000. I only want 3 million. Chow Yufeng smiled, shook his head, and said directly, "Don't rush to call me brother. Let's settle everything first. It's not too late to call me brother then. I don't need you to erase that 170,000. It's 3,170,000, right? I'll give you 4,170,000. The extra 1 million will be interest. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you." Wei Shang was shocked. He really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Not only that, but he could also get an extra million in interest, which really surprised him. He had just been doubting whether this young college student could really come up with several million. But now it seems he underestimated them. The bald man was also surprised. More than 3 million? This kid just took it out like that? This guy is obviously a rich and powerful second-generation rich kid. Thinking of this, the bald man was instantly filled with regret. If he had known earlier that Chow Yufeng was a rich second generation, he would never have dared to offend him. He was one of Tiger's men, but he was just a small-time leader who didn't even deserve a name. Tiger didn't even know he existed. If this kid wants revenge. Just thinking about it made the bald man tremble with fear, and his gaze toward Chow Yufeng was filled with obvious dread. Lu Yu, standing to the side, also looked incredulous. Having been Chow Yufeng's neighbor for half a month, she knew very well what kind of family Chow Yufeng came from. Even this rented house was paid for with money earned from working. But now, how come they can suddenly come up with millions? Lu Yu looked at Chow Yufeng with shock and confusion. After the transfer of 4.17 million was completed, Wei Shang's face lit up with joy. He was now considering befriending Chow Yufeng and smiled, saying, "Brother, the score's settled. Can I call you brother now?" Chow Yufeng shook his head again, his face cold. He reached out and pulled Lu Yu to his side, saying in an icy tone, "I gave her the money, but what about the slap on her face?" Wei Shang's face stiffened, and just as he was about to speak, Chow Yufeng raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the room for a long time, leaving everyone present stunned and staring at Chow Yufeng in shock. The bald man covered his mouth in shock, blood dripping from between his fingers. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. The rich second-generation Wei Shang had actually been beaten up? Or did I get slapped in the face? Wei Shang was the most impressive rich second-generation heir he knew, with family assets worth hundreds of millions. In his memory, it was always Wei Shang who slapped others when had anyone ever dared to slap him. But now, without hesitation, the college student slapped him across the face. The bald man was filled with disbelief. Lu Yu also opened her mouth wide in surprise, her eyes wide with shock as she stared blankly at Chow Yufeng. She knew exactly how wealthy Wei Shang's family was. They had connections with many important figures in Dalan City and enjoyed immense prestige. But now, Chow Yufeng actually slapped Wei Shang hard across the face for her sake. This was so unbelievable to her. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of security welled up from the bottom of her heart, like a warm current instantly spreading to her limbs and bones. During this period of time, she was harassed by these thugs for debt and suffered too many grievances. Her life was completely hopeless, and the millions of debts were suffocating her. Many times she had suicidal thoughts. But Chow Yufeng's appearance was like a ray of light, shining into her dark and desperate life and instantly illuminating her world. This boy not only protected her when she was confronted by thugs, but also took out millions to pay off her debts that would have crushed her. Furthermore, to help her get justice, he didn't hesitate to slap the rich second-generation heir across the face. This protection gave her an unprecedented sense of security, which moved her to tears. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability plus 20, current favorability points, 80. Ding! The host's protection makes Lu Yu feel exceptionally safe. Pleasure value plus 100. Current pleasure value, 100. Chapter 15. Lu Yu's favorability reaches 85. Wei Shang's smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he touched his right cheek. The burning pain still lingered on his face, a reminder that he had just been slapped across the face by a college student. Looking at Chow Yufeng in front of him, Wei Shang's face instantly darkened. Chow Yufeng met Wei Shang's gaze without fear. He understood that Wei Shang was demanding repayment, so he gave him the money, and not only that, he also gave him an extra million as interest, showing him plenty of face. You wanted money, so I gave it to you, you kept it. Is everything settled financially? But what if you hit someone? How does that apply? You can demand money and bully a woman without restraint. Can I get my revenge for that slap? Whether it's justified or unreasonable, I'm rich, so what if I bully you? Wei Shang's face was gloomy. He stared at Chow Yufeng, who was meeting his gaze without any fear, and remained stunned for a full 3 seconds before the gloom on his face quickly dissipated. Wei Shang wasn't without temper, he just wasn't quite sure how to handle Chow Yufeng. Even though their family has assets worth hundreds of millions, they can't just casually take out a few million, or even treat a million as interest and pay it to the other party at will. When Chow Yufeng paid, he saw with his own eyes that Chow Yufeng's face not only showed no reluctance, but even a little happy? He couldn't quite place that expression, but he guessed that a rich second generation who could casually take out millions must have a family background that was far more terrifying than his own. Wei Shang rubbed his face, paused for 2 seconds, and then chuckled. I'll take this slap. It was my fault, Wei Shang. I shouldn't have made things difficult for a woman. So now, shouldn't I call you brother? Wei Shang didn't get angry? The bald man was filled with shock. He couldn't understand when this rich kid had become so good-natured. Lu Yu was also shocked. She knew all too well what ruthless methods Wei Shang had used to collect debts. But now, facing Chow Yufeng, after being slapped in the face, he actually smiled and called him brother. This was absolutely incredible to her. Chow Yufeng understood that it was all because of strength. He can casually pull out millions, that's real power. Based on this strength, Wei Shang was willing to swallow his anger. Otherwise, the other party would have turned hostile long ago. Strength determines everything. However, the rich kid's forbearance made him look at him with new respect. Since the other party is willing to make friends, he will no longer put on airs. Having made up his mind, Chow Yufeng took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, Chow Yufeng. Wei Shang smiled and extended his hand as well. Hello, Wei Shang. The two shook hands briefly before parting. Wei Shang turned to the bald man and ordered, "Get up and apologize to Miss Lu." Without hesitation, the bald man quickly kicked his unconscious underling awake, and the three of them came to Lu Yu and bowed respectfully. I'm sorry, Miss Lu, I'll pay for the broken things. Please forgive us this time. Lu Yu was filled with disbelief. The bald man who had been pressing her for debt was actually apologizing to her respectfully? This instantly filled her with mixed feelings. She knew very well that it was all because of Chow Yufeng. It was because of Chow Yufeng that the bald man who had been bullying her respectfully apologized to her. Thinking of this, Li Yu looked at Chow Yufeng with tender eyes, her heart filled with gratitude and her goodwill towards him greatly increased. At that moment, she realized that Chow Yufeng's image in her heart had suddenly become much taller. Although this person was younger than her, a little brother, she felt that Chow Yufeng was more like an elder to her. To be able to stand in front of her and shield her from the wind and rain. This feeling of being protected made her feel very safe and secure. Even the way they looked at Chow Yufeng had a strange glint in their eyes. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability +5, current favorability points, 85. Ding! The feeling of being protected touched Lu Yu's heart. Pleasure value +50, current total pleasure value 150 points. The favorability rating has actually increased again. Lu Yu's favorability rating has reached 85 points. Chow Yufeng was genuinely somewhat surprised. But he also understood that the main reason was that Lu Yu had a high base number of followers. As soon as they were bound together, her favorability rating was already 60. With everything resolved, Wei Shang prepared to leave. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Chow Yufeng escorted Wei Shang downstairs. Wei Shang opened the door of the Bentley and was about to get in. Chow Yufeng hesitated for a moment before asking, Wei Shang, your family makes cosmetic ingredients, right? Wei Shang paused as he opened the car door, then nodded, yes, there's a factory there that processes raw materials. Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng nodded and said, okay, I'll take a look. I'm planning to do some business with you in the next couple of days. Chow Yufeng knew the principle of giving a slap followed by a sweet treat. He has money but no power now, so he can't do without these rich kids if he wants to create momentum. And he happens to need to consume data for the bound object. Since Lu Yu used to own a beauty salon, Chow Yufeng decided to open one as well. Not only should it be held, but it should be done on a grand scale so that he can spend money and get rebates. Kill two birds with one stone. Wei Sheng's face lit up with joy. A rich second generation who could casually take out millions to do business with him must have a substantial amount to spare. It seems that befriending Chao Yufeng was definitely the right choice. Thinking of this, Wei Sheng smiled and said, "Okay, brother, I'll wait for your call." After watching Wei Sheng leave, Chao Yufeng and Lu Yu returned home. "Yufeng, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back," Lu Yu said with her head down. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu blushed deeply. She knew very well that at her current earning speed, it would be an eternity before she could repay this huge sum of money. Therefore, she also understood that her previous words were just empty talk. This empty statement also made her feel very embarrassed. Chao Yufeng smiled and nodded. Lu Yu was strong-willed, and he knew very well that if he said he didn't need to repay these things, it would only make Lu Yu feel more ashamed. Instead of following Lu Yu's line of thinking, he could take the opportunity to bring up the idea of opening a beauty salon and have Lu Yu help him make money to pay off his debts. Thinking of this, Chao Yufeng smiled and said, "Sister Yu, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry. How about this? I'm planning to invest in some projects, and I think beauty is a good option. Plus, you have experience running a beauty salon. How about we open a beauty salon, you manage it, and help me make money? What do you think?" Lu Yu's expression froze for a moment. She had opened the beauty salon because she wanted to make a name for herself. She was a strong-willed person and didn't want to work for someone else her whole life. But after taking on debt, she thought she was destined to never be an entrepreneur again. Now, Chao Yufeng is saying she wants to open a beauty salon and wants Chao Yufeng to manage it. This instantly filled Lu Yu's heart with excitement. But she didn't agree immediately, saying she needed to think about it. Chao Yufeng wasn't in a hurry and nodded in agreement. Back at her home, Lu Yu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Chao Yufeng's image kept flashing through her mind. When she thought of Chao Yufeng standing in front of her, protecting her, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. It was unclear how much time had passed before Lu Yu finally drifted off to sleep. But in her dreams, Chao Yufeng's figure kept appearing. She dreamt that she was hiding behind Chao Yufeng, feeling the sense of security that Chao Yufeng's broad shoulders gave her. She also dreamt that she shamelessly hugged Chao Yufeng and kissed him. She even dreamt that she was wearing a wedding dress and doing those embarrassing things with Chao Yufeng. He even boldly incorporated yoga into it, making her blush whenever she thought about it. Finally, she even dreamed that she was pregnant and gave birth to a lovely little girl. Next door, Lu Yu left, and Chao Yufeng quickly washed up, lay down on the bed, and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Chao Yufeng opened his eyes and stretched, the words echoed in his mind. Ding! Cashback successful. The cashback amount has been deposited into the host's bank account. Chapter 16: An Unexpected Encounter with Chen Xin. Ding! Cashback successful. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank account. Among them, Mu Linchuan's favorability rating reached over 90, and she spent 1,173,000, receiving a 9% cashback, for a total cashback of 105,570. Lu Yu, with a favorability rating of 80 or above, has spent 4.17 million, receiving an 8% cashback, for a total cashback of 333,600 yuan. Total, 435,170. The voice in his mind instantly filled Chao Yufeng with ecstasy. He couldn't wait to sit up and check his phone. Sure enough, he received a message on his phone informing him that over 400,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Upon seeing this number, Chao Yufeng's mouth instantly stretched to the roots of his ears in a wide grin. More than 400,000. More than 400,000. This number made Chao Yufeng's heart pound, and he couldn't help but want to cheer. He had never held so much money in his life. This made him so excited that he could hardly control his emotions. At the same time, it also made him firmly believe that as long as he kept spending, one day he would become a billionaire, driving luxury cars and living in a mansion. Then, we can bring our parents over and take good care of them. Thinking of this, Chao Yufeng did not hesitate, found his mother's bank account number, and transferred 200,000 yuan to her. Qin Shufen's heart skipped a beat when she suddenly saw the message on her phone. He didn't know who had transferred so much money to her and was worried that it might have been transferred to the wrong person. When Chao Yufeng called, Qin Shufen recounted the incident in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Chao Yufeng smiled and said, "Mom, it's not someone else, it's me. I started a business with my classmates in college and made some money. I'll transfer 200,000 yuan to you and my dad. You two can see what you want to eat and buy it for yourselves. Don't be stingy with the money. Upon hearing this, Qin Shufan immediately complained, "Look at you, spending money so recklessly again. This is 200,000 yuan, how can you just spend it like that? Your father and I don't lack anything. Save this money, and I'll use it when you get married." Qin Shufan was scolding him, but her face was beaming with joy. My son is successful. He started earning money before he even graduated, and he's already made over 200,000 yuan. Unlike his old man, who works himself to the bone all year and only earns a few tens of thousands of yuan. My son is truly successful. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Shufan felt as if all the hardships she had endured over the years had lessened, and she felt incredibly relaxed, her face glowing with health. After chatting with his mother for a while, Chow Yufeng hung up the phone. Now that he had money, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but grin foolishly as he looked at the information displayed on his phone. After reading the message for a full minute, Chow Yufeng got up, dressed, and headed straight for Yida Mall. I didn't have money before, so I didn't dare to change my phone. Now that I have money, I can at least afford a folding phone. Chow Yufeng smiled smugly, revealing his nouveau riche temperament. But as soon as the door opened, Mu Linchuang sent a message. What are you busy with? I miss you. Seeing these straightforward words, Chow Yufeng smiled. He knew he was getting closer and closer to winning over Mu Linchuang. After taking a taxi, Chow Yufeng and Mu Linchuang had a long phone conversation. They talked for half an hour before hanging up. Before hanging up, Mu Linchuang was still a little reluctant to part and asked Chow Yufeng to call her again that night. Upon arriving at the mall, Chow Yufeng headed straight for the mobile phone store. Coincidentally, I ran into Chen Xian as soon as I arrived in front of the Yao Yao Lingxian specialty store. Chen Xian also came here to buy a mobile phone. Because of the forum, she was ridiculed by everyone for her last mobile phone, which made her so angry that she smashed the phone. Unexpectedly, I ran into Chow Yufeng as soon as I arrived at the store. Chow Yufeng was also taken aback when he saw Chen Xian, and thought to himself, what bad luck. He had originally planned to explore the area further, but now he had completely lost interest. Immediately, Chow Yufeng called to the shop assistant and said, "Miss, give me a trifold one, color doesn't matter, but I need 1 terabyte of memory." Upon hearing this, everyone in the shop looked at Chow Yufeng with envy in their eyes. Those who come to Yao Yao Lingxian store are basically fans of Yao Yao Lingxian, and the trifold fold-off item naturally becomes their dream item. However, a high price makes it inaccessible to the vast majority of people. A 1 terabyte memory module costs over 20,000 yuan. More than 20,000. Only the wealthy second-generation heirs and big bosses who are not short of money can afford to use it. Each of them was thinking to themselves, and their gazes toward Chow Yufeng were filled with obvious envy. Chen Xian, standing to the side, was also surprised and couldn't believe that the poor Chow Yufeng had actually spent more than 20,000 yuan to buy a 3-fold folding bag. This completely overturned her previous understanding of Chow Yufeng. Chen Xian was shocked. Suddenly, she remembered that Huang Wan had told her yesterday that Chow Yufeng had bought Mu Linchuang an LV bag worth 100,000 yuan. At the time, she scoffed, thinking that Chow Yufeng had taken out online loans. But now, Chow Yufeng spent 20,000 yuan with a calm expression, as if he had spent 2 yuan. This composure is something a poor guy could never achieve without substantial financial backing. Could Chow Yufeng be a rich second generation? The thought involuntarily surfaced in Chen Xian's mind, causing her body to tremble violently, her eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. As luck would have it, Wei Shang also happened to arrive at Yao Yao Lingxian's store. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, he greeted him with a smile. Hey bro, what a coincidence, you're here to buy a phone too. Chow Yufeng nodded and casually started chatting with Wei Shang. Hiss. Chen Xian was shocked and gasped. Chow Yufeng actually knows Wei Shang? Wei Shang was a well-known rich second generation in Dalian City. Right now, this rich second generation is casually chatting with Chow Yufeng, and he even took the initiative to come over and start a conversation. What does this mean? It means that Wei Shang took the initiative to befriend Chow Yufeng. This made Chen Xian even more certain that Chow Yufeng was a rich second generation. The reason he pretended to be poor before was probably to test her. After all, wealthy people all have their little quirks. Thinking about this, Chen Xian was filled with regret. She dreamed of finding a rich second-generation heir, but no matter how hard she tried, the rich second-generation heir was right beside her, but she was blind to it. Instead, she went to see the scumbag Zhang Bin, and even mocked him in front of Chow Yufeng in order to protect him. However, Zhang Bin couldn't stand it even over the smallest thing and started yelling at her. Compared to Chow Yufeng, Zhang Bin is nothing. Chow Yufeng's gentleness is something Zhang Bin could never achieve in his entire life. But she gave up the gentle and wealthy Chow Yufeng for a scumbag. Chen Xian's heart was filled with regret. She remembered all the good things Chow Yufeng had done for her, and tears welled up in her eyes. She really hoped that Chow Yufeng would love her again, pamper her, continue to treat her like a princess, and buy her bags worth tens of thousands of yuan. Watching Chow Yufeng calmly conversing with Wei Shang, a determined look flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. She was determined to win Chow Yufeng back. Thinking to herself, Chen Xian deliberately coughed lightly, trying to get Chow Yufeng's attention, and then greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Yufeng, what a coincidence." To her disappointment, Chow Yufeng didn't even glance at her. The shop assistant handed him the phone. Chow Yufeng paid, said goodbye to Wei Shang, and quickly left the phone store. He didn't want to have any more contact with Chen Xian. "Hey, Yufeng, wait for me." Chen Xian called out affectionately, but Chow Yufeng didn't turn around and quickly left. Watching Chow Yufeng's retreating figure, Chen Xian stomped her foot angrily. "What's wrong with you? You're so petty. They've already taken the initiative to talk to you, what more do you want? They know they were wrong." Chen Xian watched Chow Yufeng's retreating figure, muttering indignantly to herself. But considering Chow Yufeng's status as a rich second generation, his body betrayed him and he chased after her. But Chow Yufeng was nowhere to be seen. Chow Yufeng left the mobile phone store, opened the packaging, changed the SIM card, turned on the phone, and looked at the trifold phone in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. He never imagined that one day he would be able to use a trifold folding device. This phone is a must-have for successful people. So is he a successful person now? Chow Yufeng's smile instantly stretched to his ears. But seeing that more than 20,000 yuan had suddenly disappeared from his card, he felt a little distressed. Although he spent millions before, those were all donations for helping others. Now, he's spending his own small amount of money. They are not the same. Holding the trifold folded bag, Chow Yufeng did not leave immediately, but went to the supermarket on the basement floor. He bought a lot of seafood, which he planned to have Lu Yu cook for them to eat that evening. If Lu Yu is included, Chow Yufeng won't need to spend his own money anymore. He can use the care fund instead. With tens of trillions at his disposal, Chow Yufeng was naturally not stingy. When buying things, he only bought the expensive ones, not necessarily the right ones. After spending 10,000 yuan in a shopping spree, Chow Yufeng left the mall, took a taxi, and returned to his rented apartment. Chapter 17. Lu Yu blushed with embarrassment. After knocking on Lu Yu's door, Lu Yu opened it and looked at Chow Yufeng with a noticeable blush on her face. Thinking about the dream she had last night, Lu Yu's face turned even redder. She slept intermittently last night, but she had quite a few dreams. Many of her dreams made her blush with embarrassment when she thought about them. She was the kind of gentle and virtuous woman who had always been hesitant and reserved about such matters. But those dreams last night were so audacious that just thinking about them aroused her. She really couldn't understand it and wondered if her thoughts had become filthy. Now, seeing Chow Yufeng again, she couldn't help but recall those dreams, her face instantly turning red with embarrassment. She lowered her head, not daring to look Chow Yufeng in the eye. But deep down, she also had some expectations. She hoped to see Chow Yufeng more often, and even more so, she hoped to get Chow Yufeng's attention. So, she got up early this morning to put on makeup, including lipstick, which made her already exquisite face even more beautiful. She also changed her usual plain clothes and chose a deep purple V-neck fitted halter dress. The dress was soft and clung to her body, outlining an alluring figure. She even found a pair of black stockings and put them on her long legs. Looking in the mirror, I saw my snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbones. Lu Yu blushed slightly, inwardly cursing herself for being shameless. When Lu Yu saw the view through the deep V-neck, she blushed so much she almost blushed to the point of bursting. But deep down, she was also hoping that Chow Yufeng would discover the extent of her success and that she would become completely absorbed in it. The thought had barely formed in her mind when Lu Yu was too ashamed to look at herself, and cursed inwardly. Lu Yu, what are you thinking? Chow Yufeng is a rich second generation, how could he possibly be interested in you? Just as she murmured to herself, the doorbell rang, and Lu Yu eagerly went to open the door. Although she felt deep down that Chow Yufeng would never be interested in her, she couldn't help but want to show off her beauty in front of him. Looking at the stunning Lu Yu in front of him, Chow Yufeng's expression clearly froze for a moment. Lu Yu had always dressed very conservatively. This was the first time he had seen her dressed so glamorously. This outfit caught his eye and he felt an irresistible urge to pull Lu Yu into his arms. Taking a deep breath and composing himself, Xiao Yufeng swallowed hard and said sincerely, "Sister Yu, you look so beautiful today." Lu Yu's face flushed red instantly, reaching her ears, but she was incredibly happy inside. Xiao Yufeng really noticed and even complimented me on my looks. Lu Yu was secretly delighted. Although she was filled with shyness, she couldn't help but pout her rosy cherry lips. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability +1, current favorability points, 81. Ding! The host's praise has thrilled Lu Yu. Pleasure value +100, current pleasure value 250. 250? Xiao Yufeng's face darkened. Why did this sound like an insult? Sister Yu, I went to the supermarket this morning and bought some seafood. You can cook it tonight, and we can have a seafood feast together. As Xiao Yufeng spoke, he opened the shopping bag and took out various seafood ingredients, including lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, and grouper. Wow! This lobster is huge. It's longer than my arm. Lu Yu stared in shock at the large lobster placed on the table. Before she was in debt, Lu Yu had a good income and had eaten seafood such as lobster and abalone. I've never seen a lobster this big before, let alone eaten one. Yufeng, this must cost a lot of money, right? Lu Yu asked. This must be ridiculously expensive, so I won't eat it. I'll make it for you and put it in your room. Lu Yu felt that Xiao Yufeng had already helped her so much, and it would be too greedy of her to eat such expensive ingredients from Xiao Yufeng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yufeng laughed and said, "Sister Yu, this won't do. This is for you. Haven't you noticed that you've lost weight lately? This is to help you regain your strength." These words made Lu Yu tremble, her eyes filled with emotion. During this time, the burden of debt weighed heavily on her mind, making it impossible for her to eat properly. She did lose a lot of weight and felt much less cumbersome. She really didn't expect that Xiao Yufeng had seen all of this and even bought such expensive ingredients to nourish her body. Looking at Xiao Yufeng, who was a few years younger than her but incredibly considerate, Lu Yu was instantly filled with emotion and hugged him tightly, pressing their bodies together. "Yufeng, thank you for always thinking of me." Tears welled up in Lu Yu's eyes as she was moved, and she hugged Xiao Yufeng tightly around the waist. When their skin touched, they could clearly feel each other's body temperature. This subtle, almost imperceptible touch was the most captivating and alluring. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability +3, current favorability points, 84. Xiao Yufeng was quite surprised that buying just seafood added 3 points to his account. Lu Yu reluctantly let go of Xiao Yufeng, her face flushed with embarrassment, and quickly entered the kitchen with the seafood in her hands. The moment Lu Yu entered the kitchen, her face turned as red as an apple hanging on a branch in late autumn. She found it unbelievable that she had actually taken the initiative to hug Xiao Yufeng, and, moreover, she couldn't even be sure why she had hugged him so tightly, as if she was deliberately squeezing Xiao Yufeng's chest to seduce him. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's face turned even redder, as if it were on fire. She herself couldn't understand how she had become like this. She didn't understand where her usual reserve had gone. Why was she so proactive when she met Xiao Yufeng, like a harlot? No. I was just touched, yes, I was just touched, that's why I hugged him. Lu Yu patted her cheeks, trying to comfort herself. But when she thought of Xiao Yufeng, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. This man was like a ray of light illuminating her world when she was at her most desperate and helpless. The emotion, the feeling, and the peace of mind she experienced at that moment were things she had never felt in the more than 20 years of her life. At that moment, Xiao Yufeng shielded her from all the wind and rain, making her feel as if she were being tightly enveloped by a warm current. Just thinking about that moment that touched her heart makes her heart pound, and she can't help but want to get closer to Xiao Yufeng and hug him tightly. But the thought that she had been divorced made her feel inferior. "Sister Yu, are you all right?" After seeing Lu Yu enter the kitchen, Xiao Yufeng closed the kitchen door and asked her with feigned concern. Even if Xiao Yufeng was stupid, he would understand from the scene just now that Lu Yu had fallen in love, which made him feel excited. He never denied that he was attracted to Lu Yu, and that he couldn't help feeling excited when he was with her. But despite his excitement, he wouldn't confess his feelings. He wanted to experience what it was like to be pursued by a woman. Those who are favored are fearless. In the kitchen, Lu Yu gently patted her cheeks twice to relax before opening the door and coming out. But seeing Chow Yufeng smiling at her, she couldn't help but feel infatuated. Chow Yufeng could sense an unusual tenderness in Lu Yu's eyes as she looked at him. He knew it, but he didn't say it out loud. He just wanted to see how bold Lu Yu, a virtuous and reserved divorced woman, would be when she fell in love with someone, and how she would try every means to confess her feelings to him and attract his attention. With a mischievous smile playing on his lips, Chow Yufeng said, "Sister Yu, are you alright? What about the shop I told you about yesterday? What have you thought about it?" Chapter 18, Principal Yun Wanrong. Opening a shop? Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. She had long forgotten about this matter. Last night, she spent all her time thinking about Chow Yufeng and having erotic dreams. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's face flushed again. She even wondered if she was possessed. When Chow Yufeng asked, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Yufeng, I've thought about it and I think I can give it a try." "Don't worry, Yufeng, I will definitely work harder and live up to your trust." Now that Lu Yu has agreed, Chow Yufeng can proceed with his plans without worry. After chatting with Lu Yu for a while, Chow Yufeng left the rented room and took a taxi back to school. On the way, Chow Yufeng contacted Wei Sheng, saying that he wanted to buy the beauty salon that Lu Yu used to run and asked him to make the contact on his behalf. Wei Sheng didn't say much, but said he would let him know later. The taxi arrived at the gate of Donglin University, and Chow Yufeng got out of the car. As soon as he got off the bus, students in front of the school gate smiled and gestured to Chow Yufeng, discussing among themselves. "Look, that's Chow Yufeng, one of the male protagonists on the forum yesterday. Holy crap, this guy is Chow Yufeng. This guy is awesome. He got wronged and immediately took revenge. I heard he made that bastard Zhang Bin so angry that he vomited blood." "Zhang Bin is so angry he'll vomit blood? I'd rather he die of anger. This time I'm on Chow Yufeng's side. Zhang Bin poached his junior student, he's a real bastard, he deserves to be punished like this. And Chen Xian isn't a good person either. I just saw her sneaking into the school like a rat crossing the street." The crowd discussed among themselves, their gazes towards Chow Yufeng filled with goodwill and admiration. Chow Yufeng's immediate retaliatory methods opened their eyes. It's now widely acknowledged at school that you absolutely shouldn't mess with Chow Yufeng, because you never know what methods he might use to retaliate against you. Isn't Zhang Bin the one? His smugness lasted less than 3 seconds before he was stunned to find that Mu Ling Shuang had also arrived. The dramatic reversal within 3 seconds led the students to give Chow Yufeng a nickname. 3-Second God. Along the way, wherever Chow Yufeng went, people looked at him with admiration and smiled. Some of the more enthusiastic fans even greeted Chow Yufeng with smiles, calling him by his nickname 3-Second God. Chow Yufeng has become a celebrity at Donglin University. From senior students to freshmen, everyone knows this guy, the 3-Second God. After quickly tidying up at school, Chow Yufeng got up and went to class when it was almost time. Chow Yufeng had excellent grades, and he knew very well that for a child like him with no money or connections, going out to study was the only way out. Therefore, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, also liked Chow Yufeng very much and took good care of him both in and out of class. The first class today happened to be Mr. Zhang's class. Seeing Chow Yufeng sitting in the first row as always, Mr. Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Yesterday, the matter caused quite a stir on the forum, and Lao Zhang naturally knew about it as well. Although Chow Yufeng immediately retaliated, old Zhang understood that the boy must have been deeply affected. He thought he wouldn't see Chow Yufeng in class today, but Chow Yufeng persevered and came to class. Old Zhang gave Chow Yufeng a subtle nod and smile, and then began his lecture. After class ended, Lao Zhang packed up his textbooks and said to Chow Yufeng, "Yufeng, come to my office later." Chow Yufeng nodded and helped Lao Zhang pack his things. The two went to the office together. Old Zhang sat at his desk, took a sip of tea, took out a cigarette and handed one to Chow Yufeng, then lit one for himself. After taking a puff, old Zhang slowly said, "Yufeng, I know about what happened yesterday. Don't take it too hard. Try to think more positively about everything." Chow Yufeng took the cigarette, lit it, and nodded. In fact, he didn't take it to heart at all. Chen Xian's betrayal certainly hurt him, but he also knew that since there was no longer any possibility between them, he had to move on as soon as possible. Dwelling on past relationships will only erode your willpower and make you feel increasingly miserable. Besides, without Chen Xian, he might not have even gotten the system. In fact, he should probably thank Chen Xian. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lao Zhang, it's all in the past now." "Well, it's good that you're okay with it. I'm fine too, I just wanted to comfort you. Also, could you take these documents to the principal? As he spoke, old Zhang picked up the documents from his desk and handed them to Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng stubbed out his cigarette, picked up the documents, said goodbye to Lao Zhang, and headed towards the principal's office. He had previously delivered documents to the principal frequently, so he was quite familiar with the process. Their president, Donglin University, is a woman named Yun Wanrong. It is said that she recently got divorced and apparently had some kind of grudge with her ex-husband. In Chow Yufeng's memory, this female principal was an absolute beauty. To say she is as beautiful as a fairy would not be an exaggeration at all. It's widely acknowledged at school that even if all the current school beauties were combined, they wouldn't be as pretty as Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong is only 35 years old, just the prime of her life. This flower, however, is not only in full bloom but also incredibly charming, making it irresistible. Moreover, Yun Wanrong loves wearing office lady attire. Her stunning beauty, paired with a sharp blazer, makes her a beautiful and sassy career woman with a powerful aura. Such a beautiful woman naturally attracts many people. It is said that every time Yun Wanrong comes to the school, no fewer than 10 people ask for her WeChat on the way. As Chow Yufeng approached the principal's office, he was about to knock when a commotion erupted inside. Yun Wanrong seemed to be on the phone, arguing with someone or something. Standing outside the door, Chow Yufeng waited until the arguing inside subsided before gently knocking. "Please come in." A clear female voice rang out in the office. Chow Yufeng opened the door and walked in, looking at Yun Wanrong sitting in the office chair. As always, Yun Wanrong was wearing an office lady uniform today. She wore a white belted shirt that showed off her perfect figure, especially the tight buttons, which fully demonstrated her strong figure. For her lower body, Yun Wanrong wore a pair of black, slim-fitting, and tailored trousers. The trousers were slightly loose, which made her long legs appear even longer and straighter. She wore black stockings that covered her slender feet, which were partially hidden under her trousers, making them appear alluring. Beneath the stockings, she wore a pair of red-soled, black leather stiletto heels. Yun Wanrong was dressed impeccably in her work clothes, which perfectly suited her figure and accentuated her graceful beauty, making her even more stunning. On her face, Yun Wanrong's delicate oval face was adorned with light makeup, her willow leaf eyebrows were arched, her cherry lips were small, and her bright eyes were frameless glasses, which gave her a scholarly air and made her even more charming. In the past, her long, black hair would hang down, but today, Yun Wanrong had tied it up and secured it tightly with a bright green hair clip. Her hair, styled in an updo, made her look less youthful but more elegant, exuding a strong sense of wifely charm. The only flaw was that there were 2 tear stains on her pretty face, obviously just fallen and not yet wiped away. When Yun Wanrong saw Chow Yufeng enter, she smiled slightly and said, "It's you. Are you delivering documents for old Zhang again?" Chow Yufeng nodded and handed over the documents. "Okay, just put it on the table." Chow Yufeng didn't say much after hearing this. He put the documents on the table and was about to leave when he hesitated for a moment. He then reached into his pocket, took out a few wet wipes, and handed them to Yun Wanrong. Seeing that there were no tissues on Yun Wanrong's table, he took out the wet wipes he had just bought. Yun Wanrong's expression clearly froze for a moment, then she smiled and took the wet wipe, saying, "I'm sorry, classmate, I made you laugh." Something happened at home. Chow Yufeng didn't say anything, just smiled understandingly. Chapter 19, 2 more teeth knocked out with a slap. Ding, suitable object found for binding. The care campaign begins. Bound object number 3, Yun Wanrong. Age, 35. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance rating, 93. Type, mature woman. Status, divorced. Current favorability rating, 10. Ultimate reward, X-ray vision. This. Chow Yufeng was speechless. He really hadn't intended to bind himself to her. This is his headmaster, a student trying to seduce the headmaster? This is such a rip-off. But why am I so excited? After giving Yun Wanrong a deep look, Chow Yufeng left the principal's office. He knew that there was no use in being excited now, as he couldn't even speak to Yun Wanrong. Forcing a conversation will only make people dislike you. It would be better to leave decisively and look for opportunities. As soon as Chow Yufeng left the principal's office and came downstairs, he ran into Chen Xin. Just as he was about to dodge, Chen Xin walked over quickly. "Yufeng, what a coincidence." Chen Xin stood in front of him, greeting him with a smile. Chow Yufeng merely glanced at her coldly and asked calmly, "Is there something you need?" Chen Xian's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly said, "Yufeng, Gu Dan, and I were just about to go shopping. Do you need anything? If not, let's go together." Chow Yufeng refused without hesitation, saying, "I'm busy. Besides, we're just classmates, don't call each other so intimately." Hearing Chow Yufeng's cold tone, Chen Xian's face darkened. "Yufeng, I know I was wrong before, please forgive me. Only after leaving you did I realize how much I love you." "Love me?" Chow Yufeng actually laughed. "You don't love me, you just love my money, don't you?" Chow Yufeng smiled, not wanting to say another word, and turned to leave. But Chen Xian's best friend, Gu Dan, blocked his way, looked at Chow Yufeng with disdain, and pouted. "Chow Yufeng, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Chen Xian has already apologized to you, what more do you want? Honestly, I despise petty people like you the most. You're really shameless." Gu Dan looked disgusted and self-satisfied as she criticized Chow Yufeng. After saying that, she curled her lip in disdain, looking speechless. Chow Yufeng actually laughed. Is he not a man? Is he petty and narrow-minded? Chen Xian cheated on him, and after a few perfunctory apologies, he's expected to forgive her? Is Gu Dan joking? She remembered that Gu Dan was quite well known in Donglan. Previously, her boyfriend cheated on her, and she made a huge fuss about it, vowing to let the whole world know that her ex-boyfriend was a scumbag. She even threw a tantrum on the playground, acting like a shrew. To be honest, although she lost all face, she certainly didn't make things easy for her ex-boyfriend. But now, Gu Dan is actually asking him to be more magnanimous? Why isn't she generous? Chow Yufeng remembered that when her ex-boyfriend knelt down and apologized to her, she didn't forgive him. Instead, she severely humiliated him. Seeing Gu Dan's disdainful look, Chow Yufeng retorted directly. "I sincerely suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup. Medical technology is very advanced now, and intellectual disability can be treated." These words startled Gu Dan. After a few seconds of thought, she suddenly realized that Chow Yufeng was calling her an idiot. Gu Dan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. "Chow Yufeng, you dare to insult me?" Gu Dan immediately switched to shrew mode, pointing her finger at Chow Yufeng's nose and screaming. The scream instantly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who turned to look at it with curiosity. Similarly, this scream also attracted Yun Wanrong upstairs, who was in a bad mood and wanted to stop it. She could see that one of the two people arguing downstairs was Chow Yufeng, who had handed her a wet wipe. Out of consideration for the wet wipe, she didn't say anything but watched quietly. Seeing Gu Dan and Chow Yufeng facing off, the surrounding crowd began to discuss among themselves. "Holy crap, what's going on? Why is Gu Dan screaming like that? Has she lost her temper? I arrived early and I know that Chen Xian wanted to reconcile with Chow Yufeng, but Chow Yufeng disagreed. Gu Dan, that shrew, said that Chow Yufeng was petty, but Chow Yufeng didn't tolerate her at all and directly mocked her as an idiot. It has to be the 3-second god. He really doesn't take any grievances seriously and immediately retaliates. He doesn't even put Gu Dan in his eyes. But Gu Dan is no pushover either. She's a notorious shrew. To be honest, I'm a little worried about Chow Yufeng." The fearful whispers around him brought a smug look to Gu Dan's face. Ever since that time she rolled around on the playground, no one in the entire Dongda University dares to mess with her. But Chow Yufeng actually dared to? What kind of 3-second god is this? If you offend Gu Dan, she'll let Chow Yufeng know the consequences of offending her. "Chow Yufeng, how dare you insult me?" Before Gu Dan could finish her sentence, Chow Yufeng laughed. "Who has time to argue with you? You have magical attacks, I have physical attacks." Chow Yufeng's eyes turned cold, and he slapped him hard across the face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed around for a long time. Gu Dan covered her face in disbelief, staring blankly at Chow Yufeng. She was all ready to unleash her attack, but Chow Yufeng showed no sportsmanship and slapped her across the face, forcing her to swallow back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Looking at the stunned Gu Dan, Chow Yufeng shook his hand. To be honest, it felt pretty good. With a flick of his wrist, Chow Yufeng began to unleash his attacks. "Gu Dan, you keep saying I'm petty, but what about you? Don't you know where you got the nickname shrew?" "Me?" Gu Dan's face stiffened. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't even utter a single word of rebuttal. She had no rebuttal. Your boyfriend Su Hao cheated on you, why didn't you say you were more magnanimous? Now you're asking me for it? You can't do it, so you expect me to do it? What, am I your father? Do I have to spoil you and do things for you that you can't do? Gu Dan's face flushed red from the rebuke, and she gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently as if she were about to collapse. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the one to shut others up. When has she ever been shut down like this? As Chow Yufeng fiercely confronted Gu Dan, the onlookers were all shocked. They had never seen the shrew Gu Dan get into a verbal battle and be completely outmatched, let alone leave someone speechless. Holy crap, the 3-second god is truly a 3-second god. That was so damn satisfying to deliver. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen Gu Dan get so speechless after being roasted. Chow Yufeng is amazing, he's practically an idol. Look at Gu Dan's face turning red from being roasted, I feel so relieved. This shrew is always being unreasonable, but now she's met her match. 3 seconds of awesomeness, haha. Yun Wanrong, who was drawn over by the noise downstairs, was also surprised. She knew Gu Dan, this student, who was a notorious shrew, and no one dared to mess with her. Everyone thought Chow Yufeng would be severely criticized this time, but who would have thought that Gu Dan would be the one to suffer the most? Chen Xian was also surprised. In her memory, Gu Dan had never lost a verbal battle. But now, he can't even utter a single word? This was practically being humiliated and rubbed raw by Chow Yufeng, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Chen Xian stared at the two of them in shock. Hearing the whispers of the crowd around her, Gu Dan's face turned purple with anger. But seeing Chow Yufeng's calm demeanor, she completely lost her composure. She immediately let out a howl and was about to throw a tantrum and act like a rogue. But before the scream could be heard, Chow Yufeng's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand again, slapping the other man across the face. Smack! With a crisp sound, 2 of Gu Dan's teeth flew out of her mouth. Her whole body trembled, and she covered her face and backed away. This completely terrified her, and she no longer dared to act shamelessly. She looked at Chow Yufeng with fear in her eyes, but deep in her eyes was a trace of resentment. Chow Yufeng didn't care whether she was afraid or not, and wouldn't indulge her. Pointing his finger at her nose, he said, "You're not convinced, are you? If you're not convinced, try crying again, and I'll slap 3 of your teeth out." Gu Dan dared not cry out again. She looked at Chow Yufeng with fear and lowered her head, but her eyes held even deeper resentment. Chen Xian looked at this scene with a face full of anger. Enough, Chow Yufeng, do you know that Gu Dan is my friend? How can you bully her like this? Yes, even if she did some things wrong, do you have to be so nitpicky? Chow Yufeng, you're not a man at all. Chapter 20, The Gangster Boss? Chow Yufeng, you're not a man at all. Chen Xian, her face contorted with disgust, rebuked Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng remained calm and asked indifferently, "Are you finished?" Chen Xian was taken aback, then shook her head and said, "I wasn't finished." "Don't say anything if you haven't finished." Chow Yufeng interrupted, raising his hand as he spoke and slapping him across the face. Smack! Chow Yufeng really didn't understand. Was Chen Xian, that idiot, out of her mind? Damn it, you're saying Gu Dan didn't mention you? Still feeling good about herself, and even criticizing me. It's obvious they weren't satisfied with the last fight and want to get beaten up again? A slap brought Chen Xian completely to her senses. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she had gotten back together with Chow Yufeng, but what had she done? Did she still think Chow Yufeng was her former simp? That she can criticize him at will? Yufeng, I. Roll. Chow Yufeng pointed at Chen Xian and said without any politeness. With that, he turned around and left without even glancing at the two of them. The crowd around Chow Yufeng made way for him, and their admiration for him grew even stronger. They were almost idolizing him. They never expected that Chow Yufeng could easily handle even the shrew Gu Dan. Not only did he leave Gu Dan speechless, but he also slapped her so hard that 2 of her teeth were knocked out. This guy really doesn't discriminate between meat and vegetables. Whether you're male or female, if you offend him, he'll retaliate on the spot. They're incredibly vengeful and vindictive. This incident began to circulate throughout the school, and those who heard about it began to label Chow Yufeng as someone not to be trifled with. Chow Yufeng's fame at school grew, and he was about to become a prominent figure. At that moment, in the principal's office, Yun Wanrong, standing by the window, couldn't help but smile as she watched this scene. She really didn't know that Chow Yufeng was so good at even cursing. It really surprised her. He seemed honest and unassuming on the surface, and even thoughtfully handed her tissues. I thought he was a cute puppy, but who would have thought he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing? That's really interesting. Ding. Yun Wanrong's favorability +5, current favorability 15 points. Chow Yufeng, who was leaving, was suddenly stunned, not understanding why Yun Wanrong had gained 5 points of favorability. Could it be because I handed her a wet wipe earlier? But isn't that reaction time way too long? After she had already scolded Gu Dan and slapped Chen Xian, this older sister finally realized what had happened. Shaking his head, Chow Yufeng ignored him and quickly left. Yufeng, wait. Chen Xian's face paled, and she was about to chase after him, but Chow Yufeng had already gone far away. Gu Dan stood there, covering her face, looking at Chow Yufeng with resentment. She took out her phone, found a number, and dialed it. Hey, Shu Kong, I've been bullied. Didn't you say you knew a gangster? Help me get revenge, and I'll go on a date with you. Gu Dan hung up the phone and looked in the direction Chow Yufeng had left, her eyes filled with even more resentment. Soon, the gangster arrived, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, with a shaved head, and walked with an arrogant and domineering gait. This demeanor gave Gu Dan complete confidence in the gangster. She admired violence, otherwise she wouldn't often throw tantrums and act like a complete shrew. Now, seeing the gangster's gangster-like appearance, he immediately volunteered to go find Chow Yufeng. After Chow Yufeng finished his second class, Wei Sheng called him and told him that everything was settled and he was just waiting for Chow Yufeng to go to the site to check, transfer the money, and sign the papers. There weren't many classes in the afternoon. Chow Yufeng finished her second period and was about to leave the classroom when Gu Dan appeared at the door and shouted directly into the classroom. Chow Yufeng, get out here right now. This shout caused all the students in the classroom to look at Gu Dan. They had all heard about what had happened before. Gu Dan had been rebuked by Chow Yufeng, and her face had turned bright red. Now, judging from Gu Dan's attitude, it's clear she's here for revenge. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng frowned as he looked at Gu Dan, wondering what had gotten into this woman this time. Was she not satisfied with the beating she received earlier? Chow Yufeng frowned and walked up to Gu Dan, saying directly, "Spit it out if you have something to say. If you're not happy about being slapped earlier, I'll give you 2 more slaps right now." Upon hearing the 2 slaps, Gu Dan's eyes revealed a clear fear, but the thought that Zhu Kong and the gangsters were right outside the school instantly emboldened her. Gu Dan immediately scoffed disdainfully and mocked Chow Yufeng. Ha! What kind of skill is it for Chow Yufeng to act tough with a woman like me? If he's so capable, why don't he come with me off campus? As Gu Dan spoke, she pointed to the school gate and sneered. Chow Yufeng knew without even guessing that something was waiting for him at the school gate, preparing to help Gu Dan take revenge on him. But he didn't care at all. Now that he was a master of martial arts, even a few thugs couldn't get close to him. Even if we can't win, we can still protect ourselves. Perfect timing, he has things to do this afternoon, so he'd better finish this quickly to avoid bothering these people. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng slapped Gu Dan on the back of the head. This slap nearly knocked Gu Dan over. Gu Dan steadied herself and glared at Chow Yufeng with venomous eyes. Chow Yufeng didn't care whether she was angry or not, and said directly, "Lead the way, do you want to get beaten up again?" A flash of resentment crossed Gu Dan's eyes as she cursed inwardly. Chow Yufeng, you're so arrogant. Just wait until you see the big boss. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant then. I'm looking forward to seeing your terrified expression. Gu Dan thought to herself, a cold smile appearing on her lips. The two had just left the classroom when Yun Wanrong, who was leaving the principal's office, saw them. Seeing Gu Dan and Chow Yufeng walking together, Yun Wanrong showed a clear look of confusion. She hadn't forgotten that just moments ago, Chow Yufeng had given Gu Dan a piece of her mind. But how come the two of them are together again now? Could there be something fishy going on between these two? Puzzled, Yun Wanrong hesitated for a moment before following. Outside the school gate, the bald man rubbed his big bald head, leaning against his 9-handed Santana car, looking arrogant. Yesterday, he was severely beaten up by a rich second generation named Chow Yufeng. Afterwards, Wei Sheng gave him some money and told him not to make a big deal out of it. In fact, even if Wei Sheng didn't confess, he wouldn't dare to make a big fuss. Wei Sheng had to take the initiative to befriend Chow Yufeng because he knew Chow Yufeng's importance. But in the end, I still lost face. I'm so frustrated, I don't know how to vent it. Shu Kong actually called him, saying he wanted to teach a student a lesson, and would give him 5,000 yuan after it was done. He really didn't want to come for only 5,000, but then he thought, even the smallest ant leg is still meat. Besides, he was filled with resentment and needed to vent. Thinking to himself, the bald man drove his old, nine-handed Santana over aggressively. This time, he had to fully demonstrate the arrogance and domineering nature of gangsters, and show them what true awesomeness was. Thinking of this, the bald man sneered smugly. Beside him, Zhu Kong, who weighed 200 pounds and was covered in fat, also looked excited. He had been pursuing Gu Dan for a long time, but Gu Dan always ignored him. Now, I finally have the chance to win over Gu Dan. He was truly grateful to Chow Yufeng. If it weren't for Chow Yufeng, he didn't know when he would have been able to achieve his goal. While cursing Chow Yufeng as an idiot in his heart, Zhu Kang's chubby face jiggled with joy. The thought of soon being able to hold Gu Dan's little hand made his whole body tremble with excitement. Chen Xian also appeared there. She didn't want to come, but Gu Dan said that Chow Yufeng was too arrogant and didn't respect her at all, and that she should teach him a lesson. Putting everything else aside, if you had just said a kind word to Chow Yufeng when the gangsters were beating him up, Chow Yufeng would have been incredibly grateful to you. Then you can take the opportunity to reconcile, and you'll be together. Chen Xian was tempted by what he said, and she also felt that Chow Yufeng was too arrogant and domineering and should be taught a lesson. Gu Dan walked ahead excitedly. When she saw Zhu Kong, Chen Xian, and that gangster in the distance, a smug smirk crept onto her lips. She turned and looked at Chow Yufeng provocatively. Chapter 21. Yun Wanrong became curious. Chow Yufeng's gaze also fell upon the gang leader. The gangster's back was to him, so he couldn't see his face, but Chow Yufeng found his bald head, which reflected the sunlight, very familiar. Gu Dan looked at Chow Yufeng with a defiant gaze. Chow Yufeng, I don't want to say much in front of these gangsters, but I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise, hee. Gu Dan sneered repeatedly, watching the gangster's back, feeling even more mysterious about him. She has a fiery personality and admires violence. People naturally idolize figures like gangster bosses to an extreme degree. Now, when I see a gang leader with his back to a crowd, exuding an air of mystery, I feel even more admiration for him. Even the halo reflected from his bald head looked like rainbows to Gu Dan, surrounding his elder brother with an imposing aura. Before she even made a move, she presumptuously assumed that if a gangster boss intervened, Chow Yufeng would be terrified and run away in a panic. Yun Wanrong, who was following behind, also saw the bald man outside the school and was shocked. She knew very well that these idle people in society were ruthless, and how could Chow Yufeng, a student, possibly be a match for them? Chow Yufeng is currently just a flower of the motherland. She is a good student and a very kind person. If anything were to happen to her, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. But she's just a woman. Even if she rushed in, she couldn't protect Chow Yufeng. Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong's face was filled with worry, and she anxiously stomped her small feet, which were wrapped in black stockings, on the ground. I don't understand why Chow Yufeng was so stupid as to do something as foolish as throwing himself into the tiger's den. Yun Wanrong's pretty oval face was filled with anxiety. She made up her mind and decided that even if she couldn't protect Chow Yufeng, she would still rush forward. This would at least buy Chow Yufeng time to escape. As the principal, she absolutely could not allow her students to be harmed in front of her. Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong immediately took out her phone and dialed the police. Outside the school gate, Gu Dan's smugness became even more pronounced. She glanced at Chow Yufeng with disdain and continued to mock him. Chow Yufeng, I'll say it again, right now, immediately, kneel down and apologize to me. Hearing this, Chen Xian hesitated for a second before chiming in, yes, Yufeng, stop being so cocky. Just apologize to Dan Dan. Don't worry, I'll definitely beg her to let you off the hook. Release her? Senior Chen, what about the grievances Dan Dan suffered? Zhu Kong stepped forward, his fat face bearing a mocking and arrogant expression, and then sneered. Senior Chen, unless Chow Yufeng kneels down and apologizes to Dan Dan, otherwise, don't blame me, Baldy, for being ruthless. Zhu Kong sneered repeatedly as he looked at Chow Yufeng and threatened him. Upon hearing the words bald brother, Chow Yufeng was speechless. He knew who this bald man with the rainbow on his head was. Speechless, Chow Yufeng looked at Zhu Kong and replied with only 2 words. Idiot. After saying that, he turned and left. He had no interest in playing house with these people. Insult me? Chow Yufeng, you dare to insult me? Zhu Kong could hardly believe his ears. Chow Yufeng actually dared to curse him in front of a gangster? That's fucking asking for death. Zhu Kang's face instantly turned ferocious. Chen Xian was speechless. She realized that Chow Yufeng was truly insane. She said she would plead for Chow Yufeng, but Chow Yufeng is still so arrogant and dares to curse Shu Kong in front of the gangsters. What's the difference between that and courting death? How could he be so stupid? Chen Xin looked at Chow Yufeng, shook her head with a disappointed expression, and looked speechless. Yun Wanrong also looked anxious, feeling that Chow Yufeng was too stubborn and would easily suffer losses. Thinking to herself, Yun Wanrong held her phone in one hand to make a call, and hurriedly took off her high heels with the other. I'm going to rush up and smash the bald guy twice with my high heels to draw attention to him and let Chow Yufeng escape. Bang! With a loud bang, the gangster slammed his fist on the roof of the car. Kid, you really know how to call someone an idiot. I've been in this business for years and I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. The gangster spoke coldly, his tone domineering and arrogant. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kong and Gu Dan were overjoyed, realizing that the gang leader was about to make a move. Chen Xin was speechless, her eyes filled with disappointment as she looked at Chow Yufeng. I don't understand why Chow Yufeng is so ungrateful. Now things are looking up, the big shots from the underworld have stepped in. After finishing his sentence, the gangster slowly turned around and then sneered. Kid, I fucking, gah. The bald man turned around and saw Chow Yufeng standing behind him. The sneer on his face froze instantly, and then switched to bewilderment 0.01 seconds later, looking at Chow Yufeng with a look of horror. He couldn't understand how he had run into this jinx here. Is this gentleman just passing by? Surely this guy is the one who needs to be taught a lesson? Am I fucking courting death, or what? Holy crap, is this some kind of scam? A forced, awkward smile, more like a grimace, flashed across the bald man's face. He opened his mouth, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter a single word. Elder brother. Elder brother? Shu Kong, Gu Dan, and Chen Xin were all completely dumbfounded. They were waiting to see the gangsters teach Chow Yufeng a lesson. As a result, the gangster called him brother? Shu Kong almost doubted his ears. He pointed at Chow Yufeng and asked, puzzled. Bald guy, what's your name? It's him, he's the one we need to teach a lesson to. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhu Kong was horrified to see the bald man suddenly raise his hand and slap him hard across the face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and the fat on Zhu Kang's face jiggled wildly. Shu Kong covered his face, looking at the bald man with a puzzled expression, and asked aggrievedly, Brother Baldy, we were teaching him a lesson, why did you slap me? You dare to point your finger? Without hesitation, the bald man slapped him across the face again. Smack! Shu Kong, are you fucking looking for death? This is my older brother, how dare you ask me to teach my older brother a lesson, the bald man shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kong froze on the spot. Is Chow Yufeng the bald guy's older brother? Shu Kang's fat face instantly filled with fear. Gu Dan was also startled and her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock as she looked at Chow Yufeng. The one who couldn't accept it the most was Chen Xin. She had prepared to save the hero, but in the end, the hero was too awesome. Even the gangsters had to bow down to him and respectfully call him brother. All her careful preparations went down the drain. What's even more ridiculous is that she previously thought Chow Yufeng was sick and was just looking for death. But now it seems that she was the one courting death, she was the one who was self-righteously acting like a clown. But soon, Chen Xin felt resentful. If Chow Yufeng is so amazing, why didn't he say so sooner, making her lose face like this? In an instant, Chen Xin felt a surge of resentment towards Chow Yufeng. Yun Wanrong, who was not far away, was also stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the scene while holding her phone. She knew that Chow Yufeng was quick-witted and could quickly retaliate after being cheated on. She knew Chow Yufeng was very good with words, he could verbally abuse even the shrewish Gu Dan. But she had no idea that even when facing idle people in society, he was so domineering that so-called gang leaders dared not say a word more than necessary and would immediately call him brother. This Chow Yufeng really gave her too many surprises. Now she was genuinely curious about what other tricks Chow Yufeng had up his sleeve, and she really wanted to see what he had up his sleeve. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability plus 10, current favorability 25 points. Hello, ma'am, you said there was a fight, where is it? Chapter 22 added Yun Wanrong on WeChat. The phone rang with the anxious questioning of a police officer. Hearing this, Yun Wanrong felt embarrassed. Should we call the police? Keep reporting, could it be Chow Yufeng who was arrested? Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong hurriedly said, it's nothing, I misread it, it wasn't a fight, it was just a friendly sparring match between the two sides. As Yun Wanrong spoke, she hurriedly hung up the phone, lifted her stockinged feet, and put on her high heels. The police officers were completely baffled. What kind of friendly sparring match was this? What was going on? Yun Wanrong's favorability rating has increased by another 10 points? Chow Yufeng was puzzled, wondering why the number had increased out of nowhere. But now is not the time to study these things. Chow Yufeng looked at the bald man and slowly said, "Bald man, you're the gangster boss they're talking about? So you're the one who wants to teach me a lesson? Didn't you get enough of a beating last time?" The bald man immediately shook his head like a rattle drum, repeatedly saying, "Brother, no, I'm not a gangster, I'm your little brother. We haven't seen each other for a day, did you miss me? So I came to see you." The bald man's words sent shockwaves through Chen Xian and the other two. They simply couldn't believe that a gangster boss could be so humble in front of Chow Yufeng. This completely overturned their understanding of the world. Only then did they realize what kind of person they had messed with. Once they understood this, the three of them were instantly gripped by fear. "Brother, these are the three people you have a grudge against, right? You don't need to worry about them, I'll teach them a lesson for you." As the bald man spoke, he grabbed Gu Dan by the collar and slapped her across the face. Gu Dan was slapped so hard that blood gushed from her mouth and nose. She fell to the ground, her face filled with terror, and kept begging Chow Yufeng for mercy. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I will never throw a tantrum again. Please forgive me this time." Shu Kong was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, then advised, "Yufeng, let it go, we're all classmates." Chow Yufeng was surprised. He looked at Chen Xian, not understanding how she had the nerve to say such a thing. When Gu Dan said she was going to teach him a lesson, why didn't Chen Xian say they were classmates and why didn't she stop them? Now she knows? It's too late. Chow Yufeng raised his hand and slapped Chen Xian hard across the face. Smack! Chen Xian was so slapped that she saw stars. She covered her face and stood there meekly, not daring to say another word. Yun Wanrong hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. As the principal, she felt obligated to intervene whenever she saw students fighting, regardless of who was right or wrong. "Chow Yufeng." Yun Wanrong spoke softly, the clatter of her high heels echoing around her. Hearing someone call his name, Chow Yufeng turned around and saw that it was Yun Wanrong calling him. A smile appeared on Chow Yufeng's face. "Chow Yufeng, I'm sorry to have stopped you. I saw everything from the side. The cause of this matter is not you, you were the one who was wronged. How about this, give them a major demerit and make them apologize to you. Furthermore, I personally owe you a favor. Is that all right with you?" Yun Wanrong smiled, her delicate oval face bearing a hint of inquiry in her eyes, as she stared intently at Chow Yufeng. The principal has spoken, what else can Chow Yufeng say? This is, after all, a school campus, and Yun Wanrong is, after all, the principal. Some face must be given to her. Besides, he actually enjoyed that big slap just now. Having made his decision, Chow Yufeng didn't hesitate any longer and said with a smile, "Of course, I'll follow the school's arrangements." Yun Wanrong's face lit up with joy. She hadn't expected Chow Yufeng to be so understanding. She had thought it would take a long time to persuade him. She had initially thought Chow Yufeng was a young, lecherous man, but now she had overturned that idea. It turns out this little wolfhound isn't fierce at all, on the contrary, he's broad-minded and tolerant. It seems I should spend more time with this cute yet fierce little brother in the future. Yun Wanrong smiled and nodded approvingly at Chow Yufeng. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability plus 10, current favorability points, 35. With another 10 points added, Chow Yufeng was overjoyed, thinking to himself that this time he hadn't lost out. Chen Xian and the other two breathed a sigh of relief and apologized to Chow Yufeng without hesitation. Chen Xian covered her face, her eyes clearly filled with resentment as she looked at Chow Yufeng. With the matter resolved, Chow Yufeng decided not to linger any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Yun Wanrong called out to him. "Chow Yufeng, thank you so much for just now. To express my gratitude, I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime. Is that all right?" Of course, Chow Yufeng nodded with a smile. At the same time, he said, "Principal Yun, I'd like to add you on WeChat, is that all right?" Chow Yufeng felt he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. With WeChat, I can take the opportunity to chat with Yun Wanrong and connect with her. Through this back and forth, wouldn't it be possible to? Chow Yufeng thought to himself, then smiled and looked at Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong hesitated only slightly before taking out her phone. Okay, will you sweep me, or will I sweep you? I'll sweep you, Principal Yun. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Chow Yufeng left quickly without lingering. No sooner had Chow Yufeng left than Chen Xian's phone rang. She picked up her phone and saw that it was Zhang Bin calling. She initially wanted to refuse, but seeing that Chow Yufeng had already walked away, she hesitated for a moment and then answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Bin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xian, come here, shall I buy you a bag? Chen Xian naturally understood what those words meant, and immediately felt a little tempted. Although Zhang Bin had cursed her before, a bag can cure all ills, and it could also heal that little bit of grievance. As for getting Chow Yufeng back, it doesn't seem like it'll make a difference if we try again tomorrow. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian immediately smiled and said, Brother Bin, wait for me, I'm coming right now. I even put your favorite black stockings on you. He. Xian, you understand me so well. Zhang Bin smiled smugly and hung up the phone. On the other side, Chow Yufeng hailed a taxi, picked up Lu Yu, and the two headed to the beauty salon together. In front of outsiders, Lu Yu changed back into her usual plain-colored clothes. She wore a beige short-sleeved top, slightly tight light blue jeans, and white sneakers. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, giving her a clean and neat look. Although her clothes were plain and unremarkable, Lu Yu's beautiful face and graceful figure made her even more alluring. Her S-shaped figure swayed as she walked, making her the perfect clothes hanger. As she walked alone, countless people turned back to look at Lu Yu, this voluptuous young woman, their eyes filled with longing. Even in the taxi, the driver kept turning around, his eyes filled with obvious lust when he looked at Lu Yu. But when they looked at Chow Yufeng, all they felt was envy and jealousy. Upon arrival, the two got out of the car, where Wei Shang and a middle-aged man were already waiting. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, Wei Shang laughed and asked, Brother, what's going on with you? Wei Shang pointed at the taxi and asked curiously. In his opinion, how come Chow Yufeng, a rich second generation who can take out millions at any time, doesn't have a private car? They actually took a taxi. That's really a bit of a letdown. Could this kid be a rich kid? Did he only have a few million in assets and take it all out? Wei Shang thought to himself, his suspicion growing even stronger. Chow Yufeng smiled calmly and said, My car was in an accident and I sent it for maintenance. Listen to that, what a lame excuse, it sounds like something a villain in a novel would say. Wei Shang's suspicions deepened. If Chow Yufeng wasn't a rich second generation, he would definitely seek revenge for the slap he received earlier. Not only this slap, but he will also let Chow Yufeng know the consequences of mocking him. Chapter 23, Tens of Millions Given to a Beauty? Despite his doubts, Wei Shang smiled and continued, Brother, let me introduce you. That beauty salon was taken over by this Mr. Chen who is sitting next to me. I've reached an agreement with Mr. Chen, and he is willing to transfer the shares. As Wei Shang introduced them, the middle-aged man standing behind him immediately looked at Chow Yufeng with a big smile and said, Young Master Feng, hello. My name is Chen Su. Please take care of me. Chen Su adopted a very humble attitude. He knew that even Wei Shang had to curry favor with this man, so he had no choice but to give him face. In fact, his shop is doing well and is very profitable. But when Wei Shang approached him, asking him to transfer the shop, it was as if Wei Shang owed him a favor. He transferred it without hesitation. Money is easy to earn in this world, but connections are hard to build. With connections, you can have money. Therefore, Chen Su not only felt no reluctance, but also felt that he had gained something. Chow Yufeng nodded, extended his hand, and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I've stolen your love. Young Master Feng, you're too kind. It's my good fortune that my shop has been chosen by you. Young Master Feng, please. Tea has been prepared inside. After the four entered the room and took their seats, Chow Yufeng got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, I wonder how much you're planning to sell this shop for. Chen Su hesitated for a moment, then said, Young Master Feng, as you can see, my shop has 2 floors, totaling 980 square meters. The decoration and equipment are all brand new, and you can use it as soon as you bring it over. Furthermore, I renewed my lease, and there is still a year and a half left on the lease. Young Master Feng. Before Chen Su could finish speaking, Chow Yufeng interrupted him, saying, Aren't you the landlord? Call the landlord over. I want to buy this shop. I don't have the habit of using other people's things. Upon hearing this, Wei Shang and Chen Su were both taken aback, looking at Chow Yufeng with surprise. It has 2 floors, more than 900 square meters. Even if it costs 10,000 yuan per square meter, it would cost more than 9 million yuan, almost 10 million yuan. Brother, you bought it just because you don't like to use other people's things? Brother, are you doing business or just wasting money? Wei Shang and Chen Su were both a little confused. They blinked and stared blankly at Chow Yufeng, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lu Yu's face was also filled with shock. Last night, Chow Yufeng took out more than 4 million yuan, which was enough to surprise her. Now he was going to take out tens of millions of yuan. Lu Yu was stunned and stood there, not understanding how Chow Yufeng suddenly became so rich. Was he really pretending to be poor all along, and was he actually a rich kid? Am I still good enough for him? Lu Yu was filled with mixed feelings of shock and disappointment. Chow Yufeng smiled at the two of them. He had naturally noticed the probing tone in Wei Shang's voice when they got out of the car, so those few words he said just now were all intentional. Since Wei Shang doubted his identity, he would use money to knock Wei Shang unconscious. Sure enough, as soon as the suggestion to buy a shop directly came out, Wei Shang's eyes immediately became clear. Spending tens of millions so easily, how could that be an act? What does this tell us? This shows that he seriously underestimated Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng's wealth was probably far greater than he imagined. Thinking of this, Wei Shang's gaze towards Chow Yufeng became even more gentle. The landlord arrived shortly afterward. Chow Yufeng didn't hesitate and directly offered to buy the shop. The landlord originally bought it for 50,000 yuan per square meter, and Chow Yufeng didn't say much and still offered 50,000 yuan. Chen Su and Chow Yufeng did not treat him unfairly. Chen Su asked for 15 million, while Chow Yufeng offered him 16 million. Upon hearing this number, Chen Su was completely dumbfounded. He thought he would lose at least some money this time, but who would have thought that this young masterphone was too generous and gave him an extra million? 1 million? Just like that, it was given away? Chen Su felt that his worldview had been shaken. Among the people he knows, there are plenty who would give an extra 10 or 20,000 yuan. I can give you an extra million. My God, just how wealthy is this young masterphone? No wonder Wei Shang always puts on a smiling face in front of him. This is clearly an attempt to curry favor and make friends. At this moment, Chen Su suddenly felt that this young masterphone was incredibly tall and mysterious in his eyes. Consequently, the way they looked at Chow Yufeng began to become more respectful. Mr. Chow, you have really surprised me. The economic situation is not good now. I thought my shop would lose a lot of money. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. The landlord smiled and offered her a cigarette, speaking respectfully. Chen Su wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. This young masterphone truly surprised them. Young masterphone, when would you like to transfer the ownership? Chen Su asked, picking up the teacup and preparing to hand it to Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng gestured for it to be placed on the table, then smiled and said, the transfer can be completed at any time. This shop and beauty salon will be transferred to the name of Miss Lu, who is standing next to me. Clang! With a crisp sound, Chen Su was so shocked by what he heard that his hands trembled, and the teacup in his hand fell onto the table. His expression changed, and he hurriedly picked up a towel to wipe the water, but his heart was filled with turmoil. He couldn't believe that young masterphone would just give away something worth tens of millions to the beauty beside him like that. This is an incredibly extravagant investment. That's tens of millions. Chen Su was filled with shock, and his pupils began to contract slightly due to the shock. He could understand pursuing a beautiful woman, but in his worldview, the most he would do was give her a bag or some cosmetics. But what about young masterphone? He just spent tens of millions? Chen Su felt like his worldview had shattered. The landlord also looked surprised, his gaze towards Chow Yufeng filled with obvious blankness. He discovered that there's no real comparison between people in this world. He thought that with this luxury shop and tens of millions in assets, he was a rich man. But now, this young man in front of me is giving away his entire fortune. This is absolutely shocking. At that moment, the landlord suddenly felt that being a woman was pretty good. Even better, he could have a young, handsome, and wealthy man casually hand him tens of millions. Wei Shang was even more shocked, taking a deep breath. Hiss. At that moment, he realized just how foolish his earlier doubts had been. He actually doubted that Chow Yufeng was not a rich second generation. Wei Shang almost laughed. How blind must he be? It's unbelievable that such doubts could arise. Giving away tens of millions so casually, isn't this guy a rich second generation? This guy is not only a rich second generation, but his family's assets are at least tens of billions. Tens of billions. Wei was completely stunned. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chow Yufeng was even clearer. Lu Yu also looked incredulous, her gaze towards Chow Yufeng filled with obvious shock. She could hardly believe her ears. Chow Yufeng actually gave her something worth tens of millions of yuan just like that? Lu Yu was stunned and dumbfounded, completely frozen in place. By the time she realized what was happening, she was about to refuse, but before she could say anything, Chow Yufeng whispered in her ear. Sister Yu, don't refuse. You should understand that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. If one day my family goes bankrupt, at least I will still have you in this beauty salon. Chow Yufeng made up an excuse on the spot and tried to fool him. There was no other way if Lu Yu didn't agree, the money simply couldn't be transferred. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Lu Yu's eyes. She never imagined that she was so important to Chow Yufeng, and that Chow Yufeng trusted her so much. At least I still have you. These words echoed in Lu Yu's mind, stirring her emotions and making her unable to calm down. If there weren't other people around, Lu Yu really wanted to hug Chow Yufeng. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability +5, current favorability points, 89. Ding! The host's trust has filled Lu Yu with immense joy. Joy points +100, current total joy points 350. Chapter 24 Chen Xin berates Zhangbin. Lu Yu agreed, and Chow Yufeng transferred the money. After the money arrived, Chen Su and the landlord's smiles instantly stretched to their ears. Wei Sheng was also pleased. Chow Yufeng was so generous to both of them, so would he be stingy when doing business with him in the future? He looked forward to doing business with Chow Yufeng. Lu Yu was also excited. 2 days ago, she was in debt for millions, but 2 days later, she became a wealthy woman with a net worth of tens of millions. But she will protect all of this for Chow Yufeng, hoping that one day she can lend him a helping hand. Chow Yufeng was even happier. He had spent tens of millions, and tomorrow's rebate would be at least 3 or 4 million. He could become a millionaire too. Just thinking about it filled Chow Yufeng with excitement. In this business deal, all 5 parties benefited, and everyone smiled happily. Chen Su and the landlord respectfully saw Chow Yufeng and Lu Yu off as they prepared to leave the beauty salon. They will prepare the documents for the transfer of the shop and the beauty salon, and the transfer can be signed in the next 2 days. Chen Xin, who was about to go on a date with Zhangbin, happened to pass by here. Zhangbin booked a room at the hotel right in front of this shop. Chen Xin was startled when she saw Chow Yufeng. Just as she was about to hide, she heard the landlord say with a smile. Mr. Chow, rest assured, we will transfer the shop and beauty salon to Ms. Lu's name as soon as possible. I never expected that you loved Miss Lu so much that you would give her a shop worth tens of millions. I am truly envious. Upon hearing this, Chen Xin, who was about to dodge, suddenly had her pupils dilate and froze on the spot. Tens of millions? Chow Yufeng actually gave tens of millions to a woman. Chen Xin stared at Chow Yufeng in disbelief, her eyes glazed over, her face filled with nothing but shock. She couldn't believe that Chow Yufeng was so rich. With a casual gift, Zhangbin's entire fortune was given away. Compared to Chow Yufeng, Zhangbin is nothing. Chen Xin instantly felt disgusted with Zhangbin. This guy actually thought he could get her body just by relying on a bag. What a pipe dream. If I had persisted in pursuing Chow Yufeng, would Chow Yufeng be moved by now? Would she have given me the store worth tens of millions? I was such an idiot. For a bag, I actually humbled myself and went to accompany the 3-second useless Zhangbin. Thinking of this, Chen Xin was filled with regret once again. She deeply understood what it means to be greedy for small gains and suffer big losses. Tens of millions. Tens of millions. Chow Yufeng just gave it to that woman like that? Chen Xin looked at Lu Yu, her heart filled with jealousy. In her eyes, all of these things should have belonged to her, but now they have been taken away by others. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared intently at Lu Yu, wishing she could devour her whole. She was consumed by jealousy. Ring ring ring. The phone rang, and Chen Xin picked it up to see that it was Zhangbin calling. Upon answering the phone, Zhangbin's impatient voice came through. Chen Xin, where the hell have you been? Don't you want your bag anymore? Upon hearing this, Chen Xin immediately erupted and began hurling insults at Zhangbin. Fuck you, Zhangbin. I'm not that kind of woman. You're a 3-second waste, and you're still eyeing me? Be careful, Yu Feng will slap 2 of your teeth out of your mouth. Zhang Bin lay on the hotel bed, holding his phone, his face filled with disbelief. He almost doubted if he had heard correctly. That gold-digging Chen Xian actually dared to curse him? It even touched his most vulnerable nerve, the 3-second waist? How dare you say such a thing? Zhang Bin's face contorted with rage. Holding his phone, he was about to unleash a torrent of abuse. But Chen Xian didn't give him a chance and hung up the phone immediately. Upon seeing the phone call end, Zhang Bin immediately broke down. He smashed his phone and started cursing loudly in the room. Chen Xian, you filthy bitch, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You're just a cheap whore who can sleep with anyone because you have money. Who the hell do you think you are? You think Xiao Yufeng would still want you, you slut? Forget about it. Slut. 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 Zhang Bin was furious. How dare that bitch Chen Xian compare him to Xiao Yufeng? Xiao Yufeng, a poor loser, doesn't even deserve it. Thinking of Xiao Yufeng, Zhang Bin's eyes flashed with resentment, and he muttered coldly to himself. Xiao Yufeng, don't be so smug. Wait until I kidnap Mu Lingshuang and have some fun with this bitch, then let's see your expression. Ha ha ha. Chen Xian's outburst of curses attracted the attention of Xiao Yufeng and the others. Xiao Yufeng looked at Chen Xian with obvious disgust on his face. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman anymore. After a brief greeting to Wei Shang, he took Lu Yu and got into a taxi by the roadside. Upon seeing this, Chen Xian hurriedly chased after him, anxiously calling out, Yufeng, wait for me. It's me, Chen Xian. Wait for me. But Xiao Yufeng ignored him completely and told the driver to drive. Watching Xiao Yufeng's departing figure, Chen Xian was instantly filled with disappointment. But soon, she also hailed a taxi and caught up with them. After getting into the car, Chen Xian leaned out and shouted anxiously at the taxi in front of her. Xiao Yufeng was extremely annoyed and asked his driver to park the car at the shopping mall ahead. Since there was no way to avoid it, he decided to talk things out with Chen Xian to avoid bothering her again. Chen Xian got out of the car anxiously and quickly walked to Xiao Yufeng. Yufeng, I knew you would wait for me. You still have feelings for me, right? Xiao Yufeng shook his head directly, and at the same time took Lu Yu's hand and laughed, You're overthinking it. I stopped the car to make things clear to you, Chen Xian, it's over. It ended the moment you betrayed me. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. Let me introduce you to Lu Yu, my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu understood this was Xiao Yufeng's ex-girlfriend. She knew that Xiao Yufeng was using her as a shield, but she couldn't help but feel a sweet warmth in her heart. After all, Xiao Yufeng is holding her hand now, and he's loudly proclaiming that she's his girlfriend. With a happy smile on her lips, Lu Yu extended her hand and said with a smile, Hello, my name is Lu Yu. I am really grateful to you for letting me be with such a good man as Xiao Yufeng. I thank you for breaking up with me. This thank you was like a sharp knife piercing Chen Xian's heart, causing her expression to change instantly and filling her with regret. She looked at Xiao Yufeng with a face full of remorse and pleaded, No, Yufeng, you still have feelings for me, right? I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time. Although Lu Yu is gentle, it doesn't mean she's someone who can be easily bullied. Seeing that Chen Xian was still pestering her, Lu Yu stepped forward and blocked Chen Xian's way, saying directly, Miss, please stop harassing my boyfriend, okay? You were the one who lost him back then, and now you're saying you regret it? Don't you think you're ridiculous? If you're harassing me, I don't mind calling the police, understand, miss? Xiao Yufeng also spoke up, bluntly telling Chen Xian, did you hear what my girlfriend said? From the moment you went to a hotel with Zhang Bin for a bag, it was over between us. Please stop harassing me. After saying that, Xiao Yufeng took Lu Yu's hand and walked towards the shopping mall behind them. Chen Xian trembled, her face turning deathly pale. She watched Xiao Yufeng's departing figure, filled with extreme regret. Remembering Xiao Yufeng's past kindness and thoughtfulness, Chen Xian felt a heart-wrenching pain, and tears welled up in her eyes. She really regretted losing Xiao Yufeng. Watching the two enter the mall, Chen Xian gritted her teeth and quickly followed them. Yufeng, would you like to browse the mall? Lu Yu's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her soft, boneless hands gripped Xiao Yufeng's hand tightly, not wanting to let go at all. It was a rare treat for her to be able to stroll hand in hand with Xiao Yufeng. This moment was simply wonderful for her. If we could get a room together tonight, then. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Lu Yu's cheeks were flushed, and she was blushing with shyness. Chapter 25. Chen Xian was so regretful she collapsed. "You Feng, she's followed us again?" Lu Yu was in a good mood, but when she turned around and saw Chen Xian following her, her good mood instantly dropped a little. For her, being with Chao Yufeng was the best time of her life. Therefore, her good mood would be slightly dampened whenever someone disturbed her. Chao Yufeng glanced at Chen Xian but ignored her. Yesterday he took Mu Lingchuan to the mall and they did a good shopping trip. I just happened to be with Lu Yu today, so I can't show favoritism. Furthermore, he wanted to buy Lu Yu some sexy clothes. He knew that without him saying anything, Lu Yu would definitely wear them and show them to him to attract his attention. He really wanted to see what a beautiful sight this usually plainly dressed woman would be when she wore sexy clothes. He believed that the contrast would definitely catch his eye. But this is not him playing tricks on Lu Yu. In fact, he will cherish Lu Yu and take good care of her. He just really wanted to experience what it felt like to be pursued by a woman. He also wanted to know what it was like to be favored. And this experience was with a divorced young woman who had an amazing figure, a pretty face, and a high level of attractiveness. Just thinking about it made Chao Yufeng feel that this feeling would be incredibly wonderful. Thinking to himself, Chao Yufeng held Lu Yu's small hand, carefully feeling the smooth skin and delicate, boneless texture of it. "Sister Yu, we have some time today, let's go shopping together. I noticed you haven't changed your clothes in a long time, so I'll buy you some nice outfits today." Despite saying this, Chao Yufeng honestly led Lu Yu straight to the jewelry counter in the central exhibition area of the first floor lobby. "How much are the clothes? We can buy them later." "What if we don't buy the jewelry now, and it's all gone later?" Chao Yufeng would never spend a penny less than he could. Upon arriving at the jewelry counter, Chao Yufeng skipped the gold items and immediately took a liking to a jade bracelet. This jade bracelet is translucent and emerald green, like tender leaves in early spring, full of vitality, which perfectly matches Lu Yu's temperament. More importantly, it's expensive. This jade bracelet is the most expensive in the entire jewelry area, worth 1.3 million. Upon seeing this number, Chao Yufeng immediately smiled. "If I buy it, I can get another 100,000 yuan in rebates tomorrow." Without the slightest hesitation, Chao Yufeng immediately said, "Hello, please take out this bracelet so my girlfriend can try it on." "Huh? For me?" Before the teller could speak, Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise. She had seen that the jade bracelet was worth over 1.3 million yuan, and Chao Yufeng was going to give it to her. "Isn't this gift too expensive?" Chao Yufeng patted Lu Yu's hand, then nodded to the teller. The sales clerk smiled slightly, took out the bracelet, and said with a smile, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is our store's prized possession, a top-grade imperial green jadeite bracelet. This bracelet is flawless, with a clear and vibrant green color, which perfectly matches your girlfriend's temperament. She will definitely become even more beautiful wearing it. I really envy your girlfriend for finding a man who dotes on her so much." After the teller finished explaining, she said with emotion, "This jade bracelet is worth over 1.3 million yuan. The fact that his girlfriend bought him this bracelet shows how much Chao Yufeng dotes on Lu Yu, which makes the sales clerk feel a little envious. She just couldn't understand why there was such a huge difference in how people behaved when they were both men in the same world. That lazy bum of hers, let alone buying her a jade bracelet, he'd even be stingy and refuse to buy her a silver bracelet. Look at this young man, how generous he is, he just threw out a jade bracelet worth millions. Being his girlfriend would make everyone incredibly envious." Chen Xian was incredibly envious. Only now did she realize how stupid and ridiculous she had been back then. He betrayed Chao Yufeng and went to a hotel with Zhang Bin for a bag that cost only 30,000 yuan. But now, Chao Yufeng is spending millions or tens of millions of yuan to pamper his girlfriend. If she hadn't betrayed him, wouldn't all this adoration and envious glances have fallen upon her? 30,000 is nothing compared to millions or tens of millions. But she lost the chance to become a wealthy wife because of this fart. Thinking of this, regret overwhelmed Chen Xian like a tidal wave, causing her heartache as if it were being torn apart. The clerk brought dish soap, lubricated Lu Yu's hand, and then put the jade bracelet on her wrist. It fit perfectly. Upon seeing this, Chao Yufeng said directly, "Okay, I'll take the jade bracelet. Do you have any other good jewelry? I think my girlfriend needs a necklace. Could you find one for her?" Upon hearing this, the teller's gaze towards Lu Yu instantly shifted from envy to jealousy, and she said sourly, "Beautiful lady, your boyfriend is so good to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu smiled, feeling a surge of sweetness in her heart. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability +2, current favorability points, 91. Ding! Lu Yu is overjoyed to be the envy of others. Her happiness level has increased by 100 points, currently at 450. Lu Yu smiled and gently took Chow Yufeng's arm, her eyes filled with tenderness. Chen Xian felt even more heartbroken, so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Chen Xian left feeling utterly dejected. Shortly after, the clerk returned with a ruby necklace. Sir, this ruby necklace is worth 980,000. Is it all right for you? The necklace is made entirely of platinum, with a ruby the size of an adult's thumb set in the center. The red envelope was deep red and translucent, reflecting streaks of light under the illumination of the lamp. Chow Yufeng was very satisfied, but he still looked at Lu Yu considerately, gently put his arm around her waist, and asked, "Do you like it?" Lu Yu blushed, her eyes filled with tenderness, and shook her head, saying in a soft voice, "Too expensive." If they only say it's too expensive, then it means they like it. Chow Yufeng smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll take this one too." "No need to pretend, I'll put it on my girlfriend." As he spoke, Chow Yufeng picked up the necklace, looked into Lu Yu's eyes, untied the necklace, and put it on Lu Yu. Standing so close, Lu Yu looked into Chow Yufeng's eyes, her gaze filled with tenderness. She couldn't help but hug Chow Yufeng, wanting to snuggle into his arms like a kitten. If it weren't in public, Lu Yu would have loved to be a female hooligan, push Chow Yufeng down, and completely possess this man. She was deeply moved. Chow Yufeng's gentleness and his devotion to her were like a sharp sword, easily cutting through all her defenses and making her want to be with him without any reservations. She felt incredibly happy. Although her life had been difficult before, God had given her a completely unexpected compensation. She sent Chow Yufeng, a man so perfect he captivated her, to protect and cherish her. Chow Yufeng put on the necklace and asked with a smile, "How is it? Do you like it?" Lu Yu lowered her head, looked at the ruby hanging on her chest, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and nodded firmly. She absolutely loved it. Not only was the necklace beautiful, but more importantly, it was a gift from Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng handed over a bank card. "I'll take both pieces of jewelry. Please issue the receipt." The sales clerk was overjoyed. These two pieces of jewelry were worth over 2 million yuan, and she could earn tens of thousands of yuan in commission alone. The teller was all smiles. When Chow Yufeng and Lu Yu left, she bowed respectfully and said with a friendly smile, "Welcome, esteemed guest. We look forward to your next visit." After leaving the first floor, Chow Yufeng led Lu Yu straight to the women's clothing section on the third floor. After finding a cheongsam shop on the third floor, Chow Yufeng led Lu Yu quickly over. Chapter 26, Lifting a Rock Only to Drop It on One's Own Foot. Chow Yufeng led Lu Yu into the cheongsam shop. He chose a fitted black velvet cheongsam for Lu Yu, with a soaring phoenix drawn on it in gold thread. The phoenix is so lifelike, it seems as if it is about to burst out of its clothes. After Lu Yu changed into it, it fit her perfectly. The cheongsam is the best way to show off a woman's figure. After Lu Yu put on this cheongsam, it perfectly showed off her amazing figure with full hips and a slim waist. The shop owner was full of praise for Lu Yu's stunning S-shaped figure, marveling that she had never met a woman with such a perfect figure in all her years of running the shop. Chow Yufeng's eyes lit up at the sight. The shapely buttocks and the surging waves that seemed about to burst through her clothes made him exclaim that his eyes had been opened. To his surprise, the cheongsam with its cinched waist hugged Lu Yu's waist, clearly showing off her slender waist. Although it was just a change of cheongsam, it elevated Lu Yu's beauty and charm to a whole new level. She was like an alluring enchantress, making one want to possess her. Chow Yufeng had this feeling. He didn't want to experience being pursued anymore, he just wanted to quickly savor Lu Yu, this ripe peach, and see just how sweet and juicy she was. Feeling the aggressive gaze in Chow Yufeng's eyes, Lu Yu blushed slightly, walked up to Chow Yufeng, and asked with a flushed face, "Yufeng, do you think it looks good?" Needless to say, Chow Yufeng nodded and couldn't help but reach out and hug Lu Yu's waist. Its astonishing delicacy stirred Chow Yufeng's emotions the moment he held it. Lu Yu has practiced yoga for many years, which has made her waist not only slender but also as supple as a willow branch. The feeling of holding her in one's arms is so wonderful that it cannot be described in words. Lu Yu blushed and gently leaned into Chow Yufeng's arms, whispering, "I like it too, but it feels a bit too revealing. I'm not afraid of being exposed. You can wear something revealing at home for me to see." He really wanted to experience what a beautiful sight it would be to see Lu Yu, dressed in a cheongsam, embracing him affectionately. After buying the cheongsam, Chow Yufeng asked the shop manager to design several more for Lu Yu. The two then spent the afternoon shopping in the mall before taking a taxi home. As soon as she got home, Lu Yu started getting busy. She hadn't forgotten that she was going to cook a seafood feast today. She wanted to have a nice dinner with Chow Yufeng, preferably with some wine. They say alcohol emboldens the timid, and she wanted to embolden herself, preferably. As she thought this, Lu Yu's face turned as red as the sunset, so red it seemed like it was about to drip water. The golden sunlight of the setting sun shone through the window, illuminating Lu Yu's delicate face and making her blushing cheeks appear as if they were coated with a golden glow, making her look as pure and beautiful as an angel. At 7 p.m., Lu Yu set out the food, got up and went back to her room, put on the cheongsam she had just bought that day, and specially put on a pair of flesh-colored stockings and a pair of stiletto heels. After getting ready, I turned off the lights and lit 2 candles. The flickering flames created a romantic atmosphere. Chow Yufeng entered the room and saw this scene. The romantic setting made his heart flutter as the candlelight flickered. Another candlelight dinner, another cheongsam, stockings, and high heels. Is he trying to win me over? Chow Yufeng thought to himself, a sense of anticipation rising within him. He really wanted to see how Lu Yu would use every means to win him over. Yufeng, I'd like to have a drink today, is that alright? Lu Yu asked, her face flushed. Great, Sister Yu, I've been craving some wine too. Lu Yu's face lit up with joy. She picked up 2 wine glasses, poured half a glass for Chow Yufeng, placed it in front of him, and then said, Yufeng, try it and see how the dishes are today? Chow Yufeng was already hungry. Upon hearing this, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of garlic lobster, and put it in his mouth. The moment it touched his lips, Chow Yufeng's eyes lit up. The lobster meat was tender and bouncy, and the aroma of garlic combined perfectly with the freshness of the lobster. This wonderful flavor instantly awakened his taste buds, making him want to take another piece. After swallowing the lobster meat, Chow Yufeng smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, Sister Yu, your cooking skills are amazing, even better than a 5-star chef. Lu Yu smiled gently, I'm glad you like it. I was worried it wouldn't taste good. Yufeng, if you like to eat, I'll cook for you every day and take care of your daily needs. Is that all right? As Lu Yu spoke, she looked at Chow Yufeng with anticipation in her eyes. She loved taking care of this young man, doing her best like a wife, gentle and virtuous. When he came home, she would prepare delicious meals for him and chat happily with him about everyday things. Okay, Sister Yu, but won't this be too tiring for you? You have to take care of the beauty salon and cook for me. I don't want you to be exhausted. Chow Yufeng's caring words warmed Lu Yu's heart. She liked the feeling of being cared for by someone she liked, and the feeling of being surrounded by love and protection made her feel at ease. Thinking of this, Lu Yu smiled and shook her head. No, besides, I like taking care of you. How about you stop renting your house, Yufeng, and move here with me? I happen to have an empty room. As soon as she spoke, Lu Yu blushed crimson. She couldn't believe that she had actually invited a man to stay at her house. What was the difference between that and inviting him to live together? Lu Yu blushed, inwardly cursing herself for becoming increasingly daring. But her heart was filled with anticipation, and her eyes, illuminated by the firelight, held a tender and alluring gaze as she looked at Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng really wanted to agree, but if they actually lived together, how could he care for others? One shouldn't be selfish. There are many beautiful women in this world waiting for him to offer them his care. He absolutely cannot be the kind of person who abandons the whole forest for the sake of one tree. He cannot be so selfish. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, Sister Yu, to be honest, one beauty salon is not enough for me. I plan to expand my business. As for our house, I plan to use it as a warehouse to store some beauty products. We'll both need to move out eventually, so I think we should hold off on making any changes for now. Chow Yufeng's words clearly surprised Lu Yu. A beauty salon alone costs tens of millions of yuan, and Chow Yufeng still wants to do that? Seeing the surprise in Lu Yu's eyes, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, Sister Yu, not only do I want a beauty salon, but I also want to open a factory that processes beauty products. Wei Sheng's family happens to be in the business of processing beauty raw materials, so we can team up with him. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it big and strong, and I'll never limit myself to this small city. While saying this aloud, Chow Yufeng was inwardly ranting and raving. If he doesn't grow bigger and stronger, where will he get the money? Then, we can buy land, build factories, hire staff, and if we accidentally go bankrupt later, that would be even better. He's not afraid of spending money after receiving rebates. He can make a fortune. Small change. Small change. Chow Yufeng couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of the future rebates. Lu Yuzhen never expected Qiao Yufeng to have such a grand ideal. She had always thought Qiao Yufeng was just playing around in the world. Thinking of this, Lu Yu suddenly felt ashamed. Compared to Qiao Yufeng, Lu Yu realized that she was really too narrow-minded. I was so obsessed with how to win over Qiao Yufeng, I've really fallen from grace. No, I can't just be a pretty face, I want to be Yufeng's capable wife. Thinking of this, Lu Yu didn't hesitate and said with great interest, Yufeng, let's not drink today, let's have a good discussion about our future career plans. As Lu Yu spoke, she picked up the wine glass in front of Qiao Yufeng and casually placed it on the coffee table beside him. No, Qiao Yufeng was dumbfounded. Hey lady, weren't you trying to seduce me today? Come on, keep going. I just wanted to find an excuse, why did you take it seriously? Qiao Yufeng instantly revealed an expression even more painful than crying, deeply understanding what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. Chapter 27 Mu Linchuan's super short nightgown. A candlelight dinner completely changed the atmosphere. There is no more romance or ambiguity, only struggle and passion. The two talked about everything from beauty salons to factories, from factories to end-to-end services, and from end-to-end services to commercial operations. Qiao Yufeng chatted excitedly with Lu Yu, but tears were streaming down his face inside. They chatted for 3 hours straight before the candlelight dinner finally came to an end. By the time it was over, Qiao Yufeng had returned to his rented room at 10:30 p.m. I was just getting ready to wash up and go to bed when my phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was a video call from Mu Linchuan. Qiao Yufeng hesitated for a moment before answering the call. As soon as the video call connected, Mu Linchuan's voice came through. Yufeng, where have you been? Didn't you say you'd call me tonight when you weren't busy? Holy crap! Qiao Yufeng slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that when he had a long phone conversation with Mu Linchuan that morning, they had agreed that Qiao Yufeng would send Mu Linchuan a video call that evening. But after a busy day, he had long forgotten about it. Thank goodness I didn't spend the night at Lu Yu's place, otherwise if Mu Linchuan had called, I would have been completely exposed. Thinking about this, Qiao Yufeng felt somewhat fortunate. He was glad that he had talked to Lu Yu about business planning instead of continuing the ambiguous candlelight dinner. Otherwise, things would have gone too far, and his reputation as a playboy would have been exposed. Yufeng, what are you thinking about? Look, do you think my nightgown looks good today? As Mu Linchuan spoke, she placed her phone on the bedside table, stood up, and took a few steps back so that her figure was fully visible on the phone screen. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yufeng looked up. On the phone, Mu Linchuan is wearing a pink silk camisole nightgown. The pajamas were very short, barely covering Mu Linchuan's pert buttocks, and her pair of long, snow-white, and shapely legs were completely exposed to the air, making people's hearts itch. Looking up, Mu Linchuan's snow-white shoulders were only lightly draped by 2 straps, and her snow-white skin was clearly displayed before his eyes, tempting him to commit a crime. What surprised Qiao Yufeng even more was that Mu Linchuan was going braless, and her body was faintly visible through the thin fabric of her pajamas. This scene caused Qiao Yufeng's suppressed anger to surge up instantly, making him feel his blood flow faster and his breathing become more rapid. Seeing Qiao Yufeng's fiery gaze, Mu Linchuan smiled smugly to herself, blushed, and said shyly, "You big pervert, what are you looking at? Your eyes are practically glued to the view." As Mu Linchuan spoke, she crossed her arms, her face showing both shyness and pride. Qiao Yufeng scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled dryly, I couldn't help it, it's too beautiful, I couldn't help but take a few more glances." Hearing Qiao Yufeng praise her beauty, Mu Linchuan's lips curled up, filled with joy. Then, she said shyly, I don't usually like to wear a bra to bed. It feels restrictive and makes me uncomfortable. Qiao Yufeng's eyes lit up. Why don't you put it on properly? I think it's fine this way. Sometimes I don't wear it either. It's about letting my true nature shine through, Qiao Yufeng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Linchuan nodded shyly. She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushed, and said, Do you think it looks good just now? Qiao Yufeng scratched his head, chuckled, and nodded, It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I was completely mesmerized just now. The two were already a couple, so Qiao Yufeng was straightforward and didn't put on any pretentious pretense. Lin Xuan, how about you let go of my hand and let me take another look? Pa! I knew it, Qiao Yufeng, you're a big pervert. Mu Linchuan laughed and scolded, but after a moment of hesitation, she blushed and let go of her hands. In an instant, the scenery was restored, and Qiao Yufeng couldn't help but smile, his eyes burning with desire. Seeing Chow Yufeng's dazed expression, Mu Linchuan felt a little vain. She really liked the way she could charm Chow Yufeng. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Linchuan reached out and grabbed the collar, pulling it down sharply. In an instant, the perfect scenery was revealed, and Chow Yufeng's eyes widened in surprise. The two video chatted for an hour, and Mu Linchuan, blushing, prepared to hang up. Yufeng, I really miss you. We haven't seen each other for a whole day. Chow Yufeng nodded and said, how about we go for a walk together tomorrow since you're free? Mu Linchuan shook her head. She really wanted to go out with Chow Yufeng. Unfortunately, she still had injuries, with obvious bruises in these areas, although she covered them with foundation so they weren't visible in the video. However, if the two were face to face, Chow Yufeng would definitely be able to tell. She didn't want Chow Yufeng to worry, and she was even more afraid that Chow Yufeng might do something rash in anger. So I could only shake my head and refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Linchuan smiled and said, I have some things to take care of these next few days. Let's do it later, you little brat. Seeing the hint of disappointment on Chow Yufeng's face, Mu Linchuan bit her lip and continued. Okay, you big pervert, next time we go on a date, I'll wear a miniskirt and the Balenciaga stockings you gave me, okay? Mu Linchuan comforted her seductively. Chow Yufeng wanted to say that he didn't care about these things, but his body language betrayed him, and he nodded immediately. After hanging up the phone, Chow Yufeng plugged it in to charge, lay down on the bed, and began to think. Now I have money, I'm no longer a penniless college student. Perhaps because he came from a rural background, Chow Yufeng has a deep obsession with houses and cars. They felt that only by buying a house and a car could they be considered successful. He calculated that today's spending was 67.26 million, and Lu Yu's favorability rating had reached 90%, based on a 9% rebate. So his rebate tomorrow will be 6,053,400, more than 6 million. This not only made him a millionaire, but also a multi-millionaire with over 6 million. Chow Yufeng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. So much money was truly unexpected. In the first half of his life, he never imagined that he could earn so much money one day. At that time, he thought that if he could have $1 million in savings in the future, he would be secretly happy. But who would have thought that in just 2 days, he would have more than 6 million yuan, enough to make him laugh in his sleep in the middle of the night. He plans to buy a house and a car all at once. What he needs most right now is a car. As a second-generation rich kid, how could he not have a car? Wei Sheng's doubts today fully demonstrate the importance of the car. Looks like I need to hurry up and pick up a car in the next couple of days. Of course, besides money, he also gains happiness points, and he now has 450 happiness points. I'm just 5 points away from being able to exchange for the skill again. However, Chow Yufeng did not plan to exchange it immediately. This kind of thing could be used at any time, and he could just click on it when needed. With a smile on his lips, Chow Yufeng drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Chow Yufeng woke up and just opened his eyes. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Cashback successful. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank account. Among them, Lu Yu's favorability rating reached over 90, and she spent 67.26 million yesterday, receiving a 9% cashback, totaling 6.0534 million yuan. In my mind, the moment the system activated, my phone on the bedside table lit up, and a bank text message arrived. Seeing the more than 6 million yuan arrive in his account, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but smile. Checking the payment notification every day makes him feel great throughout the day. Staring at the payment confirmation message for another minute, Chow Yufeng smiled as he checked the new messages he had received on WeChat. The first message was from Lu Yu. Good morning, Yufeng. I made you seafood noodles this morning and put them in the insulated lunchbox by your door. Don't forget to get up and eat. Seeing this message, Chow Yufeng felt a warmth in his heart. The second message was sent by Mu Linchuan. You big pervert, get up, the sun's already high in the sky. A smiley face was also attached to the message. Chow Yufeng smiled knowingly and went to look at the third message. The third message was from Wei Sheng, inviting Chow Yufeng to a get-together. Chapter 28 Godfather Above. The third message was from Wei Sheng, inviting Chow Yufeng to sit at a coffee shop. Chow Yufeng's extravagant gesture yesterday truly shocked Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng couldn't even imagine how rich Chow Yufeng's family was after he suddenly gave away tens of millions. He posted this story in a group chat for wealthy second-generation individuals in Dalian City, and many people expressed disbelief. How could someone possibly give a woman tens of millions? Even if someone's family assets were worth billions, they wouldn't dare to do that. When Wei Shang said that he had seen it with his own eyes, these rich kids instantly became envious. In the past, they felt superior to others, but now they realized that compared to Chow Yufeng, the rich second-generation heir whom Wei Shang knows, they are nothing. They used to think that casually giving away tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan was already incredibly extravagant. But now, this rich second generation named Chow Yufeng has suddenly given away tens of millions. This completely stunned them. This has severely impacted their understanding of the world. In an instant, they were all filled with curiosity about Chow Yufeng, eager to see what this rich second generation looked like and how he differed from them. This was also the first time that Chow Yufeng's name had appeared in the ears of a group of rich second generation people in Dalian City. Dong Hao also saw the message sent in the group. Upon seeing the name Chow Yufeng, Dong Hao was visibly taken aback. He remembered Zhang Bin mentioning to him that the person they wanted to take revenge on was also named Chow Yufeng. But Zhang Bin said that this guy was just a poor loser. It seems they have the same name. Dong Hao thought to himself, a lewd smile appearing in his eyes. He trembled with excitement at the thought of Mu Lingxuan's long legs. Unfortunately, he's been busy with other things these past 2 days and hasn't had time. Wei Shang was instantly filled with curiosity about Chow Yufeng, the suddenly appearing parachute-rich second generation. So I made an appointment with Chow Yufeng today to deepen our relationship. Chow Yufeng sent an OK emoji and went to look at the fourth message. The fourth message was sent by Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong said that she owed Chow Yufeng a favor because of Gudan's matter, so she wanted to treat Chow Yufeng to a meal tomorrow, Saturday. This is to thank Chow Yufeng for his tolerance and generosity, and also to thank Chow Yufeng for giving her, the principal, so much face. Chow Yufeng was genuinely surprised that Yun Wanrong would take the initiative to send him a message. That's perfect, he took the opportunity to chat with Yun Wanrong. At first, Yun Wanrong was clearly resistant to chatting, but Chow Yufeng deliberately made her laugh, teasing and praising her, which gradually increased Yun Wanrong's enthusiasm for chatting. After the two finished talking, Chow Yufeng glanced at the time and realized that an hour had passed. He hurriedly got out of bed to get the insulated lunchbox outside the door. An hour later, the noodles inside had become soggy that they couldn't be picked up with chopsticks. With no other option, Chow Yufeng could only hold the lunchbox and drink it like soup. As he ate the warm noodle soup, Chow Yufeng smiled. It feels so good to have someone take care of you and care about you. Thinking of Lu Yu's gentleness and virtuousness, Chow Yufeng felt a warm and comforting feeling in his heart. After getting out of bed and washing the lunchbox, Chow Yufeng quickly washed up and, seeing that it was almost time, took a taxi straight to the coffee shop that Wei Shang had mentioned. Wei Shang had waited until the flowers had all withered, so he arrived half an hour early, hoping to make a good impression. That's great, Chow Yufeng is half an hour late. He waited an extra hour. When Chow Yufeng arrived, Wei Shang looked at him with the most mournful gaze imaginable. In Dalian City, who would dare make Wei Shang wait so long? Even the top young masters in Dalian City aren't this arrogant. The most outrageous thing they've ever done is make him wait for half an hour. But what about him today? 1 hour. Seeing Wei Shang's gaze, Chow Yufeng sat down and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Like a resentful woman from the deep palace, so full of resentment? Fine." Wei Shang felt so frustrated he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Considering that Chow Yufeng was spending tens of millions, Wei Shang still said with clear eyes, "It's okay. I'll just have to bear it, I'll just have to bear this one thing." Wei Shang tried to reassure himself. The two ordered 2 cups of coffee, some snacks, and a fruit platter, and started chatting. Wei Shang did not inquire about Chow Yufeng's family background. There are some things that the other party is unwilling to talk about, and it is useless to inquire about them. Moreover, the more you pry into the details, the more likely you are to offend people. He came here to deepen his relationship with Chow Yufeng, not to provoke his dislike. During their casual conversation, Chow Yufeng, seeing that it was almost time, took the lead and got down to business, telling him about his plans to open a factory. Once the factory is operational, Wei Shang's family's beauty ingredients can be sold directly to the factory. Upon hearing Chow Yufeng's idea, Wei Shang's face immediately lit up with a smile. Now, their family processes a lot of beauty raw materials, which are initially processed and then sold to factories. However, their previous operations were too large, resulting in overcapacity and a large backlog of raw materials every month. Some of these raw materials could not be stored for long, and sometimes the losses amounted to millions. If we can establish a long-term partnership with Chow Yufeng, the amount of raw materials piling up each month will be greatly reduced, and the losses will also decrease. If Chow Yufeng uses it in large quantities, they might have to expand production capacity. In this way, after deducting losses and adding profits, their family can earn at least $1 million in profit every month. Thinking about this, Wei Sheng suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have as much resentment in his heart anymore. Only a tiny bit. Waiting for this hour seems like a good thing. The two started chatting about the topic. Finally, Chow Yufeng waved her hand and stated that she would provide the money and Wei Sheng would provide the labor. Afterwards, Wei Sheng was given 10% of the shares. 10%? Wei Sheng frowned. From site selection, finding workers, construction, recruitment, and channel establishment, Chow Yufeng only gave him 10% of the entire process. Wei Sheng was somewhat displeased, and his tone became less enthusiastic than before. Young Master Feng, I'd like to know how much you plan to invest in this factory? Wei Sheng picked up a slice of watermelon, took a bite, and asked. Chow Yufeng held up one finger. 10 million? Wei Sheng asked in a somewhat indifferent tone. Chow Yufeng shook his head. Wei Sheng, aren't you being stingy? I spent tens of millions to buy a shop, but only 10 million to build a factory? How much is that? It can't be 100 million, can it? Wei Sheng's eyes cleared a bit as he asked again. Chow Yufeng shook his head again and laughed. 100 million? 10% of the shares is only 10 million. Wei Sheng, when have I, Chow Yufeng, ever been so stingy with my friends? Alright, let me tell you the truth. I'm not going to build those small factories. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. I'm planning to invest 1 billion. Wei Sheng was stunned. He crushed the watermelon in his hand, leaving his hands covered in juice. Holy crap, my godfather is here. Wei Sheng's eyes instantly cleared like water as he looked at Chow Yufeng with excitement. 1 billion. This number made his heart pound. He doesn't even have a billion in his family, but now Chow Yufeng is spending $1 billion to build a factory. And his 10% stake is worth 100 million. 100 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. If this works out, he can hold his head high in front of his father. His father's lack of courtesy in not greeting him with a smile was simply a sign that the old man was oblivious. At that moment, Wei Sheng suddenly felt that waiting for that hour was totally worth it. The tiny bit of resentment in my heart vanished instantly. He'd been waiting 100 million, and he'd be willing to wait a few more times. After discussing some details, Wei Sheng said he would take Chow Yufeng to a nice place, his friend's car dealership. According to Wei Sheng, his friend just received a batch of nice cars today. Some truly luxurious cars on the market are unavailable for purchase. Everyone knows that the Lamborghini Veneno is cool, and driving it is high-end, stylish, and awesome. But you can't buy this car even if you have the money. Not to mention that it's a limited edition worldwide, it won't even be available in 4S stores. These luxury cars tend to circulate within specific small circles. If you want to buy it, you not only need money, but also connections. Chow Yufeng was planning to buy a car, and upon hearing this, he left the coffee shop with Wei Sheng without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 29 Li, who is blind to talent. Wei Sheng drove his Bentley, and the two headed towards the car dealership owned by Wei Sheng's friend. During the ride, Chow Yufeng learned that Wei Sheng's friend was named Yuan Hongjie, who ran a high-end car dealership. His car dealership sells luxury cars worth millions, most of which are rarely seen on the market. It's something that's hard to get even if you have money. Therefore, Yuan Hongjie's car dealership business has always been good. What Chow Yufeng didn't know was that at that moment, an old acquaintance was right there in Hongjie Auto City. Since his divorce from Mu Lingshuang and Chen Xian's verbal abuse of him, Zheng Bin has set his sights on Li, a female shop manager here. The two have been getting along very well lately, and Li is very satisfied with Zheng Bin. I think Zheng Bin is handsome and rich. Although he is divorced, according to Zheng Bin, it was because his wife, Mu Lingshuang, betrayed him. Zheng Bin explained to her that he loved his wife very much, but because he was too indulgent, his wife became more and more unruly, and eventually she became so bold as to openly cheat on him in front of him and go to a hotel with another man. Moreover, this stranger was his junior from elementary school. According to Zheng Bin, he took good care of this junior when he was in college, but the junior was ungrateful and seduced his wife. He could no longer tolerate it, so he filed for divorce and gave all the family property to his ex-wife. Hearing this, Li was so moved she almost cried, while simultaneously cursing Chow Yufeng and Mu Lingshuang as scoundrels. She lamented that Zhang Bin was so unlucky to have encountered such an adulterous couple. Inside the car mall, on the first floor, Zhang Bin and Lily sat on a sofa next to a coffee table, chatting with each other. Lily took a sip of tea and said indignantly, "Your junior and your ex-wife have gone too far. How can there be such shameless people in this world? They are simply adulterers." Seeing that Lily completely believed his fabricated story, Zhang Bin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He knew that women were emotional creatures. When Lily heard the lies he made up, she would feel that he was weak and would feel an irresistible urge to protect him. She would also be unable to resist investing more feelings in him. And it will become much easier for him to win over Lily. Even tonight, he could. Zhang Bin sneered inwardly, but put on a pained expression and said generously, "They are unrighteous, so I cannot be unjust. If you hadn't pressed me for details today, I wouldn't have said these things." Upon hearing this, Lily's face showed a pained expression. She reached out and took Zhang Bin's hand, saying with concern, "Zhang Bin, it's because you're too kind-hearted that you've been bullied like this by Chao Yufeng and Mu Linshuang. When I think about how they actually went to book a hotel room right in front of you, I feel like my heart is about to explode with anger. It's so shameless." Zhang Bin smugly grabbed Lily's hand in return, deliberately putting on a magnanimous expression. "Lily, stop talking. I don't blame them. I respect their choice." Lily was moved. She never expected Zhang Bin to be so magnanimous. This was the kind of man she could entrust her life to. At the same time, I felt sorry for Zhang Bin. Such a good man, yet he encountered an ungrateful junior from school and a treacherous ex-wife who betrayed her husband and was unfaithful, and suffered such harm. Just thinking about it made Lily feel sorry for Zhang Bin. "Zhang Bin, you're so pitiful. Don't worry, when I see your ungrateful junior and that slutty ex-wife, I'll definitely teach them a lesson and get revenge for you." Zhang Bin was secretly overjoyed. He hadn't expected Lily to be so easily fooled. She believed him after just a few words. What a fool she was. Zhang Bin was smiling when he saw Chao Yufeng, which instantly froze his smile and filled his eyes with resentment. Chao Yufeng didn't see Zhang Bin, but instead saw a female classmate she knew. "My classmate also came to the car market. We greeted each other and then went our separate ways." "Zhang Bin, what's wrong? You look so pale?" Lily asked, puzzled. Zhang Bin sneered, raised his head towards the door, and said, "What a small world. I've run into my good junior." Upon hearing this, Lily followed Zhang Bin's gaze and looked at Chao Yufeng as he walked into the hall. She immediately curled her lip in disdain. "He looks respectable, but I never expected him to be so ungrateful. I really admire him. He did such a disgusting thing and still has the nerve to show his face. Ha! He really has a thick skin." As Lily spoke, she stood up and walked towards Chao Yufeng. Today, she's going to give Chao Yufeng, that ungrateful bastard, a good scolding and vent her anger for Zhang Bin. "Stop right there, you're not welcome here." Lily blocked Chao Yufeng's path, her face full of disdain, and said to him. Wei Shang went to park the car, and Chao Yufeng walked in by himself. "What the hell is going on? I just walked in and someone's pointing their finger at me and yelling at me?" Chao Yufeng's face instantly darkened. He never considered himself a good-tempered person. If you offend him, you'll always get a slap in the face. But this time, Chao Yufeng didn't. Instead, he laughed. Because he saw Zhang Bin standing with Lily. Zhang Bin looked at him with a cold smile, his eyes filled with obvious provocation. However, the words he uttered seemed to be for Chao Yufeng's sake in every way, which was extremely hypocritical. "Junior, you should leave. This place is not something a country person like you can afford. Junior, I think it's better to be down to earth. This place is still too far away for you. If you just look but don't buy, people will laugh at you." Zhang Bin was extremely hypocritical. He seemed to be saying things for Chao Yufeng's good, but in reality he was cursing Chao Yufeng as a poor bastard and mocking him for daring to come here. Chao Yufeng's expression remained calm, but he was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Zhang Bin to be so disgusting. It at least made him feel disgusted, successfully provoking his anger. Beside her, Lily added fuel to the fire, scoffing disdainfully, "This ungrateful junior is here to freeload, isn't he? He knows the food at the forest store is good, right? Sure enough, he's shameless enough." Lily curled her lip in disdain, her face full of sarcasm. The two didn't try to keep their voices down at all. Lily even deliberately spoke louder to attract the attention of the surrounding crowd. The surrounding crowd turned their gazes toward them, and upon hearing Li Li and Zhang Bin's words, their eyes held a hint of mockery as they discussed the matter with amused expressions. Someone actually came to freeload at the 4S store cafeteria? Wow, I thought this kind of thing only happened on Douyin TikTok, but there are actually people like this. It's an eye-opener, huh? This kid is really funny. No money to come here? What's wrong? Just looking at the cars and enjoying the view? Hee hee. People come here to broaden their horizons. There are plenty of people like this. Some even stand next to luxury cars, take pictures, and post them on Douyin to show off and satisfy their vanity. Only poor bastards could pull off something like this. It's both pathetic and hilarious. The surrounding crowd pointed and whispered at Chow Yufeng, and sneers and mockery rang out one after another. Hearing the mocking voices around him, Chow Yufeng felt his anger rising, making him want to slap Zhang Bin twice. Zhang Bin stood to the side, smiling smugly. His gaze toward Chow Yufeng was mocking and provocative, filled with self-satisfaction. Li Li also looked disdainful. She knew that the people around her would lend a helping hand and make Chow Yufeng, such an ungrateful scoundrel, get what he deserved. She felt that good men like Zhang Bin were becoming increasingly rare in the world. Zhang Bin could be magnanimous and not hold grudges, but as Zhang Bin's future virtuous wife, she absolutely could not turn a blind eye to the grievances he had suffered. She wanted to make Chow Yufeng regret his previous ingratitude. Now, just mocking this despicable person doesn't feel satisfying at all. She wants to help Zhang Bin get justice tenfold or 100-fold. Thinking of this, Li Li pointed at Chow Yufeng and shouted, "Security! Security! Beat this guy up and kick him out." When Wei Shang returned after parking his car and saw the scene, he was completely stunned. Chapter 30, Identity Revealed, Shocking and Terrifying the Crowd. Security! Security! Beat this guy up and throw him out. I'll pay for his medical bills. Li Li patted her chest proudly and gave the order. Upon hearing this, the security guards maintaining order inside the exhibition hall quickly ran over with their batons. Li Li sneered, pointed at Chow Yufeng, and ordered, "This poor loser, beat him up." Upon hearing the store manager's order, the security guards around the area drew their batons and walked towards Chow Yufeng with sinister smiles. People around, seeing these menacing-looking security guards, all looked terrified and moved away. Seeing Zhang Bin's smug look, Chow Yufeng was truly enraged. He clenched his fists, ready to teach these people a lesson. He didn't even consider those security guards to be a threat. Wei Shang had just parked his car and entered the lobby when he saw the scene, and he was completely stunned. Beside him, the boss, Yuan Hongjia, looked completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on. The two met in the parking lot and happened to be walking towards each other. Wei Shang's expression changed immediately. Who was Chow Yufeng? His family was likely worth billions. He himself is undoubtedly a top-tier second-generation rich kid. You want to hit someone like that? Are you framing me, or framing your boss, since I brought him here? Even if we take a step back and say that I just finished discussing the factory with young Master Phone, he gave me 100 million yuan worth of shares. Are we about to get attacked? Are you trying to make my 100 million yuan go down the drain? Seeing store manager Li Li pointing arrogantly at Chow Yufeng, Wei Shang's face instantly turned frosty as he strode over. He kicked down a security guard in front of him, then went to Li Li's side and slapped her across the face without saying a word. Li Li was startled when she saw Wei Shang's expression. Just as she was about to greet him, Wei Shang raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Smack! With a sharp crack, Li Li was slapped to the ground. The sharp sound interrupted all the movements. The security guard looked at Wei Shang, puzzled, not understanding what had happened. Zhang Bin's smug expression froze instantly. He knew Wei Shang. He was a rich second generation from Dalian City, on the same level as Dong Hao. He didn't dare say a word after hitting Li Li. What's even more frightening is that Wei Shang happened to appear at this moment, as if he was deliberately trying to help Chow Yufeng out of a predicament. Could these two be related? The thought flashed through Zhang Bin's mind, and he trembled all over, fear spreading through his heart. Li Li covered her face, looking aggrieved and confused. As the store manager, Wei Shang naturally knew that he was the boss's friend. But this friend used to have a good relationship with her, so why would he raise his hand to hit her today? Shang. Shang Ge, why did you hit me? Upon hearing this question, a cold glint flashed in Wei Shang's eyes, and he slapped the man across the face. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out in the hall. Lily covered her face with her hands, looking at Wei Sheng in fear, full of questions, but dared not utter another word. Standing to the side, Zheng Bin mustered his courage and asked in a trembling voice, "Sheng. Brother Sheng." The two words had barely left his mouth when Wei Sheng kicked him. Bang! A loud bang echoed throughout the exhibition hall for a long time. Zheng Bin was kicked so hard that he fell to the ground, his body sliding backward until his head hit the wheel of the display vehicle before he came to a stop. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in shock. Although they weren't Zheng Bin, they had no idea how painful that kick would be. However, there is a kind of pain in this world that is painful just to look at. After slapping Lili away and kicking Zheng Bin away, Wei Sheng quickly walked up to Chao Yufeng. Gone was his previous arrogance. Instead, he asked nervously, "Young Master Feng, I'm so sorry. I was planning to bring you here for some fun, but this happened. It's my fault for not making proper arrangements." "What? He's young Master Feng?" As soon as Wei Sheng finished speaking, a gasp rang out from the crowd in the exhibition hall. What Wei Sheng said in the rich kids group last night has already spread in some small circles. So, some people already know that a new rich second generation has appeared in Dalian City. In order to pursue a beautiful woman, he spends tens of millions of yuan. His name is Chao Yufeng, or Young Master Feng. Upon hearing this shout, many people in the exhibition hall reacted and stared at Chao Yufeng in shock. Those who can come to this car city are all people with some influence in Dalian City, and they naturally know some information. They never expected that the young Master Feng, who had attracted attention in the wealthy second-generation group in Dalian City last night, would actually meet him in person today. This shocked them, and their hearts pounded. "Is this young Master Feng? I heard he spent a fortune yesterday, giving a woman tens of millions of dollars, but he looks so young, like a college student. He's not just young, he's also dressed so casually, yet he manages tens of millions at such a young age. Just how rich is his family? Tens of millions? My family doesn't even have tens of millions, but young Master Feng made a move that made that beautiful woman's net worth surpass ours? I'm dumbfounded. Holy crap, what do I do? I just mocked young Master Feng, will he retaliate against me? Me too, I can't take it anymore, my legs are giving way, bro, help me up." Young Master Feng? Zheng Bin looked at Chao Yufeng and collapsed onto the floor, feeling like he couldn't even stand up. Even now, he still can't believe his ears that he has offended young Master Feng. And this Feng Xiao is the junior he has always looked down on? Not only did she mock and humiliate him, but she also slept with his girlfriend. Am I courting death, or am I courting death? Thinking of this, Zheng Bin felt as if the sky had fallen. The car dealership owner, Yuan Hongjie, was equally shocked. He hadn't expected that this young man, Feng Xiao, would be so young. How could someone so young have amassed tens of millions? When he was so young, his family only gave him tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money, at most 100,000. But young Master Feng has tens of millions. There's no way to compare people. As Yuan Hongjie thought about it, an indescribable sense of frustration welled up in his heart. Lili was completely numb. She stared blankly at Chao Yufeng, her heart pounding wildly with fear. As the manager of a high-end car dealership, she naturally needed to know more information, so she naturally knew about young Master Feng. From the moment she found out, she listed young Master Feng as a key client that she absolutely could not afford to offend. But now, he has completely offended this key client. She knew she was finished. Her boss would never tolerate her packing her bags and leaving would be the least of her worries. Knowing that she was doomed to die, Lili instead had the idea of giving up and going downhill. Since she's having a hard time, she'll make sure this young Master Feng has a hard time too. Lili glared at Chao Yufeng with resentment, then covered her face and said, "What's wrong with young Master Feng? Does having money give you the right to seduce other men's wives? Does having money make you ungrateful?" Lili questioned loudly, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Chao Yufeng. She felt that since her feud with young Master Feng was beyond repair, rather than waiting for Chao Yufeng to retaliate, she might as well take a big bite out of him and ruin his reputation. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd showed interest and looked at Chao Yufeng. Is young Master Feng ungrateful? Is he seducing someone else's wife? This is huge news. Once it's exposed, it'll cause an earthquake in the entire city of Dalian, or at least send shivers down your spine. However, if the news is true, this young Master Feng's character is truly, TSK, quite despicable. Such a despicable person is destined to be ostracized by the rich kids of Dalan City, since no one wants to make friends while also having to be wary of the other person. Chow Yufeng laughed. He had no idea he was so despicable. He didn't even know when he had become so ungrateful. As for seducing other men's wives, he didn't want to say anything more. Apart from Mu Lingxuan, Lu Yu and Yun Wanrong are both divorced, neither of them married, and they have feelings for each other. Is this called seducing someone else's wife? As for Mu Lingxuan, Zhang Bin betrayed her by seducing Chen Xian first, so why can't he fight back? Chapter 31 The Truth Revealed. Yuan Hongjie and Wei Shang also looked at Chow Yufeng with surprise and doubt. If Li Li's words were true, then they really needed to reconsider whether they still wanted to be friends with Chow Yufeng. After all, nobody likes being given a green hat by a friend. Not just them, you could say no one would like it. If this is true, then Chow Yufeng will find it impossible to move an inch in Dalan City. Zhang Bin, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly brightened up when he saw everyone's expressions. He jumped up like a rabbit, pointed at Chow Yufeng, and excitedly said, "Everyone, this is him, this is young Master Feng, Chow Yufeng, he is my junior. When he first came to the school, I took care of him like a younger brother, treated him to meals, showed him around the university, and even stood up for him in fights twice. But he was ungrateful and actually seduced my wife. The two of them went so far as to check into a hotel right in front of me. I was so angry that I argued with him for a bit, but this young Master Feng knocked me to the ground and stomped my face on the ground." As Zhang Bin spoke, he pointed to a scar on one side of his face that had already scabbed over and fallen off, continuing to distort the truth. "Did you all see that? This is the scar he left when he stepped on my face and put it on the ground. I never imagined that Chow Yufeng would not only disregard the kindness I showed him before, but also humiliate me like this and cheat on me. He's a scoundrel." Zhang Bin's words echoed in the exhibition hall, and everyone was shocked to hear these distorted facts. Is this for real? This young Master Feng's character is just too despicable. Damn it, young Master Feng is such a jerk. Senior took such good care of him, but he repays kindness with enmity. This is too much. It makes me feel disgusted. Hee, just watch, this young Master Feng is finished. No one in the entire Dalan City will like him anymore. What good is money? He's being boycotted by everyone, money won't help him. Pa! What kind of young Master Feng is this? I'll make fun of Chow Yufeng every time I see him in the future. Inside the exhibition hall, the crowd was buzzing with discussion, and everyone looked at Chow Yufeng with hostility. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Bin smiled happily once again. He was incredibly smug, and the provocative look in his eyes as he looked at Chow Yufeng resurfaced. So what if you're rich? You're still under my feet. A few words from me can bring you to your doom. Who do you think you are to fight me? Zhang Bin thought to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lily scoffed disdainfully, feeling that she had finally avenged Zhang Bin and prevented such a good man as Zhang Bin from suffering any further injustice. Listening to the incessant accusations from the crowd around him, Chow Yufeng looked at Zhang Bin's smug sneer and realized that he had really underestimated Zhang Bin. This bastard is not only incredibly good at poaching juniors, but he's also quite adept at twisting the truth. Unfortunately, this kind of lie is easily exposed. However, Zhang Bin and Lily felt that they had successfully taken revenge, and they were overjoyed. Brother, is what they said true? Wei Shang opened his mouth, then asked hesitantly. Chow Yufeng remained calm and did not answer, but instead asked, Wei Shang, what do you think? Wei Shang had barely uttered a word when Lily interrupted him, saying, Chow Yufeng, can't you take some responsibility? Now you still want to make excuses? Ha, I really look down on you. A grown man who dares to do something but doesn't dare to take responsibility, not only ungrateful but also shirking responsibility and running away. Someone like you, do you even deserve to be called young Master Feng? It's ridiculous. Zhang Bin, also adding insult to injury, sneered. Chow Yufeng, although you hurt me and were ungrateful, I don't blame you. But now you dare to do it but not to admit it, which really disappoints me. I am ashamed to have a junior like you. The surrounding crowd was also filled with righteous indignation, and they all pointed fingers at Chow Yufeng. That Chow Yufeng is a complete scoundrel. His senior took such good care of him, and he actually tried to steal her away. Even a rabbit knows not to eat the grass near its burrow, but Chow Yufeng? He's not even as good as a beast. Bah! I've really opened my eyes to something amazing. I was quite admiring of him just now, but now, huh? He dares to do it but doesn't dare to admit it. He's really shameless. Damn it, even though rich people can have fancy ways of doing things, you can't bully people like this. Openly putting a green hat on someone in front of them is too much. It's outrageous. How can someone like that still have the nerve to stand there so calmly? If it were me, I would have crawled into a hole in the ground long ago. So, brother, we're the kind of people who wouldn't do something as ungrateful as this. The people in the exhibition hall all looked at Chow Yufeng with disgust, pointing at him and speaking with obvious contempt. Chow Yufeng's gaze turned icy. He wasn't going to play along with Zhang Bin any longer and took out his phone to expose Zhang Bin's lies. However, before he even had to say a word, some people were already fed up with Zhang Bin's shameless face of distorting the truth and were ready to expose him. Zhang Bin, however, was unaware that he was about to face a terrible disaster. At this moment, he was already overjoyed. If it weren't for the fact that this place was inappropriate, he would have liked to laugh out loud to show his smugness. Just as Zhang Bin was feeling most triumphant, the female classmate who had previously bumped into Chow Yufeng picked up her phone, glared angrily at Zhang Bin, and loudly proclaimed, "Don't be fooled by Zhang Bin. The truth is completely the opposite of what Zhang Bin said. It is Zhang Bin who is shameless, stealing younger students' girlfriends and seducing younger female students. I have video evidence here." As the female student spoke, she raised her phone, opened the video posted on the school forum, and played it in front of everyone. Zhang Bin's smug expression froze once again. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed towards the female classmate, trying to snatch the phone away. But as soon as he moved, Chow Yufeng, who was already furious, stepped forward and kicked him in the waist. Zhang Bin watched in horror as Chow Yufeng kicked him, followed by a sharp pain that spread rapidly from his waist and abdomen, causing his face to contort in agony. The force of the kick sent Zhang Bin staggering backward, his body slamming hard against the car behind him. Instantly, alarms blared, and Zhang Bin cried out in pain. But no one glanced at him. Everyone was focused on the video on the female classmate's phone. The video clearly showed how arrogant and domineering Zhang Bin was standing at the hotel entrance, how Chow Yufeng trampled on him, and how he went to a hotel with Mu Linchuang right in front of him. After watching the video, everyone glared angrily at Zhang Bin and Li Li. They couldn't believe how shameless Zhang Bin was, that he would so brazenly distort the truth and portray himself as a victim. It was clearly him, arrogant and domineering, embracing someone else's girlfriend at the hotel entrance, sneering smugly. Now, they're even falsely accusing Chow Yufeng of poaching his girlfriend. Yes, Chow Yufeng poached his employees. This time, they wholeheartedly agreed, thinking that Chow Yufeng did the right thing and that he should be poached. Pa! This is the first time I've ever seen such a shameless person. This Zhang Bin is utterly shameless. This store manager is no good either. I now strongly suspect that the two of them colluded to frame young Master Phone. I actually believed it just now and said a lot of nasty things. I'm so sorry, young Master Phone. Holy shit, those two are awful. My dad even told me to get to know young Master Phone, and now look what happened. I've completely offended him. I'm going to kill them. Lily felt as if the sky had fallen. Only then did she realize that the biggest idiot was actually herself, and that she had been easily manipulated by Zhang Bin. Not only did he offend young Master Feng, whom he absolutely could not afford to offend, he also helped the despicable Zhang Bin to commit evil deeds. Ironically, she acted like an idiot, thinking she had done the absolutely right thing. Chapter 32. Zhang Bin's 3 legs were broken. Thinking of her previous ridiculous behavior, Lily glared angrily at Zhang Bin, and without saying a word, she rushed up to him, raised her hand, and slapped him hard across the face. Zhang Bin was beaten and howled incessantly, his screams echoing throughout the entire exhibition hall. But no one stopped them. Some even thought the beating was too lenient. They argued that if such a person wasn't taught a good lesson, he would continue to cause trouble and harm others and himself. Yuan Hongjie waved his hand, called over the supervisor next to him, and instructed, after Lily finishes her beating, have the security guards break Zhang Bin's legs and throw him out. Also, Lily, tell her to pack her things and get out of here. The supervisor nodded in turn to give instructions to the security captain. After doing all this, Yuan Hongjie looked at Chow Yufeng with a smile on his face and said, "Young Master Feng, do you think this arrangement is acceptable?" Chow Yufeng didn't answer, but just smiled calmly and made an okay sign. Yuan Hongjie breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. He said, "Young Master Feng, let's go to the interior exhibition hall." Upon hearing this, the supervisor quickly smiled and led the way. Chow Yufeng strode over, and the others quickly made way for him, afraid of offending this powerful figure. Yuan Hongjie and Wei Shan walked behind. Yuan Hongjie let out a long breath and said with lingering fear, "I didn't expect young Master Feng to be so easy to talk to." "Is he easy to talk to?" Wei Shang frowned and asked doubtfully, "If you break 3 of his legs, Zheng Bin can forget about being a man for the rest of his life." "Huh? Isn't that okay?" Yuan Hongjie was also puzzled. He thought it was okay. "But you're telling me it's breaking 3 legs? Is that okay?" Wei Shang asked, also puzzled. Why did he get the feeling that Chow Yufeng meant to break 3 legs? Yuan Hongjie glanced at Chow Yufeng in front of him and asked, "What should we do then?" Wei Shang hesitated for a moment. To be on the safe side, 1 more clause won't matter. "Let's scrap it." A cold glint flashed in Yuan Hongjie's eyes, and he nodded. Zheng Bin, they really don't take him seriously. It's not worth offending Chow Yufeng for a leg. Since that's the case, if 1 rule is missing and another rule is added, then let's just discard it. As Zheng Bin was dragged away from the car city, his lower body was stained with blood. He lay on the grass like a dead dog, his eyes filled with resentment. He became the last eunuch in China. This made Zheng Bin vow to take revenge on Chow Yufeng. With difficulty, Zheng Bin took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Brother Tian, this is Xiao Bin. I agreed to the plan you told me about to set up a scheme to scam the rich second generation in Dalian City. Brother Tian, I don't want money, I just want you to help me get revenge on someone. His name is Chow Yufeng. I'm going to cripple all 3 of his legs." Zheng Bin roared, his eyes filled with resentment. Dalian City, Tianlong Hotel, penthouse suite. A man in his mid-20s, dressed in a flamboyant manner like a woman, hung up the phone. Just now, Zheng Bin agreed to help him scam the rich second generation in Dalian City. With an inside man helping him, he believes he can easily manipulate these rich second generation in Dalian City. As for who to deal with, Chow Yufeng, that depends on his mood. Thinking that he could take over the businesses of those rich second generation heirs in Dalian City, Chu Tian covered his mouth and sneered, as alluring as a woman. He is a top-tier rich second generation heir from the neighboring city, the provincial capital, and Hongfeng City. He is the eldest son of the Chu family. This time, he set up a trap for these rich second-generation heirs in Dalian City to swindle the industries under their names and help the Chu family gain a foothold in Dalian City. His first targets were Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie, and secondly, Mu Feng, one of the top rich second-generation heirs in Dalian City. Because these people's businesses are related to their family's business. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Bin found Dong Hao's number and dialed it. "Hey, Hao Ji, how's it going with teaching Chow Yufeng a lesson?" "Zheng Bin, don't talk to me about revenge yet. You better tell me the truth first. Is the Chow Yufeng you're talking about the same young Master Feng that Wei Shang mentioned?" Dong Hao was still uneasy. Although he thought yesterday that the 2 Chow Yufengs were probably not the same person, the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. What if? Therefore, it's better to find out more details. Zheng Bin held his phone, his eyes filled with resentment. He would never tell Dong Hao that the 2 were the same person. Now, he's going to take advantage of whoever he can, dragging them all down with him so they can all become enemies with Chow Yufeng. This forced them to deal with Chow Yufeng. Thinking of this, Zheng Bin said contemptuously, "Brother Hao, you don't believe me? Let me tell you, Brother Hao, Wei Shang does know Chow Yufeng, and he knows both Chow Yufengs, but their names are just pronounced the same. The person I want to take revenge on is Chow Yufeng, not the young Master Feng that Wei Shang mentioned." Holding his phone, Dong Hao was momentarily stunned. He still couldn't quite believe it. 2 people have different characters in their names, but the pronunciation is exactly the same? Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? Zheng Bin knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to convince Dong Hao. After thinking for 2 seconds, Zheng Bin continued, "Brother Hao, would I lie to you? I just checked. Do you know how many people in China are named Chow Yufeng? More than 400. Brother Hao, if you still don't believe me, come with me to school and ask those classmates who know Chow Yufeng themselves if Chow Yufeng is just a poor loser." Dong Hao nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Zheng Bin bandaged his wound and took Dong Hao to Donglin University. Zheng Bin cleverly refrained from writing down the name, but instead asked the classmates directly if Chow Yufeng was from an ordinary family. As a result, the students all answered, yes. Hearing this answer, Dong Hao believed it. If more than a dozen people said that Chow Yufeng was a poor loser, then what did he have to be afraid of? As long as it's not young Master Feng, he can easily crush any loser. Dong Hao smiled confidently. The thought of soon being able to hold Mu Linshuang in his arms made Dong Hao smirk. He couldn't wait to teach Chow Yufeng, that poor bastard, a lesson. Seeing the smirk on Dong Hao's lips, Zheng Bin smiled sinisterly. As long as more people are dragged into this mess and everyone becomes enemies with Chow Yufeng, then this damn young master phone will have to keep a low profile in Dalian City. He was really looking forward to seeing Chow Yufeng hiding like a mouse. Zheng Bin was pleased with himself and sent Chow Yufeng's photo to Dong Hao. If they happen to meet, he hopes Dong Hao can teach Chow Yufeng a lesson first. After it's done, he will give Dong Hao 3 million as a thank you. On the other side, Chow Yufeng was unaware that he had been targeted by Dong Hao and Chu Tian. At this moment, he followed Yuan Hongjie and Wei Sheng on a tour of the interior exhibition hall. The interior showroom is a place only people with assets of at least 100 million yuan can enter. Each of the vehicles displayed here costs at least 1 million. This is where the real luxury cars gather. The reason Wei Sheng invited him this time was because two big guys came to the exhibition hall yesterday. One of them is a Bugatti Chiron, worth 70 million. The other one is even more impressive, a VIP among luxury cars, a Lamborghini Veneno, worth 90 million. However, it's available but not in the market. If you want to buy it, you'll have to pay an extra 10 million, bringing the final price to at least 100 million. These two cars do not belong to Yuan Hongjie, he was just helping to sell them. He simply can't afford such a top-of-the-line luxury car. When the tarpaulins covering the two top-of-the-line supercars were removed, revealing their gleaming bodies, Chow Yufeng fell in love with them at first sight. Supercars, every man's dream. Putting aside its cool appearance and unparalleled speed, the emotional value it provides alone is enough to push a man's vanity to its peak. Chow Yufeng was no exception, he was just an ordinary person who had dreamed of owning a luxury car countless times. But now, looking at the two cool luxury cars in front of him, Chow Yufeng's eyes lit up. Chapter 33 The Little Woman Mu Linshuang. Chow Yufeng's eyes lit up, he had to get those two luxury cars. They can be given to Mu Linshuang and Lu Yu respectively, and registered in their names. In this way, he can not only experience it when he has nothing to do, but also spend nearly 200 million yuan. The rebate on the second day will be at least tens of millions. He could become a multi-millionaire. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but feel excited. Young Master Feng, what do you think of these two cars? Yuan Hongjie asked with a smile. Chow Yufeng was excited inside, but outwardly he appeared calm. Now that he's portrayed as a super-rich second-generation heir with assets of billions, he naturally can't drool over just seeing two luxury cars. He naturally knew what Yuan Hongjie meant by asking that question. Ask him if he had any plans to buy it. Chow Yufeng hesitated for a second, then smiled and said, "We have quite a few cars at home, but we brothers should naturally help each other out." Perfect timing. I just met Hongjie, and I didn't prepare any gift for our first meeting. How about this? I'll take both cars, consider it a gift from your brother. Name your price, brother, I won't haggle. Hiss. Yuan Hongjie immediately gasped, his pupils constricting as he stared at Chow Yufeng in shock. Last night, he only heard Wei Sheng talk about how extravagant young Master Feng was, but seeing it with his own eyes now left him utterly shocked. These two cars together cost nearly 200 million. But Chow Yufeng just bought it like that? And the fact that it was bought as a gift for him when we first met shows that the sentiment is a bit too much. Yes, young Master Feng naturally understands that Yuan Hongjie can get a large commission from selling these two cars. So, that commission was a gift from Chow Yufeng to him when they first met. 200 million. They just threw away 200 million? This extravagant gesture completely shattered his understanding of the world. Furthermore, Chow Yufeng also said that his family already had a car, which was enough, but he still bought another one. What does this show? It shows that Chow Yufeng values his friend. They didn't just talk the talk, they proved it with their actions. This is infinitely more sincere than some people who only talk big but run away without actually doing anything. They're worth billions, and they're willing to take you, someone worth a few hundred million, along on their side. That's a sign of respect. They spent 200 million right off the bat, they really consider you a friend. In that instant, Yuan Hongjie made up his mind about Chow Yufeng. Wei Sheng was also full of surprise. He knew Chow Yufeng was wealthy, but he didn't expect Chow Yufeng to spend 200 million yuan just to give a gift. Wei Sheng's face was filled with a shocked, bitter smile. Damn it, compared to others, he felt like a poor loser. Seeing Yuan Hongjie still in shock, Wei Sheng nudged him and said with a smile, "Still standing there?" Since young Master Feng has spoken, just name your price. Yuan Hongjie then suddenly realized what was happening and gave Chow Yufeng an embarrassed smile. After a few seconds of contemplation, he said, Young Master Feng, since you're so kind, I won't say anything more. I'll just add a small tip, 175 million. How about that? Chow Yufeng originally thought it would be at least 180 million or 190 million. Unexpectedly, it was over 170 million. After thinking for a moment, Chow Yufeng continued boldly, Hongjie, friendship is friendship, and business is business. Let's keep it at heart. Besides, we're friends, and I can't just let you earn a meager living. Here's the deal, 180 million. Deliver the car, and I'll transfer the money to you. Yuan Hongjie was overjoyed he had an extra 5 million, all of which he had earned himself. Originally, the combined price that the two car owners were willing to pay was 175 million. After the car is sold, the two car owners will split the profits with him. This share is what Yuan Hongjie calls hard-earned money. Unexpectedly, Chow Yufeng's generosity completely surprised him, and he directly offered 180 million. Now he can earn an extra 5 million. Their family's annual net profit is about this much. But he made a profit equivalent to his family's entire year's profit from a single deal. Yuan Hongjie was overjoyed, and his gaze toward Chow Yufeng became even clearer. Young Master Feng, I won't say anything more. I'll arrange for your wife to come over tonight too. I must toast you. Yuan Hongjie patted his chest and laughed. He was much older than Chow Yufeng, but he still addressed Lu Yu as sister-in-law, the meaning of which was quite clear, he would be Chow Yufeng's younger brother from now on. The two parties agreed to go to the Tianlong Hotel together at 8 p.m. After agreeing on the terms, the two vehicles began loading, and Chow Yufeng took one of them to find Mu Linchuan. The other car remained where it was, waiting for Chow Yufeng to return so they could go to Lu Yu's place together. On the way, Chow Yufeng called Mu Linchuan. Seeing that it was Chow Yufeng calling, Mu Linchuan was overjoyed and happily answered the phone, but she joked. Hey, who's this? Isn't this the big pervert? He actually called me today. Let me see, did the sun rise in the west today? I remember someone who wouldn't even call me yesterday. I had to be the one to contact him first. Hearing Mu Linchuan's clearly resentful voice on the phone, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. When a woman complains to you, it means she already has feelings for you and can't help but want to share things with you. When a woman complains to you that you haven't called her, it means she really cares about you and wants to be with you all the time. Chow Yufeng naturally understood, so he couldn't help but smile. Okay, since you called me so early today, I won't say anything. Now, you can tell me, you big pervert, did you miss me? Hearing the voice on the phone, Chow Yufeng laughed and said, You guessed right, I miss you. I wonder if this beautiful Miss Mu Linchuan misses me too. Upon hearing this, Mu Linchuan's fair, oval face broke into a wide smile. Holding her phone, a blush rose to her cheeks as she laughed and scolded, Pa. Who would think of a pervert? I wasn't thinking of you, I was thinking of a big jerk named Chow Yufeng, hee. On the phone, Mu Linchuan, like a happy child, covered her mouth and chuckled. Chow Yufeng's face also broke into a wide smile. Aren't they just kids? Two big kids in their early 20s. Lin Xuan, could you send me your home address? Why do you want our home address? You big pervert, tell me, are you having some dirty thoughts again? Holding his phone, Chow Yufeng echoed Mu Linchuan's words, saying, I'm a gentleman, how could I possibly have any filthy thoughts? But yesterday, didn't you say your cat can do backflips? I wanted to see it for myself. Mu Linchuan blushed, chuckled, and hugged her pillow, saying in a teasing tone. Well, Chow Yufeng, you've exposed your filthy thoughts, haven't you? Who told you I have a cat? Despite saying this, Mu Linchuan still edited the text message with her home address and sent it to Chow Yufeng with a blush on her face. After hanging up the phone, Mu Linchuan smiled shyly, hugged the pillow in her arms, buried her head in it, and murmured to herself, both embarrassed and amused. Mu Linchuan, how could you give your address to that pervert? You've only known each other for less than 2 days. Mu Linchuan, you have fallen. I despise you. I despise you. Mu Linchuan scolded herself, but her face was covered with a happy anti-smile, just like a little woman waiting for her husband. While laughing, Mu Linchuan suddenly remembered that the house hadn't been tidied up yet. Looking at the messy living room, she hurriedly started to tidy up, arranging some clothes and ornaments neatly. Then, she hurriedly ran to the dressing table, picked up the cosmetics, and started applying her makeup. Chapter 34. Chow Yufeng and Mu Linchuang embraced and kissed. With the Bugatti Chiron loaded into the car, Chow Yufeng arrived at Mu Linchuang's building. After getting out of the car, Chow Yufeng walked upstairs, entered the elevator, and arrived at Mu Linchuang's door. She knocked lightly on the door, and Mu Linchuang opened it as soon as she knocked once. It was as if Mu Linchuang had been waiting at the door, waiting for Chow Yufeng to knock. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, Mu Linchuang blushed slightly and said softly, "You've come?" Chow Yufeng nodded and looked at Mu Linchuang. Today, in order to welcome Chow Yufeng, Mu Linchuang not only put on exquisite makeup to make herself look even more beautiful, but also carefully selected her clothes. Today, she wore a simple white fitted top, revealing her smooth and flat stomach. She wore a white pleated mini skirt, completely exposing her long, proud legs to the air, as if deliberately showing them off to Chow Yufeng. She was wearing Balenciaga crystal stockings that she had bought last time. Under the light, the stockings shimmered and were exceptionally eye-catching. "Is it pretty?" Mu Linchuang smiled and circled around Chow Yufeng before asking a question. Looking at Mu Linchuang, who had clearly dressed up, Chow Yufeng smiled and nodded, gently putting his arm around Mu Linchuang's flat waist and saying tenderly, "Linchuang, you are so beautiful." As soon as he uttered those words, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but kiss him. Mu Linchuang stiffened for a moment, then a tender look appeared on her face. She gently wrapped her arms around Chow Yufeng's neck and passionately kissed him. The two kissed for 10 minutes before slowly separating. Mu Linchuang blushed and looked at Chow Yufeng with tender eyes. She reached out and gently wiped the lipstick off the corner of his mouth. Chow Yufeng wrapped his arms around Mu Linchuang's waist, his eyes burning with desire, and couldn't help but say, "Linchuang, you are so beautiful. As soon as I see you, I can't help but want to hold you tightly." Upon hearing this, Mu Linchuang smiled shyly and said, "Then how about I cling to you every day from now on? You can't hate me or be annoyed by me then." Chow Yufeng smiled and nodded, unable to resist kissing Mu Linchuang's red lips again. But this time, Mu Linchuang giggled and dodged away. She gently punched Chow Yufeng's shoulder and said shyly, "Oh, we're right at the door. It wouldn't be good if the neighbors saw us. Come on, come inside with me." As Mu Linchuang spoke, she took Chow Yufeng's hand and was about to walk into the house. Chow Yufeng didn't move, but with a sudden pull, he dragged Mu Linchuang into his arms. Mu Linchuang exclaimed in surprise, bumping into Chow Yufeng's chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Ugh, why did you drag me back? What if the neighbors see us? Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed." Chow Yufeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I brought you back because I wanted to tell you that I prepared a gift for you downstairs. Come on, let's go down and take a look." "Gift?" These two words made Mu Linchuang's eyes light up. She liked the feeling of Chow Yufeng doting on her and occasionally preparing little surprises for her. With a blush on her face, Mu Linchuang leaned against Chow Yufeng's chest, nodded slightly, and whispered as softly as a mosquito, Holding Mu Linchuang's hand, the two went downstairs together. After leaving the building, I arrived at the community square. There's a large truck parked here, carrying something covered by a tarpaulin. Is this the gift Chow Yufeng gave me? It's so big, what is it? Mu Linchuang's heart was instantly filled with curiosity, and she couldn't help but look the truck up and down. Seeing Mu Linchuang's expression, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, "Guess what's inside?" Mu Linchuang lowered her head and pondered for 2 seconds, then smiled and said, "Yufeng, tell me quickly, is there a super big doll inside? Or maybe, oh dear, I can't guess." Mu Linchuang shook Chow Yufeng's arm, laughing coquettishly. Chow Yufeng didn't speak immediately, but gently reached out and covered Mu Linchuang's eyes, whispering in her ear, "I won't tell you yet, I'll give you a surprise later." Mu Linchuang nodded with a smile, her anticipation growing even stronger. Upon seeing this, Chow Yufeng signaled to the staff to open the tarpaulin and unload the vehicle. A Bugatti Chiron, gleaming in the sunlight, then appeared before everyone's eyes. In the square, some residents of the community had already stood by curiously watching. When the veil was lifted, revealing the Bugatti Chiron, a collective gasp rippled through the surrounding crowd, everyone looking at Mu Linchuang with envy. Mu Linchuang didn't know what had happened, but she could clearly hear the gasps from everyone. The envious sounds made her even more curious about what kind of gift Chow Yufeng had given her. The Bugatti Chiron came to a stop in the square, and Chow Yufeng slowly released his grip. With her hands no longer obstructing her view, Mu Linchuang could see the Bugatti Chiron ahead. Upon seeing that one glance, Mu Linchuang felt her heart clench violently. She turned her head stiffly, looking uncertainly at Chow Yufeng, and asked, Yufeng, this is for me?" Mu Lingchuan pointed at herself, her face full of disbelief. Chow Yufeng smiled and nodded, took her hand, placed the car keys in her hand, and then said with a smile, "Yes, do you like this gift?" Upon receiving Chow Yufeng's confirmation, Mu Lingchuan immediately covered her mouth and burst into tears. She was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. She suddenly hugged Chow Yufeng and couldn't help but kiss him. Ding! Mu Lingchuan's favorability +2, current favorability points, 93. Ding! Mu Lingchuan received the sports car and is overjoyed. Happiness points +100, current happiness points, 550. Releasing Chow Yufeng, Mu Lingchuan's eyes welled with tears as she looked at the supercar in front of her. She couldn't believe that one day she would be driving a supercar, a Bugatti Chiron worth tens of millions. That's tens of millions. He suddenly has tens of millions? Mu Lingchuan's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. She wanted to go up and touch the car, but she didn't dare. Now she finally understood why those people had just let out a collective gasp of envy. Who wouldn't envy a gift worth tens of millions? And today, she received this gift that would make anyone envious to the point of madness. Seeing the envious looks on everyone's faces, Mu Lingchuan felt her vanity was greatly satisfied. All of this was because of Chow Yufeng. It was because of him that she became a truly enviable princess. At this moment, she felt incredibly fortunate that she had ended up with Chow Yufeng. I am even more grateful that Chow Yufeng favors me so much and gave me a gift worth tens of millions. At this moment, Mu Lingchuan suddenly felt that even if she died for Chow Yufeng, she would have no regrets. Come on, feel it. Chow Yufeng took Mu Lingchuan's hand and placed it on the supercar. The sight of it in person made Mu Lingchuan's hands tremble with excitement. He couldn't wait to get into the driver's seat, carefully started the car, and began driving along the neighborhood. After driving with Mu Lingchuan for 2 hours, Chow Yufeng made a promise to call her again that evening and then left the neighborhood. There's another car waiting for him to deliver if he doesn't hurry, it'll be dark soon. This time, however, Mu Lingchuan wasn't reluctant at all. Her mind was completely captivated by the supercar. 2 hours hadn't fully released her excitement, and tonight she was already prepared to sleep in the supercar. She's clearly forgotten about her boyfriend now that she has a supercar. Chow Yufeng returned to the car city, took another supercar, and headed towards Lu Yu's house. Watching the person in car leave, but only one person returned, Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjia looked puzzled. I don't understand, where did that supercar go? I hope it wasn't given away. The thought flashed through their minds, and Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjia exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 35: The differences between Lu Yu and Mu Lingchuan. Carrying the poison, Chow Yufeng rushed to Lu Yu's house without stopping. He realized for the first time that spending money could be so tiring. Upon arriving at Lu Yu's house, Chow Yufeng repeated his previous tactics on Lu Yu. Lu Yu was moved to tears, but in front of everyone, she didn't swallow her pride and hugged Chow Yufeng. Instead, she blamed Chow Yufeng for spending so much money, saying that she didn't need to give her such an expensive gift. A flower would have been enough. Although she said that, Lu Yu's hands never left the car body of the poison, and her eyes were full of joy. This is the difference between Lu Yu and Mu Lingchuan. Mu Lingchuan cares more about how the two of them feel when they are together. Chow Yufeng spends money on her, and she is also willing to spend money on Chow Yufeng. She doesn't care how much she spends, she only cares about whether the two of them are truly happy together. Lu Yu, on the other hand, is like a woman from ancient times, prioritizing her man in everything. She worries that her man has spent too much money on her, and wonders what will happen to him and whether he will have any money left to spend. She didn't want to leave her man short of money by buying her a gift. A man should always have money in his pocket when he goes out, otherwise, he might run into trouble. It can be said that their ideas were a clash between the ancient and the modern, completely different. However, both of them cared about Chow Yufeng. The two of them would be overjoyed by Chow Yufeng's generous gift. Chow Yufeng did not show favoritism towards either of them. The reason for giving Lu Yu a more valuable poison was because Lu Yu was introverted and virtuous, and her daily attire was never ostentatious. The contrast between the unassuming person driving an extremely flamboyant supercar was intriguing to Chow Yufeng, which is why he gave the poison to Lu Yu. Of course, Chow Yufeng did not rule out the possibility that he did indeed have some perverse tastes. Want to get in the car and experience it? Chow Yufeng asked. Lu Yu wiped away the tears of emotion from the corner of her eyes and shook her head. No, it's too precious. If it gets bumped or scratched, how much money will it cost to repair? Lu Yu felt a pang of heartache, and the thought of him getting hurt made her even more distressed. Lu Yu didn't know the price of the poison at first, she just thought the car was cool and beautiful. She has a very clear understanding of herself and knows that she will never be able to drive these luxury cars in her lifetime, so she has never looked into them. I asked the workers who were escorting the car and found out that this cool supercar was actually worth 100 million. When she found out, she was so surprised she almost bit her tongue off. 100 million. It's worth 100 million. Lu Yu stood there stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. She never expected that Chow Yufeng would care about her so much, and that he would give her a gift worth 100 million. Now that she knows the car is worth 100 million, Lu Yu is even more afraid to drive it. If it gets bumped or dented, how much will it cost to repair? Lu Yu shook her head and refused. Seeing this, Chow Yufeng smiled and pulled her to sit in the driver's seat and started the car for her. Lu Yu's hands were on the steering wheel, her heart pounding with excitement. After a while, she calmed herself down before slowly pressing the accelerator. But she didn't dare to increase the speed at all, driving at only 20 or 30 miles per hour. Along the way, countless people turned their heads to look at this poisonous vehicle. But when they saw the poison speed of 11 or 12 miles per hour, they were filled with doubt. A supercar driving at 11 or 12 miles per hour? Are you contradicting yourself or the supercar itself? Sister, I've seen supercars that are fast, but I've never seen anyone drive them as slowly as you. You're torturing a supercar like that. Chow Yufeng, sitting in the passenger seat, blushed as he looked at the people's gazes. Chow Yufeng blushed even more when an old man on a bicycle easily overtook him and then turned back to look at him smugly. I turned my head away, giving her an expression as if I didn't know her. But Lu Yu was incredibly excited. The feeling of driving a poison worth 100 million made her want to shout with excitement. But her personality meant she would never truly let go of herself. Although it was only 11 or 12 miles, Lu Yu was as happy as a child, her smile almost overflowing from her cheeks. Once they left the city and entered the open fields, Lu Yu, who had been feeling stifled, could no longer contain herself. Looking at the endless fields of crops, she shouted happily, releasing the joy in her heart. Chow Yufeng watched quietly without disturbing him. He had known Lu Yu for a long time, but he had never seen Lu Yu so happy, so overjoyed. After venting her frustration, Lu Yu looked at Chow Yufeng beside her with slightly flushed cheeks and said shyly and embarrassedly, Yufeng, I'm so sorry to have made you laugh. Today is the first time in my life I've been this excited. I'm so excited that I've almost forgotten myself. Chow Yufeng lit a cigarette, smiled and shook his head. I think this is great. Seeing you so happy, Sister Yu, makes me happy too. Lu Yu's face flushed even redder instantly, her heart filled with sweetness. Because Chow Yufeng said that if she's happy, he's happy. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability +1, current favorability points, 92. Ding! Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. Joy points +100, current total joy points 650. Another one has been added, Chow Yufeng laughed. Chow Yufeng was still a little disappointed that he had only gained a little bit of favorability, while Mu Linchuan had given him 2 more points. However, this also reveals the difference between Lu Yu and Mu Linchuan. Mu Linchuan believes that no matter how much money is spent, as long as she has fun at the time, that's all that matters. Lu Yu, however, was very frugal. Although she was happy to receive the supercar, she was probably also heartbroken. Thinking about this, Chow Yufeng felt relieved. Everyone has a different personality, and there's no need to force it. Besides, he also thought Lu Yu was doing a good job. She is devoted to her family and him, always putting him first. It can be said that a girl like Lu Yu would be a top performer even in ancient times. Sister Yu, don't cook dinner tonight. A friend is treating us to dinner. Let's go together. Should I come along too? Lu Yu asked, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Having dinner with friends, shouldn't these be things a girlfriend should do? Does Chow Yufeng see me as his girlfriend? Does he really like me too? As Lu Yu thought to herself, her face flushed red. Chow Yufeng didn't think too much about it and said directly, the 2 friends I'm having dinner with today are both rich kids. They'll patronize your business. Oh. So it was just to support the business? Lu Yu nodded, a slight disappointment rising in her heart. Seeing Lu Yu's disappointed expression, Chow Yufeng didn't explain. He was still waiting for Lu Yu to break through her inhibitions and successfully seduce him. He believed that the scene must be beautiful. All he needs to do is watch quietly. Lu Yu's slight disappointment was quickly overwhelmed by the excitement of driving. On the way back, Lu Yu boldly broke through his own limits, actually driving the poison car at 30 miles per hour. The engine of the poison roared on the road, and no matter how Chow Yufeng listened, he felt a sense of frustration, as if the engine was angrily protesting. Of course, as she became more skilled, Lu Yu's driving speed gradually increased. 40 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour. The poison finally had a chance to unleash its speed, and the roar of the engine echoed through the streets and alleys. Feeling the strong wind on their faces, Lu Yu and Chow Yufeng were both excited. He decided not to go home at all, and instead drove around in his venomous vehicle on the main road. When it was almost time, the two drove the poison car towards the Tianlong Hotel. At the same time, coincidentally, Dong Hao also arrived at Tianlong Hotel with a group of rich second-generation heirs. During this period, Chu Tian from the Chu family in the neighboring Red Maple City has become extremely arrogant. He somehow found a master of cheating techniques and boasted that he would challenge the entire Dalan City. He invited all the rich kids in Dalan City to hang out with him, letting them find people and hire experts as they pleased. Gambling on licenses is something these rich kids often do. However, their stakes are different from those of ordinary people. They lost interest in gambling long ago. They gambled on their businesses. Chapter 36, Kick Down the Steps. Dong Hao came to the Tianlong Hotel to check things out. Because the top group of rich second-generation heirs in Dalan City have already agreed to Chu Tian's bet. These rich kids value their reputation the most. They have no shortage of money or industries, but what they lack is reputation and face. Once you've built a reputation, everything becomes easier. If you don't, you're just a country bumpkin stuck in one place, and nobody will care about you. Everyone understands this point. You can lose your business, but if the other side makes threats, blocks your door, points their finger at you and curses you, and you still cower and don't dare to utter a single word, you'll become a laughingstock. The business world is like a battlefield. It's a fight to the death. Yuan Hongjie and Wei Shang chose this location to scout things out. They also heard that each gambling session was held in a room at the Tianlong Hotel. Many rich kids in Dalan City lost everything. In the past, people would only touch on such matters briefly, symbolically winning some money and gaining some fame. This time, however, Chu Tian from the Chu family seemed to have no intention of giving anyone a way out, acting like a mad dog, biting indiscriminately. Chow Yufeng and Lu Yu drove the poison car to the Tianlong Hotel. In the parking lot, Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie were standing next to Wei Shang's Bentley, smoking and chatting. Upon seeing that it was Lu Yu driving the poison car, both of them were startled and immediately realized that Chow Yufeng had given the car to Lu Yu. Sure enough, after getting out of the car, Chow Yufeng nodded to the two of them and said with a smile, "Hongjie, tomorrow this poison car will be transferred to Miss Lu's name. I've already transferred the funds to you. You should have received them, right?" Yuan Hongjie was deeply shocked and nodded with a wry smile. He discovered that the world was truly unfair. He and Wei Shang worked themselves to the bone, and were as happy as children when they earned a few million more. But what about Chow Yufeng? They can casually give away things worth hundreds of millions. This really broke their hearts. "Let's go, young master phone. The private room is booked. Let's go inside and talk," Yuan Hongjie said with a smile, tossing Chow Yufeng a cigarette. Chow Yufeng took the cigarette, lit it, nodded, and the four of them walked towards the hotel together. At that moment, Dong Hao and his group arrived at the hotel entrance, where they met. Upon seeing Dong Hao, Wei Shang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He and Dong Hao have always been at odds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are like oil and water. Just a year ago, Wei Shang started dating a girl, but Dong Hao, whether due to drunkenness or lust, actually drugged and raped her while he was drunk. Wei Shang was furious and beat Dong Hao half to death. The incident caused a huge uproar in Dalan City, and all the rich second-generation kids knew about it. During that period, Dong Hao was like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone, and the Dong family also suffered heavy losses. But this did not teach Dong Hao a lesson. Instead, it made him resentful. Now that enemies have met, their eyes are filled with intense hatred. Dong Hao, who had arrived at the door, naturally saw the group of people. He naturally knew Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie, and he had also seen the photos of Chow Yufeng. But Lu Yu, who was next to Chow Yufeng, made Dong Hao stare in disbelief. He knew that Chow Yufeng had a woman named Mu Linchuang by his side, and he had been obsessed with those long legs for countless times. Now, upon seeing Lu Yu, who is both beautiful and has an amazing figure, Dong Hao felt his blood rushing. He glanced at Chow Yufeng and sighed inwardly, "This kid is really lucky. One Mu Linchuang wasn't enough, and now he has such a seductive vixen." Dong Hao licked his lips with a lewd grin, his eyes filled with a provocative glint as he looked at Chow Yufeng. "Hey kid, Your name's Chow Yufeng, right? Your girlfriend's pretty hot, she's got my heart pounding. Dong Hao chuckled, his tone flippant. Dong Hao had already planned to help Zhang Bin teach Chow Yufeng a lesson, and now that they had met, he naturally wanted to humiliate him however he could. Chow Yufeng looked at Dong Hao's lewd appearance, his eyes slowly hardening with coldness, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. This guy dares to make a move on his woman and even dares to lick his lips in front of him? Court death. Wei Shang's face darkened, and he retorted directly, Dong Hao, we're here to eat today. I don't want to fight, but don't force me. Hey, who do we have here? Dong Hao sneered contemptuously, glancing sideways at Wei Shang, and said disdainfully, Wei Shang, I'm genuinely curious, who let their zipper down and exposed you? What the hell is it to you if I'm talking to someone else? Damn it! Dong Hao cursed arrogantly, then looked at Chow Yufeng and continued to provoke him. Hey kid, I'm talking to you, aren't I? The pretty girl next to you is quite stunning, can I borrow her for a bit of fun? As soon as he uttered those words, Dong Hao licked his lips lewdly and continued unabashedly, Kid, I'm doing this to help you. Once I've trained you properly, won't you find it comfortable to use? Everyone agrees, right? Ha ha ha. Dong Hao laughed arrogantly, and his henchman Zhang Hao immediately chimed in, yeah, kid, Brother Hao's got a knack for training women. He'll make sure your woman is both obedient and gentle. You've now made a connection with Brother Hao, and he'll guarantee you a life of luxury from now on. You should thank Brother Hao, no, you should thank Brother Hao, your ex-husband, ha ha. The grating laughter echoed in front of the hotel, and Wei Shang's face turned ugly. He thought that inviting Chow Yufeng to dinner would help him get closer to her, but who would have thought that he would run into Dong Hao instead? But Dong Hao was still so arrogant, loudly humiliating Chow Yufeng. Dong Hao. Wei Shang's face was grim as he angrily said, don't be so. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Shang saw Chow Yufeng walk toward Dong Hao with a cold look in his eyes. Chow Yufeng, who had come up to Dong Hao, kicked Dong Hao in the stomach without saying a word. This kick sent Dong Hao rolling several times in front of the hotel like a ball before he crashed headfirst into a stone lion on the steps. Everyone who saw the scene was instantly stunned, staring at Chow Yufeng with shocked expressions. No one expected Chow Yufeng to be so fierce without saying a word. He delivered a kick. Zhang Hao was the first to react, pointing at Chow Yufeng and threatening, Kid, you're fucking done for. Do you know who he is? Dong Hao, he is. Before Zhang Hao could finish speaking, Chow Yufeng slapped him across the face. Smack! The slap was so forceful that Zhang Hao lost his balance, staggered a couple of steps, and fell to the ground with a thud. Following Dong Hao, he crashed into the stone lion on the other side. One on each side, so the two didn't collide. After kicking and slapping him, Chow Yufeng turned to Wei Shang and said, remember this, next time, don't argue. If you can resort to violence, try not to argue. Wei Shang's face showed obvious stiffness. He knew Chow Yufeng was very generous and didn't care about money, but he really didn't know that Chow Yufeng also had such a fiery temper. If they're going to take action, they won't argue with you. They'll just go up and kick you hard, without caring whether the kick will cripple the other person. They'll just start fighting without saying a word. As for them, they all come from similar family backgrounds, so they have always believed that if they can avoid fighting, they should just have a few nice arguments. They were all afraid that things would escalate and damage their family business. It's not worth the risk. But Chow Yufeng, who suddenly appeared, was a complete anomaly. He had so much money that it seemed like he couldn't spend it all, and he didn't care about his family's situation at all. Anyway, I have enough money in my hands to ruin you. So, without a single word of hesitation, they went straight for the kill. They believe that violence plus money can solve everything. This is... Wei Shang chuckled dryly and nodded, remaining silent. Yuan Hongjie stared wide-eyed at the scene. Previously, he thought Chow Yufeng was easy to get along with, generous, and loyal to his friends. But now he realizes that he was truly generous and genuinely kind. Violence is real. This young master phone is truly violent. But damn, that felt so satisfying. Chapter 37, Dong Hao was kicked so hard he was covered in blood. Lu Yu looked sweetly pleased. She knew Chow Yufeng would protect her. Being by Chow Yufeng's side always gave her a strange sense of security, which she found captivating. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability +1, current favorability points, 93. Ding! The host's protection makes Lu Yu feel at ease and happy. Happiness points +50, current total happiness points 700. Ignoring the voice in his mind, Chow Yufeng strode towards Dong Hao. Did Dong Hao really think that sticking his tongue out at Luyu would settle things once and for all with that kick? He's overthinking it. If he doesn't teach Dong Hao a lesson today, he'll be letting down his previous lewd behavior. Aren't all these rich kids fond of vying for fame? Well, he'll do the same today. He told everyone in Dalian City today to think about the consequences before messing with him. I'm not like any of you, I'm full of violent tendencies. If you mess with me, I won't play any tricks on you. I'll cripple you if I can, and I won't just give you a couple of kicks. Dong Hao stood up, clutching his head, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng, you're fucking asking for death. You poor loser, you dare to mess with me? You dare to mess with me, Dong Hao? You're fucking dead. Chow Yufeng's eyes were cold. He didn't answer and kicked Dong Hao away again. Dong Hao looked at the kick that landed on him with a look of horror, and his body involuntarily staggered backward. Finally, he lost his footing and fell to the ground again. You son of a bitch, Chow Yufeng, you dare to. Dong Hao started cursing, but before he could finish a sentence, Chow Yufeng kicked his big head again. Dong Hao watched helplessly as the shoe print covered his face, and the resentment in his eyes instantly turned into fear. After the first kick, Chow Yufeng showed no sign of stopping, kicking Dong Hao's head repeatedly, each kick harder than the last. In just a short moment, Dong Hao's head turned into a blood-soaked gourd, with blood dripping continuously from his chin. This filled Dong Hao with fear, and he had no doubt that Chow Yufeng intended to kill him. Stop kicking me. Stop kicking me. Bro, you're my bro, okay? You've got a concussion. Dong Hao lay on the ground, begging for mercy with his head in his hands, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. But Chow Yufeng showed no sign of stopping, and Dong Hao could only howl in fear, hoping to attract the attention of those nearby. Zhang Hao, who was closest to him, turned pale with fright and stared at Chow Yufeng in terror, not daring to take a step forward. He felt that Chow Yufeng was a madman who dared to kick a rich second generation like Dong Hao to death. He was even more afraid that Chow Yufeng would treat him the same way he treated Dong Hao. The people Dong Hao brought stood in front of the hotel, looking down and pretending not to see anything. They had never seen anything like this before. When they were arrogant and domineering, they would just order their subordinates around. Now, however, an anomaly has emerged. Chow Yufeng took matters into his own hands and attacked relentlessly, aiming to kill him. The bloody scene made their legs tremble. Yuan Hongjie finally understood today that he should never mess with this young master Feng. No matter who he is, he's really going to kill you. Wei Sheng felt extremely pleased. When he beat Dong Hao, he hadn't used his full strength because he was still worried. Dong Hao only appeared to be badly injured. In reality, he was perfectly fine. Now, Chow Yufeng is beating Dong Hao mercilessly, showing absolutely no mercy. This allows him to release years of pent-up frustration in an instant. Lu Yu was startled and quickly stepped down, grabbing Chow Yufeng's arm. Yufeng, that's enough. If we keep fighting, he'll die. Lu Yu didn't want anything to happen to Chow Yufeng from the bottom of her heart. She was worried that Chow Yufeng might get angry and knock out Dong Hao. Wei Sheng also walked over quickly and advised, "Young Master Feng, let it go. There are too many people here, and we should be more considerate in public." Chow Yufeng then stopped and looked at Dong Hao with icy eyes. Dong Hao was completely dumbfounded. Young Master Feng? Wei Sheng just called out Chow Yufeng, Young Master Feng? Isn't his name Chow Yufeng? Isn't it just a homophone with different characters? Damn it! That jerk Zhang Bin messed with me. Dong Hao collapsed to the spot. He had originally planned to take revenge afterward, but upon hearing the words Young Master Feng, all his resentment vanished instantly. On the contrary, he is now more worried about Chow Yufeng messing with him. Their Dong family's small business can't withstand the trouble caused by this great god, Young Master Feng. He's now so angry he wants to kill Zhang Bin. Zhang Hao, standing to the side, was so frightened that his face turned deathly pale. The thought of how he had proudly told Dong how to train Young Master Feng's women terrified him, making him tremble all over and feel so scared he almost wet himself. In front of the hotel, those who came with Dong Hao, upon hearing the name Young Master Feng, turned and left without a word, clearly intending to sever ties with Dong Hao. Chow Yufeng shook the blood off his shoes, said nothing more, and took Lu Yu's hand as they walked into the hotel. As Chow Yufeng passed Zhang Hao, he stopped and pointed at his mouth. "Go back and get your teeth pulled. I don't like your mouth." Zhang Hao trembled all over, too scared to even breathe. In the distance, Zhang Bin, sitting in a wheelchair, watched this scene with a smug smile on his face. Especially when he saw Dong Hao covered in blood and Chow Yufeng's eyes were as cold as ice, he almost laughed out loud with excitement. Now things are really messed up. Dong Hao has offended Chow Yufeng to the core, so he has no choice but to stand with them. Is this Chow Yufeng? The famous young master Feng who's been quite popular in your Dalian city lately? Chu Tian glanced at Chow Yufeng and asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin's expression immediately changed, and he said with a fawning smile, Brother Tian, that's Chow Yufeng. That kid is very cunning. He was pretending to be poor at school, he's really sly. He. Interesting. Chu Tian wiped his red lips and said with a chuckle, and what about the woman next to him? Zhang Bin's face stiffened, and he glanced at Chu Tian fearfully before hesitatingly saying, Brother Tian, this woman. You don't know? Chu Tian said with a smile. Zhang Bin swallowed hard and nodded. Waste. Chu Tian raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Smack. With a crisp sound, Zhang Bin's face turned extremely ugly. But Chu Tian didn't even glance at him and walked towards the hotel. Zhang Bin wasn't even ranked among the rich second-generation heirs in Dalian City, so Chu Tian wouldn't even give him a second glance. He's just a piece of trash, why should Chu Tian greet him with a smile? If it were Chow Yufeng instead, or young Master Phone, it might be more like it. He was only willing to say a few more words to this good-for-nothing because Zhang Bin still had some use for him for the time being. Chu Tian took out a silk scarf and wiped his hands with disgust, then threw the scarf away. Seeing the fallen silk scarf, Zhang Bin's face turned ashen, like the bottom of a pot. Only after Chow Yufeng and the other three entered the hotel did Dong Hao dare to stand up unsteadily. But as soon as he stood up, he felt dizzy and collapsed back to the ground. Seeing Zhang Hao still standing there in shock, Dong Hao angrily cursed, Zhang Hao, you son of a bitch, come and help me up. Zhang Hao shuddered, suddenly came to his senses, looked at Dong Hao, and shook his head in fear. How? Brother Hao, you, please don't blame me, I'm going to keep my distance from you from today onwards, otherwise young Master Phone will take his anger out on me. Upon hearing this, Dong Hao was so angry he almost choked. You're suddenly thinking of keeping your distance? What the hell were you doing all this time? We've said our sarcastic things and done our humiliation, we're in this together now. Idiot. However, Zhang Hao's words reminded Dong Hao. He quickly took out his phone, found a number, and dialed it. Hey, Baldy, don't touch that woman named Mu Lingchuan yet. Don't worry about why, just tell me not to move and I'll give you every penny. After hanging up the phone, Dong Hao, leaning on the stone lion, stood up shakily. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Just as Dong Hao stood up, Zhang Bin, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed over from behind. Seeing Dong Hao's disheveled appearance, Zhang Bin said with a mocking expression. Chapter 38 Chow Yufeng, calm and composed. Zhang Bin's teasing voice rang out, causing Dong Hao to turn his head to look. Upon seeing Zhang Bin, Dong Hao angrily cursed, Zhang Bin, how dare you show your face in front of me? Damn it, you tricked me into thinking it was Chow Yufeng, didn't you? And what happened, young Master Phone? This is young Master Phone. You want me to die even faster, don't you? Zhang Bin's face was cold, and he shrugged with a smile, Brother Hao, I lied to you, but you can't blame me entirely. I didn't let you set your sights on Chow Yufeng's woman, did I? It was all because you were blinded by lust. Dong Hao's face was grim, and he glared angrily at Zhang Bin, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, Zhang Bin laughed smugly, Brother Hao, what's done is done. Do you think Chow Yufeng will let you off the hook? Yes, he only beat you up now, but what about later? Even if we take a step back and say that you've offended young Master Feng, what do you think those rich kids in Dalian City will think of you? They all want to befriend Chow Yufeng. Do you think they might try to undermine you in order to curry favor with Chow Yufeng? Zhang Bin's words made Dong Hao's face even uglier. He looked at the smug Zhang Bin and cursed through gritted teeth, damn it, you were planning to scheme against me all along? Brother Hao, don't talk about scheming. Didn't you also scheme against me when you tried to take advantage of Mu Lingchuan? We're all in the same boat. Besides, Brother Hao, those two women, Chow Yufeng and Chow Yufeng, are incredibly tempting. Don't you really want them? A dragon and two phoenixes, what a wonderful thing it is, Zhang Bin sneered, a lewd glint in his eyes. But when he thought about his current situation, Zhang Bin's eyes flashed with tremendous resentment. He vowed that he would make Chow Yufeng taste the inhuman pleasure. Hearing Zhang Bin's words, Dong Hao's mind started working again. Both Mu Lingchuan and Lu Yu are stunning beauties. If both of them were together. Dong Hao chuckled lewdly and shivered. The mere thought of it made his blood boil with excitement. After a 2-second pause, Dong Hao said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Dong Hao was clearly tempted, and Zhang Bin smiled smugly. "Brother Hao, you and I are no match for Chow Yufeng. If you want to bring him down, you have to find outside help. It just so happens that Chu Tian, the Chu family in Hongfeng City, the provincial capital, needs someone to do him a small favor. As long as we help him, Brother Tian will be very willing to help us deal with Chow Yufeng." "You fucking want me to betray these rich kids in Dalian City?" Dong Hao asked in shock. He never expected that Zhang Bin would dare to do such a thing. If this gets exposed, they won't be able to stay in Dalian City any longer. He. Brother Hao, don't put it so harshly. What do you mean by betrayal? Brother Tian just hopes that you can persuade these rich kids to gamble a few more rounds with the experts he's found, and lose more of their family fortune. At worst, I'll just ask you to peek at the cards. Playing cards is something we used to do all the time. Winning and losing is normal, isn't it? Zhang Bin spoke with a smile, patiently guiding the conversation. Brother Hao, you should know that you have to do it whether you like it or not. Don't wait until other rich kids use you as a stepping stone to get on Chow Yufeng's good side before you regret it. By then, it will be too late. Upon hearing this, Dong Hao's expression changed, and he nodded grimly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Bin smiled and led Dong Hao into the Tianlong Hotel, heading straight for the presidential suite on the top floor. In the presidential suite, Chu Tian sat on the sofa, next to a burly man with a ponytail. The burly man lit a cigar and handed it to Chu Tian, a look of doubt on his face. He asked, "Young master, the chairman has agreed to let you expand the Chu family's business in Dalian City and has also agreed to provide you with financial support. Why don't you start your own company instead of wasting your energy trying to win over these rich kids' businesses?" Chu Tian smiled, flicked his cigarette ash, and said with a laugh, "Don't you think starting your own business is too troublesome? I still have to open a company, register trademarks, recruit staff, and handle the house, utilities, and labor. Each of these is a hassle. Furthermore, it takes too long. I don't want to wait that long. I might as well just take over their existing company and we can get results immediately. Wouldn't it be better to gradually build my company and my brand after I've achieved some success? But more importantly, I like to take other people's things. For example, that beautiful woman next to Chow Yufeng, he. Chu Tian finished speaking and gave a sinister laugh. On the way to the private room, Wei Sheng ran into a few friends, and they went to the private room together. As soon as he sat down, Wei Sheng stood up with a smile and introduced a man dressed casually, with an oval face and an earring. "Young Master Feng, let me introduce you. This is Mu Feng, young Master Mu. He is one of the top rich second-generation heirs in our Dalian City. Young Master Mu, this is Chow Yufeng, young Master Feng." Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng smiled, stood up, and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, young Master Mu." Mu Feng also stood up with a smile, shook hands with Chow Yufeng, and said with a smile, "Hello, young Master Feng. I heard about your great name yesterday. Meeting you today, young Master Feng, is indeed impressive." Since everyone was complimenting him, Chow Yufeng naturally didn't hold back and said with a smile, "Young Master Mu is also exceptionally handsome. I hope young Master Mu will take good care of me in the future. He, let's all take care of each other." Wei Sheng chuckled, trying to smooth things over. At the same time, it pointed to someone next to Mu Feng. This person dressed somewhat unconventionally, with short silver gray hair, numerous earrings, leather pants, and a black tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt, giving off the feeling of a cold-blooded killer. Before Wei Sheng could introduce him, the man stood up on his own initiative. "Young Master Feng, hello, my name is Qin Hao." Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng smiled and extended his hand again to shake hands with Qin Hao. Wei Sheng introduced the remaining two as well. After the introductions, Chow Yufeng stood up and introduced Lu Yu to everyone, saying, "This is my girlfriend, Lu Yu." Lu Yu stood up and nodded slightly to the group. Everyone was shocked, realizing that this was the woman Chow Yufeng had spent tens of millions to give to her. Everyone silently memorized Lu Yu's appearance, planning to try and build a better relationship with her when they met again. Lu Yu was also secretly surprised. She had heard of many of these rich kids, but now she was having dinner at the same table with them, which she found incredible. And all of this is because of Chow Yufeng. And Chow Yufeng just said, "This is my girlfriend." Lu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and joy filled her heart. Ding! Identity recognition brings joy to Lu Yu. Pleasure points plus 100, current total pleasure points 800. Soon, the dishes they had ordered were brought out by the waiter, and everyone ate and chatted. As time went by, the group gradually became familiar with each other, and they no longer spoke as cautiously as before. The topics they discussed were no longer conventional and became much bolder. Wei Sheng took a sip of red wine, looked at Mu Feng, and asked, "Young Master Mu, you came to Tianlong Hotel this time for a card game, right?" Mu Feng took a drag on his cigarette and nodded. They've already made their move, so Dalian City has to respond. If we really cower like cowards, then we'll be in big trouble. The whole province will laugh at Dalian City. Standing to the side, Yuan Hongjie hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Young Master Mu, I heard that Lu Yu and his group came to test the waters before, and they lost a lot of assets. I heard it was worth 500 million, is that right?" The mention of 500 million shocked everyone present, except for Chao Yufeng, who remained calm, head down, munching on a large crab without even looking up. This scene shocked everyone who witnessed it. 500 million, anyone would be surprised by that number. Mu Feng knew he couldn't possibly remain so nonchalant upon hearing it, but Chao Yufeng acted as if he hadn't heard it at all. You could even say that 500 million is not as valuable as the crab in front of him, and therefore not worth his attention. Everyone was secretly astonished. Chapter 39, First Meeting with Chu Tian. 500 million, and he doesn't care at all. Just how wealthy is Chao Yufeng? Everyone was filled with surprise and doubt. Chao Yufeng, however, continued eating on his own. He had never eaten such a large crab before. "I didn't find crabs this big last time I bought seafood." However, what these people were saying did bother him. If we can do something in this matter to gain the favor of these people, then we should be able to use this opportunity to build good relationships with these top-tier rich kids. Perfect timing. He has enough pleasure points to exchange for mastery of cheating techniques. However, now is not the time. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow. These people hadn't been driven to the brink yet. When they were completely desperate, he offered them help in their time of need, making them extremely grateful to him. Since he can maximize his profits, why should he bother making small amounts? Mu Feng composed himself, suppressing his shock, and nodded, saying, "Yes, it was last night. That guy Lu Yu lost terribly. In fact, it's not just Lu Yu, many rich second-generation kids in Dalian City have lost a lot of money. Everyone knows this is Chu Tian's trap, but you have no choice but to walk into it." Upon hearing this, Xin Hao picked up a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Clearly, he felt aggrieved. The other party has already provoked them to their doorstep, but unfortunately, you can't outmaneuver them. You can only watch helplessly as they stand at your door, pointing their fingers at you and cursing you. They've never experienced this kind of humiliation before. Chao Yufeng watched quietly, without interrupting or saying anything more. Since he doesn't intend to make a move now, he won't say another word. Too much talk leads to mistakes. But he remembered all the information in everyone's words. Mu Feng patted Xin Hao on the shoulder and advised, "It's all right. Today we can go and meet Chu Tian and see what kind of master this so-called expert in cheating really is." As Mu Feng finished speaking, his phone rang. He answered the phone, said a few words, and then hung up. "Everyone, I'm sorry, the expert in card tricks I found has arrived, so I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you all." Mu Feng stood up and said apologetically. No sooner had Mu Feng finished speaking than the door to the private room was opened. Chu Tian walked in with a burly man. "Chu Tian?" With a hint of doubt on his face, Mu Feng called out the name. "I don't understand why this guy came here." The mention of Chu Tian's name caused everyone at the table to look up at him. Chao Yufeng was no exception. He was also eager to see what this person who had caused such a commotion among the rich second-generation heirs of Dalian City looked like. After putting down the crab, Chao Yufeng looked up. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Chao Yufeng was visibly surprised. He never expected that Chu Tian would be so unconventional. Chu Tian was dressed like a woman, with long hair, big waves, painted eyebrows and eyes, and bright red lips. At first glance, Chao Yufeng almost thought this guy was a woman. But upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that Chu Tian is probably, perhaps, likely, possibly a man. "Hello everyone, my name is Chu Tian." Chu Tian walked into the private room, poured himself a glass of wine without any ceremony, drank it all in one gulp, and then spoke. But after Chu Tian finished speaking, no one else spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to be so hostile towards me, is there? I only want to win your fortunes, and..." As Chu Tian spoke, he looked at Lu Yu and then said, "This beautiful lady, my name is Chu Tian." May I add you as a friend? Xu Feng smiled, but no matter how you looked at it, his smile had an eerie quality. Like an ancient eunuch, his smile has a somewhat sinister feel to it. Chao Yufeng sighed. He didn't want to talk, but unfortunately, the sissy also had some feelings for Lu Yu. Chao Yufeng stood in front of Lu Yu, and said with a smile, "Sorry, my girlfriend didn't bring her phone today." Chao Yufeng's words caused Wei Sheng to spit out the mouthful of wine he had just drunk. This was the first time he had ever seen someone who could lie so blatantly. So, what's with the far ahead sign that Lu Yu left on the table? Bricks? Mu Feng laughed when he heard this. He quite liked Chao Yufeng's personality. If he didn't like something, he would just make up an excuse and didn't care about your feelings at all. Chu Tian's lips twitched involuntarily. Looking at the gleaming phone on the table, a clear look of embarrassment flashed across his face. But Chu Tian quickly concealed his embarrassment, and his eerie smile reappeared on his face as he chuckled, "Hee hee. This must be young Master Feng. Although I've only been in Dalan City for a few days, I've already heard of you. I'm sorry, I've never heard of you before. I just found out." "Sorry." Chao Yufeng said sorry, but there was no remorse on his face. This guy actually dared to set his sights on Lu Yu. Chao Yufeng was being kind to him by not slapping him. Chu Tian's lips twitched noticeably again. Chao Yufeng was the first person to show him such disrespect. The provincial capital, Hongfeng City, the Chu family who doesn't know them? Yet now, Chao Yufeng claims he's never heard of them? Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on them, but he smiled and said, "Really? It's all right. I believe that if young Master Feng is interested in playing a couple of hands of cards, you'll get to know me. Of course, and everyone here, I really like your assets. I'm waiting for you to give them to me." "What the hell did you say?" Xin Hao, who had the most fiery temper, slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Chu Tian. Upon seeing this, the burly man next to Chu Tian stepped forward and blocked Chu Tian's path. Chu Tian smiled, pushed aside the burly man's arm blocking his way, looked at everyone provocatively, and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, I am not a barbarian. I will not fight and kill. If you are interested, you are welcome to come upstairs and settle things at the card table. Of course, if you don't have the guts, I won't force you." Upon hearing this, Wei Sheng and the others all showed anger on their faces. Even if you know it's a provocation, if someone's already standing at your doorstep cursing you, it would be too cowardly of you not to say anything. "Alright, I'll go up in a bit. I want to see just how amazing the gambling expert you found is." Wei Sheng was the first to speak up. Upon seeing this, Yuan Hongji also indicated that he would go. Mu Feng and Xin Hao had come specifically for this matter, so naturally they would go up. Chao Yufeng looked at the group of people but said nothing. He couldn't judge whether these people's actions were right or wrong. Just as they thought, blocking the door and cursing would make any person with blood in their veins angry. Chao Yufeng was also angry, but he felt that it was somewhat unwise to walk into the trap knowing that he was bound to lose. Seeing the two fall into his trap, a barely perceptible hint of smugness flashed across Chu Tian's face. However, Chao Yufeng's silence caused his smugness to quickly fade away. Chu Tian glanced back at Chao Yufeng, hesitated for a moment, said nothing, and turned to leave. But when they reached the door, Chu Tian turned to look at Lu Yu and smiled, "Beautiful lady, I really like you. How about we become friends sometime?" Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, Chao Yufeng patted her shoulder with a smile and retorted on her behalf, "Sorry, my girlfriend said she doesn't like lesbians and finds them disgusting." Upon hearing this, Wei Sheng burst out laughing and gave Chao Yufeng a thumbs up without any hesitation. Xin Hao went even further, deliberately letting out two loud haha laughs at Chu Tian, as fake and sarcastic as could be. Mu Feng was also all smiles. He found himself liking Chao Yufeng even more. The insults were really filthy, but they were also really satisfying. Chu Tian's face instantly darkened, and his gaze towards Chao Yufeng was filled with hatred. He slammed the door shut in a fit of rage, as if venting his anger. Upon reaching the corridor, Chu Tian stared coldly at the burly man, grabbed his collar, and ordered through gritted teeth, "Pull out his teeth." Chapter 40. Chu Tian sent men to attack. Not long after Chu Tian left, Mu Feng and the others also left the private room. In the blink of an eye, only Chao Yufeng and Lu Yu remained in the large private room. The two did not rush to leave. After leisurely eating and drinking their fill, they packed up the leftovers on the table before leaving the private room. At this moment, Mu Feng and his group had arrived in a specially made room. The room was furnished with large sofas against the walls, and a printer was placed near the window. Instead of a bed, there was a huge round table in the middle of the room. On the table was a white wool blanket, on which were stacks of chips, sheets of A4 paper, and pens. Inside the room, two people were already waiting, a man and a woman, dressed in suits and wearing glasses. Both are lawyers, and after the outcome of the dispute, they will be responsible for drafting the asset transfer agreement. Shortly after the group arrived, Dong Hao also appeared in the room, standing with Mu Feng, Wei Shang, and the others. They appeared to be on their side, but in reality, it was to facilitate peeking at the cards and using hand gestures to pass messages to Chu Tian. With Dong Hao, the mole, involved, the outcome of this betting game was predictable. The burly man behind Chu Tian watched Xiao Yufeng and Lu Yu leave the hotel, then turned to the 10 men behind him with a cold expression and ordered. Young master said that Xiao Yufeng's mouth is too annoying, so he should stop talking from now on. So, the young master wants you to break Xiao Yufeng's teeth and bring them back with every single one intact. Also, the young master is quite fond of that woman named Lu Yu. Do you know what to do? As soon as the burly man finished speaking, the 10 men behind him, their faces contorted with rage, nodded in agreement. After leaving the hotel, Xiao Yufeng took Lu Yu straight to the parking lot and drove away in the poison car. Since he had decided not to take action for the time being, Xiao Yufeng did not go up. He was waiting for these rich kids to be desperate so that he could help them out when they were in dire need. Driving the poison car, Xiao Yufeng drove Lu Yu straight to the rented house. But just as they were halfway through the journey, the roar of motorcycles began to sound from behind. Xiao Yufeng looked back through the rearview mirror. Behind him, bright lights illuminated a line of motorcycles with their headlights on, following closely behind. The headlights seemed to have been modified. They were frighteningly bright, making Xiao Yufeng's eyes blur. Before he knew it, Xiao Yufeng almost rear-ended the car in front of him. Looking at Lu Yu beside him, Xiao Yufeng sighed inwardly, but didn't argue. He pulled his car to the side of the road, making way for the motorcycles behind him. But the motorcyclists behind him seemed determined to challenge him. When he slowed down, they slowed down too. When he gave way, they gave way as well, following closely behind him and constantly flashing their headlights at him. This ignited a surge of anger in Xiao Yufeng, who was about to stop the car. Lu Yu, standing to the side, looked worried and advised, "Forget it, Yufeng. It's late at night, so it's better to avoid trouble. Besides, there are more of them, and I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Xiao Yufeng wasn't afraid of being outnumbered. He was now proficient in martial arts and could handle a few ordinary people. He was just worried about Lu Yu, fearing that these people might accidentally hurt her. Xiao Yufeng showed restraint, but those behind him showed no sign of restraint whatsoever. One of the men, with a slicked-back hairstyle and clearly the leader, was riding a bicycle with one hand, holding a walkie-talkie and giving orders to the people around him. "You all know the young master's orders, right? Pull out Xiao Yufeng's teeth and take Lu Yu away. Wait a minute, you guys go up and provoke him. Make sure you anger Xiao Yufeng and force him to stop the car. Otherwise, if the poison were to spread, it would be a real problem." As Big Back Hair gave the order, the 4 road cars accelerated. 2 of them came to the door of Poison, while the other 2 accelerated past Poison and swayed in front of it, forcing Poison to not drive fast. 4 road racers completely surrounded Xiao Yufeng's Poison. This blatant provocation intensified Xiao Yufeng's anger. But just then, the 2 road racers in front suddenly braked. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yufeng also hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Creak! A tire screeching sound rang out, and Poison, which had been braking suddenly, slowed down instantly. Xiao Yufeng and Lu Yu, who were sitting in the car, were suddenly thrown forward due to inertia and almost crashed into the windshield. Lu Yu gasped in surprise, her face turning pale as she looked at the windshield so close to her. Xiao Yufeng stared at the 2 people in front of him with anger in his eyes. This blatant provocation, deliberately slamming on the brakes, humiliated him and Lu Yu, even causing Lu Yu to crash into the windshield and get injured. The 2 men in front of him felt Xiao Yufeng's gaze, their faces filled with contempt and their eyes with provocation, and they raised their middle fingers at Xiao Yufeng. The 2 people on either side of Poison also moved closer to the road race. The man on the right looked at Lu Yu, whistled at her, and frantically pounded on the car door of the Poison truck with his fists, making loud banging noises. The noise made Lu Yu's face turn even paler, and she stared at Xiao Yufeng in fear. Xiao Yufeng understood these people were clearly after them. Thinking of this, Xiao Yufeng grasped Lu Yu's hand and comforted her. "Sister Yu, it seems we can't hide anymore. These people are clearly coming for us." Xiao Yufeng's hand gave Lu Yu a sense of reassurance. She could tell that these people were deliberately causing trouble, almost causing them to have a car accident. These people were really despicable. "Yufeng, be careful. Chow Yufeng nodded and picked up a baton from the car. Hey little girl, come down and have some fun. My brothers are really good at this, we'll make sure you're flying high. Yeah, little girl, don't go for this pretty boy. Come here, look how well developed my muscles are. Want to touch them? I guarantee you'll be obsessed, ha ha ha. On either side of the poison, two men openly flirted with Lu Yu, laughing triumphantly. The two people in front of the poison looked at each other defiantly, preparing to use the same trick again. The two men gave Chow Yufeng the middle finger again, then slammed on the brakes, trying to stop the poison from spreading. Even if we don't force it to stop, we should make Duyao hit the brakes and play tricks on Chow Yufeng again. But this time, they were disappointed. A cold glint flashed in Chow Yufeng's eyes. After telling Lu Yu to sit tight, he stepped on the gas. The two men in front, seeing that the poison not only did not slow down but instead sped up, instantly lost their provocation and were replaced by a deep fear on their faces. They couldn't believe that Chow Yufeng would actually use poison to hit them. This is a luxury car worth 100 million yuan, how could Chow Yufeng bear to part with it? A deep sense of terror filled their eyes as they watched helplessly as the poison erupted with a deafening roar, drawing ever closer to them before crashing violently into their road race car. Boom! With a loud bang, the two road cars were sent flying, and the two people on board screamed as they were thrown through the night sky in a perfect parabola before crashing into the asphalt road 10 meters ahead. They instantly suffered head injuries, bleeding profusely, and lay on the ground convulsing. The sudden turn of events startled the man with the slicked back hair. He hadn't expected Chow Yufeng to be so ruthless and aggressive, accelerating instead of slowing down. It was clear he was aiming to kill the two men. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and the slick-haired man hurriedly ordered the two men on either side of poison. Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, stop the car now. But as soon as he said that, Chow Yufeng suddenly turned the steering wheel all the way to the left. Xiao Wu on the left instantly showed terror on his face, watching helplessly as the poison got closer and closer to him, until it was pressed tightly against him. Impacted by an external force, his road bike became unstable instantly, the handlebar swung sideways, and with a loud bang, he and the bike fell onto the asphalt road. His body slid along the asphalt road for 5 or 6 meters before coming to a stop. Immediately, the right half of his body was covered with wounds from the road surface, and blood stained half of his body. Chapter 41. Chu Tian was thoroughly scolded. The man to the right of poison was terrified when he saw this. His face turned deathly pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He lost all of his previous arrogance and hurriedly distanced himself from poison. But even the fastest road race can't outrun poison. Chow Yufeng stepped on the gas and knocked the man flying. The man fell to the ground with a groan, lying there like a dead dog. The man with the slicked back hair behind him stared wide-eyed at the scene, his face contorted with rage, yet a chill involuntarily crept into his heart. Chow Yufeng was too ruthless, so ruthless that it gave him the creeps. The poison was stopped, and Chow Yufeng, holding a baton, got out of the car. Seeing this, the others behind also stopped their motorcycles and glared angrily at Chow Yufeng. The man with the slicked back hair had eyes that were practically spitting fire as he roared, "Chow Yufeng, you messed with my people. Today I'll show you what regret really means. Go! Cripple him!" With a command from the man with the slicked back hair, the remaining 5 men behind him instantly rushed towards Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng's gaze was icy. Before these people could step forward, he swung his baton and charged ahead, simultaneously issuing a command to the system. System, purchase 3 speed points. Yes, host. Purchase complete. The panel will now be open for you. Name, Chow Yufeng. Age, 22. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, 11. Speed, 811. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 8. Skill, martial arts proficiency. Friendly reminder, the average person's normal level is 10. The host's strength and speed have surpassed the normal level of an ordinary person, but their physical and mental abilities are insufficient. Chow Yufeng glanced at the panel, grabbed his baton, and rushed forward. Before anyone could step forward, Chow Yufeng had already slammed the baton in his hand down hard on the man's head. The man looked terrified and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and the man fell straight to the ground. With the addition of 3 points of speed, Chow Yufeng could clearly feel that his attack speed had increased by 1 point. This gave him even more confidence, like a tiger among sheep. The remaining 4 thugs were no match for Chow Yufeng and were quickly knocked to the ground by him. As the man with the slicked back hair watched his henchman lying on the ground groaning in pain, his pupils constricted sharply, revealing a clear look of disbelief. He couldn't believe that a rich second-generation heir driving a luxury car and accompanied by beautiful women could be so fierce and so capable in combat. Shouldn't these rich kids be used to a life of luxury? How come Chow Yufeng in front of him is completely the opposite of what he thought? The man with the slicked back hair was puzzled, but then he saw Chow Yufeng walking towards him with a baton in hand. Seeing the bloodstains on the baton, the slick-haired man shuddered violently. A chill ran down his spine and up to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. Without the slightest hesitation, the man with the slicked back hair turned and ran. He felt that every second he hesitated would be a disrespect to the wailing sounds. Chow Yufeng stared at the back of the man with the slicked back hair, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and suddenly swung his baton. The baton spun around and struck the back of the man's head. The bald man heard a whooshing sound behind him, which startled him so much that his hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but turn around to look. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a baton spinning and hitting him in the face. Bang! The man with the slicked back hair let out a wail and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, Chow Yufeng stepped on his face. Chow Yufeng looked down at the man with the slicked back hair and asked, "Speak, who sent you?" The man with the slicked back hair trembled, and his eyes showed obvious fear as he looked at Chow Yufeng. The thought of his underling's pitiful cries filled him with even more fear, causing him to tremble all over. "They're just after money, they don't have much backbone." Brother, we're just doing this for money, please forgive me." "Chu Tian, it's Chu Tian who's targeting you, brother." Chow Yufeng thought to himself, just as I expected. He knew that anyone who dared to provoke the entire wealthy second generation of Dalan City could not possibly remain unmoved in the face of his provocation. However, Chow Yufeng is not one of those rich second generation kids in Dalan City who will follow your path. If you play dirty tricks, then I'll play even dirtier. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng took out his cell phone from the pocket of the slicked-back hairdresser and said, "Call Chu Tian." Upon hearing this, the man with the slicked-back hair looked distressed. "Brother, I don't have Chu Tian's phone number. I only contact his bodyguard, Shin Fengshan." "Then let Shin Fengshan do it." Without further hesitation, the man with the slicked-back hair quickly pressed the button on his phone, and soon the call was connected. "Hey, is everything done?" Shin Fengshan, the burly man next to Chu Tian, asked, holding up his phone. Hearing this voice, Chow Yufeng took the phone and laughed. "It's done, but it's your people who have been taken care of." The sound from the phone startled Shin Fengshan, who hurriedly left the room and walked into the corridor with a grim expression. Hearing Chow Yufeng's voice surprised him greatly. He never expected that after sending out 10 people, Chow Yufeng would be unharmed and even have the leisure to call them and provoke them. Shin Fengshan's face was gloomy. This result shocked and surprised him greatly. After a 2-second pause, Shin Fengshan suddenly laughed, calmly and casually. "Young Master Phone, impressive skills indeed, truly surprising. Since you already know, let's be frank. Letting you escape this time, you've got guts." Before Shin Fengshan could finish speaking, Chow Yufeng laughed and retorted without any politeness. "Shin Fengshan, who the hell do you think you are? Stop dawdling around in front of me, and you think I'm capable? Do I need your praise? Do you even deserve to talk to me? Let Chu Tian answer the phone." Shin Fengshan's face instantly stiffened. He was Chu Tian's personal bodyguard. Everyone in Hongfeng City, the provincial capital, knew that he was essentially Chu Tian's secretary and a favorite of his. No one wanted to offend him. But now, Chow Yufeng bluntly told him that he was just a dog and didn't deserve to talk to him. Shin Fengshan's face instantly turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth in anger, completely losing his previous casualness and composure. "Young Master Phone, don't you think this is too humiliating?" "Humiliation?" Chow Yufeng retorted without any politeness. "You still know I'm humiliating you? I was afraid you couldn't understand human language. You're just a dog, yet you dare to talk back to me. Chu Tian can't train his dog, so I'll train him. Now, listen to me, you dog, immediately bring the phone to your owner." Shin Fengshan's face contorted with rage, his teeth grinding together. All right, young Master Phone, you wait." Shin Fengshan gritted his teeth and said a sentence before turning around and going back into the house. Chu Tian was sitting at the card table, looking at Mu Feng with a smug expression. "Mu Feng, I never force people to do things. I can't accept defeat. You can leave now." The words had barely left his mouth when Shin Fengshan, his face grim, leaned down and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's face instantly froze. With a gloomy face, he said to the expert gamblers beside him, "You guys continue." After saying that, he took the phone from Shin Feng Shan and strode towards the door. Holding his phone, Chu Tian walked into the corridor, took a deep breath, and put the phone to his ear. "Young master phone, this is Chu Tian." "What, do you want to have a proper chat with me this time?" Chu Tian's voice came through the phone. Xiao Yufeng took a drag of his cigarette and sneered, "Chu Tian, I'm not in the mood to talk to you, but there's someone who is very in the mood to chat with you." As Xiao Yufeng spoke, he held the phone to the slick-haired man's mouth and said directly, "Swear at me. If you don't, I'll break your limbs." The man with the slicked back hair trembled all over, and immediately opened his mouth, cursing loudly. "Hello, is this Chu Tian?" "Chu Tian, you fucking idiot, are you doing this on purpose? Young Master Feng's fighting skills are clearly so amazing, and you're telling me he's just a pampered rich kid? Go to hell, Chu Tian, you two-faced sissy." Chu Tian's face twisted instantly, his chest heaving violently, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. From childhood to adulthood, who would dare to openly insult him like this? Wherever he goes, he is always the center of attention. Let alone being insulted, who would dare to say a word in front of him? But now, would one of his subordinates dare to do that? His own subordinates? They insulted him? And with such vile language. Chu Tian felt a buzzing in his head, his blood rushing to his head with anger. Chapter 42. Chu Tian was so angry that he vomited blood. Chu Tian was so angry that his blood rushed to his head and he almost fainted. He angrily gripped his phone and hung up. But the call came back as soon as I hung up. Seeing the incoming call, Chu Tian's expression darkened even further. After hesitating for a second, Chu Tian answered the phone and roared, "Xiao Yufeng, are you fucking done with this?" Xiao Yufeng held his phone, listening to its roaring sound, and a smile appeared on his face. Since Chu Tian has provoked him, does he really think that being scolded a couple of times is the end of it? He had just asked the slick-back-haired guy, and Chu Tian's intention was to pull out his teeth before taking Lu Yu away. If it weren't for his fighting skills, one can imagine what would have happened to him. Therefore, Xiao Yufeng didn't feel relieved at all by just cursing Chu Tian a couple of times. It's only because Chu Tian is so patient that he didn't infuriate Chu Tian today. "Chu Tian, before you hang up, let me give you a friendly reminder. Your gambling game with Mu Feng and the others has already started, right? What do you think would happen if I called the police now and reported that there was gambling at a certain hotel?" Xiao Yufeng's words made Chu Tian's face stiffen. Mu Feng and the others had clearly fallen into the trap. He had already mixed the drug that would excite them into their tea and made them drink it. If they report it and the police investigate, the gambling will be forced to stop, all their efforts will be wasted, and Mu Feng and his group will become more alert, making it even harder for them to fall into the trap again. Chu Tian pondered, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, cursing Xiao Yufeng 1,000 times over in his heart. "Xiao Yufeng, tell me, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? It's simple. I can choose not to call the police, but don't hang up. I like hearing people curse you, so let's keep cursing until the game is over," Xiao Yufeng said with a smile. Chu Tian was completely overwhelmed. He's supposed to be insulted until the betting game is over? He's the eldest young master of the Chu family. Normally, no one would dare to say a word against him. But now, someone is actually making him obediently hold his phone and let others insult him. Xiao Yufeng is really trying to destroy my spirit. Xiao Yufeng, I advise you not to go too far. Always leave yourself an out. Xiao Yufeng laughed. So Chu Tian also knew to leave a way out for everything? But did Chu Feng leave any way out for him? From the moment they met, he had a different feeling for Lu Yu, and just now he even sent people to retaliate against him. Has Chu Tian ever thought about leaving him a way out? Now, without him even thinking, Xiao Yufeng will tell him just how far people will be pushed if no one is left behind. He wanted Chu Feng to experience it properly. Chu Tian, I'm not in the mood for wasting time talking to you. Now, choose between the bet and being insulted. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. He didn't want to make a choice because no matter which one he chose, he would feel extremely frustrated. At this moment, he deeply regretted that he had provoked Xiao Yufeng too soon. If the action had been taken after the gamble was over, wouldn't the outcome have been very different? At least he won't be in this predicament now. Thinking of this, Chu Tian felt a pang of regret, which made him furious and caused him to smash the wall in frustration. Hearing the bang-bang sound coming from his phone, Xiao Yufeng laughed heartily. But he wouldn't give Chu Tian much time to think. Holding his phone up to the air beside him, he said, "Sister Yu, it seems that young Master Chu doesn't want to be scolded, so let's call the police." Upon hearing that the police had been called, Chu Tian's lips twitched involuntarily. He hurriedly said, "Chow Yufeng, wait, don't call the police. You win, so what if you get scolded? I, Chu Tian, can take that." Hearing Chu Tian's gritted teeth words on the phone, Chow Yufeng burst into laughter. The laughter was made without any attempt to conceal it, deliberately intended for Chu Tian to hear. The laughter nearly made Chu Tian explode with rage, his face contorted with fury. "Chow Yufeng, I, Chu Tian, will remember what happened today. But things will change, and we'll meet again in the future. Screw you, Chu Tian. Now just sit back and take the scolding. Remember, say one sentence every 5 minutes so I know you've been suffering." After saying this, Chow Yufeng shoved the phone into the hand of the man with the slicked back hair and ordered him, "Give him a piece of your mind." The man with the slicked back hair didn't dare to hesitate. He took the phone, his hands trembling, and started ranting. "Chu Tian, you bastard, do you usually find men to do things with at night? I see Shin Fengshan is quite burly, is he your male concubine? Chu Tian, you big idiot, you brainless moron, look at how you're dressed, neither male nor female, you fucking sissy, do you fucking like being abused?" The man with the slicked back hair kept hurling insults, finding it increasingly satisfying, almost to the point of addiction. This opportunity to berate a rich kid is rare, especially when the other person has to listen obediently. Thinking about it this way, Big Back Hair realized that he was actually a little excited. This made Big Back Hair even more addicted to cursing, and he felt increasingly relaxed. Finally, he simply laughed and unleashed a torrent of abuse on Chu Tian. Listening to the voice on the phone, Chu Tian felt extremely frustrated. He had always been so proud, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? But Chow Yufeng used a clever scheme to force him to sacrifice his pawn to save the king, leaving him no choice but to obediently hold his phone and listen to the slick-haired man's constant insults. What he found even more unbearable was that every 5 minutes he had to respond, telling Chow Yufeng that he was obediently being scolded. This is what he finds most unbearable. Listening to the slick-haired man's frantic spraying, Chow Yufeng leaned back against the poison with a smile, took out a cigarette, lit it, and hummed a little tune as he leisurely inhaled it, forming a stark contrast with Chu Tian, whose face was contorted with rage. A full hour later, the gambling game ended, and Chu Tian, whose hands were trembling with anger, heard these words as if they were heavenly music. He was so moved that he almost cried. "This is so frustrating. 1 hour, a whole hour. Do you know how I got through that hour?" Holding his phone, Chu Tian, his face pale with anger, cursed into it. "Chow Yufeng, you just wait, I, Chu Tian, will make you regret this. I'll take your surname, Chow." Chow Yufeng tossed away his cigarette but listened to the voice on the phone and laughed. "What's wrong, young Master Chu? You've broken down? Ha ha ha." Chow Yufeng laughed loudly, his laughter clearly laced with sarcasm. Hearing the laughter and hearing the words "I'm broken down," even if Chu Tian didn't want to admit it, he knew that he really was broken down, forced to break down. Thinking of this, Chu Tian could no longer bear it. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right?" On the phone, Shin Fengshan shouted anxiously, but Chow Yufeng laughed even more happily. He put the phone in his pocket and walked towards the poison with a smile. He had recorded what Chu Tian had just said, and he wouldn't mind letting Chu Tian listen to it again later, to hear how he had been scolded. Back in the car, Lu Yu's face was still pale with lingering fear. Chow Yufeng patted her hand and comforted her. "Sister Yu, it's okay. I'm here for you. I'll protect you." These words warmed Lu Yu's heart, and she couldn't help but want to lean on Chow Yufeng's shoulder. But when she realized that she had no connection with Chow Yufeng, Lu Yu froze. Chow Yufeng saw through Lu Yu's thoughts and took the initiative to put his arm around Lu Yu's shoulder. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu leaned into Chow Yufeng's arms. Feeling Chow Yufeng's broad shoulders, Lu Yu felt a sense of peace spreading through her heart, gradually soothing her lingering fear. This feeling captivated her. She knew clearly that she was becoming increasingly inseparable from Chow Yufeng. Whenever Chow Yufeng was around, she couldn't help but want to lean closer, hold his hand, or even simply fall into his arms. Thinking of this, Lu Yu blushed and cursed herself for becoming more and more wanton, thinking about such embarrassing things every day. But I just can't help wanting it. I can't help wanting to feel Chow Yufeng's body temperature. I can't help wanting to lean against his chest. I can't help wanting to hear his heartbeat, and I can't even help. Lu Yu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Thinking of that incident, she couldn't help but hug Chow Yufeng's chest tightly and gently press her face against his chest. Chapter 43: Lu Yu's Big Secret. He drove Lu Yu home, and after saying goodnight to each other at the door, they went back to their own homes. I had just returned when lightning and thunder began to flash outside, and the sound of rain mingled with the deafening roar of thunder all around. Back home, Lu Yu was about to turn on the lights when a clap of thunder startled her so much that she trembled all over. Already shaken, she looked at the dark room, and fear spread throughout her body like weeds. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu turned and left, knocking on Chow Yufeng's door. Yufeng, Yufeng. Hearing the knock, Chow Yufeng opened the door and looked at Lu Yu, who was standing in the doorway, her face pale with fright. She asked in confusion, "Sister Yu, what's wrong?" Lu Yu blushed, her small hands shyly twisting the hem of her clothes, and said hesitantly, Yufeng, I'm a little scared. Tonight, can I sleep here with you? This caught Chow Yufeng completely off guard. He never expected to hear such a sentence. Is Lu Yu planning to take him down? Outside, a raging storm, inside, a blazing fire. That's certainly quite possible. Chow Yufeng was immediately tempted, and nodded with a smile, saying, "No problem, Sister Yu, but I only have one bed here, so you see." Chow Yufeng didn't say anything more. He waited for Lu Yu to speak. Sure enough, Lu Yu's face turned even redder, her pretty face practically dripping with shyness. Yufeng, I just thought let us sleep together. I'm scared to sleep alone." Chow Yufeng was overjoyed. What else was there to say? He was just waiting for Lu Yu to win him over tonight. He really wanted to know just how impatient this female pervert was. Being pursued by someone? Chow Yufeng's lips curled slightly, his heart pounding nervously. "Come on, Sister Yu, please." Chow Yufeng smiled and stepped aside to let Lu Yu into the house. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, her face flushed with shyness. Yufeng, where is your bathroom? I want to take a shower." Chow Yufeng led Lu Yu to the bathroom. Lu Yu blushed and went in. After closing the door, she stammered outside, Yufeng, could you wait for me outside? I'm scared." Chow Yufeng smiled and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Chow Yufeng's agreement, Lu Yu began to take off her clothes, preparing to take a hot shower to calm herself down. After a busy day, she still feels a bit surprised and scared. She couldn't believe that she had gotten to know those rich second-generation kids in Dalian City and even received a car worth 100 million, a Lamborghini Veneno. But this car is a bit too cool, too flashy, and doesn't quite match her personality. But as long as it's a gift from Chow Yufeng, she'll like it and drive it every day from now on. But just thinking about the menacing expressions of those guys with the slicked back hair made her feel a sudden, inexplicable fear. This made her feel uneasy without Chow Yufeng. She didn't know how she would have gotten through it. The thought that Chow Yufeng was just a door away from her, standing outside the door, filled Lu Yu with both relief and shame. There was even a faint, lingering anticipation of Chow Yufeng bursting through the door. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Lu Yu patted her cheeks, took off her clothes, and a rustling sound echoed in the bathroom. The sound made Lu Yu blush even more. She was afraid that Chow Yufeng would hear it, but she was also afraid that he wouldn't. She was extremely conflicted. The room was unusually quiet, but Chow Yufeng could hear the sounds and knew that Lu Yu was taking off her clothes. The thought that there was only a door separating them made Chow Yufeng's heart pound uncontrollably. But these sounds quickly stopped, and Lu Yu's shy yet urgent voice rang out instead. Yufeng, my bra clasp is stuck, could you help me unhook it? Just as Chow Yufeng was about to nod, Lu Yu's voice rang out again from inside the bathroom. Also, you're getting me a roll of tissues. Chow Yufeng was a little confused. Why did he need tissues? However, I went to the living room first, picked up a roll of toilet paper, and then went to the bathroom door again. Sister Yu, I'm coming in. Lu Yu's cheeks flushed red, and she gave a soft through her nose. Chow Yufeng opened the bathroom door, and what he saw was Lu Yu's smooth back, facing away from him. Lu Yu's back was as smooth as snow, without a single scar, as perfect as a flawless piece of mutton fat jade, reflecting a lustrous sheen under the light. Looking at the flawless, snow-white surface, which resembled a work of art, Chow Yufeng felt his heart beat faster involuntarily. Swallowing hard, Chow Yufeng focused his gaze on the bra straps behind Lu Yu. Influenced by her personality, Lu Yu not only mainly wears plain colored clothes and rarely wears brightly colored clothes, but also her underwear, which is mostly white or gray bras. Today, Lu Yu was wearing a white bra, pure white, without a single other color. Although Lu Yu was dressed in plain colors, her clothes were all bright and new, clearly showing that she took good care of them and was very clean. This lingerie, too, is pure white, matching her snow-white skin perfectly. It seems to blend seamlessly into her skin, making it difficult to notice unless you look closely. Looking at the slightly transparent white ribbon in front of him, Chow Yufeng's hands trembled uncontrollably. He confessed that he had never unhooked a girl's bra since he was a child. Now, when it comes to him trying to solve it, he really doesn't know how, and can only try to understand it on his own. Bang! 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 Chow Yufeng's heart pounded, and his hands trembled slightly as he touched Lu Yu's smooth back. The moment Chow Yufeng touched her, he could feel the skin on Lu Yu's back tighten suddenly, and a faint pink tinge spread down her neck to her entire back. Clearly, he wasn't the only one who was nervous. Lu Yu was also extremely nervous. Small bumps, commonly known as goosebumps, began to appear on my tense back. Seeing Lu Yu's skin turn bright red, Chow Yufeng chuckled and suddenly felt less nervous. Lu Yu blushed even more, lowered her head, and clasped her hands together shyly, asking, Yufeng, what's wrong? What are you laughing at? Chow Yufeng laughed and said, I thought I was quite nervous, but I didn't expect you to be even more nervous than me, so I relaxed immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face turned even redder. Once the two started talking, Lu Yu, though shy, felt much less nervous. Yufeng, do you not know how to solve this? You've never done that kind of thing before? Chow Yufeng shook his head honestly. No, when I was with Chen Xan before, we rarely even held hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed and said, I haven't experienced it either. What? Chow Yufeng was truly astonished. Lu Yu hadn't experienced anything like that either? Was she still a virgin? Is that even possible? Lu Yu is divorced. Her ex-husband left her with several million yuan in debt, which she still has to pay back. As if knowing that Chow Yufeng couldn't believe it, Lu Yu shyly explained in a low voice, we met through a blind date, and got married in less than a month. He has never touched me. I only found out later that he had been having an affair with another woman, but his family didn't approve, so he went on a blind date with me to lie to his family. Chow Yufeng understood. It turned out that her ex-husband had someone else in his heart and only married Lu Yu to appease his family. Therefore, it's not surprising that they would take the money and run away. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng was overjoyed. Although he doesn't have a virginity complex, who wouldn't want their woman to belong to them completely? Chapter 44, Embracing Lu Yu as she chooses a wedding dress. Upon learning that it was their first time, both of them were visibly excited. Lu Yu's cheeks were flushed red, almost as if they were dripping with water. She never expected that Chow Yufeng, a wealthy second-generation heir, could remain chaste. This further solidified her belief in her idea of entrusting herself to Chow Yufeng. Now, the two of them, a man and a woman, are alone in the bathroom, and the atmosphere is ambiguous. Although Lu Yu is shy, she clearly understands that if she misses this moment, she doesn't know when she will have such a good opportunity again. Thinking of this, she suddenly mustered her courage, turned around, her eyes filled with tenderness, looked at Chow Yufeng, and said affectionately, Yufeng, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend? After Lu Yu finished speaking, she looked at Chow Yufeng with deep affection, waiting for his answer. Chow Yufeng smiled inwardly, finally getting his wish that this older sister would pursue him. However, seeing Lu Yu's expectant eyes, Chow Yufeng smiled and shook his head. Although he didn't answer, Chow Yufeng's shaking his head said it all. The expectation in Lu Yu's eyes dimmed instantly, and she lowered her head, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. As expected, was I just being delusional? Chow Yufeng is a rich second generation, how could he possibly be interested in me? It turns out it was all just wishful thinking on my part. As Lu Yu thought about it, she felt a tightness in her chest. If Chow Yufeng hadn't been by her side, she would have wanted to have a good cry. Seeing Lu Yu's sad expression, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, Sister Yu, the reason I didn't agree to your proposal is because I suddenly felt that it's better for the boy to confess. So, Lu Yu, would you like to be my woman? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's heart clenched, and she looked up at Chow Yufeng with a face full of surprise, tears welling up in her eyes without her noticing. Chow Yufeng agreed. No. Chow Yufeng confessed his feelings to me. Lu Yu felt a pang in her heart, and a warm current surged from her heart, spreading throughout her limbs, making her unable to help but cover her mouth and cry. The fulfillment of her greatest expectation after so many days made Lu Yu feel like it was all a dream. This feeling made her want to throw herself into Chow Yufeng's arms, feel the warmth of his chest, and confirm that this was not a dream. Before she could act, Chow Yufeng took her arm around her waist and gently kissed her lips. Lu Yu let out a soft moan, her face instantly turning red to the roots of her ears, even her earlobes were tinged with an alluring pink. She hesitated for 3 seconds, then slowly reached out and hugged Chow Yufeng from behind. The two kissed passionately in the bathroom. They didn't part until they were both out of breath. Seeing Lu Yu's slightly flushed cheeks and rapid breathing, Chow Yufeng felt his heart pounding wildly, as if something inside him wanted to burst out. Although Lu Yu was extremely embarrassed, she still couldn't help but want to get closer to Chow Yufeng. She hugged Chow Yufeng from behind, pressing her body tightly against his. Their body heat mingled, further intensifying their passion. Chow Yufeng could no longer suppress the restlessness in his body and ripped off Lu Yu's bra. Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise and instinctively stretched out her hands to block it. But soon, remembering their identities, Lu Yu blushed and let go of her hands, exposing the scenery there completely to Chow Yufeng's eyes. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look Chow Yufeng in the eyes, and asked bashfully, Do you like it? Is there even a question? Chow Yufeng nodded with a smile. But the joy on her face didn't last even a second longer before she heard Lu Yu continue. Unfortunately, I'm on my period, which is why I asked you to bring in tissues earlier. I'm sorry, Yufeng. Holy crap! Chow Yufeng felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him on the head, giving him a taste of what it meant to be struck by lightning. I was so excited, but now this has been like a bucket of cold water poured on me, leaving me feeling utterly disheartened. However, seeing Lu Yu's apologetic expression, with her head down and not saying a word, what could Chow Yufeng say? It's normal for menstruation to happen during a period. He couldn't very well blame Lu Yu, could he? Furthermore, it was their first time, and it didn't seem quite right to do it in the bathroom. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng didn't say anything, but smiled and put his arm around Lu Yu's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Lu Yu looked guilty. She felt it was all her fault. She had to be on her period today, which made Chow Yufeng come with high hopes but leave disappointed. Yufeng, I'm sorry. Hearing Lu Yu's apology, Chow Yufeng smiled and patted Lu Yu's shoulder, saying, It's normal for girls to have their periods, there's no need to apologize for it. Chow Yufeng's understanding and kindness deeply moved Lu Yu. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, Yufeng, wait for me for 7 days. After 7 days, I want to give myself to you in a wedding dress. Wearing a wedding dress? Chow Yufeng's eyes lit up. This is great. This is great. Seeing Chow Yufeng happy, Lu Yu also smiled. Wearing a wedding dress is every girl's lifelong dream. Therefore, she wanted to put on a pure white wedding dress 7 days later and give herself completely to Chow Yufeng on that day. Now that they had broken through that barrier, the two of them didn't hesitate any longer. After taking a shower, Lu Yu, wearing a thin nightgown and without a bra, lay down next to Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng put his arm around Lu Yu, and the two of them were choosing wedding dresses online using their phones. Now that she's already wearing a wedding dress, Chow Yufeng is going to get another one. White headscarf, white gloves, white high heels, and white stockings. Watching Chow Yufeng enthusiastically selecting those items, Lu Yu blushed deeply. Yufeng, let's not wear these white stockings anymore. They're lace camisoles, and I've never worn anything like them before. They feel a bit too much. Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng stroked Lu Yu's smooth back and laughed, No way, don't you think you'll look even sexier in it? Besides, it's our first time for both of us. You don't want to have any regrets, and neither do I. Hearing Chow Yufeng insist, Lu Yu blushed and nodded softly, Okay, I'll listen to you. Then let's look at other things and choose a wedding dress. As Chow Yufeng spoke, she began searching for wedding dresses online. You won't know until you search, and once you do, it's like opening the door to a whole new world. He learned for the first time that there was a type of wedding dress called romantic. Chow Yufeng's eyes lit up immediately, but Lu Yu was so embarrassed that she couldn't say a word, her whole body turning red. The wedding dress pictures inside are too revealing. Are these really wedding dresses? Seeing Lu Yu's shy expression, Chow Yufeng smiled and coaxed him until Lu Yu finally agreed that he could wear it later, but the lights couldn't be turned on. Lu Yu agreed, and Chow Yufeng was overjoyed. Chow Yufeng did not sleep well that night. Although he had a warm and beautiful woman in his arms, the sudden presence of another person next to him made him feel very uncomfortable. I'm afraid that I might not be sleeping well at night, or that I might accidentally kick Lu Yu off the bed in the middle of the night. Chow Yufeng finally fell asleep in the middle of the night, half asleep. That night, Wei Shang, Mu Feng, Qin Hao, and Yuan Hongjie also didn't sleep well. None of them expected that they could lose so much in just one night. They originally just wanted to test the waters, but who would have thought that once they entered that room, they would feel incredibly excited and couldn't help but go further and further into the game. In addition, Chu Tian had stirred things up earlier, which had already made them simmer with anger. The more you lose, the more unwilling you are to accept it, always thinking that you can win back your losses if you win the next round. Their heightened emotions led them to gradually stop considering the costs involved. Gradually, they gambled more and more, and when they finally realized it, they were about to lose everything. Chapter 45: Becoming a Millionaire. Chu Tian also had a sleepless night. Although he got what he wanted from Wei Sheng and the others, he didn't know why he just couldn't be happy. The thought of being verbally abused by the slick-haired man intensified her hatred for Chow Yufeng. He has been proud since childhood, and to this day, no one is worthy of his attention. But today, he actually suffered such a huge setback. Thinking of Chow Yufeng, Chu Tian clenched his fists, furious beyond measure. "Shin Fengshan, come in here." Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Shin Fengshan strode in. "Boss, what are your orders? Are you planning to deal with Chow Yufeng?" This is what makes Chu Tian so satisfied with Shin Fengshan. Although Shin Fengshan looks burly, he is not a simple-minded fool with all his strength. On the contrary, he is very intelligent and understands things without being told them. Chu Tian's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Shin Fengshan, I, Chu Tian, have never heard a single unpleasant word since I was born, but today, I have actually been insulted. I, Chu Tian, have been insulted." Chu Tian's face twisted as he roared. "Those who insult me must pay the price." Shin Fengshan nodded and said, "Young master, I need to gather some manpower from home. Although Chow Yufeng is good at fighting, I don't take him seriously. It's just that you need someone to protect you, young master." Chu Tian was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and a sense of defeat welled up in his heart. Compared to Chow Yufeng, he felt utterly useless. They're both rich kids, but Chow Yufeng can take on 10 people at once, while he, damn it, needs someone to protect him. Thinking to himself, Chu Tian felt somewhat frustrated and powerless. He comforted himself, telling himself that he was a person who used his brain, while he was a porcelain pot. How could he possibly clash with an earthenware pot? But considering that Chow Yufeng forced him to endure the scolding today, and he could only obediently accept it, it seems he's also in a battle of wits. Thinking of this, the slight sense of frustration that had just surged up instantly overwhelmed him like a raging flood. This made him even angrier. Suppressing his frustration, Chu Tian's face darkened as he ordered, "Isn't Chow Yufeng very rich? Then arrest Lu Yu and force him to gamble with me. Today I want to see if he has more money or if my methods are better. Also, investigate Chow Yufeng's background for me. I want to know who this guy is and what kind of power he has behind him." "Yes, young master, I will take care of it as soon as possible." Shin Fengshan bowed and left. Watching Shin Fengshan's retreating figure, Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. "Chow Yufeng, you just wait. Even if you came from the capital, I, Chu Tian, will still take a piece of your flesh." The next morning, while Chow Yufeng was still asleep, Lu Yu had already gotten up early and prepared breakfast, just waiting for Chow Yufeng to wake up so that he could have a delicious meal. It has to be said that this was something that Chow Yufeng was extremely satisfied with. Lu Yu is the kind of woman who is exceptionally virtuous. Marrying her would make you feel like you've hit the jackpot. She will take good care of everything about you and look at you with tenderness. The first thing I heard when I opened my eyes was the system's voice in my mind. Ding! Cashback successful. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank account. Among them, Lu Yu's favorability rating reached over 90%, and she received a 9% cashback. Yesterday, she spent 100 million and received 9 million in cashback. Mu Linshuang's favorability rating has reached 90% or higher, resulting in a 9% cashback. Yesterday's spending was 80 million, with a cashback of 7.2 million. A total of 16.2 million was refunded. The cashback has been deposited into your bank account. The voice in his mind filled Chow Yufeng with ecstasy. Millionaire? He finally became a multi-millionaire. He has been longing to buy a large villa that truly belongs to him, and now he is getting closer and closer to his goal. How could Chow Yufeng not be overjoyed? After buying the villa, he can bring his parents over and take good care of them, letting them enjoy their retirement. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng said to Lu Yu, who had entered the room, "Sister Yu." As soon as he uttered those two words, Chow Yufeng suddenly realized something was wrong. "We kissed last night and touched each other inappropriately. Calling her sister you now would seem a bit indecent, like she's trying to deny everything after we've done our thing. That you were. Chow Yufeng scratched his head. Why did this sound like he was calling his daughter? Lu Yu noticed Chow Yufeng's embarrassment and said with a smile, "Why don't you just call me by my nickname, Shue? My mom said I've always been fair-skinned like snow since I was little, so she gave me the nickname Shue Snowy." Hearing this, Chow Yufeng nodded. Shue, I've discussed a business deal with Wei Shang. We're planning to open a factory with an investment of 1 billion. I'll transfer the money to your account later, and you can go and contact Wei Shang. Besides, just a beauty salon is definitely not enough. I will transfer another 500 million to you so you can find a location for a new store. Remember, these shops and factories are all registered in your name. Don't forget, you are my strong support. Protect these assets. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded firmly. Chow Yufeng had told her before that these shops were all registered under her name. This is to ensure that if Chow Yufeng's family goes bankrupt one day, she will still have her businesses to rely on to make a comeback. Therefore, she did not refuse, but decided to do her best to become Chow Yufeng's strong support. She wanted Chow Yufeng to know that she was more than just a pretty face. Don't worry, Yufeng, I will take care of these things as soon as possible. Chow Yufeng nodded and didn't say anything more. He believed that Lu Yu could handle these matters well. After the formal conversation, Chow Yufeng suddenly stood up and pulled Lu Yu onto the bed. Lu Yu gasped and fell onto the bed. Looking at Chow Yufeng's face so close to hers, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she said shyly, "It's still early, let's not risk being seen." Before he could even finish saying okay, Chow Yufeng wrapped his arms around Lu Yu's waist and kissed her. After the kiss, Lu Yu fell into Chow Yufeng's arms, her face flushed, looking at him tenderly. "Yufeng, do you know? I like you so much." As she spoke, Lu Yu reached out and gently stroked Chow Yufeng's cheek. Feeling Lu Yu's small hands rubbing against his face, Chow Yufeng smiled and placed his hand where he shouldn't have. Lu Yu blushed even more and said shyly, "No, it's still light out. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us." Seeing Lu Yu's shy expression, Chow Yufeng smiled. He loved Lu Yu's shy demeanor, and teasing her made Chow Yufeng feel very amused. Sometimes he wondered how shy Lu Yu would be when he finally won her over. "Then let me kiss you again, okay?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu blushed and whispered in a voice barely audible, After saying that, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Chow Yufeng's neck and offered her red lips. Chow Yufeng reluctantly got out of bed after spending an hour being intimate with Lu Yu in bed. Although it was just a kiss with Lu Yu, Chow Yufeng already felt incredibly excited. He was increasingly looking forward to what it would feel like to be with Lu Yu after he had completely possessed her. After finishing breakfast, Chow Yufeng left the rented room early. Today, he plans to ask Mu Linchuang out for a stroll. In addition, he had to keep a date that evening. Yun Wanrong said she would treat him to dinner. He's very busy right now, with his schedule packed every day. Turns out, being a player is pretty tiring too. After leaving home, Chow Yufeng first transferred 1 million yuan of his own money to his mother. He lied that he owned his own company and made a fortune. The mother immediately beamed with joy, praising her son for his competence, unlike his lazy father, who was a complete good-for-nothing. For so many years, she didn't even see a single hair of $1 million, let alone $1 million. Listening to his mother's complaints, Chow Yufeng felt incredibly happy. The happiest thing in life is when you have money and the person you love most is still around. When I was little, I found my mom's nagging really annoying. Only when you grow up, leave home, and encounter setbacks in society will you realize how valuable your mother's nagging was. Chapter 46. Chow Yufeng successfully landed. I chatted with my mom for half an hour, and was just about to hang up the phone. His mother told him that she had introduced him to a girl and would send him a picture in a couple of days so he could see it. Girl? Chow Yufeng was speechless. What he has no shortage of now is girls. He hasn't won over Lu Yu yet, he hasn't won over Mu Linchuang yet, and there's also his principal, Yun Wanrong. He's already starting to feel tired. Why is he still coming? Let him go. After hanging up with his mother, Chow Yufeng took out his phone to call Mu Linchuang. Watching the video, Chow Yufeng was speechless as he saw Mu Linchuang actually sleeping in the Bugatti all night. He thought Mu Linchuang was just joking yesterday, but who would have thought that this woman would actually keep her word? However, Chow Yufeng could understand that if he received a gift worth tens of millions of yuan one day, he would be so excited that he would hug it and sleep with it for one night, no, at least 2 nights, and he wouldn't even go to work. After chatting for a few minutes, Chow Yufeng hailed a taxi and headed straight for Mu Lingshuan's house. Knowing that Mu Lingshuan was still in the car, Chow Yufeng went straight to the parking lot, found Kailon, and opened the car door after arriving. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, Mu Lingshuan in the car smiled shyly at him, stuck out her tongue, rubbed her messy hair, and laughed. "You're here. Come on, carry me out, my back hurts so much." As Mu Lingshuan spoke, she smiled and opened her arms to Chow Yufeng, wanting a hug. Chow Yufeng felt both annoyed and amused. Lying in a car all night, it's no wonder your back aches. It's only because Mu Lingshuan is young that she's not sick, otherwise, she would have caught a cold after just one night. With a wry smile, Chow Yufeng shook his head and reached out to pick up Mu Lingshuan. Mu Lingshuan obediently wrapped her arms around Chow Yufeng's neck and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "You big pervert, since you've been so obedient, this is my reward for you. Aren't you happy?" Chow Yufeng smiled, placed Mu Lingshuan on the roof of the car, and leaned down to kiss her. Mu Lingshuan blushed. She was just teasing Chow Yufeng, but who would have thought that Chow Yufeng would take it seriously? How embarrassing. As Mu Lingshuan thought to herself, two blushes appeared on her face. The two were intimate on the car roof for a while, and then Chow Yufeng followed Mu Lingshuan back to her home. She wanted to dress up nicely so she could look beautiful on her date with Chow Yufeng. Back at Mu Lingshuan's house, Mu Lingshuan went to the bathroom, while Chow Yufeng lay down on Mu Lingshuan's bed. On the bed, the sheets and blankets were pink, and lying on them, you could clearly smell a faint jasmine fragrance. The scent was fresh and not pungent, just like the fragrance on Mu Lingshuan's body. Having not slept well last night, Chow Yufeng was just about to take a nap when he noticed a hair not far from his head. When I picked it up, I saw that it still had natural curls. Chow Yufeng was a little confused. Mu Lingshuan's hair wasn't permed, it was straightened. So what was with the curls? Damn it, am I going to get cheated on? Thinking to himself, Chow Yufeng planned to ask Mu Lingshuan a good question when she came out later. A short while later, Mu Lingshuan came out wearing a scarf and drying her hair. "Lin Xuan, have any friends come over to your house recently? The kind with curly hair?" Mu Lingshuan looked bewildered and shook her head, saying, "No, what's wrong?" "Then what is this? I found it on your bed, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Chow Yufeng picked up the hair and questioned him righteously. Upon seeing that single hair, Mu Lingshuan's face flushed red instantly, all the way down to her ears. She never expected that Chow Yufeng would discover such a single hair. She was utterly humiliated. Thinking of this, Mu Lingshuan rushed forward, trying to snatch the hair from Chow Yufeng's hand. Chow Yufeng was not about to let her have her way, so he pulled his hand back to avoid Mu Lingshuan's hand. "Oh dear, Chow Yufeng, you're so mean. Give it to me now." Mu Lingshuan stamped her foot, blushing and pouting. Chow Yufeng was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Why doesn't Mu Lingshuan feel guilty at all when she sees the evidence? Instead, she looked completely ashamed. After examining the hair, Chow Yufeng questioned again, "Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Whose hair is this?" "Hair?" Mu Lingshuan was both amused and exasperated upon hearing these two words. She didn't know whether Chow Yufeng was truly stupid or just pretending. However, seeing Chow Yufeng's bewildered yet angry expression, she guessed that this lecherous man was probably genuinely stupid. This made her burst out laughing. Seeing Chow Yufeng still staring at her with a questioning expression, Mu Lingshuan slowly walked up to him, sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, gently bumped her head against him, and said coquettishly, "You big idiot, this isn't hair, it's... Oh dear, see for yourself." As Mu Lingshuan spoke, she slowly lifted her nightgown. Chow Yufeng's eyes widened instantly, and he felt a surge of blood rushing to the top of his head. Mu Lingshuan looked shy and hugged Chow Yufeng tightly, but then grabbed his hand and guided him forward. Dry wood and a raging fire need only a trigger to ignite. Mu Lingshuan let out a soft cry, her face flushed, and took the initiative to kiss Chow Yufeng's lips. An hour later, Mu Lingshuan lay happily in Chow Yufeng's arms, hugging him tightly. Ding! Mu Lingshuan's favorability +2, current favorability level 95. Ding! The host's super endurance has surprised Mu Lingshuan. Pleasure value +100, current total pleasure value 600. You big pervert, you're so bad, you're really so bad. I wasn't ready and ugh, anyway, I hate you now. Chow Yufeng smiled and gently put his arm around Mu Lingshuan's waist, saying with a mischievous grin, "Lingshuan, why don't we skip the date today? Look outside, the wind is gentle, the sky is blue and the clouds are white. This kind of weather is perfect for staying indoors. Mu Linchuang blushed and said, I originally wanted to buy you a gift today, but I noticed you've been wearing the outfit I gave you, so I thought I'd buy you a few more. But you. She blushed halfway through her sentence, but a sweet smile remained on her lips. Ugh, I'm not talking to you anymore. It's all your fault. I just finished showering and I need to rinse it off again. Mu Linchuang, her face flushed, sat up. Seeing this, Chow Yufeng picked up Mu Linchuang, kissed her on the lips, and said with a mischievous smile, I want to wash too, can you help me wash? Mu Linchuang nestled against Chow Yufeng's chest, her face flushed with shyness and happiness, and gently nodded, 3 hours later, the two finally left Mu Linchuang's house, and Mu Linchuang walked somewhat awkwardly. Since Mu Linchuang had difficulty walking, Chow Yufeng took over the responsibility of driving. Yesterday, he experienced the poison. Today, he'll experience Chiron. The two arrived at the mall, and Mu Linchuang excitedly pulled Chow Yufeng straight to the men's clothing section. Yufeng, I'm buying you a couple more outfits today, and I'm also planning to buy you a watch. How about it? Aren't you happy? Mu Linchuang said with a smile, linking arms with Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng is now rich, a multi-millionaire. But buying something yourself and receiving it as a gift are two different feelings. What's more, it was a gift from his girlfriend. The happiest thing in life is when the person you like also likes you. But this joy didn't last more than a few seconds before a voice suddenly came from behind. Oh, Mu Linchuang, it's you? Are you here to buy something too? Perfect timing, I'm planning to buy a diamond ring, can you help me take a look? Chapter 47 looks down on Chow Yufeng for having too much money. A woman's voice rang out from behind, and a woman with smoky makeup and an exceptionally glamorous appearance quickly walked over, pulling Mu Linchuang toward the jewelry section not far away. Behind the woman was a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, with sunken eyes and a pockmarked face. The man walked unsteadily, clearly indicating excessive indulgence in sexual activity. However, the man's 10 fingers were covered with gold rings, and he also wore a gold chain around his neck that was as thick as a baby's little finger, which clearly showed that he was very wealthy. The man strolled over, glancing at Chow Yufeng with disdain before looking at Mu Linchuang, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He then laughed and said, Yes, beautiful lady, let's go take a look together. If there's anything you like, I can buy it as a gift for you. Oh, by the way, my surname is Chen, and my given name is Duozi. As the middle-aged man, Chen Duo, spoke, his eyes were practically glued to Mu Linchuang, ignoring Chow Yufeng completely and disregarding Chow Yufeng, his official boyfriend. Seeing Chen Duo's arrogant attitude, Chow Yufeng touched his nose and smiled silently. Since the named young Master Feng first appeared in Dalan City, no one had ever dared to ignore him like this. A look of disgust flashed across Mu Linchuang's face. Chen Duo's blunt gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, this alluring woman had always been a source of great annoyance for her. This woman's name is Yang Li, and she is her classmate. They have never gotten along. Yang Li was jealous of Mu Linchuang because she was prettier than her, and she was always trying to compare herself to Mu Linchuang. Some time ago, Yang Li met a sugar daddy and suddenly became arrogant. She frequently flaunts the luxury goods her sugar daddy bought her, even posting them in the classmate group chat, which annoys everyone. Seeing that no one in the classmate group was responding to her, she sent messages to Mu Linchuang, showing off her high-end luxury goods and boasting that her life was better than Mu Linchuang's. Sometimes they would even openly mock others, saying things like, it's better to marry well than to be good-looking. Mu Linchuang was annoyed by Yang Li, but Yang Li was shameless and kept showing off in front of Mu Linchuang. It now seems that this Chen Duo is probably the godfather Yang Li found. As for asking her to look at jewelry, it was probably just him showing off in front of her. Thinking about this, Mu Linchuang was extremely annoyed and directly refused, Sorry, I have a date with my boyfriend. As Mu Linchuang spoke, she reached out and took Chow Yufeng's arm. Yang Li merely glanced at Chow Yufeng indifferently, and curled her lip in disdain in front of the two of them. She despises these pretty boys the most. They're all show and no substance, they're just poor losers in reality. Look at this pretty boy, he doesn't even own a watch, a total loser. Unlike his sugar daddy, who's loaded and wears a Rolex worth 100,000 on his wrist. As for those rich second-generation individuals, such as Wei Sheng and Yuan Hongjie, they all wear Vacheron Constantin and Richard Mille watches worth hundreds of thousands of yuan on their wrists. She once had the privilege of attending a banquet with Chen Duo and saw Wei Sheng wearing a Patek Philippe worth millions. It really shocked her at the time. Now, seeing Chow Yufeng's empty wrist, Yang Li's sarcasm couldn't be more obvious. She was starting to lose interest in showing off in front of these poor people. Well, having something to show off is better than having nothing to show off at all. Consider it my act of kindness, letting you poor wretches broaden your horizons. Honestly, being so poor really ruins my mood for showing off. Yang Li curled her lips arrogantly and smiled warmly. Oh, Lin Xuan, it's been so long since we last met. Why don't you come with me for a walk? I'll show you around and broaden your horizons. Let me tell you, Lin Xuan, we women must broaden our horizons, otherwise it's not worth being deceived by those poor losers. Yang Li's words were pointed, and after speaking, she gave Chao Yufeng a contemptuous smile. Mu Lingxuan was almost laughing in anger. Show her her eyes? Did she hear that right? Even if these two people have high standards, can they be more interested in a supercar worth tens of millions? Mu Lingxuan found it amusing. Chao Yufeng was also speechless. He really didn't know where these two got their sense of superiority from. They were so arrogant, like swans, as if they wanted to hold their heads up to the sky. Shen Duo, his eyes gleaming with lust, looked Mu Lingxuan up and down and chimed in, laughing, yeah, beautiful lady, let's go for a walk. And I think that gold chain worth 10,000 at the gold counter suits you very well. How about I buy it for you as a gift? Shen Duo's words clearly displeased Yang Li, who glared at him but dared not say anything more. Chao Yufeng was even more annoyed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He couldn't understand if Shen Duo had been kicked in the head or if this guy simply didn't take him seriously, which was why he could do something like flirting with his girlfriend right in front of him. Chao Yufeng originally didn't want to argue with him, but now it seems that if he doesn't make this guy lose face properly, he really won't know how rich young Master Feng is. Thinking to himself, Chao Yufeng pulled Mu Lingxuan along and said with a smile, great. Perfect timing. I haven't bought any jewelry for my girlfriend in a long time. Upon hearing Chao Yufeng's words, Shen Duo immediately curled his lip in disdain, a clear look of contempt in his eyes, and cursed Chao Yufeng in his heart as a poor loser who only cares about money. In his view, Chao Yufeng initially seemed very resistant, but immediately agreed when he heard that he would buy her a gold chain worth 10,000 yuan. This was clearly a case of being greedy for money. Damn it, you pretty boy, you'd agree to anything for 10,000 yuan. If I gave you 20,000, would you send your girlfriend to my bed? Pa! You poor bastard. Yang Li simply chuckled twice, though she didn't say anything, the sarcasm was all too obvious. Mu Lingxuan was shocked, not understanding why Chao Yufeng had agreed. The four of them walked together toward the jewelry section ahead. Upon arriving at the jewelry section, Yang Li immediately began to show off. He slammed his bag down on the display case and arrogantly ordered the sales clerk inside, waiter, bring out all those jewels for me. Yes, those expensive jewels worth tens of thousands. My husband is so loving towards me today, unlike some people who think being pretty is useless, they can only look on, huh? Whether they had arrived at the jewelry section or not, Yang Li was no longer pretending. He kept showing off to Mu Lingxuan, and even made sarcastic remarks. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman almost laughed. Worth tens of thousands, and you call this expensive jewelry? Yang Li, however, was completely oblivious. When she looked at Chao Yufeng and Mu Lingxuan, her face was full of disdain, and her contempt almost overflowed from her cheeks. Shen Duo stood to the side, looking smug. He loved seeing these pretty boys looking timid in front of him. What good is being good-looking? I'm rich. I can use money to make your girlfriends obediently crawl into my bed. And what about you? You can only watch helplessly, because you're just a poor student. Shen Duo looked smug, not even glancing at Chao Yufeng, but staring intently at Mu Lingxuan with possessive eyes. Beautiful lady, how about it? Want to choose one? Don't worry, 10 or 8,000 yuan is nothing to me. He flaunted his wealth, not forgetting to pull out a gold chain, about the thickness of a baby's little finger, from his clothes around his neck, looking quite smug. After speaking, he looked at Chao Yufeng with a hint of arrogance and provocation in his eyes. He wanted to flirt with Chao Yufeng's girlfriend right in front of him, because he really enjoyed watching her helpless look when she couldn't afford anything. Especially when he saw his girlfriend accept it, he was furious and broke down. To his disappointment, Chao Yufeng simply smiled and said calmly, I'm really sorry, my girlfriend isn't used to carrying such cheap things. Beautiful lady, that diamond necklace worth 200,000 is nice. Could you please bring it to my girlfriend? Upon hearing Chao Yufeng's words, Shen Duo and Yang Li were immediately stunned. Chapter 48 Chao Yufeng? Young Master Feng? Yang Li stared at Chao Yufeng in shock. She couldn't believe that Chao Yufeng had just said he would let Mu Lingxuan try on that diamond necklace worth over 200,000 yuan. Chen Duo stood there stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, mocking, over 200,000? Kid, are you kidding me? You think you can afford that? Don't make us laugh. As he spoke, Chen Duo pointed at the teller and ordered directly, "Teller, don't give it to him. He can't afford to pay for it if it gets damaged." Chen Duo was convinced from the bottom of his heart that Chow Yufeng couldn't afford it. The only reason I wanted that necklace was to show off in front of them. When it comes time to pay the bill, I'll definitely use the excuse that it's not appropriate. He must have been thinking to himself, Chen Duo looking at the other person with a mocking gaze. Yang Li also fanned the flames, mocking the teller, "Exactly, if I were you, I wouldn't even bother with this kind of person. 200,000 yuan, does he look like someone who has 200,000 yuan?" The two no longer concealed their true intentions and openly mocked Chow Yufeng. Hearing their words, Mu Lingshuan was furious and retorted, "Are you two never going to stop? I've been so accommodating to you, and you're getting more and more unreasonable. Yufeng, let's go and ignore these two." Before Chow Yufeng could respond, Yang Li said sarcastically, "That's strange, Mu Lingshuan, why are you angry? I'm doing this for your own good, so you won't be deceived by this poor loser. To be honest, some women these days are really blind. They look like pretty vases, but their taste in boyfriends is like that of idiots. It's really funny." Yang Li mocked sarcastically, adding a sarcastic remark as she spoke. "Mu Lingshuan, don't overthink it. I wasn't talking about you just now, hee hee hee." Chen Duo stood aside, looking at Mu Lingshuang and Chow Yufeng with a playful expression. The mockery on his face couldn't be more obvious. He believed that after this incident, the young woman named Mu Lingshuan would realize his power and understand that money was the most important thing. Then, he'll spend a little money and win over this young woman. Looking at Mu Lingshuan's long legs, Chen Duo felt a surge of excitement. As for Chow Yufeng? Who is he? He doesn't know any poor bastards. Chow Yufeng never expected that these two would be so greedy, and now they were openly mocking him. Do these two really think he has no temper? Chow Yufeng looked at the two men, and seeing the disdain and mockery on their faces, a surge of anger rose in his heart. He really wanted to rush up and slap those two, but would just 2 slaps be enough to vent his anger? To deal with these kinds of people, you have to defeat them at their root and make them understand that the money they are so proud of is not even enough for their pocket money. Then, let them slap themselves in the face. Having made up his mind, Chow Yufeng took out his bank card and said to the teller, "Miss, I won't look at the diamond necklace. Just wrap it up for me and swipe my card." The simple word "swipe card" struck Yang Li and Chen Duo like a thunderbolt, leaving them stunned on the spot. Bought it? Did Chow Yufeng buy it? How could he possibly have bought it? The two looked at Chow Yufeng with disbelief in their eyes. Yang Li rubbed her ears hard, feeling like she had misheard. How could this pretty boy possibly buy a diamond necklace worth over 200,000 yuan? The most expensive thing he wears is a Rolex watch worth a few 100,000 yuan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yang Li couldn't believe it and stood there stunned. Chen Duo was equally surprised. He couldn't believe that the poor guy he looked down on could so calmly take out his bank card. Could it be that this poor guy is richer than me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Duo roared inwardly. He absolutely could not accept being defeated by a poor guy he looked down on in the place where he was most proud. He must have taken out online loans, or this 200,000 yuan is all the savings his family has. Otherwise, how could a poor guy come up with so much money? Chen Duo desperately tried to find excuses, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that way. The shop assistant was also taken aback. He had never seen such a generous customer before. This is a diamond necklace worth 200,000 yuan, and you want to wrap it up without even looking at it? Moreover, with a price tag of over 200,000, she could earn more than 10,000 in commission from the sale of this necklace. The teller was thrilled, and even after the card was successfully swiped, she still looked incredulous. Chen Duo looked at the clerk who respectfully handed over the wrapped necklace, and his face was very ugly. At least for the moment, he was indeed being suppressed by this poor guy. He deliberately scoffed, saying sarcastically, 200,000, how generous. Is it really worth it to use your parents' life savings just to show off like this? As soon as Chen Duo finished speaking, Yang Li's eyes lit up. She couldn't believe that Chow Yufeng was so rich. Now, upon hearing that it was her parents' life savings, she immediately believed it and was about to make a sarcastic remark when she heard Chow Yufeng's calm words. Wrap up that 530,000 yuan icy jade bracelet for me, and swipe my card. After Chow Yufeng finished speaking, he handed the bank card over again. Didn't these two say that he was spending his parents' savings to show off? Today he'll show these two just how substantial his parents' savings are. Another credit card swipe? Qian Duo and Yang Li were stunned into silence. Previously it cost over 200,000 yuan, and now they want to buy a jade bracelet worth 530,000 yuan? He spent over 700,000 yuan, but he looked nonchalant, as if he had spent 70 yuan. Was he really spending his parents' savings? A suspicion arose in their hearts, and this suspicion made their faces very unpleasant. The sales clerk quickly packaged the icy jadeite bracelet, suppressing her excitement, and respectfully handed it to Chow Yufeng, smiling as she said, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This piece of icy jadeite is our store's newest jewelry. It's very popular, and it perfectly matches your girlfriend's style. Being your girlfriend is such a blessing." As the teller spoke, she deliberately glanced at Yang Li. Yang Li's expression turned incredibly ugly the moment she saw the teller's gaze. She was just mocking that it's better to marry well than to be good-looking. But now it seems that she was the one who married poorly. This was unacceptable to her. What she found even more unacceptable was that after the teller finished speaking, she smiled and looked at the bag on Mu Linshuang's shoulder, and continued. "Madam, your bag must be one of the most prized possessions at the LV boutique, right? I remember it's worth over $1 million. Mu Linshuang smiled and nodded, then happily took Chow Yufeng's arm and said, "Yes, that's right, my boyfriend bought it for me." "What? Worth over $1 million? Yang Li's eyes widened suddenly as she stared in disbelief at the bag on Mu Linshuang's shoulder, her pupils filled with nothing but shock. Worth $1 million? My God! If she had $1 million handbag, she would have flaunted it to the whole world long ago. But what about Lin Shuang? So understated, just casually slung over the shoulder, it's like carrying a bag worth only a few dozen yuan. No. Not only is she low-key, Chow Yufeng is even more low-key. Being able to afford $1 million bag as a gift, Chow Yufeng is clearly a rich second generation. But she just mocked a rich second generation, calling him a poor loser and a pretty boy? It was only at this moment that Yang Li realized who the clown really was. Qian Duo was stunned. The most expensive piece of jewelry he had ever bought for himself was a Rolex worth a few 100,000 yuan. But what about Chow Yufeng? The bag that someone casually gave away was worth over $1 million. At that moment, Qian Duo was terrified. He realized just how much of a person he had mocked. Even those incredibly wealthy second-generation heirs, like Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie, don't have such extravagant spending power. Perhaps only that newly appeared young Master Feng has such power, able to casually give away tens of millions. Etc. Chow Yufeng? Young Master Feng? I'm doomed. He muttered to himself, then collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Chapter 49, Showing Off Wealth to the King of Hell. Qian Duo collapsed to the spot, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Chow Yufeng. The thought that this person might be Feng Xiaosher made Qian Duo feel his body trembling with fear. He was just a small-time tycoon, a nouveau riche, with a net worth of 40 or 50 million. Someone like him is far inferior to Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie. You'd hardly ever have the chance to even meet him. But now, he has actually offended young Master Feng, whom neither Wei Shang nor Yuan Hongjie dares to offend. He's practically asking for it. Trembling, Qian Duo hurriedly scrambled to his feet and knelt before Chow Yufeng, slapping himself in the face as he said in fear. Young Master Feng. I was wrong. Please forgive me, just let it go. What? Young Master Feng? Is he young Master Feng? Yang Li's heart clenched painfully as she stared at Chow Yufeng in shock. Qian Duo had told her about young Master Feng, and knew that he was a young master whom even Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie dared not offend. Yesterday, it was even rumored that young Master Feng and Mu Feng, the top rich second generation in Dalian City, were having dinner together in a private room. The entire city of Dalian is now suspecting that this suddenly appearing young Master Feng may have assets worth tens of billions, just like Mu Feng. They actually offended such a top-tier rich second generation? Yang Li felt a chill run through her entire body from fear. She looked at Mu Linshuang, and her heart was instantly filled with regret. He regretted showing off for no reason and making sarcastic remarks. Now it seems that what I was doing wasn't showing off at all, it was clearly courting death. Yang Li looked at Mu Linshuang and, without the slightest hesitation, immediately knelt down and slapped herself repeatedly in the face. Lin Shuang, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our classmates, don't hold it against me. Please, Lin Xuan, I really know I was wrong. The two men knelt before Chao Yufeng and Mu Linxuan, slapping themselves repeatedly in the face. They were so arrogant just now, and now they are so terrified. Seeing the two's terrified expressions, Chao Yufeng ignored them and pulled Mu Linxuan outside. Chao Yufeng felt it was a waste of time to argue with someone like that. Moreover, Chao Yufeng knew very well that he didn't need to say anything more. As long as this matter got out, countless people would take the opportunity to target Chen Duo and curry favor with him. Watching Chao Yufeng leave, Chen Duo deflated like a punctured balloon and collapsed to the ground. Chao Yufeng remained silent, which only instilled fear in him. Does this mean I've forgiven them, or I haven't? Chen Duo was terrified. Looking at Yan Li kneeling on the ground beside him, he angrily kicked her. It's all because of this stupid woman who insisted on showing off in front of her classmates. Now look what's happened. He's flaunting his success right in front of the king of hell. Isn't he just asking for death? Thinking of this, Chen Duo raised his hand and slapped Yan Li hard across the face. You're always showing off your wealth, are you showing it off now? It's all because of you, you filthy bitch, that I offended young Master Feng. Now what the hell are you going to do about it? Yang Li covered her face, feeling deeply wronged. She didn't even know that Mu Lingxuan's boyfriend was Feng Xiao. Honey, do you really think this person is young Master Feng? Yang Li was still unwilling to accept it, feeling that Mu Lingxuan could not possibly have found a super rich second generation like young Master Feng. Xian Duo was also taken aback. Was Chao Yufeng really young Master Feng? He wasn't qualified enough, and he couldn't get any information about him. He had only heard of the name young Master Feng, but he never knew what young Master Feng's full name was. He also thought he was lucky that he wouldn't be so unlucky as to think that he was just going out to show off and that he would end up showing off to young Master Feng. It shouldn't be, right? Xian Duo held onto a sliver of hope. Ding! Showing off in front of her classmates, Mu Linxuan felt pleased, gaining 100 pleasure points, bringing her total pleasure points to 700. As Chao Yufeng and Mu Linxuan left the jewelry area, the system's voice rang in Chao Yufeng's mind. Chao Yufeng understood that although Mu Lingxuan didn't say anything on the surface, she was very happy inside. They are prominent and respected in public. Anyone would feel good in this situation. You big pervert, to repay you for standing up for me just now, your beautiful wife will buy you a few more clothes. Aren't you happy? Mu Lingxuan said with a smile, linking arms with Chao Yufeng. Chao Yufeng naturally smiled and nodded, giving Mu Lingxuan plenty of face. You're smart to know what's good for you. With a smile on her lips, Mu Lingxuan took Chao Yufeng's arm, and the two walked together toward the men's clothing section. When they came out, the two were carrying large and small bags, and had bought 4 or 5 sets of clothes. Although it cost 70 or 80,000, Mu Lingxuan was happier than Chao Yufeng. Because when choosing clothes, Chao Yufeng almost always followed her eye, picking out clothes that she thought were very cool. Chao Yufeng's obedient manner made her feel very happy, giving her a sense of being in charge and like a mistress of the house. This caused her joy to surge, and Chao Yufeng used this opportunity to gain another 200 joy points, bringing his total to 900. Afterwards, the two went to look at watches, and Mu Lingxuan spent a lot of money to buy Chao Yufeng a Vacheron Constantin watch worth 500,000 yuan. She felt that Chao Yufeng had already spent so much on her, and if she didn't reciprocate, she would be letting him down. So, although it cost 500,000, I felt more happy than heartbroken. She knew that with Chao Yufeng's wealth, he could easily afford not only 500,000, but also 5 million or 50 million. However, compared to those expensive luxury watches, Chao Yufeng wore the 500,000 yuan watch she bought, which is enough to show that Chao Yufeng really cares about her. This made Mu Lingxuan feel sweet inside. Chao Yufeng was overjoyed. 500,000 yuan. He was now wearing a watch worth 500,000 yuan. He wouldn't have dared to even think about this before. But now, Chao Yufeng looked at the black mechanical watch on her wrist, which gleamed under the light, and couldn't help but smile like an ant. After laughing, Chao Yufeng felt incredibly frustrated. He spends millions or tens of millions of dollars on these women. Conversely, when these women spend 500,000 on him, he smiled like an auntie. That's fucking despicable. After buying a watch and several sets of clothes, the two returned to the parking lot and drove their Chiron away from the mall. Chen Duo and Yan Li were also in the parking lot. The two watched as Chao Yufeng and Mu Lingxuan got into the Kailong and drove away. This scene left the two of them stunned on the spot. They had just doubted that Chao Yufeng was actually young Master Feng, and that they shouldn't be so unlucky. But now, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. Driving a Bugatti Chiron worth over 70 million, who else could it be but young Master Phone? Who has the financial means to buy a luxury car worth over 70 million? Thinking of this, both of them turned deathly pale. Before he could react, Chen Duo slapped Yan Li across the face again. Go to hell, you filthy bitch. Who else could this be but young Master Phone? It's all your fault, you son of a bitch. Showing off your wealth? Showing off your mother's wealth, are you showing off now? I'm finished, it's all because of you, I'm finished. Chen Duo became increasingly angry as he spoke, and started punching and kicking Yang Li. Yang Li was also furious. She raised her hand and started hitting Chen Duo, yelling, blame me? Don't tell me you didn't have feelings for Mu Linchuan. I was the one who wanted to show off my wealth at first, but what about you? Weren't you also trying to impress Mu Linchuan? Do you think I couldn't see through you? You bitch, you dared to resist? The two got into a fight in the parking lot, which attracted a crowd of onlookers who pointed and whispered among themselves. Xiao Yufeng had no idea that his driving away would completely ignite a fight between the two of them. Right now, he's calling Wei Shang, asking him to recommend some fun places to go. Before, he was a poor guy and rarely went out, but now that he has money, he doesn't mind going to high-end places to have some fun. When the video call connected, Xiao Yufeng was surprised. What the hell is going on with Wei Shang? In the video, Wei Shang's hair was messy, and he was holding a bottle of Baijiu Chinese liquor while looking at Xiao Yufeng and chugging it down. Chapter 50 The Sickly Chu Tian. Phone. Young Master Phone, I'm sorry, brother, I've made you laugh. I was feeling frustrated, so I had a few drinks. As Wei Shang spoke, he picked up the bottle and took another swig. Xiao Yufeng was puzzled. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the video contained not only Wei Shang, but also Yuan Hongjie, Mu Feng, and Qin Hao. These three men, like Wei Shang, each held a bottle of wine and looked utterly dejected. Xiao Yufeng was truly puzzled, not understanding what was going on with these four brothers. However, he had a vague guess that it was related to the gambling game last night. After pausing for 2 seconds, Xiao Yufeng asked knowingly, "What's wrong with you four? Why are you all so dejected?" Wei Shang let out a heavy sigh, waved his hand and said, "Don't mention young Master Phone, the four of us are fucking idiots. Last night, I fucking gambled away half of my family's assets." After Wei Shang finished speaking, he grabbed the liquor and took another big gulp. But because he drank too quickly, he choked and started coughing violently. The coughing sound came through the phone clearly. Beside her, Mu Linchuan looked at Xiao Yufeng with a face full of questions and curiosity. She just overheard someone say they lost half their fortune. This worried her, wondering if Xiao Yufeng might also have a gambling addiction and be willing to gamble. Thinking of this, Mu Linchuan looked at Xiao Yufeng with worry on her face and held his hand tightly. Xiao Yufeng patted Mu Linchuan's small hand to reassure her. Then, holding up his phone, he asked, "Didn't you say it was just a test? How did it turn out like this? Where are Mu Feng and the others? Young Master Mu is about the same as me." "Young Master Phone, you don't know, we initially just wanted to test the waters, but somehow, after we came to the room, we felt inexplicably restless, and Chu Tian was fanning the flames from the side. Oh. Now that I think about it, Chu Tian must have set a trap for us a long time ago, just waiting for us to fall into it. We haven't dared to let our family know about this yet. If my dad finds out, he'll break my legs." As Wei Shang spoke, he smashed the wine bottle in his hand, feeling extremely frustrated. In all his years in Dalan City, he had never suffered such a big setback. What Wei Shang didn't know was that it wasn't just the unrest and Chu Tian's provocation, but Dong Hao's betrayal that was the most fatal. Because Dong Hao's message allows Chu Tian to know their trump card. Therefore, Chu Tian's losses were small while his wins were large, allowing Wei Shang and his team to experience both wins and losses. Occasional wins gave Wei Shang and his team the illusion that they could recoup their losses. This illusion leads them to believe they can win the next round, and they gradually sink deeper into the trap. By the time they realize what's happening, it's too late. Seeing Wei Shang's expression, Xiao Yufeng understood that the fire had reached its peak and it was time for him to offer timely assistance, to truly move these rich kids and solidify his relationship with them. Thinking of this, Xiao Yufeng took out his phone and said, "Wei Shang, send me your location, I'll come find you." Upon hearing this, Wei Shang was taken aback, wondering why Xiao Yufeng wanted to see them now. "We can't just offer them comfort, can we?" Despite my confusion, I still sent over my location. At the same time, Lu Yu finished tidying up her house and headed to the beauty salon. But just as I stepped out of the residential area, a Mercedes-Benz van sped towards me on the road. Upon reaching Lu Yu, the van suddenly stopped, and then the door opened, with Shin Fengshan quickly stepping out. Lu Yu was startled, not understanding who these people were or why they had parked their car next to her. Before she could figure it out, Shin Fengshan, who had just gotten out of the car, took 2 steps in front of her and punched her in the stomach. Lu Yu felt a sharp pain in her stomach, so intense that she couldn't help but bend over, clutching her stomach and retching violently. Before she could catch her breath, Shin Fengshan grabbed her hair and dragged her into the car. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz van started up again and sped away. Inside the car, Lu Yu struggled desperately, but Shin Fengshan picked up a towel soaked in ether and covered Lu Yu's mouth and nose. Lu Yu's struggles, which had been aided by inhaling ether, quickly weakened, and she collapsed onto the chair in no time. Shin Fengshan shook his arm and cursed at the unconscious Lu Yu. "Is this woman a dog? She actually bit me, damn it." Shin Fengshan laughed and cursed, then kicked Lu Yu. Seeing Lu Yu lying motionless in the chair, clearly unconscious, Shin Fengshan felt relieved. He picked up his phone, found Chu Tian's number, and dialed it. "Young master, that woman has been caught. Would you like to enjoy her tonight, or?" Shin Fengshan asked. Inside the presidential suite, a woman, her body covered in bruises, was curled up in the corner of the bed, crying and trembling in pain. Beside the large bed, Chu Tian held his phone in one hand and pulled up his pants with the other. Hearing the inquiry from the phone, Chu Tian hesitated for a second and said, "Okay, send it to Tianlong Hotel. I haven't had enough fun yet." Rich people often have their own little quirks, and he enjoys tormenting these women. Especially those beautiful women with pretty faces and delicate skin. This kind of woman is most likely to trigger his morbid desires. The thought of those women groaning in pain under his torment filled Chu Tian with excitement. Don't worry, the woman has been delivered." Chu Tian muttered excitedly to himself, clutching his long, wavy hair with amusement. On the bed, the woman, her body covered in bruises, looked at Chu Tian's sickly appearance and cowered in fear, trembling uncontrollably as she pleaded in a trembling voice. "Young Master Chu. I can't take it anymore. I don't want the money anymore. Can I leave now?" Roll. Before long, Lu Yu brought it over. Shin Fengshan placed Lu Yu on the large bed and quickly left. At this moment, Lu Yu was completely unconscious, lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Looking at Lu Yu, Chu Tian grinned lewdly with excitement. He quickly got into bed, lay down next to Lu Yu, and gently stroked her cheek. Feeling the smoothness of Lu Yu's skin, Chu Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. After Chao Yufeng took Mu Linshuang home, he hailed a taxi. On the way, Chao Yufeng picked up his phone and called Lu Yu. Since he's going to help these rich kids, he needs capital. He has no businesses to play with, but he has money. However, this money needs to be spent through the person with whom it is tied, otherwise, it simply cannot be spent. He took Lu Yu to the Tianlong Hotel last time, and he plans to take her there again this time. But after making the call, no one answered for a long time, which made Chao Yufeng have a bad feeling. Chapter 51. Chu Tian makes a move against Lu Yu. The call went unanswered for a long time, which gave Chao Yufeng a bad feeling. Just as I was about to hang up and make another call, the call was answered. "Hey, Chao Yufeng, guess who I am?" Although Chao Yufeng was making a video call, the camera was blocked by the person on the other end. Hearing a mocking male voice coming from Lu Yu's phone, Chao Yufeng's heart sank. What bothered him even more was that he was all too familiar with the voice. Of all the people he knew, only Chu Tian had such a sharp, eunuch-like voice it was all too easy to recognize. However, his relationship with Chu Tian was not good. From Chu Tian's attempt to poach Chao Yufeng's boyfriend to the incident on the highway where the slick-haired man maliciously cut off another car and attacked Chao Yufeng. Later, he had big back hair cursed Chu Tian, giving Chu Tian a thorough dressing down. After a series of events, their relationship became one of enmity rather than friendship, and they both wished the other would die sooner. Now, Lu Yu has actually fallen into Chu Tian's hands. Chao Yufeng's heart sank, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Suppressing his emotions, Chao Yufeng picked up his phone and said, "Chu Tian, is there any need to be so childish? This is so boring. I thought you would yell or question me anxiously. Chao Yufeng, you're so cold-blooded. You spent tens of millions on this woman, but now you're so indifferent. You've disappointed me greatly." Chu Tian stopped covering the camera, revealing his face, and looked at Chao Yufeng with a mocking expression. Chow Yufeng, I really envy your taste. The woman you found is so good. Even though I haven't started to enjoy it yet, I can already feel that Lu Yu's skin is delicate, smooth and radiant. It's as if you can squeeze water out of it with a gentle pinch. I really have to thank you, Chow Yufeng, for sending me such a beauty. Look at us, aren't we a perfect match? Chu Tian sneered and lay down next to Lu Yu, their faces appearing in the video simultaneously. Seeing Lu Yu faint in the video, Chow Yufeng felt a surge of anger. But when Chow Yufeng saw a blood-stained whip at the top of the video, he gasped and couldn't help but shout angrily, Chu Tian, you hit her? The bloodstains on this long whip were left by Chu Tian when he tortured the woman from before. Unexpectedly, Chow Yufeng became angry upon seeing this, which made Chu Tian's lips curl into a mocking smile. Ha ha ha. You're getting anxious, Chow Yufeng, you're getting anxious, aren't you? Chu Tian laughed triumphantly, I love seeing your anxious and helpless expression, ha ha. Chu Tian laughed triumphantly and reached out to stroke Lu Yu's cheek. Hearing the grating laughter coming from the phone, Chow Yufeng clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. Lu Yu has always taken care of him like an older sister and has boldly expressed her love for him. The two finally got together, but now she is about to be defiled by Chu Tian. To get revenge on him, Chu Tian was determined to. Chow Yufeng felt a surge of anger rising within him, making him unable to resist the urge to kill Chu Tian. Chu Tian, however, laughed even more triumphantly. Chow Yufeng, how about I help your woman undress? How does it feel to watch your woman get stripped naked by someone else? Ha ha ha. Chu Tian laughed loudly, reached out and unbuttoned Lu Yu's clothes one by one, and took off Lu Yu's upper body clothes. Seeing Chow Yufeng's face turn ashen with anger, Chu Tian laughed even more unrestrainedly. In the video, Lu Yu's clothes were slowly removed by Chu Tian. Chow Yufeng knew that Chu Tian was deliberately humiliating him. Chu Tian made him watch helplessly as Lu Yu's clothes were gradually stripped off. And that's what angered him the most. He knew that even if he rushed to the Tianlong Hotel as fast as he could, it would be too late. The time Chu Tian had to travel there was enough for him to do anything. Chu Tian had obviously calculated this point, which is why he acted so recklessly. Chow Yufeng, weren't you so arrogant? Looking for someone to insult me? Today I'll make you watch right before your eyes as I rape your woman. Watching Lu Yu lying quietly on the bed like a sleeping beauty in the video, having her clothes undressed little by Chu Tian, Chow Yufeng felt extremely angry. Chow Yufeng, there's only one undergarment left. If you take this off, your woman's upper body will be completely naked, ha ha ha. Chu Tian smiled and continued to provoke Chow Yufeng with his words. He wanted to see Chow Yufeng break down, yelling and threatening him, yet he was powerless to stop Lu Yu's wardrobe malfunction. He wanted Chow Yufeng to experience that sense of defeat. Unfortunately, although Chow Yufeng was angry, he was clearly still rational, which annoyed Chu Tian. Chow Yufeng was not foolish enough to lose his mind. He knew very well that if he lost his mind, he would truly lose. At that time, all we could do was watch helplessly as Lu Yu was defiled by Chu Tian. Fortunately, Chu Tian's words made Chow Yufeng suddenly remember that he was still holding something in his hand. This item is enough to make Chu Tian behave himself. Chow Yufeng, there's only one item left. On the phone, Chu Tian pointed at Lu Yu and said smugly. Although he didn't see Chow Yufeng's furious expression, Chu Tian was still extremely excited to be able to possess his woman in front of him. He lifted Lu Yu's undergarment, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Chow Yufeng, I'm giving you one last chance. Either kneel down and beg me, or watch as I strip your woman naked from the waist up. Choose one, Chow Yufeng? Chu Tian stroked Lu Yu's cheek and looked at Chow Yufeng with a cold smile. He was deliberately putting Chow Yufeng in a dilemma, where choosing was wrong, and not choosing was also wrong. Last time, didn't Chow Yufeng force him to choose? This time, he gave the choice back to Chow Yufeng. Only in this way can we truly avenge our past wrongs. Of course, no matter what Chow Yufeng chooses, he wants to possess Lu Yu and make Qin Yufeng witness it firsthand. To his surprise, Chow Yufeng burst out laughing. That laugh instantly gave him a bad feeling. Chow Yufeng, what are you laughing at? Chow Yufeng didn't rush to answer. Instead, he took out the phone that Disho had used before and played an audio clip with a smile. In the audio, Chu Tian's aggrieved voice came through clearly. It clearly recorded how Chu Tian was being scolded in a frustrating manner, and how the slick-haired man insulted Chu Tian in various ways. Upon hearing these voices, Chu Tian's smug expression instantly froze, his teeth grinding together as he angrily shouted, Chow Yufeng! What the hell do you mean? He. What do I mean? Chow Yufeng laughed and pointed to himself, saying, nothing. Crunch. 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 Chu Tian gritted his teeth, his face dark as he looked at Chow Yufeng, who was chuckling. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgust towards that face. After a 2-second pause, Chu Tian took a deep breath and said, Chow Yufeng, you win. Destroy the recording, and I promise you I won't touch Lu Yu. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian felt extremely aggrieved. He had thought that by defiling Lu Yu in front of Chow Yufeng, he could avenge the insults he received last night. But now, with Chow Yufeng's recording being brought out, he's scared. Although defiling Lu Yu might enrage Chow Yufeng, if Chow Yufeng were to release the recording, Chu Tian would become a laughingstock. I didn't dare utter a single word for half an hour, and was then verbally abused. If this gets out, Chu Tian will be laughed out of the house. As a result, the Chu family will become the object of ridicule. He just couldn't understand why he was always outmaneuvered by Chow Yufeng. Chapter 52. Chu Tian was so angry that he broke down again. Chow Yufeng, you win. As long as you destroy the recording, I can promise you I won't touch Lu Yu. Chu Tian's smug expression instantly turned grim as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Chow Yufeng shook his head with a smile. How could he possibly destroy the recording? He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't naively believe Chu Tian's words. He knew that only by truly grasping the other party's weaknesses could he possibly force them to submit. Chu Tian, none of us are fools. Your guarantee is worthless in my eyes. You want me not to release the recording? Fine, we can talk. But before we talk, could you please help me get my wife dressed? Remember to be gentle and put it on slowly. Chu Tian's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Just now, he had slowly removed Lu Yu's clothes so that Chow Yufeng would have to watch in front of him how he would rape Lu Yu bit by bit. But what was the result? Not only did he not get Lu Yu, but now, the tables have turned, and he has to put Lu Yu's clothes back on. We have to do it little by little. Grass. Chu Tian's face was gloomy, and his teeth were grinding together. Seeing Chu Tian sitting on the bed with a gloomy face, unmoved, Chow Yufeng urged him directly, Young Master Chu, is there any need to put on such a cowardly appearance? You and I both know how much damage the recording will do to your reputation once it is released. You, Young Master Chu, dare not utter a single word and are subjected to wanton insults. Guess how the rich second-generation kids in Red Maple City will laugh at you after they find out about this. So, it's obvious that my bargaining power is greater, so don't even think about negotiating. Now, Chu Tian, put my woman's clothes on for me. Remember, put them on little by little. Chow Yufeng showed no mercy and immediately began to reprimand him. Chu Tian's face turned ashen with hatred, but he knew clearly that Chow Yufeng was right. Compared to him, Chow Yufeng has a stronger bargaining chip. But this is what made Chu Tian feel devastated and angry. He didn't understand why he was always so easily suppressed by Chow Yufeng. From the very beginning of their verbal sparring in the private room, he never managed to physically defeat Chow Yufeng. Subsequently, they sent out the slick-haired guy to retaliate, but not only did he fail to knock out Chow Yufeng's teeth, he ended up humiliatingly holding his phone while being subjected to the slick-haired guy's wanton insults. Now, I can get Lu Yu right away and get revenge on Chow Yufeng. But what will happen? Thinking about it, Chu Tian felt extremely aggrieved and hated Chow Yufeng with a vengeance. Weighing the pros and cons, Chu Tian gave a sinister laugh. He. Chow Yufeng, you win. I'll dress you up. I'll dress your woman properly. You can watch and see. As Chu Tian spoke, he picked up the clothes and carefully dressed Lu Yu. He dared not try anything funny, because he knew very well that neither of them were indecisive people. If you do anything to anger the other party, they will definitely make you pay the price. Knowing this, Chu Tian didn't dare to do anything underhanded in front of Chow Yufeng. 10 minutes later, Chow Yufeng saw that Lu Yu was dressed, and his heart finally felt half relieved. Chu Tian understands him, and he understands Chu Tian just as well. Therefore, he knew clearly that Chu Tian would not give up Lu Yu as a bargaining chip. Chu Tian wasn't stupid, he wouldn't kindly hand over his chips to Chow Yufeng and become a fish on the chopping block. Everyone knows this, so Chow Yufeng doesn't need to say anything about asking Chu Tian to release Lu Yu. Chu Tian, let's talk, Chow Yufeng said, taking the initiative. Chu Tian hesitated for a second, then said directly without beating around the bush, Chow Yufeng, although my stakes aren't as high as yours, I'd still like to take a gamble with you. What do you say? I heard you're very rich. I'd like to have some fun with you, he. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he laughed coldly again. Chow Yufeng did not agree immediately. He knew very well that Chu Tian's trump card was that master of cheating. Chu Tian is very good at setting up schemes, otherwise, he wouldn't have one half of Wei Shang's and his group's fortune. Chu Tian wants to use his strengths to have another match with me. However, Chow Yufeng also had the same idea. He originally wanted to take a gamble with Chu Tian, to help those rich second-generation kids in their time of need, and to solidify their relationship. Furthermore, he has a system and pleasure points, which can be exchanged for mastery of gambling techniques. He believed that the cheat-like existence of the system, and the mastery of card tricks he obtained through the exchange, would definitely not be inferior to the card trick masters that Chu Tian had found. The reason is simple: a master of cheating is just a human, but his system has long surpassed the understanding of this world. However, Chow Yufeng would not let Chu Tian lead him by the nose. Gambling is fine, but you'll have to beg me to gamble. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng held up his phone and laughed. Chu Tian, you're good at setting up schemes, and you even have a master swindler behind you. You're digging a pit for me to jump into. A strange look flashed across Chu Tian's face, but he quickly smiled and provocatively said, "What? You don't dare? Chow Yufeng, if you don't dare, I won't force you, he. Chu Tian smiled coldly, using reverse psychology to provoke Chow Yufeng and force him to agree. Chow Yufeng laughed. You guessed right, I don't dare, but if you beg me, I think I do have a little courage. How about it, why don't you beg me? You. Chu Tian's face stiffened, and he glared angrily at Chow Yufeng. He had intended to put pressure on Chow Yufeng, but unexpectedly, Chow Yufeng turned the tables on him. Chu Tian, you only have 3 seconds to consider. If you don't beg me after 3 seconds, then don't talk to me about betting anymore. 1. Hearing the words coming from the phone, Chu Tian's chest heaved violently. He didn't expect that he would be outmaneuvered by Chow Yufeng so quickly again. But the recording was something he absolutely could not give up, because it concerned his and the Chu family's reputation. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's face twisted in anger. 2. Upon hearing those 2 words, Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly, breathing heavily with anger. Before Chow Yufeng could utter 3 words, Chu Tian gritted his teeth and sneered. Chow Yufeng, congratulations, you won again. Okay, I beg you, Chow Yufeng, I beg you, make a bet with me, I need to record it. Hearing Chu Tian's frustrated words coming from the phone, Chow Yufeng laughed and said with the phone, Alright, Chu Tian, since you're begging me so sincerely, I'll reluctantly play a couple of rounds with you. Okay, Chow Yufeng, 7 p.m. tonight, Tianlong Hotel, room 1706. I'll be waiting for you. Don't disappoint me. Chu Tian spoke the next few words through gritted teeth, his hatred so intense it was as if he wanted to tear Chow Yufeng to pieces. Chow Yufeng agreed and hung up the phone. The phone call had barely ended when Chu Tian angrily smashed the coffee table next to the bed in the room. Chu Tian vented his anger wildly in the room, smashing things and cursing loudly, his words clearly audible from outside the door. Standing outside the door, Shin Fengshan was shocked and couldn't understand why the young master was still so angry even though he had already sent Lu Yu over. Judging from his angry demeanor, he has clearly lost his composure. This shocked him greatly. Since he started following Chu Tian, he had never seen Chu Tian so vulnerable. No. On one occasion, just last night, Chu Tian was tricked by Chow Yufeng and verbally abused by the slick-haired man. Afterwards, this young Master Chu also broke down and was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although De Beitu went to play in the mud at the bottom of the river afterwards, Chu Tian was still not appeased. It seems even worse now than last night. Thinking of this, Shin Fengshan knocked on the door and went inside. Upon seeing Shin Fengshan, Chu Tian glared, his eyes red with anger, grabbed Shin Fengshan's collar, and gritted his teeth as he roared. Tonight, bring all your men. I don't care who wins or loses the final bet, the recording Chow Yufeng has must be in my hands, understand? Chapter 53 Shin Fengshan's frustration. Shin Fengshan looked at Chu Tian's distorted face and hurriedly nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Shin Fengshan was stopped by Chu Tian again. Wait, Shin Fengshan, find me a woman whose figure and appearance are similar to Lu Yu's, and also find me a makeup expert. After hanging up the phone, Chow Yufeng went straight to the address Wei Shang had sent. Upon arriving at the address, they discovered it was a private club, where Wei Shang was already waiting. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, Wei Shang forced a smile onto his otherwise dejected face. Young Master Feng, you've arrived? Chow Yufeng nodded and followed Wei Shang into the club. Outside the private room, Chow Yufeng pushed open the door and entered. The three people inside stood up when they saw Chow Yufeng, nodded to him, and smiled. "Young Master Feng, would you like a drink?" Xin Hao picked up the XO on the table and asked. Chow Yufeng shook his head and went straight to the point. "Everyone, I've heard about your situation from Wei Shang, and I'm prepared to lend you a hand." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng and the others' eyes lit up, but after recalling what they had experienced the previous night, the light in their eyes dimmed again. Mu Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Young Master Feng, it's not that I'm trying to boost the enemy's morale while diminishing our own, it's just that the expert in cheating next to Chu Tian is truly formidable. The people I invited to play Texas Hold'em were like children in front of him, easily manipulated by him. He was always a little bit older than us. It was this little bit that gave us the illusion that we could turn the game around in the next round, which is why we lost so completely. Now it seems that it wasn't just a little bit short, but that the other side had us completely under their control." As soon as Mu Feng finished speaking, Xin Hao chimed in. "Young Master Feng, to be honest, I don't even dare tell my dad about this. If he knew I lost half of his fortune, he'd break all three of my legs. Besides, our family really has no assets left, and we dare not gamble anymore. At least we still have half of our wealth. If we lose it all, then we're really finished." Yuan Hongji also sighed. Although he didn't say anything, he clearly agreed to stop gambling. "Although it's embarrassing, at least we won't be left with nothing." Wei Shang was speechless. What he fears most now is that his father will find out about this, but he also knows that he can't hide it from him. Chu Tian will go to his father and take over the Wei family's assets. Although he manages these businesses, his father is still the legal representative. Seeing the group of men hanging their heads like defeated roosters, Chow Yufeng said, "You've misunderstood. When I said I'd help you, I meant I'd pay for it and I'd go gamble. You don't need to contribute a single penny. If I win, I will hand over all your assets with both hands and will not take a single penny. However, if I want to accomplish something in Dalan City in the future, I hope everyone can contribute money and effort for the sake of what happened today. Of course, if I lose, just pretend I didn't say that." They didn't even have to contribute any funds? Mu Feng and the others all showed a look of shock, with Yuan Hongjie looking particularly incredulous. He couldn't believe that such a highly profitable business existed in the world. They don't need to put up any capital if they win, their assets will be returned in full. As for contributing money or effort in the future, they simply ignored it. If we can overcome the current difficulties, let alone contributing money and effort in the future, even if we have to ask them to follow Chow Yufeng's lead, that's a small matter. They've really been driven to the brink. If their families find out about this, breaking their legs would be the least of their worries. It's important to understand that families like theirs rarely have only one son. Their father had been in business for many years, so he naturally understood that you can't put all your money in one place. Breaking a leg is a minor issue, failing to inherit the family's assets is a major one. Although only half of these assets remain now. After only a slight hesitation, Mu Feng stood up first and said, "If we can win back, I, Mu Feng, will follow your lead from today onwards," without saying anything else. Xin Hao took a big gulp of wine and echoed, "Me too, young Master Feng, from now on you're my boss." "Me too. Young Master Feng, I'm here too." Mu Feng, Xin Hao, Wei Shang, and Yuan Hongjie each expressed their opinions. Having achieved the result he wanted, Chow Yufeng made an appointment with the others to head over together that evening. The matter was settled. Chow Yufeng walked out of the club and picked up his phone to call Yun Wanrong. The two had originally agreed that Yun Wanrong would treat everyone to dinner tonight. But plans can't keep up with changes. Chu Tian intervened, forcing Chow Yufeng to gamble with him that night. He had to rescue Liu Yu tonight no matter what. He couldn't just watch Liu Yu spend the night on Chu Tian's territory. One night is too long, many unpredictable things can happen. Upon hearing that Chow Yufeng couldn't keep their appointment that evening, Yun Wanrong suggested that it would be tomorrow night. Chow Yufeng readily agreed, and the two chatted for a while before hanging up. Now, Yun Wanrong doesn't mind chatting with Chow Yufeng. In fact, she finds this young man quite interesting and insightful about many things, unlike some other boys who are immature. Importantly, Chow Yufeng is a very humorous person. During their conversation, Chow Yufeng was able to make her laugh out loud. After each conversation, she felt an indescribable sense of relief, which unconsciously filled her with anticipation, hoping to chat with Chow Yufeng a little longer. Chow Yufeng found a private room in the club and, without hesitation, mentally activated the system. System, exchange for the mastery of gambling techniques. Okay, host. You have spent 500 pleasure points to exchange for the skill of cheating. You currently have 400 pleasure points remaining. In an instant, the moment the system's words fell, countless pieces of knowledge about cheating techniques began to flood into Chow Yufeng's mind. At the same time, his hands trembled continuously. The system began to modify his hands, enabling them to master all cheating techniques. The transformation was completed in a short time, but Chow Yufeng felt as if he had been practicing cheating for decades and had learned all sorts of cheating techniques. His hands had mastered all the tricks of the trade, becoming as nimble as machines, with muscle memory formed in his fingers. With a thought, he could perform all sorts of tricks effortlessly. After mastering the art of card cheating, Chow Yufeng realized that the so-called card cheating techniques are not only important at the card table, but also outside the card table. It is no exaggeration to say that they can determine the outcome of a game. Soon, at 6:30 p.m., Chow Yufeng led Mu Feng and his group to the Tianlong Hotel again. Shen Fengshan was already waiting in front of the hotel. As Chow Yufeng stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz van, Shen Fengshan's face twitched involuntarily. Yesterday, Chow Yufeng verbally abused him, showing him no respect whatsoever. But today, he had to stand here and greet Chow Yufeng with a smile, which made him feel somewhat aggrieved. Young Master Feng is very punctual. Our young master is already in room 1706, waiting for your arrival. Shen Fengshan said slowly, a hint of unease on his face. What made Shen Fengshan feel even more aggrieved was that Chow Yufeng didn't even glance at him. This disregard made his expression even more unpleasant. He knew, just as Chow Yufeng had said. He was just a dog, Shu Tian's dog, and Chow Yufeng never took this dog seriously. Shen Fengshan harbored deep resentment and vowed to make Chow Yufeng pay the price for his contempt today. He wanted nothing more than to tear Chow Yufeng to pieces, but he had to put on an awkward smile and respectfully lead the way for Chow Yufeng. The group got into the elevator, and inside, Shen Fengshan spoke again. Young Master Feng, our young master said he has prepared a gift for you today, and he is sure you will like it. Chapter 54 Lu Yu turns to Chu Tian's embrace? Gift giving? Chow Yufeng didn't believe Chu Tian would be so kind, who knew what kind of trap he might have set for him. True masters of cheating know how to set up a scheme, and even more so, how to disrupt the opponent's mindset, making them furious or anxious, causing them to lose their composure, and thus weakening them. Chow Yufeng guessed that the big gift Shen Fengshan mentioned was probably meant to corrupt his character. He really wanted to see what Chu Tian had prepared to corrupt his mind. Chow Yufeng pushed open the door and went inside. The room was furnished as before. There was no bed, only a round table in the middle, and rows of sofas and a printer around the room. Beside the printer stood a male and a female lawyer, ready to draft a contract at any moment. Chu Tian was sitting at the table in the center of the room, with a man and a woman standing on his left and right sides. The man was in his 30s, with his hair slicked back and wearing a loose-fitting suit. This person must be the expert in cheating techniques that Chow Yufeng found. When Chow Yufeng looked up at the woman, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Yu? That woman was actually Lu Yu? At this moment, Lu Yu, dressed in a bright dark purple low-cut dress, smiled and obediently took Chu Tian's arm. Chu Tian looked at Chow Yufeng with a playful expression, then gently put his arm around Lu Yu's waist. Lu Yu smiled charmingly, raised her head with gentle eyes, and parted her red lips to kiss Chu Tian's cheek. Seeing this, Chu Tian laughed heartily and deliberately provoked Chow Yufeng, saying, Young Master Feng, I'm really sorry, but Miss Lu suddenly seems to like me a little more. To be honest, young Master Feng, Miss Lu's figure is truly. As Chu Tian spoke, he gently closed his eyes, a look of ecstasy on his face, and gestured with a smile, saying, This is wonderful, so wonderful that I can't put it down, ha! Chu Tian laughed triumphantly, his piercing laughter echoing through the room. Upon hearing the laughter, Chow Yufeng's face instantly turned ashen. He looked at Lu Yu in disbelief, unable to believe that she would turn to Chu Tian. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yu, staring intently at her brightly colored and revealing clothes. Behind Chow Yufeng, Mu Feng, and the other three watched the scene with drastic changes in expression. They clearly didn't understand how Lu Yu had turned to Chu Tian in such a short time. However, this will undoubtedly have a huge impact on Chow Yufeng. Seeing your woman being intimate with someone else is enough to make you furious. Thinking of this, the group quickly looked at Chow Yufeng. As expected, Chow Yufeng's face turned ashen, and his hands trembled slightly with anger. This state. The four men felt a chill run down their spines and simultaneously thought, We're doomed. Young Master Feng, are your hands shaking? Ha ha ha. Not only did Mu Feng and the other three notice that Chow Yufeng was not in good condition, but Chu Tian also saw Chow Yufeng's constantly trembling hands. This gave him a smug look, followed by a mocking sneer. At this moment, Chu Tian felt an immense sense of satisfaction, finally having gained the upper hand over Chao Yufeng. Furthermore, Chao Yufeng did not bring any experts with him, clearly intending to gamble with his gambling master himself. He knew very well that some of these rich kids did indeed know how to cheat, like him, who was very willing to practice things he liked when he was bored. One reason is for personal hobbies and to cultivate one's character, the other is to occasionally show off in front of friends or women, to put on a little bit of a show-off. He had honed his card switching skills to the point where he could switch cards at will, but this was only to the average person. In the eyes of an expert, it was still obvious at a glance. Therefore, he was not surprised that Chao Yufeng came alone without any people, assuming that Chao Yufeng also knew some cheating techniques. Given Chao Yufeng's current state, even if he were a master of cheating, how much skill could he possibly muster with his hands trembling with anger? He's going to win this round. Chu Tian smiled happily, his mouth almost reaching his ears, his face full of smugness. Chu Tian failed to notice that Chao Yufeng's trembling hands were noticeably stiff and unnatural, as if it was deliberate, but he hadn't mastered it. Beside him, Mu Feng gently patted Chao Yufeng's shoulder and said, "Sorry, Chu Tian, we're not playing today. We'll let you know when we'll resume playing." Not playing? Chu Tian's smile froze for a moment. He had gone to great lengths to set up the trap, and Chao Yufeng had taken the bait. How could he not play alone? Otherwise, all his preparations would have been for nothing. Before he could speak, Chao Yufeng uttered a single word with a grim expression: "Play." The moment those words were uttered, everyone in the room was taken aback. Mu Feng didn't expect Chao Yufeng to act so impulsively. "You're so angry your hands are shaking, and you still want to play? Just because Chu Tian stole your woman?" Mu Feng didn't understand. He hadn't thought Chao Yufeng was an impulsive or easily angered person before, but now. Sigh, it seems I overestimated him. Xin Hao looked at Chao Yufeng with anger and frustration. He had lost his mind for a woman. Chao Yufeng's performance today was truly disappointing. Thinking back to how he had previously declared Chao Yufeng as his boss, Xin Hao curled his lip and inwardly cursed himself for being so foolish. Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie both looked at Chao Yufeng with strange expressions. They had been in contact with Chao Yufeng for longer and were aware of his methods. But what's wrong with Chao Yufeng today? Chu Tian was excited. He had originally planned to mock Chao Yufeng, but he didn't expect Chao Yufeng to be so stupid as to willingly throw his life away. It really surprised him. He couldn't believe there were such stupid people in the world. But Chu Tian, in his smugness, completely forgot that Chao Yufeng was never a fool. "All right, Chao Yufeng, shall we begin now?" Chu Tian couldn't stop smiling as he pointed to the card table and spoke. Chao Yufeng sat down with a cold expression, nodded, and said directly, "Chu Tian, I don't have that much time to waste with you. Let's play Texas Hold'em again, one round to decide the winner. If I win, I will take back everything that Mu Feng and the others lost to you, and I want her." After Chao Yufeng finished speaking, he pointed at Lu Yu. Chu Tian laughed. Chao Yufeng actually still cared about this woman. It's quite obvious that Chao Yufeng's current behavior indicates that he has lost his mind. He really doesn't take a person who has lost their mind seriously. Chu Tian laughed. "All right, Chao Yufeng, to show respect for you, young Master Feng, let's settle this in one round. If you win, I can give you everything you've said. I want the recording, I want Miss Lu, and you have to give me another billion." "How?" Chao Yufeng nodded without the slightest hesitation, his face ashen. Seeing that Chao Yufeng nodded in agreement without even thinking about it, Mu Feng's heart skipped a beat again, and his heart clenched painfully. He knew that Chao Yufeng had lost his mind in anger, which was why he was acting recklessly. "This time, we're doomed to lose. Ha ha ha. Chao Yufeng, you really surprised me." Chu Tian laughed heartily, as if he could already see the goddess of victory beckoning to him. "Chao Yufeng, in that case, I'll have Miss Lu deal the cards for us." As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, Lu Yu stood up and was about to take the playing cards from the table when the expert cheating Chao Yufeng had found stood up first and handed the already open playing cards to Lu Yu. But in that brief moment of passing and taking, several cards had already slipped into the wide sleeves of the cheating master's suit. Lu Yu received the playing cards, first giving Chao Yufeng an apologetic look, and then began shuffling the cards. He first dealt 3 cards to the card cheating expert, then dealt 3 more cards to Chao Yufeng, while looking at Chao Yufeng apologetically. Chao Yufeng looked at Lu Yu's right hand, which was painted with red nail polish, and placed 3 cards in front of him. Seeing the apology in Lu Yu's eyes, Chao Yufeng gritted his teeth, stood up, and grabbed Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu was startled and quickly pulled out, then hurriedly went to Chu Tian's side. Chu Tian smiled as he put his arm around Lu Yu, looking at Xiao Yufeng with a playful expression. He laughed and said, "Young Master Feng, isn't that a bit ungentlemanly? I've already told you, Miss Lu is already my woman, isn't she, your?" As Chu Tian spoke, he deliberately put his arm around Lu Yu's waist tightly in front of Xiao Yufeng. Lu Yu nestled obediently in Chu Tian's arms, placing the playing cards in her hand on the table. Chapter 55 Leopard K vs Leopard A. He. Look at you, you don't need to look so pale. I'm a very generous person. Even if you and Miss Lu still have lingering feelings for each other, I have no objection. It's just that tonight, Miss Lu has to obediently climb into my bed, ha. Chu Tian laughed loudly, looking at Xiao Yufeng's increasingly ugly face, and said smugly. He smiled even more smugly when he saw the 3 untouched cards on Xiao Yufeng's table. To prevent Xiao Yufeng from cheating, he deliberately let Lu Yu deal the cards. But this time, before the cards were dealt, the expert cheater he had found had already put the necessary cards into his sleeve. After Lu Yu finished dealing the cards, she deliberately huddled obediently in his arms, intending to hand over the discarded cards that the master gambler had already replaced to Lu Yu, who then placed all the cards on the table together. The reason Lu Yu gave Xiao Yufeng an apologetic look when the cards were dealt was to attract Xiao Yufeng's attention and make him focus all his attention on Lu Yu, so that he would not have a chance to change the cards. As he expected, Xiao Yufeng was attracted to Lu Yu and didn't touch a single card from beginning to end. How can you use cheating techniques if you haven't even touched the cards? Do you want to rub it with your hands like Stephen Chow does? As for this Lu Yu, it wasn't Lu Yu herself at all, it was a stand-in that Shin Fengshan had found for him. Previously, he had Shin Fengshan find a woman with the same figure as Lu Yu, and also had Shin Fengshan find the best makeup artist. The purpose was to disguise this woman as Lu Yu, deceive Xiao Yufeng, and disrupt his mind. Now it seems that the method was too successful. Xiao Yufeng was so angry that his face turned ashen and his hands trembled. He completely mistook this woman for Lu Yu. Xiao Yufeng is probably still foolishly wondering why Lu Yu would betray him. Ha ha ha. Chu Tian laughed triumphantly to himself. He had won this round. $1 billion. With this billion, he could definitely make a name for himself in Dalian City. And then there was the recording and the real Lu Yu. Thinking of Lu Yu's delicate skin, Chu Tian felt a surge of excitement in his heart, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Mu Feng sighed inwardly, it's over. Xiao Yufeng didn't even touch a card. He was definitely going to lose this time. Originally, seeing Xiao Yufeng's confident expression in the afternoon, he was also filled with hope. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He really didn't expect Xiao Yufeng to make such a mistake, letting himself get so flustered over a woman. It was really wrong of him. Sigh, I overestimated Xiao Yufeng after all. Mu Feng thought to himself, his face filled with disappointment. Qin Hao took deep drags on his cigarette, sharing the same thoughts as Mu Feng. If he had known Xiao Yufeng was such a good-for-nothing, he would never have come today. He already lost face enough yesterday, but today he has to lose face again because of that good-for-nothing Xiao Yufeng. Grass. Qin Hao cursed inwardly and took another deep drag on his cigarette. Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie were both puzzled. Xiao Yufeng shouldn't be like this today. Why is he acting like a completely different person? That shouldn't be the case. What's wrong with young Master Feng today? I don't think he's the kind of person who can be easily influenced by a woman, Wei Shang said, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao, whose temper was the most fiery, retorted with a cold laugh, "Ha! Wei Shang, I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Yufeng didn't even touch the cards because of this woman. What else is there to say? This has truly broadened my horizons. I shouldn't have come along in the first place." The two whispered among themselves, their voices barely audible. Xiao Yufeng's face was cold, as if he hadn't heard anything. He just looked angrily at Chu Tian and Lu Yu, who was lying obediently in Chu Tian's arms. Hao Deli, a master of cheating, curled his lips into a mocking smile upon hearing these words. Xiao Yufeng was in complete disarray this time. They were certain to win. Chu Tian said that if he wins again this time, he can get 5 million. Ha, 5 million. Hao Deli's hands trembled with excitement as he looked at Chu Tian. After Chu Tian nodded in acknowledgement, Hao Deli smiled and said, "Since all the cards have been dealt, to show my sincerity, I'll reveal my cards first." Hao Deli smiled and flipped over the 3 cards in front of him. All 3 cards were king and 3 kings. It turned out to be Leopard K. Mu Feng and the others were stunned when they saw this. In Texas Hold'em, this is the second highest hand. To win, you need either the highest 3 of a kind 3 aces or the lowest hand of 235. Because leopard A is bigger than leopard K, and 235 eats leopards. The cards are dealt randomly, and the chance of getting a triple ace is less than 1 in 1,000. As for 235, it's extremely rare. I thought Chow Yufeng knew cheating techniques and might be able to defy fate, but now he hasn't even touched a card. This time, we're definitely going to lose. The 4 of them were filled with disappointment. Chu Tian and Hao Deli, however, were all smiles. Chu Tian even said smugly, "Chow Yufeng, let's open the cards. This is our only chance to win or lose, what? Are you afraid to open them?" Seeing that Chow Yufeng was delaying in revealing his cards, Chu Tian smiled and mocked him. But to everyone's surprise, Chow Yufeng burst out laughing, contrary to his usual behavior. This laugh stunned everyone present, who couldn't understand how Chow Yufeng could still laugh at this moment. But when Chu Tian saw Chow Yufeng smile, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Chow Yufeng smiled and picked up the cards on the table. Meeting Chu Tian's gaze, Chow Yufeng smiled and turned over the cards in his hand under Chu Tian's watchful eye. Hiss! As the lid was lifted, a collective gasp filled the room. Everyone stared in shock at the playing cards Chow Yufeng had revealed. These 3 playing cards were all aces, forming the highest hand in Texas Hold'em, a 3 of a kind. A triple ace. It's a triple ace. Holy crap, that's awesome. I've been playing cards for so many years and I've never gotten a triple ace before, but young Master Foam got it on the very first hand? Wei Sheng exclaimed in shock. Yuan Hongjie couldn't believe his eyes either. He rubbed them hard before excitedly roaring, "We won! Holy crap, we won! Ha ha ha! We won, we won! Young Master Foam really won! I don't have to get interrupted by my dad anymore. How could it be a triple ace? Is Chow Yufeng really that lucky? He got a triple ace even with random cards?" Qin Hao muttered to himself in disbelief. But he immediately denied it as soon as he said that. It definitely wasn't a random card dealing. The probability of a random card dealing is too small. Besides, Chow Yufeng's shout just now indicated that he must have done something. But he didn't even touch the cards. But now, do these things matter? They won. Qin Hao excitedly shook Mu Feng, who was so excited that he was completely dumbfounded. Qin Hao shook her, and she suddenly regained her senses. We won, right? Mu Feng murmured in disbelief, his pupils trembling with excitement. He couldn't believe they had won. After all, Chow Yufeng's performance had been far too disappointing. But in the end... Wait a minute, this definitely isn't due to luck, because he knows very well that the probability of getting a triple ace in a random hand is extremely low. Many people have never even gotten one in their entire lives. It must have been Chow Yufeng who did something. His lackluster performance before was probably a feigned weakness to lull Chu Tian into a false sense of security. As he was thinking this, Mu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly remembered that Chow Yufeng had touched the cards before he had touched them when Lu Yu had just finished dealing the cards, and he had hugged Lu Yu unwillingly. At that moment, all the cards were in Lu Yu's hand, and the moment Chow Yufeng hugged Lu Yu was enough to make him do many things. Ironically, they all genuinely believed that Chow Yufeng had lost his composure because of a woman, which was why he reluctantly embraced Lu Yu in an attempt to win her back. Thinking of this, Mu Feng cursed himself for being short-sighted. He was still far inferior to Chow Yufeng. Chapter 56: A Cunning Plan. Chu Tian goes hysterical. Mu Feng understood, and Qin Hao also realized it at that moment. Qin Hao felt a pang of guilt when he realized that he had just made a sarcastic remark. Fortunately, these sarcastic remarks didn't affect Chow Yufeng. If they had, he would have slapped himself a few times to vent his anger for Chow Yufeng. Hao Deli rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at Chow Yufeng's cards with an expression of utter disbelief. Leopard, leopard A. Hao Deli screamed and instantly slumped into his seat. They lost. They lost. This time, they lost too much. Half of Mu Feng and his 3 companions' assets were wiped out in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Hao Deli looked at Chu Tian with fear on his face. At this moment, Chu Tian's face was ashen, his hands were clenched, and his teeth were clenched. He no longer had any of his previous smugness and arrogance. One hand of cards turned all his previous efforts into nothing. He couldn't accept this result. Ironically, he had just thought he had it in the bag. It now seems that Chow Yufeng didn't fall into Chow Yufeng's trap from the beginning, but rather that Chow Yufeng himself jumped into the pit that Chow Yufeng had dug for him. Chow Yufeng didn't care about Lu Yu at all. The reason he lost control of his emotions and hugged Lu Yu just now was to exchange cards. Grass. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Chu Tian thought to himself, his face turning ashen with anger. After a full 3 minutes, Chu Tian finally suppressed his emotions and looked at Chow Yufeng. So what if all his previous efforts were wasted? He only wasted a little time and didn't suffer any losses. He can afford to lose. Chu Tian tried to comfort himself, but his bleeding heart told him that he wasn't as magnanimous as he thought. Chow Yufeng, you really have broadened my horizons. It seems that Miss Lu is not that important to you? Chu Tian said unwillingly, mocking Chow Yufeng for being heartless and ungrateful. As he spoke, he reached out and lifted the fake Lu Yu's chin, continuing to sneer, Miss Lu, you must be heartbroken that Chow Yufeng would treat you like this. Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng laughed again. He looked directly at Chu Tian and slowly said, Chu Tian, you can have this Miss Lu in your arms. I don't like imposters. These words shocked everyone present. Everyone looked at Chow Yufeng in disbelief, not understanding why he would say such a thing. Chu Tian froze, unable to believe it. Had Chow Yufeng seen through his trick? It's worth noting that the makeup artist spent an entire afternoon trying to impersonate Lu Yu, creating what he considered a perfect, one-to-one replica of her. Even the hair and hairstyle were exactly the same as the real Lu Yu's. Chu Tian reassured himself that Chow Yufeng absolutely could not see through it. But Chow Yufeng's next words shattered all his hopes and comfort. Chu Tian, I admit that this woman's face and figure are exactly the same as Lu Yu's. Even I was surprised when I first saw her. But what a pity, Chu Tian, you're still too stupid. These words made Chu Tian's face freeze instantly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chow Yufeng with angry eyes. Mu Feng and the others were also puzzled. This was clearly Lu Yu, so why did Chow Yufeng say it wasn't her? What evidence did he have to be so sure? Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Chow Yufeng slowly smiled and said, Chu Tian, the reason I said you're stupid is because you only look at appearances, but you've never studied Lu Yu's personality. Let me tell you, the real Lu Yu would never dress so flamboyantly and revealingly in front of outsiders, let alone hug and kiss you in front of others and pretend to be intimate. That was enough to make her blush bright red with embarrassment. And the bright red nail polish on this woman's hands, in my memory, Lu Yu would never wear it. She has always mainly used plain colors, and even if she wears bright clothes, it is only in front of people she likes. So, Chu Tian, although this woman looks just like Lu Yu, in my eyes she is full of flaws. My feigned anger was merely a ploy to play along with your act, to lure you into a false sense of security, you idiot. Idiot, the word echoed in the room. Chu Tian broke down on the spot, his face turned red, and his teeth clenched so tightly they were grinding together. He couldn't accept that his carefully laid plan had been so easily seen through by Chow Yufeng. Not only did she see through his scheme, but she also took advantage of it and ended up getting herself into a terrible mess. This made him feel like he had worked hard for many days, only to have it all benefit someone else. This intellectual superiority made him want to flip the table. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, his hatred for Chow Yufeng reaching its peak. He wished he could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. He didn't understand why he was always easily outmaneuvered by Chow Yufeng. From the initial provocation in the private room to the current easy understanding, Chow Yufeng was like a mountain blocking his way. But if he wanted to see the whole mountain, he had to look up at it. I actually have to look up to Chow Yufeng? He can't accept it. Seeing Chu Tian's increasingly grim expression, Hao Deli was too frightened to say a word, trembling like a quail as he huddled in his chair. He had been working with this young Master Chu for some time now, and in his memory, it was always this young Master Chu who was in control of others. When had he ever been manipulated like this? But now, facing Chow Yufeng, Chu Tian is like an idiot. The two lawyers standing nearby also kept their heads down, not daring to breathe. Like Hao Deli, they had never seen Chu Tian suffer such a huge setback. Who exactly is this Chow Yufeng? Chu Tian slowly raised his head, glanced at Shin Fengshan, and then Shin Fengshan nodded and left. Chu Tian then looked at Chow Yufeng with icy eyes. Chow Yufeng, to be honest, I'm not reconciled. I want to gamble with you one more time. What do you think of my Tianlong Hotel? It's the only property of the Chu family in Dalian City. Chu Tian spoke unwillingly, his eyes filled with madness as he pointed to the ground beneath his feet. This 5-star hotel was built in Dalian City at a cost of hundreds of millions of yuan for the Chu family. The interior design and location are both top-notch, and the annual net profit is as high as hundreds of millions of yuan, making it a booming business. Now, in order to turn the tide, Chu Tian is going to do anything, because he doesn't want all his efforts over the past few days to go to waste. Even more unacceptable was that he was easily trampled underfoot by Chao Yufeng. This was just a momentary lapse in judgment on his part, which allowed Chao Yufeng to take advantage of his scheme and cause him to lose so badly. He believed that if they played another game, he would definitely not lose to Chao Yufeng. At this moment, Chu Tian was completely unaware that he had fallen into a gambler's mentality. In the past, he was the one who set up the game and played the pieces. But now, under Chao Yufeng's deliberate provocation, he has fallen into the gambler's dilemma and into the trap that Chao Yufeng has woven for him. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Chao Yufeng's lips curled into a cold smile. Chu Tian set a trap for him, but wasn't he also setting a trap for Chu Tian? Chu Tian was too arrogant, and this arrogance made him more prone to extremism when he was attacked. Clearly, Chu Tian has become extreme, reckless, and single-mindedly focused on turning the tide. How about it, Chao Yufeng? How about we take another gamble? Chu Tian stared intently at Chao Yufeng, his eyes filled with provocation, and continued to ask. He wanted to turn things around. He wanted to prove that all his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Seeing Chu Tian's cold eyes and hysterical appearance, Chao Yufeng shrugged indifferently and laughed. I have no objection. If young Master Chu wants to play, I'll play along. Chao Yufeng's words startled Mu Feng and the others. Previously, Chao Yufeng had taken advantage of Chu Tian's underestimation and used a clever trick to defeat him. It's not so easy to win if you're playing. Chapter 57. Did Hao Deli see through Chao Yufeng? Mu Feng and the others were filled with worry. After all, Chao Yufeng had mostly used tricks before, and when he used cheating techniques, he only simply switched the cards. Furthermore, they had heard that Hao Deli was the #1 cheater in Red Maple City. Throughout the entire Sanhai province, there are few who can rival Hao Deli. Chao Yufeng, a rich second generation, even if he knows some cheating techniques, how could he possibly compare to someone like Hao Deli who has practiced this art for many years? Young Master Feng, how about we call it quits? We've already won back what we could have won. Yes, young Master Feng, you've really opened my eyes today. I don't think we need to take any more risks, Qin Hao chimed in, trying to persuade Chao Yufeng. Chao Yufeng did not hesitate and shook his head to refuse. Chu Tian dared to kidnap Lu Yu, and he wasn't so magnanimous as to let it go with a laugh. This matter wouldn't work unless Chu Tian paid the price. Today, if he doesn't take a huge chunk out of Chu Tian, it would be considered that Chao Yufeng is being too soft-hearted. Seeing Chao Yufeng's determination, Mu Feng and Qin Hao said nothing more. Chao Yufeng has fulfilled his promise and helped them win back the assets they lost. They will naturally keep their promise, and from today onwards, they will all follow Chao Yufeng's lead. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause an earthquake in Dalian City. 2 top-tier rich kids actually acknowledged someone else as their boss? This news will probably shock countless people. Since they had decided to follow Chao Yufeng's lead, they naturally wouldn't say anything more about what Chao Yufeng decided. Shen Fengshan opened the door and walked in, holding a folder in his hand. Behind him, Dong Hao followed in furtively, glancing around furtively. Seeing Mu Feng, he quickly ran over, forcing a smile. Young Master Mu, I knew you wouldn't bow down to Chu Tian so easily. Knowing you were coming, I dropped everything and rushed over. Although I can't do much, I'm also a member of Dalian City. I can still stand behind you and cheer you on. Dong Hao's words were very well said, and Qin Hao smiled and patted Dong Hao on the shoulder upon hearing them. He was really surprised. He used to think this guy was pretty selfish, but he didn't expect him to be so reliable when it mattered. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, Dong Hao, who had come up behind them, made an OK sign to Chu Tian through the gaps between their bodies. Upon seeing this gesture, a cold smile flashed across Chu Tian's face. He then took the folder from Shen Fengshan's hand. Chao Yufeng, in these folders, a large part contains transfer contracts signed by Mu Feng, another part contains transfer contracts signed by other rich second-generation individuals in Dalian City, and there is also a transfer contract for my Tianlong Hotel. As Chu Tian spoke, he placed the transfer contract signed by Mu Feng and the others on the table. After Chao Yufeng took it and glanced at it a few times, he handed it to Mu Feng and the others. Mu Feng and the other 3 each took their own copy of the contract, looked at it, and nodded to Chao Yufeng to indicate that it was indeed the same contract they had signed before. Chao Yufeng said, now that it's confirmed, let's tear it up. Tear it? Mu Feng and the others were shocked, looking at Chao Yufeng in disbelief. These contracts involve assets, which represent half of the family's wealth, amounting to hundreds of millions or even billions. But what about Chao Yufeng? He didn't show the slightest reluctance, simply saying, "Tear it up." Their nonchalant demeanor left them completely bewildered. Chow Yufeng didn't feel the slightest bit of reluctance. This was all money he had won back, billions of dollars. "Dude, do you have to be so calm?" Chu Tian's face twitched violently. He hadn't expected Chow Yufeng to hand over these contracts to Mu Feng and the others so casually, and even let them tear them up so easily. Billions of dollars couldn't even cause a ripple in Chow Yufeng's eyes. His indifferent attitude made all his previous efforts seem like a joke. In his eyes, billions require his tireless and unremitting efforts. But in Chow Yufeng's eyes, this was just something that could be torn up at will? The two are worlds apart. At this moment, Chu Tian had to think about what exactly he had provoked. Could it be that Chow Yufeng really came from Tiandu? He had previously said that even if Chow Yufeng came from Tiandu, he would still dare to take a bite out of him. But now, even if Chu Tian didn't want to admit it, he knew that he felt a little more afraid of Chow Yufeng. But at this moment, the arrow is on the bowstring and must be released. Thinking of this, Chu Tian suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the remaining documents on the table, and roared. "Chow Yufeng, I want my hotel, which is worth 1 billion, as well as all sorts of transfer contracts from the rich second generation in Dalan City. I don't want much, but I want the recording. I want Luyu, plus 1 billion. How about it?" As Chu Tian finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng shook his head directly. "Recording is fine, but Luyu is not. In addition, I will give you 1.5 billion. Luyu is also his money-making tool. With Luyu around, he could make as much money as he wanted. Let alone 1.5 billion, 15 billion would be a piece of cake. Moreover, even before the system was available, Luyu had taken good care of him, and this kindness was priceless. Therefore, he felt a strong aversion to discussing Luyu as if she were a commodity. Chu Tian pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. "Chow Yufeng, let's try a different approach this time. It's still Texas Hold'em. You and Hao Deli each draw 3 cards from a deck of cards. The one with the highest hand wins." "How?" As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, Hao Deli stood up, looking at Chow Yufeng with a provocative gaze. He actually lost the last game to this rich second-generation guy in front of him. This made him feel ridiculous. If it came to doing business and family background, he probably couldn't compete with these rich kids. He had practiced cheating for decades, and in this area, he had never been afraid of anyone. What's more, the person in front of him is a pampered rich kid. "We lost. I lost the first game." He actually lost to a rich kid? Grass. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Hao Deli's face was cold. He suddenly stood up, picked up a deck of cards, and placed it in front of Chow Yufeng. "Young Master Feng, you are a guest. Please check your card first, I will check mine later." Chow Yufeng laughed. Hao Deli was trying to take control of the game. No matter how he checked the cards, in the end, it was always Hao Deli who placed the cards on the table. A true master of cheating can accomplish a great deal in the short time it takes to place the cards on the table. Chow Yufeng smiled. He didn't expose him, but picked up the cards, placed them on the table, and quickly spread them out and then closed them again. He then nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with the cards. Hao Deli smiled, looking at Chow Yufeng's cuff with a playful expression, and said confidently, "Young Master Feng, I advise you to admit defeat. Your thoughts have been seen through." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Hao Deli. Mu Feng and the others immediately felt a surge of anxiety. In their eyes, Chow Yufeng had only glanced at the cards. But Hao Deli's words made the others realize that Chow Yufeng must have done something while looking at the cards, and Hao Deli had seen through it. Does this mean they're going to lose this round? The group was deeply worried about Chow Yufeng. Chu Tian smiled. Hao Deli's words meant that he was confident of victory. Good. Chu Tian clenched his fist tightly, a smug look on his face. Hao Deli placed the cards on the table and smiled confidently. "Young Master Feng, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly reached for the cards in front of him. Seeing Hao Deli's confidence, Chow Yufeng didn't say much and quickly joined Hao Deli in grabbing the cards in front of them. As the two fought over the cards, they scattered across the table like petals falling from the sky. The two men's hands moved so fast that after images appeared as they struggled for the table. Chow Yufeng got the card he wanted first, followed closely by Hao Deli, who got the last card he wanted. Chow Yufeng, naturally, would not do as he wished and was about to make a move to snatch it. At the crucial moment, Dong Hao suddenly cried out and bumped into Chow Yufeng hard. Chapter 58 Dong Hao kneels and begs for mercy. Chow Yufeng was hit by Dong Hao, and his body trembled, causing him to miss the opportunity to stop Hao Deli. Hao Deli smiled and took the cards he wanted in front of him, looking at Chow Yufeng with a cold smile. Young Master Feng, I'm sorry, I've already taken this card. Chow Yufeng didn't say anything, but his expression turned colder. Judging from his expression, everyone understood that Chow Yufeng had lost the contest. Without Dong Hao's collision, the outcome of this round would have been uncertain, but unfortunately. Everyone looked grim, turning to Dong Hao, puzzled as to why he had let them down at such a crucial moment. That's it, we've lost. Dong Hao hurriedly stood up and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. It seems like someone pushed me just now, and I accidentally bumped into young Master Feng. I really didn't mean to. Not on purpose? Dong Hao, you think you can just say it wasn't on purpose and call it a day? Do you even know how much money Feng Xiao lost this round? Xin Hao was furious as he grabbed Dong Hao's collar and questioned him. Dong Hao, his face filled with panic, protested, Young Master Qin. I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect it either. Besides, isn't it just that young Master Feng? Young Master Feng's strength is too weak? If it were a true master of cheating, even with external interference. What the hell did you say? Xin Hao's temper flared up, and he glared at Xin Hao angrily. Xu Tian laughed when he heard this, he. I think Dong Hao is right. It's just that he's weak. He's just emphasizing a fact. What, can't you accept that? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Xu Tian. Xu Tian actually spoke up for Dong Hao? Was it a deliberate attempt to sow discord and make them suspicious of each other? Or are these two actually in cahoots? Dong Hao was standing at the very back of them. Even if someone pushed him, he would only bump into them. But what was the result? Dong Hao squeezed through the gap between the group and bumped into Chow Yufeng, who was at the front. This is quite intriguing. Furthermore, Dong Hao was at the very back, and there was no one behind him at all. If no one was there, who pushed him? Is it a ghost? Upon realizing this, everyone understood and turned to look at Dong Hao. Dong Hao, you bastard, you're a traitor. Xin Hao cursed angrily, raised his hand, and was about to strike. Chow Yufeng didn't say anything, but simply raised his hand to stop him. Seeing Chow Yufeng's gesture, Mu Feng tugged at Xin Hao. The boss has given the order, and they have to listen to it. Even if they are angry, they have to give the boss face. Mu Feng and Xin Hao are very clear about this. Xin Hao gritted his teeth and released Dong Hao's collar. Although he didn't say anything, the look he gave Dong Hao at the end clearly said, "You just wait." Dong Hao sneered, glanced at the group with a provocative look, and then swaggered up behind Xu Tian, looking at them with a mocking expression. As long as Xu Tian wins this match, he will stay in Dalian City. With the Chu family of Hongfeng City as his backer, Dong Haolian and his group wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Young Master Feng, I'm sorry, you were just a hair's breadth away from winning this card. Hao Deli smiled and pointed to the cards in front of him, saying smugly. But just like I said, young Master Feng, I saw through your tricks long ago. If I'm not mistaken, all three cards in young Master Feng's hand are still aces. Am I right? Young Master Feng, he. Hao Deli sneered, his face showing a smug look as if he had already won, and spoke in a mocking tone. Chow Yufeng didn't say anything, but picked up the three cards in front of him and turned them over. Sure enough, all three cards were aces, a triple ace. Hao Deli's guess was actually correct. Mu Feng, Xin Hao, Wei Shang, and Yuan Hongjia's expressions changed drastically. When Hao Deli said those words before, they were worried, but ultimately thought he was just bragging. But now, looking at those three aces, the four of them looked extremely grim. Since Hao Deli has already seen through his leader, they are bound to lose this game. Xu Tian laughed, a laugh that was exceptionally happy. He looked at Chow Yufeng with a smug expression. Ultimately, the expert in card tricks he found was superior. Thinking of this, Xu Tian laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Young Master Feng, since you've lost, I'll accept your 1.5 billion. Oh, right, there's also the recording. Now you can take it out, young Master Feng. Xu Tian deliberately drew out the word young Master Feng, the teasing tone obvious. Behind him, Dong Hao chuckled coldly twice, his tone mocking and sarcastic, he. I told you, Chow Yufeng is still too weak. He dares to compete with a master of cheating techniques? TSK. He really has courage. How Deli looked at Xiao Yufeng smugly. He had seen Xiao Yufeng put the two aces into his sleeve when Xiao Yufeng checked the cards earlier. It's obvious that Xiao Yufeng still wants to get the ace of spades. Although leopard A is the largest, there are still 235, and 235 will eat leopard. Therefore, he chose 235 without hesitation. Now it seems that the facts are exactly as he expected. Young Master Feng, I'm sorry, but even though you're a leopard A, I'm a 235. I've got you figured out. As How Deli spoke, he began to flip over the cards one by one. The first card was the 2 of spades, the second the 3 of diamonds, and when it came to the last card, How Deli looked at Xiao Yufeng smugly and said teasingly, Young Master Feng, how about you flip over the last card, the 5 of clubs? He. How Deli sneered smugly. Mu Feng and the others looked at the 2 cards that had been turned over, and their spirits sank to the bottom. How Deli even knew the suit of the last card, so it was clear they had lost this hand. Chu Tian laughed even harder. Young Master Feng, if I were you, I would admit defeat now, at least I can save some face for myself. If the last card is revealed, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Xiao Yufeng looked at Chu Tian, still saying nothing, but shook his head with a firm look in his eyes. You're asking for it. Chu Tian cursed, stood up, and flipped over How Deli's last card. The last card was revealed to everyone, and it was indeed a club, but 6 of clubs? How could it be 6 of clubs? How Deli screamed in terror, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at the last card turned over on the table. Impossible, this is impossible. I clearly remember it being 5, clearly 5. How Deli muttered to himself in disbelief, and in an instant, his face turned ashen. He couldn't believe he had lost. He had clearly seen through Xiao Yufeng, how could he have lost? 6. It's a 6. Xin Hao exclaimed in surprise, his face beaming with joy. They thought they were doomed to lose, but to their surprise, How Deli got a 6 instead of a 5. 235 can eat a leopard, but 236 is nothing. A single word can lead to vastly different conclusions. Ha ha ha. Xin Hao laughed loudly, looking at Chu Tian and the others with deliberate mockery. Mu Feng, Wei Shang, and Yuan Hongjie were also overjoyed. They had thought they were destined to lose, but who would have thought that young Master Feng could always create miracles? Moreover, this miracle surprised them greatly, considering that How Deli was one of the few cheating masters in Sanhai province. The people they brought yesterday were played like children in front of How Deli. But what about now? This master gambler from the 3 Seas province lost, utterly and completely to their leader, suffering a crushing defeat. Dong Hao's body trembled, the smugness on his face vanished instantly, and his face turned ashen. They lost. Chu Tian lost. He lost the Chu family's only business in Dalan City. He has no business left, so he has no reason to stay in Dalan City. But what about him? He betrayed his own people, offended Mu Feng, offended Xin Hao, and most importantly, offended young Master Feng. These people won't let him go. With just one word, they can completely isolate his family, or even throw them into the river to play in the mud. Thinking of the consequences, Dong Hao trembled with fear all over his body, and the next second, he even urinated. At this moment, he was filled with regret, regretting why he had listened to Zhang Bin and why he had helped Chu Tian. Now he's completely finished. Feng. Young Master Feng, I was wrong, I was blinded by greed, please forgive me. With a plop, Dong Hao knelt down in front of Xiao Yufeng, pleading with snot and tears streaming down his face. Chapter 59 Chu Tian admits defeat. Dong Hao cowed out and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. But Xiao Yufeng didn't even glance at him. Seeing this, Mu Feng waved his hand, and Xin Hao, Wei Shang, and Yuan Hongjie quickly stepped forward, grabbed Dong Hao's arm, and dragged him to the corner of the wall. Dong Hao's face was filled with fear, and his pleas for mercy grew louder. He cried and screamed, and his wails echoed throughout the room. Hearing Dong Hao's wails, Chu Tian's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The more smug he was just moments ago, the uglier his face became now. He thought victory was in the bag, and he was about to pop the champagne, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did they lose everything they had won over such a long period of time, but they also lost their family's only property in Dalan City, the Tianlong Hotel, which was worth 1 billion yuan. Utter defeat. He was utterly defeated. Chu Tian glared at Xiao Yufeng with venomous eyes, his teeth grinding together, clearly having broken down in anger once again. How Deli slumped into a chair, still not understanding how the 5 of clubs had turned into a 6 of clubs. It wasn't until he saw that the 5 of plum blossoms on the table was missing a corner that he suddenly realized what had happened. It turned out that Chow Yufeng had already torn off a corner of the 5 plum blossom and pasted it onto the 6 plum blossom. At that time, the 6 of clubs was mixed in with a pile of playing cards, with only one corner showing. Chow Yufeng had already pasted a corner of the 5 of clubs on it. So, he thought he was fighting for the 5 of clubs, but it was actually the 6 of clubs. And in the struggle, that piece had long since fallen to who knows where. Thinking of this, Hao Deli suddenly stood up and carefully examined the cards on the table, and sure enough, he found the corner of the 5 of clubs. But during his search, he discovered something even more horrifying. Of the entire deck of cards, only one 5 of clubs remains, missing a corner. In other words, when Chow Yufeng checked the cards, he not only took 2 aces, but also the remaining 3 5s. But when did he take away the 3 5s? How come I didn't see it? Etc. Could it be that Chow Yufeng deliberately showed him the 2 aces to make him believe that Chow Yufeng was going to get a triple ace? Only 235 can beat Leopard A. Chow Yufeng was forced to choose 235. Then, he took away 3 5s and, through a clever substitution, disguised the 6 of clubs as a 5 of clubs. Thinking of this, Hao Deli's face turned deathly pale. It turned out that he had already been led by the nose by Chow Yufeng. Ironically, he was so smug that he thought he had seen through Chow Yufeng, unaware that what he saw was only what Chow Yufeng wanted him to see. Those 3 5s were what Chow Yufeng didn't want him to see. Therefore, Chow Yufeng had no idea when he stole the 3 5s. We lost miserably. Hao Deli completely lost his fighting spirit. He clearly realized that he was just a little brother in front of Chow Yufeng, and that the other party had been teasing him all along. He. Chu Tian, his guard broken, suddenly burst into laughter. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Chow Yufeng, the resentment in his gaze seeming to engulf Chow Yufeng. Throughout his life, he has only stumbled a few times, but those few times were all related to Chow Yufeng. Good. Chow Yufeng, I really underestimated you. Chu Tian leaned back in his chair, looking at Chow Yufeng with a cold smile. Chow Yufeng, I can give you the hotel, and I can give you Luyu, but you must leave me the recording. Behind him, Shen Fengshan remained silent, slowly taking off his coat and rolling up his sleeves. Judging from this, they're clearly going to play dirty. Chow Yufeng remained calm and composed, a smile playing on his lips. He spun the playing cards in his hand once before throwing them away. The playing cards spun in the air, quickly passing by Chu Tian's ears. Chu Tian and Shen Fengshan were both startled and looked at Chow Yufeng with anger. Chow Yufeng smiled calmly and said, How does it feel? Don't worry, the damage from playing cards is limited. As Chow Yufeng spoke, his tone shifted, and he looked at Chu Tian with icy eyes, threatening, But Chu Tian, even if the lethality is limited, I can guarantee that I'll blind you before your men get in. Do you believe me? Chu Tian trembled all over, and looking into Chow Yufeng's cold eyes, a sudden fear rose in his heart. Those eyes are so confident. Chu Tian was so confident that he couldn't help but feel timid. He knew very well that he had never gained any advantage over Chow Yufeng in the past few days of fighting. He was almost pinned down by Chow Yufeng, who casually teased him. That's why he was afraid that what Chow Yufeng said was true. Just as Chow Yufeng said, the power of playing cards is limited, but what if the playing cards were aimed at his eyes instead of his ears? Will I really become blind? Just as Chu Tian was pondering, Shen Fengshan suddenly stepped forward, blocking Chu Tian's path, his eyes fixed on Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng smiled confidently, met Shen Fengshan's eyes, and said, You can't protect him. Shen Fengshan cracked his neck and said coldly, You can try? Chow Yufeng laughed, I dare to try, but Chu Tian doesn't. Am I right, Chu Tian? Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly. Chow Yufeng was right. How could he, a piece of porcelain, possibly clash with an earthenware pot? If he doesn't confront them head-on, he will truly be utterly defeated. Chu Tian felt a surge of frustration in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Tian suddenly tossed the contract beside him to Chow Yufeng. The Tianlong Hotel is yours now, Shen Fengshan. Take young Master Feng to find Miss Lu. After saying that, Chu Tian left in anger. This trip to Dalan City can be described as a complete defeat for him. Not only have their painstaking plans over the past 2 weeks come to naught, but they have also lost the Chu family's Tianlong Hotel, worth 1 billion yuan, to Chow Yufeng. He knew without even guessing what kind of ridicule his rivals in Red Maple City would bring upon his return. But it doesn't matter anymore, he lost, he accepted it. Meanwhile, in a secluded room, Lu Yu was still unconscious, while Zhang Bin, leaning on his cane, looked at the unconscious Lu Yu with a lewd grin. Although all three of his legs are crippled, this is Chao Yufeng's woman. He can't touch it anymore, but he can record it. Simply spreading this video would be enough to make Chao Yufeng lose all face. Thinking of this, Zhang Bin grinned lewdly with a sinister expression. He took out his phone, turned on the video recording function, and filmed Lu Yu from head to toe, focusing on her face for a few extra seconds. Then, Zhang Bin climbed onto the bed and prepared to undress Lu Yu. While recording the video, Zhang Bin removed Lu Yu's clothes. At this moment, Lu Yu was lying on the bed completely unaware of what was happening, and was in a coma, letting Zhang Bin, with a lewd grin on his face, take off her clothes one by one. As each piece of clothing was removed, Zhang Bin's hands trembled with excitement. He never expected that Lu Yu, who looked so gentle and virtuous, would have such a great figure. She had the perfect S-curve. Damn it, it's a pity Chao Yufeng crippled me, otherwise I would have definitely had a good taste of this little wench. Zhang Bin spoke viciously, his face full of resentment. As he spoke, Zhang Bin raised his hand and slapped Lu Yu across the face. 5 clear guidelines instantly appeared on Lu Yu's fair face. As if sensing the pain, Lu Yu, who was unconscious, frowned slightly, and a clear look of pain appeared on her face. Seeing this scene, Zhang Bin was instantly filled with a perverse excitement. Looking at the 5 clear lines on Lu Yu's face, he let out a strange, cackling laugh. Chao Yufeng, weren't you so awesome? Weren't you young Master Feng? But look at you now. Chao Yufeng, don't be in such a hurry. Your woman will soon be seen by the whole world. If I don't make you lose face this time, I'm not Zhang Bin, hee. The thought of being able to see Lu Yu's figure without any covering made Zhang Bin excitedly chuckle with a sinister smile. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Lu Yu's upper body, where she was only wearing a small garment. Chapter 60, Tender Moments with Lu Yu. Lu Yu lay unconscious on the bed. Beside her, Zhang Bin grinned lewdly as he stripped off Lu Yu's clothes one by one until she was only wearing a small undershirt. At this moment, Lu Yu was still unconscious and unaware of anything, so she could only let Zhang Bin take off her clothes. Looking at Lu Yu's figure, Zhang Bin chuckled wickedly. He wanted to make Chao Yufeng lose face and let the whole world know what kind of figure Feng Xiao's woman really had. Thinking of the pleasure of taking revenge on Chao Yufeng, Zhang Bin lewdly grabbed at the last piece of clothing on Lu Yu's body. Just as Zhang Bin's right hand touched the hem of his clothes, the door was suddenly flung open. Chao Yufeng walked into the room with an icy expression. Chao Yufeng! Zhang Bin screamed in terror and rolled off the bed. He stared at Chao Yufeng in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Chao Yufeng could be here. It happened when he was undressing Chao Yufeng's girlfriend. Shin Fengshan followed closely behind, glanced around the room, and saw that Lu Yu's upper body had been stripped down to only a small garment. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he said, Chao Yufeng, our boss said that if Zhang Bin dares to make any improper advances towards Lu Yu, then he has me tell you that there are not just 1, but 2 people cooperating with him in Dalan City, and the other one is Zhang Bin. What? When Mu Feng and Xin Hao, who were the last to enter, heard this, they immediately became furious and glared angrily at Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin trembled all over with fear at the look in the eyes of the 4 people, his heart pounding wildly with terror. He knew he was completely finished this time. Not only him, but his family would also be greatly affected. At this moment, Zhang Bin was filled with remorse. If he had controlled his lust, if he hadn't used his bag to bribe Chen Xian to go to a hotel with him, would he still be a carefree rich second generation? But now, it's all gone, everything is gone, and he's going to be gone too. He knew without even guessing that his fate would be to play in the mud in the river. As arrogant he once was, Zhang Bin was now filled with fear, trembling all over, his trouser legs soaked with water. He crawled to Chao Yufeng in fear, crying and begging. Before he could even utter a word of pleading, Chao Yufeng kicked him away and ordered Mu Feng and the others behind him, drag him out. Mu Feng and his companions had no complaints about Chao Yufeng's orders. Chao Yufeng had kept his promise, and they would naturally keep their promises to him as well. From today onwards, Chao Yufeng is their leader. Zhang Bin cried and was dragged away by the 4 men, while Shin Fengshan also wisely left the room. Only Chao Yufeng and the unconscious Lu Yu remained in the room. Seeing Lu Yu sleeping soundly, Chao Yufeng came to the bedside, dressed Lu Yu, and sat quietly by the bed, smoking a cigarette, waiting for Lu Yu to wake up. 2 hours later, Lu Yu slowly opened her eyes and gently stretched. What time is it? Why is it so dark outside? Lu Yu muttered to herself, rubbing her sleepy eyes. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Chao Yufeng standing guard by my bedside. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, Liu gave a lazy smile and softly called out, "Yufeng, where is this? How did I get here?" Chow Yufeng stubbed out his cigarette, smiled, and picked up Liu, letting her lean against him. Liu blushed, but did not struggle. She obediently stretched out her arms and hugged Chow Yufeng's waist. Just as she embraced Chow Yufeng, Liu suddenly remembered her previous experience. She recalled being kidnapped. Thinking of this, Liu's face turned pale, and she looked up at Chow Yufeng in horror, her eyelashes trembling incessantly with fear. Chow Yufeng understood that Liu was now feeling lingering fear after remembering this. Gently stroking Liu's face, Chow Yufeng softly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, everything is resolved." Chow Yufeng coaxed Liu, the older sister, in his arms, like a child, and lowered his head to gently kiss her on the lips. Hearing Chow Yufeng's words, Liu's fear gradually subsided. She hugged Chow Yufeng tightly, feeling the sense of security that Chow Yufeng's broad chest gave her. This real touch made her feel not fear, but an unprecedented sense of security. Chow Yufeng always manages to stand up for her at the most crucial moments, both in the past and now. It was as if with Chow Yufeng by her side, she didn't have to be afraid of anything, which filled Liu with boundless emotion. Ding! Liu's favorability +2, current favorability points, 95. Ding! The host's protection makes Liu feel exceptionally safe. Pleasure value +100, current total pleasure value 500 points. Yufeng, it's so good to have you here. Liu hugged Chow Yufeng tightly and said with a blush on her face. Seeing Liu's shy expression, Chow Yufeng smiled happily. He liked Liu's shy look. Whenever the two of them had any intimate actions, Liu would blush with embarrassment. Like a little girl on her first date, she's both excited and shy, her emotions running high. Chow Yufeng smiled and reached out to pinch Liu's chin. The two locked eyes, and Liu became even more shy, two blushes appearing on her fair cheeks. She dared not look at Chow Yufeng for more than a second. This position made Liu feel like a young woman being harassed by a bully, but Chow Yufeng, this bully, not only didn't make her feel disgusted, but instead made her extremely infatuated. This filled her with shame. Looking at the increasingly shy Liu, Chow Yufeng lowered his head again and gently kissed Liu's red lips. Liu let out a soft moan, offering no resistance whatsoever, and obediently embraced Chow Yufeng, her red lips parting slightly as she kissed him. Inside the room, the two embraced passionately. In the heat of the moment, Liu took Chow Yufeng's hand and placed it in a place where it shouldn't have been. The two kissed for more than 10 minutes before reluctantly parting. Liu's breathing quickened slightly as she leaned against Chow Yufeng's chest, her face flushed. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Yufeng, my period isn't over yet, otherwise." As Liu spoke, she pursed her lips. Chow Yufeng rested his face against Liu's head, gently rubbed Liu's hair, and laughed, "It's okay, why apologize? Why do you think I'm so impatient, unable to wait even a few days? No, I just feel." Before Liu could finish speaking, Chow Yufeng interrupted with a laugh, "I don't feel anything. You don't need to apologize for things like this in the future, understand?" Liu gave a soft her heart filled with joy. Ding! The host's understanding has pleased Liu. Pleasure value +100, current total pleasure value 600. Now that Liu was awake, Chow Yufeng did not return to the rented room. Now that Chow Yufeng is the owner of Tianlong Hotel, he naturally wants to enjoy his property to the fullest. He and Liu went to another presidential suite on the top floor, where they would stay for the night. Dong Hao and Zhang Bin were taken away by Mu Feng and his group. Chow Yufeng did not inquire about how to resolve the matter. He simply told Mu Feng that he wanted to buy the properties owned by Dong Hao and Zhang Bin's families. He planned to buy these properties and give them to Mu Linshuang. In this way, a large sum of money can be spent on care funds. In addition, Liu has already established herself in the beauty industry, and she will open more and more factories and beauty salons in the future. And what about Mu Linshuang? She's still unemployed at home, and he wants to make use of this resource. Never done business before? No problem. I'm not afraid of spending money. The more I spend on these partners, the better. He used this opportunity of collecting care money to cultivate these women into powerful figures in their respective industries. He sits behind the scenes, and just thinking about it is exciting. Chapter 61, An earthquake strikes in the wealthy elite circle of Dalian City. Let these women become leaders in various industries, true female business tycoons. Chow Yufeng hadn't really thought about whether this matter would succeed. He hadn't considered the possibility of failure. He has 90 trillion. If he throws 90 trillion at him, even a pig could stand on top of everyone else by stepping on that money. Do you think there's any possibility of failure? The thought of his woman becoming a powerful business tycoon in the future brought a smile to Chow Yufeng's face. They may be powerful and influential in the outside world, but at night, I can be the one to dominate them. Just thinking about this feeling filled Chow Yufeng with motivation. Therefore, Mu Lingshuang had to get involved, starting with the two companies owned by Dong Hao and Zhang Bin. These two companies are just for practice in the future. They will be needed to control large conglomerates with market values of hundreds of billions or trillions. Just as Chow Yufeng was making plans for the future, things were no longer peaceful in Dalian City. It was all because a message had been leaked out without anyone knowing. The two richest second-generation heirs in Dalian City, Mu Feng and Qin Hao, have actually acknowledged young Master Feng as their boss. This news was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking the city of Dalian. Mu Feng and Qin Hao, these top-tier rich second-generation heirs, actually acknowledge others as their bosses? It's unimaginable just how arrogant these top-tier rich kids are. They know it all too well. But now, these rich kids are actually willing to be subservient to others? At this moment, everyone was wondering who this young Master Feng was, that he could make these arrogant top-rich kids bow down. Could it be that this young Master Feng is from Tiandu? Everyone is speculating. While everyone was speculating, all the rich kids in Dalian City received phone calls from their families at the same time, ordering them to return home as soon as possible. Upon arriving home, these rich kids were strictly ordered not to provoke young Master Feng. Even the top rich kids are strictly required by their families not to have any conflict with young Master Feng. If necessary, one can even show goodwill and win them over. Lu Yu was even grabbed by the ear by his father, who gave him a stern warning and even went so far as to curse him. "You unfilial son, let me tell you, you idiot, you better keep quiet these next few days. If you offend that young Master Feng, I'll make sure you don't step foot in the house. Let me tell you, I haven't even settled the score with you for losing multiple businesses to Chu Tian before. If you cause any more trouble, I'll break your legs first." Lu Yu's father cursed loudly and pulled out the 7 wolves leather belt that symbolized his strict paternal love. Lu Yuan was stunned and shouted, "Dad, didn't we agree that we wouldn't settle the score for losing money? Why are you hitting me with the belt? I haven't even caused any trouble yet." "Pa, you little brat, do you think I'd believe you if you didn't cause trouble?" "No problem, you little bastard, pay me the deposit first." That night, chaos reigned in Dalian City, with all the wealthy and powerful families lecturing their sons and sternly warning them never to provoke young Master Feng. Chow Yufeng's reputation resounded throughout the entire Dalian City that night. His reputation was no longer confined to the rich second generation. Even the older generation began to take Chow Yufeng seriously, knowing that he was a super rich second generation and very likely connected to Tiandu. At the same time, Mu Feng and Qin Hao created a group chat. The group is full of rich second-generation people who are on good terms with them. The group had barely been created when it exploded with activity, as the wealthy second-generation members began asking questions. "Young Master Mu, young Master Qin, is it true? There are rumors that you've acknowledged young Master Feng as your boss." "Yeah, I know young Master Feng. Wei Sheng mentioned it before, giving a girl a store worth tens of millions. I admit he has the ability, but is it really necessary to acknowledge someone as a boss? Young Master Mu, young Master Qin, come out and give us an answer. Does this young Master Feng really have such great power? Everyone says he's connected to Tiandu, is that true?" Mu Feng watched as the group chat kept buzzing with messages. He picked up his phone and started replying. "Mu Feng, is everyone in such a hurry? Then let me explain. Damn, you're finally out. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense, just tell me what happened." "Exactly, you can't stop talking nonsense. Who wants to listen to your nonsense? We want to see something exciting." Looking at the messages in the group, Mu Feng shook his head with a wry smile and typed. "Mu Feng, some brothers in the group should know that we lost a lot of assets in the gambling game in Chu Tian yesterday. The total value of these assets is over $1 billion. Mu Feng, but today, young Master Feng won back all of these industries, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly told us to tear up the contracts. Mu Feng, everyone, over $1 billion, over $1 billion. Faced with over $1 billion, young Master Feng didn't even think about taking it. He didn't even glance at it, and without the slightest bit of reluctance, he just told us to tear it up. Mu Feng, if it were any of you, even if we had a deep friendship, wouldn't you all have a moment when tempted by billions of dollars and want to take it all? Mu Feng, people die for money, birds die for food. We are all businessmen, and it's not unreasonable to talk business, especially since it's worth more than $1 billion. But Chow Yufeng was calm and collected and told us to tear up the contract directly. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Really? This young master phone. I don't even know how to describe it. Over $1 billion. He really doesn't feel a bit reluctant? To be honest, I couldn't be so nonchalant when faced with over $1 billion. I'm really surprised. Is $1 billion so worthless in this young Master Feng's eyes? My family has worked hard for generations and we don't even have $1 billion. If you ask me to give up $1 billion, that would be the death of me. I'm impressed, awesome, I have nothing more to say, young Master Feng, I admire you. Looking at these messages in the group, Mu Feng smiled and typed again. Mu Feng, I've already told everyone about it. Here, I can be even more blunt. From today onwards, young Master Feng is my boss, Mu Feng's boss. In the future, if anyone is foolish enough to offend young Master Feng, don't blame me for turning my back on them without mercy. Mu Feng, as for me, the purpose of creating this group is to help everyone build good relationships. Later, I will add young Master Feng in so that everyone can get to know him. Mu Feng, of course, this good relationship isn't formed for nothing. From today onwards, everyone in this group must acknowledge Chow Yufeng as their leader. If you can't accept that, you can leave the group. I will never force you. Now, the choice is yours. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he didn't check the group chat. I waited 5 minutes before opening WeChat and joining the group. The group chat shows that several people have left the group. He could understand they were all second-generation rich kids, each with their own pride, and naturally unwilling to be subordinate to others. For those who leave the group, there's no need for them to suffer as subordinates, they prefer to remain friends. These people have simply forgotten that, as children of wealthy families, how many friends from ordinary families do they have? Birds of a feather flock together. For those top-tier rich kids, aren't they just children from ordinary families? Everyone's circles are completely different. If you don't have that level of ability, why would anyone give you a second glance or condescend to befriend you? Do you two have anything in common? You might be talking about a car worth hundreds of thousands, but the other person will have to think carefully about what kind of car it is, because their cars are worth millions, and they really don't know anything about cars worth hundreds of thousands. Mu Feng did not try to keep these people, but instead went backstage to invite Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng was on the large bed in the presidential suite, watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf with Lu Yu in his arms. The two stumbled upon a clip on Douyin TikTok, and both found it quite interesting. Overcome with childlike enthusiasm, they lay in bed and watched it intently. That's how it is with couples sometimes. Things you think are childish in normal times suddenly seem less childish and more fun when you do them with someone else. Chapter 62, Gaining a Group of Rich Second-Generation Followers. Chow Yufeng was holding Lu Yu on the bed watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. When the group invitation notification arrived, Chow Yufeng picked up his phone and saw that it was sent to him by Mu Feng, and the group name was Dalan City Second Generation Group. Without hesitation, Chow Yufeng clicked to enter the group. As soon as Chow Yufeng entered, the entire group chat exploded. Welcome, boss. Welcome, boss. Welcome, boss. +1. +1. +1. Plus 10,086. One welcome message after another rang out in the group chat. Looking at the messages in the group, Chow Yufeng smiled. Since this group is a second-generation group, it means that the people in the group are all rich second-generation individuals from Dalan City. But now, these rich kids are vying to greet me, and I have to say it feels so damn good. Chow Yufeng smiled, pondered for 2 seconds, and then typed on his phone with both hands. Hello everyone. Looking at the words above, Chow Yufeng frowned. He felt that hello everyone was a bit too ingratiating and didn't highlight his boss-like demeanor. He's the boss now, he needs to be mindful of his image. Chow Yufeng smirked, thinking to himself, then deleted all the words he had typed, leaving only the single word good. But looking at the word good, Chow Yufeng frowned again. Does this one word make him seem too cold-hearted? It's not conducive to getting along well with a group of underlings. After hesitating for 2 seconds, I deleted the word good. After much deliberation, Chow Yufeng finally chose the most mediocre and unoriginal option. Hello everyone. The 3 words were sent out, and the group responded instantly. Hello, boss. My name is Li Xiao. My family owns a textile factory. Hello, boss. My name is Zhong Tao. My family is in the building materials business. Hello, boss, my name is. Hello, boss. In an instant, more than a dozen people began to introduce themselves, hoping to be remembered by Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng naturally understood this as well, and said with a smile, "Okay, I've remembered your names, brothers. I'll try to work with you all more often when I have the chance. Right now, I have a project on hand. If anyone has a family business related to beauty, you can add this WeChat. As long as the product quality is up to standard, I will definitely give priority to my brothers." As Chow Yufeng spoke, he pushed Lu Yu's WeChat to the group chat, and at the same time, said to Lu Yu beside him, "I've pushed your WeChat to the group. People should be adding you soon to recommend their own products. If their products are good, please give them some extra attention. You've just opened a beauty salon, and you need a foundation. These people are your network." Lu Yu naturally understood this, nodded, and picked up her phone from the bedside. But when I opened it, I was dumbfounded. When Chow Yufeng said that someone would add her, did she mean dozens of people? In just a short while, the number of new friends had increased to 99 plus. Lu Yu was both amused and exasperated. She clicked on each one and became even more speechless. There were no product recommendations, everyone was scrambling to sign up for a membership. One person said they wanted to get a card for 1 million, and the other said they wanted to get one for 2 million. Lu Yu looked at each person one by one. There were at least 100, and the number was still increasing. There are men and women here, from all walks of life, and the minimum amount spent on the cards is 1 million. This far exceeds the number of people in the second generation group. Clearly, the rich kids in the group were calling on their friends to sign up for membership cards at Lu Yu's place. Lu Yu did a rough calculation and found that in just this short period of time, the total amount of money spent by everyone who applied for cards reached more than 100 million. This number almost made Lu Yu's jaw drop. She couldn't believe how fast she was making money. But she also knew that all of this was because of Chow Yufeng by her side. Because of Chow Yufeng, she was able to make money so quickly. Without Chow Yufeng, she would be nothing, and these people would not even give her a second glance. Lu Yu was experiencing both pain and pleasure as she began processing messages, ignoring her love for Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. After chatting for a few minutes in the second generation group, Chow Yufeng logged out. Before leaving, he asked the rich kids to find out if there were any top-tier villas in Dalian City. He and Lu Yu are still living in the small house. He planned to move Lu Yu to a top-of-the-line villa, but he didn't need to worry about Mu Linchuang's housing. After turning off her phone, Chow Yufeng snuggled into bed and fell into a good night's sleep. But Chu Tian couldn't sleep well that night. As news from Dalian City spread, some things were also exposed. The news that Chu Tian had lost everything naturally began to spread, and even reached neighboring cities, the provincial capital, and Hongfeng City. Upon receiving the news, the Chu family immediately called Chu Tian, berated him, and ordered him to return to Hongfeng City as soon as possible. In Red Maple City, not only the Chu family knew about this news, but all the other major families also learned about it. The name Chow Yufeng began to circulate in Red Maple City, and even throughout the entire Shanghai province. The next morning, the first thing Chow Yufeng heard when he opened his eyes was the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Cashback successful. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank account. Among them, Lu Yu's favorability rating is over 90%, with a 9% cashback rate. No spending, no cashback. Friendly reminder, funds deposited into the linked recipient's account do not count as purchases. The host only receives rebates when funds are actually spent. Mu Linchuang's favorability rating has reached 90% or higher, resulting in a 9% cashback. Yesterday's spending was 780,000, and the cashback was 70,200. A total of 70,200 yuan was refunded. The cashback has been deposited into your bank account. Chow Yufeng was stunned when he heard the voice in his mind. Yesterday he transferred 1.5 billion to Lu Yu, thinking he would get at least 100 million back today, but he only got 70,000 back. However, after the system's explanation, he understood that Lu Yu needed to spend the 1.5 billion before he could get a cashback. Alternatively, he could spend money on Lu Yu, such as buying shops or luxury cars, so that he could receive a cashback the next day. Understanding this, Chow Yufeng stopped agonizing over it. 70,000 it is. Anyway, he already had over 10 million, making him a multi-millionaire. What's more, he's still young, only a junior in college. A junior with over 10 million is enough to make 99% of college students green with envy. Chow Yufeng is quite satisfied with this. Not long after Chow Yufeng woke up, Lu Yu also woke up. She was busy until 2 a.m. last night. Various rich second-generation kids from Dalian City wanted to go to her store to sign up for membership cards and asked for the address, saying they would go there first thing tomorrow morning. Some of the rich kids were even more direct, asking for Lu Yu's bank account number and transferring the money directly. He didn't finish dealing with these matters until 2 a.m. The two had breakfast in the presidential suite. Chu Tian knocked on the door and said that he had sent all the employees to the main conference room. Today, he would announce in front of all the employees that Chow Yufeng would take over the Tianlong Hotel, and Shen Fengshan would complete the remaining handover for him. Chen Xian was speechless. It was only her first day at the Tianlong Hotel, and she was already being asked to get up early for some kind of big meeting. It said that the Tianlong Hotel has changed hands, and the old chairman has asked everyone to arrive at the conference room 2 hours earlier than usual to meet the new chairman. Honestly, rich people always cause trouble for others, Chen Xian muttered impatiently, feeling quite annoyed. If she hadn't betrayed Chow Yufeng back then, would she be a rich person now? Chow Yufeng is really something, he just won't forgive her. This prevented her from becoming a wealthy person and made her a pariah at Tokyo University, hated by everyone. Unable to make a living at the University of Tokyo, she had no choice but to apply for a year's leave of absence, hoping to return to school once people had forgotten about the incident. Instead of continuing her studies, Chen Xian applied for a job as a receptionist at the Tianlong Hotel. But on my very first day, I had to arrive 2 hours early to meet with the new chairman. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you can do anything. Chen Xian grumbled and walked impatiently toward the conference room. Chapter 63. Chen Xian regretted it so much that she cried. Rich people tend to cause trouble for others. Chen Xian muttered impatiently, but before she could finish speaking, her supervisor gently nudged her and whispered a reminder. Chen Xian, watch your attitude. Chen Xian was startled, not expecting that her words had been overheard by her supervisor. Seeing the supervisor's somewhat displeased expression, Chen Xian quickly smiled and said, Supervisor, I was just saying it casually. I don't actually have any complaints. They said that, but in their hearts they despised the manager. She had heard from her roommates that the manager's name was Yang Li, and although she was not very old, she had found a wealthy man who was more than 30 years older than her. The young tycoon's name is rather tacky, it's something like money abounds. Normally, people with a lot of money wear gold and silver jewelry, with their hands covered in big gold rings, which looks very tacky. I heard that these two people offended a tycoon yesterday and were severely punished by him. Out of fear, they blamed each other in the parking lot and staged a spectacular argument. Someone filmed this public feud and posted it online, making the two of them a minor internet sensation. This low-class, materialistic jerk thinks he can teach me a lesson? How ridiculous. Chen Xian scoffed, thinking Yang Li's taste was utterly terrible. Unlike me, I only chose young and wealthy second-generation rich kids, and even Chow Yufeng, a top-tier rich kid, was once my lapdog. Unfortunately, Chow Yufeng was blind and ultimately chose Mu Linshuang instead of her. She only made a small mistake, and she has already apologized. Why is she being so unreasonable? I'm speechless. Reluctantly, Chen Xian arrived at the large conference room and sat down with Yang Li. Thinking that she would still need Yang Li's help this year, Chen Xian smiled and flattered her, Sisterly, you're a senior executive, don't you have any inside information to share? Who exactly is our new chairman? Yang Li was somewhat absent-minded. Thinking about how she had offended young Master Feng yesterday, she was filled with fear, and her whole body trembled with fear. Her lover was rich and straightforward, which scared her so much that she sold off her assets overnight and ran away with the money. This morning, she learned through some channels an even more alarming piece of news. Mu Feng, Xin Hao, and several other top rich kids in Dalian City have already acknowledged young Master Feng as their leader and have clearly stated that they will follow his lead from now on. Upon hearing the news, she was so frightened that her face turned ashen and her heart skipped a beat. Previously, she was only afraid of young Master Feng's reputation, but now she realizes what kind of person she and Xian Duo had messed with yesterday. Mu Feng and Xin Hao are the top rich second generation in Dalian City, wielding considerable influence in the city. Even someone like him can only be a lackey in front of young Master Feng. This young Master Feng is absolutely terrifying. Thinking to myself, on the stage at the very front, after a speech lasting more than 10 minutes, General Manager Pangueka smiled and said, Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our two chairmen. As the words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Amid applause, the conference room doors opened, and Chu Tian and Chow Yufeng walked side by side toward the conference room stage. Lu Yu took Chow Yufeng's hand, and the two of them stared calmly ahead as they headed straight for the stage at the front. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, all the employees in the conference room instantly erupted in chatter, whispering amongst themselves. Is this young man our new boss? He's so young. And so handsome. Our new boss seems really capable. The Tianlong Hotel is worth over 1 billion yuan. The new boss is so young and he acquired the Tianlong Hotel. He's worth hundreds of millions. I'm really envious. Hey, look, the new boss's girlfriend is so pretty. If I had a girlfriend that pretty, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Many employees were talking about it, their eyes full of envy as they looked at Chow Yufeng. But Yang Li couldn't get along with these people. When she saw the new boss's face, she was so frightened that her face turned pale instantly. Young Master Feng? Is the new boss Feng Xiao? Yang Li felt like her world was collapsing. She had considered countless possibilities, wondered who the new boss would be, but she never imagined that the new boss would be Chow Yufeng. Thinking back to how arrogantly she had ridiculed Chow Yufeng yesterday, calling him a poor bastard, and recalling her past arrogance, Yang Li's heart stopped beating with fear. Chow Yufeng? How could it be him? Beside her, Chen Xian looked on in disbelief and exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Yang Li's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked, Chen Xian, do you know young Master Feng? These words shocked Chen Xian, who pointed at Chow Yufeng in disbelief and asked, Sister Yang, you're saying he's young Master Feng? In the past 2 days, Chen Xian has also heard some news about young Master Feng, and knows that in the second generation circle, everyone thinks that young Master Feng can be compared with those top rich second generation. But it's clear that Chen Xian's information is far behind the times. Chow Yufeng is now not only on par with these rich second generation heirs, but some of them have even come to acknowledge him as their leader. If Chen Xian knew this news, she would probably be shocked. At this moment, Chen Xian was already utterly shocked. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that Chow Yufeng, whom she had betrayed, was actually the young Master Feng, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a group of rich second generation heirs. In an instant, Chen Xian was filled with regret. If she hadn't betrayed Chow Yufeng for a 30,000 yuan bag, how successful she would be now. Then, standing on the stage, intimately holding Chow Yufeng's arm, would be Chen Xian, and she could make the hundreds of employees of Tianlong Hotel look at her with envy. Just thinking about it made her incredibly excited. But what about now? She could only sit in the audience and watch enviously as Chow Yufeng and Lu Yu enjoyed their moment in the spotlight. One wrong step can lead to eternal regret. At that moment, Chen Xian felt surrounded by regret, making her want to cry. Xian, do you know young Master Feng? You know what? This young Master Feng is so rich. Yesterday I saw him buy his female companion hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of jewelry and a bag worth over 1 million yuan. I'm so envious. Chen Xian, if you know young Master Feng, could you please put in a good word for me? Yang Li asked ingratiatingly. Chen Xian could no longer hear what Yang Li said. At that moment, only one sentence echoed in her mind. Young Master Feng bought his female companion a handbag worth over 1 million. These words struck her like a thunderbolt. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian felt utterly ridiculous. She actually betrayed Chow Yufeng, a top-tier rich second generation, for a bag worth only 30,000 yuan. If she didn't betray him, then was that $1 million bag on her shoulder? One is worth 30,000, and the other is worth 1 million. Chen Xian felt as if her heart was being torn apart, and she felt like the biggest idiot in the world. Seeing Chow Yufeng standing proudly on the stage, his gaze sweeping over the entire audience with disdain, Chen Xian could no longer bear the regret in her heart and ran out of the conference room crying. On stage, Chow Yufeng was speaking, facing hundreds of employees without any stage fright. If he were just an ordinary person, he might feel nervous, stage fright, or even fearful when facing those pairs of eyes below. But now, he holds 90 trillion, even though all of it must be spent on those he cares about. However, he held the initiative and could spend the money on whomever he wanted. If the person you are caring for dares to dawdle with you, immediately stop the funding. While these 90 trillion yuan may seem like charity funds, once he has control over them, they become his money. With 90 trillion and a system, Chow Yufeng was full of confidence and showed no stage fright in the face of this situation. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, a girl in the audience started crying and left, interrupting his speech. Chapter 64, The Shift in Mindset. Chow Yufeng stood proudly on the stage without any stage fright. Just as he was getting into his speech, a girl in the audience left in tears, interrupting his words. Chow Yufeng was clearly taken aback, not understanding what was going on. He had spoken so well that he had made the girl cry? But upon closer inspection, the girl turned out to be Chen Xin. Chow Yufeng was speechless for a moment. He didn't understand, was he clashing with Chen Xin? How come I run into her everywhere? He felt no reluctance towards Chen Xin. Even a good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed. Even animals know this principle, so Chow Yufeng naturally knows it too. For him, betrayal means certain death. This applies not only to Chen Xin, but also to Mu Linxuan and Lu Yu. I don't care what you were like before, I don't care about that. I think you're a good person, and I'm willing to spend money on you and spoil you. However, once you're with me, if you still dare to cheat or betray me, then I'm sorry, get the hell out of here. Even emotional betrayal won't work. When I pamper you, I can hold you in the palm of my hand. When I don't pamper you, who the hell are you? Chow Yufeng didn't even glance at Chen Xin, then looked away and spoke again. The Tianlong Hotel is worth 1 billion yuan. To own such a large enterprise and lead hundreds of employees, it would be a lie to say I'm not excited. Chow Yufeng was incredibly excited, and his words were naturally passionate and impassioned. Seeing the thunderous applause below, Chow Yufeng was filled with excitement. Just a few days ago, he was a poor loser, but now, as a junior in college, he owns a hotel worth $1 billion, and the rich second generation in Dalian City follow his lead. This huge change in status often makes him feel a little unreal. Occasionally, when Chow Yufeng thinks about how he has changed so much, he can't help but feel happy and want to laugh. This further solidified his belief that he needed to strive for a higher level. Today he has a few hundred employees, tomorrow he'll have several thousand. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of this world, and he wondered if he would have a different mindset when he looked down from the mountain. With a heart full of excitement, Chow Yufeng concluded his speech, and at the end, he stated directly. If Tianlong Hotel can maintain a net profit of over 100 million this year, then without a doubt, everyone here will receive double their year-end bonus. One sentence, and the room erupted in cheers, with countless rounds of applause echoing like thunder. They were initially worried that the change of boss would lead to salary cuts and layoffs, since some bosses are very stingy. But now, not only is there no bonus, but the year-end bonus is actually doubled. The employees below were instantly excited and couldn't help but stand up and applaud enthusiastically. Boss is awesome. Someone shouted, and instantly hundreds of people followed suit, shouting, Boss is awesome. These 4 words, accompanied by thunderous applause, resounded throughout the entire conference room. Chow Yufeng chuckled and touched his nose, secretly marveling at how he was now capable of making empty promises. After the staff meeting, Chow Yufeng did not stay at the Tianlong Hotel for long and left with Lu Yu. In front of the hotel, Chen Xin watched Chow Yufeng's departing figure, her hands clenched tightly, and she secretly vowed to win Chow Yufeng back. She was already disheartened after her last visit to the mall, so she found a small business owner with some money. But now, compared to Chow Yufeng, that small business owner is simply pathetic. She believed that Chow Yufeng must have feelings for her after being with her for 2 years, and that as long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely be able to win him back. Just as I was thinking about it, the small business owner called. Hey, Xin, I've booked a room. How about we spend some time together after get off work? Hearing the small business owner's voice on the phone, Chen Xin instantly felt utterly disgusted. A small business owner wants to touch her? She's young Master Feng's woman. Feeling disgusted, Chen Xin immediately retorted, Book a hotel room? Go ahead and book your mom's. Call your mom over to keep you company, you idiot. The shop owner was stunned. He bought Chen Xin a bag worth 20,000 yuan. Chen Xin was very clingy to him at the time, and the two agreed to meet at a hotel today. But now? The young boss was furious on the spot. Chen Xin, you fucking bitch, are you sick in the head? Do you think you're something special? Holding her phone, Chen Xin was hurling insults at the hotel owner in front of the hotel, revealing her shrewish nature. But Yang Li had no interest in watching the spectacle. She was filled with fear. Was she afraid that Chow Yufeng would retaliate against her? The other party is none other than the renowned young Master Feng. She simply cannot afford to offend this man. After leaving the Tianlong Hotel, Lu Yu couldn't wait to return to the beauty salon. The beauty salon manager has been calling her non-stop, saying the whole salon is packed with people signing up for memberships, and they all want to see her no matter what. Tell her to come back quickly and take charge of the situation. Lu Yu first went back to her rented room, changed her clothes, and threw the outfit she was wearing directly into the trash can. These clothes have been touched by other men. Xiao Yufeng had told her what had happened before, and only then did she realize that she had been in such danger. It was all because of Xiao Yufeng that she escaped danger unscathed. This made her love Xiao Yufeng even more. If Xiao Yufeng touched these clothes, she would be overjoyed, but if other men touched them, she would feel extremely awkward. Wearing these clothes felt like countless tiny ants were crawling on her body, which she couldn't stand. So even if she really liked the outfit, she had to throw it away. Xiao Yufeng was unaware that Lu Yu, like Chen Xin, was also hypocritical. However, Chen Xin has a double standard in her attitude towards the poor and the rich. Lu Yu, on the other hand, is very hypocritical when it comes to Xiao Yufeng and other men. The two are completely different. In Lu Yu's eyes, there are only two kinds of men in this world, Xiao Yufeng and all other men. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yu found a set of neat, plain-colored clothes, put them on, and drove the poison towards the beauty salon. Xiao Yufeng lay comfortably on the bed, intending to take a nap before going to find Yun Wanrong. He has plans tonight. Lu Yu drove the poison, attracting countless admiring glances along the way. The luxury car and beautiful woman drew envious looks from many. Seeing those envious looks, even Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little smug. Not only Xiao Yufeng lamented the vast difference in their identities, but Lu Yu was also often in a daze, unable to believe everything she now possessed. According to Xiao Yufeng's idea, this is just the beginning. They also want to build factories and continue to expand their beauty salons. She had already instructed one of her managers to handle all of this. The manager replied to you this morning, saying they've selected a few nice shops, but they're a bit expensive. She planned to go check on things after she finished her work at the shop today. Driving the poison car to the beauty salon instantly attracted the attention of everyone inside. These people all have some influence in Dalan City. The wealthy second generation in Dalan City have to give Xiao Yufeng face, and those with some power also have to give the wealthy second generation face. That's why Lu Yu's beauty salon has so many more people wanting to sign up for memberships, far exceeding the number of people who communicated with Lu Yu yesterday. Those rich kids had already transferred their money to Lu Yu, so they wouldn't be like these people, waiting here in misery just to exchange a few words with Lu Yu and become acquainted with her. When they saw Lu Yu arrive with poison, everyone's faces showed shock. Previously, they thought that a small beauty salon was too weak, and that the so-called young Master Feng had opened this business. But now it seems that young Master Feng's women are all using poison worth hundreds of millions. Need I say more about his strength? These people quickly concealed the shock on their faces, and went out to greet Lu Yu with smiles, showering her with compliments. Lu Yu would give subtle hints, or occasionally stop to exchange a few words. Chapter 65: An unexpected encounter with Yun Wanrong's ex-husband. Xiao Yufeng was just about to lie down on the bed and take a nap when his phone rang. When Xiao Yufeng picked it up, he was a little surprised to see that it was Yun Wanrong calling. Xiao Yufeng really didn't expect that Yun Wanrong would take the initiative to call him. Is the sun rising in the west? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yufeng clicked to answer the call. As soon as the voice and video call connected, Yun Wanrong's voice came from the other end. The sound was clear and crisp, like a lark singing on a branch. "Handsome young man, did I disturb you?" Yun Wanrong asked. Xiao Yufeng laughed and said, "How could that be? I'd be more than happy to have Sister Rong come over and chat with me. I was even planning to get on good terms with Sister Rong so that you could give me some special treatment." "You're so glib," Yun Wanrong said with a laugh. Although it was her first time calling Xiao Yufeng, she wasn't nervous at all. "I just found chatting with Xiao Yufeng interesting and treated this younger brother as an ordinary friend." Hearing Xiao Yufeng's words, Yun Wanrong felt more at ease and started joking around. Hearing Yun Wanrong's words, Xiao Yufeng replied with a smile, "Sister Rong, I don't know why, but I feel very relaxed and at ease chatting with you, as if we've known each other for a long time." These words struck a chord with Yun Wanrong. She also felt that she and Xiao Yufeng hit it off immediately, as if they had known each other for a long time. Aside from a little awkwardness at the beginning of their conversation, Xiao Yufeng always managed to make her laugh, and he also happened to be interested in the things she liked, so the two seemed to have endless topics to talk about. This made Yun Wanrong feel that she had a special connection with Xiao Yufeng, and she was naturally more willing to chat with him. That's why she called Xiao Yufeng early this morning. "Sister Rong, why don't you just be my older sister?" Xiao Yufeng said with a smile. Xiao Yufeng had a clear understanding of his own position. He first established the sibling relationship to put Yun Wanrong at ease and prevent her from being wary of him. In today's society, people usually call each other sister first, then sister, and after a while, they call each other baby. When pursuing a girl, especially an older woman, don't immediately act all dramatic and express how much you care about her. This will not only make her feel disgusted but also put her on guard. Instead, we could start as simple friends and gradually deepen our relationship. This gradual approach is actually more conducive to deepening the relationship between the two. Upon hearing this, Yoon Won-rong agreed without the slightest hesitation. Great. It just so happens that I'm missing a little brother. Since you've already recognized me as your godsister, I'm going to treat you to a big meal tonight. I was thinking of just treating you to a simple meal to get rid of you, but it seems that idea will have to be abandoned. As Yoon Won-rong spoke, she laughed first. Chow Yufeng talked with Yoon Won-rong for 2 hours before hanging up the phone. Shortly after he hung up the phone, Wei Sheng sent him a message. They indicated that they were already handling the relevant procedures with the families of Dong Hao and Zhang Bin, and that the acquisition of their businesses would be completed tomorrow. Furthermore, Wei Sheng mentioned that acquiring the assets of the two companies would require approximately 700 million yuan. Chow Yufeng didn't care about the money, he just wanted Wei Sheng to reach an agreement with the families of the two men as soon as possible. As for why Wei Sheng said he would talk to the family, Chow Yufeng didn't care. But he guessed that the two of them were at least bedridden. It doesn't matter who he talks to, Chow Yufeng only wants the assets. Chow Yufeng will transfer these assets to Mu Linchuang's name, taking the opportunity to collect a large sum of money as a form of care payment. After hanging up the phone, Chow Yufeng lay on the bed and had a good night's sleep. When I woke up, it was already getting dark. Looking around the house, Chow Yufeng saw that Lu Yu hadn't returned yet. He took a shower, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the Western restaurant where he had arranged to meet Yoon Won-rong. Unbeknownst to Chow Yufeng, Yoon Won-rong had arrived at the restaurant quite early. Today, Yoon Won-rong wore a fitted cheongsam in the style of ink painting, which tightly hugged her body. The cheongsam was painted with landscapes in only black and white, without any other colors. It was full of ink painting style, which matched Yoon Won-rong's scholarly temperament perfectly, making her appear even more gentle and elegant. On her long legs, Yoon Won-rong wore a pair of flesh-colored stockings, which made her round, long legs appear even more flawless. As she moved, her long legs, encased in stockings, were faintly visible beneath her cheongsam, making her incredibly alluring. On her small, size 36 feet, Yoon Won-rong wore a pair of pure white leather stiletto heels, with heels about 5 centimeters long, which accentuated her tall figure. The moment Yoon Won-rong walked into the restaurant, countless eyes turned to her. Many men couldn't help but show a hint of desire when they looked at Yoon Won-rong. 30 is the best age for a woman. She has shed her naivety and gained a touch of maturity. Yoon Won-rong perfectly embodies the charm of a mature woman. Seeing the glances that kept getting in her way in the restaurant, Yoon Won-rong sat down gracefully and waited quietly for Chow Yufeng to arrive. What Yoon Won-rong didn't notice was that inside the restaurant, a man who was eating frowned deeply after seeing her. The man's name is Chu Dejiang. He is Yoon Won-rong's ex-husband and the vice president of a university. Chu Dejiang has a round face, is slightly overweight, and wears a white shirt, suit pants, a tie, and glasses, giving him a refined and cultured appearance. Seeing that Yoon Won-rong had also come to the restaurant, Chu Dejiang's face was filled with annoyance. Back then, he asked Yoon Won-rong for a small favor, but she refused, causing his project to purchase research equipment for the school to be delayed until now. We're husband and wife, what's wrong with helping each other out? What about Yoon Won-rong? She not only refused him outright, but also scolded him, and the matter escalated to the point of divorce. Back then, he thought Yoon Won-rong was well-educated, reasonable, and understanding. Looking back now, it was all bullshit. What intellectual, what principle, she was just a selfish woman. Chu Dejiang harbored extreme hatred for Yoon Won-rong. He just didn't understand. Wasn't it just about having Yoon Won-rong sleep with the client? What's the big deal? She wouldn't even help with this small favor and instead scolded him? What a fucking selfish person. Afterwards, Yoon Won-rong discovered that he was keeping a mistress, one of his female students, and that they had a child together. Because of this small mistake, Yoon Won-rong actually divorced him? He was so angry he almost laughed. This was absurd. He had only made a few minor mistakes, and Yoon Won-rong was actually going to make a scene about divorce. He had never seen such a petty and narrow-minded woman before. It's true what they say, a big forest has all kinds of birds, and it certainly opened his eyes to a whole new world. Chu Dejiang glanced at Yoon Won-rong with disgust, then stood up and walked towards her. Just then, a woman dressed in a flamboyant manner, who looked to be about 21 or 22 years old, walked into the restaurant. The woman was Song Lu, a student whom Chu Dejiang was keeping. As soon as Song Lu entered the restaurant, he saw Yun Wanrong. Upon seeing this former official wife, Song Lu showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, with a hint of provocation on her face, she swayed her hips and walked towards Yun Wanrong with cat-like steps. Yun Wanrong naturally saw Chu Dejiang and Song Lu as well. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, what bad luck. That scoundrel of a couple is usually very arrogant, and every time they see her they come up to her and make sarcastic remarks. Song Lu would jokingly refer to her as ex-wife's sister. Yun Wanrong was extremely disgusted by this obviously sarcastic title. She truly regretted marrying Chu Dejiang. She hated herself for being blind and not seeing through his hypocritical nature sooner. Song Lu approached Yun Wanrong's table, and without asking her permission, pulled up a chair and said sarcastically in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, isn't this my ex-wife's sister? Eating all alone again?" Chapter 66, Slapping the Mistress Away. "Honey, look, my ex-wife is eating all alone again. So pitiful, he he he." Song Lu feigned a cold smile, his gaze towards Yun Wanrong filled with mockery. Chu Dejiang smiled contemptuously, serves her right. She wouldn't even help with a small favor when asked. People like her deserve to live a lonely life. Chu Dejiang scoffed, secretly pleased with himself. He's surrounded by a beautiful woman now, and although his face is covered in more powder than makeup, it's still there, isn't it? But what about you, Yun Wanrong? Still, I'm all alone. The contrast between the two highlights his excellence and underscores how wrong Yun Wanrong's decision to divorce him was. Yun Wanrong stared at Chu Dejiang in disbelief, her face turning pale with anger. She couldn't believe that a vice principal, a public figure, could say such shameless things. What does helping with a small favor mean? Chu Dejiang meant for her to sleep with the client. In exchange for this, he could sell the equipment at a low price and make a profit from it. But what happened after she refused? Chu Dejiang was so shameless as to drug her. If she hadn't discovered it in time and escaped, this hypocrite would have already succeeded. It is said that even a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness, but now Chu Dejiang is kicking her while she's down and making sarcastic remarks, which really chills her to the bone. Yun Wanrong's expression was icy. Looking at the two people's smug faces, she said coldly, "If you two have finished speaking, please leave, okay?" He. Song Lu sneered, arrogantly picked up the coffee that Yun Wanrong had just ordered, and said smugly, "Ex-wife, are you so busy kicking people out? Is it necessary to be so petty? So what if he stole your husband? You should be more magnanimous. How about I introduce you to someone? The old man who takes out the trash downstairs from my building, I think he's quite nice. Want me to play matchmaker for you? So you won't be lonely every night and have to rely on your 5 fingers to solve your problems, he. Song Lu sneered arrogantly, constantly provoking Yun Wanrong with his words. But before Song Li's laughter could even subside, Chow Yufeng, who had arrived at the restaurant, was already behind her and interrupted her mocking laughter. "Hey, where did this auntie come from? Wanrong, is this your friend?" Chow Yufeng asked with a smile. "Auntie?" Song Li's lips twitched, and a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. This kid actually dared to call her auntie? She's only in her early 20s, okay? Before Song Lu could speak, Chow Yufeng continued with a smile, "Hello, you two, I'm Wanrong's boyfriend." As he spoke, Chow Yufeng walked up behind Yun Wanrong with a smile and naturally placed his hands on her shoulders. Yun Wanrong smiled slightly, showing no resistance whatsoever. "What? Is this guy Yun Wanrong's boyfriend?" Chu Dejiang's face was grim, and his gaze toward Chow Yufeng was filled with anger. He couldn't accept that Yun Wanrong had someone else by her side, especially someone so young, handsome, and with such a great physique. Yun Wanrong should stay single for life. How can anyone want such a petty and narrow-minded woman? Chu Dejiang's refined and gentle face was full of displeasure, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses looked at Chow Yufeng with a hint of resentment. He was no longer the smug and arrogant person he used to be. Chow Yufeng noticed the unpleasant expressions on their faces, a smile playing on his lips, and continued. "Wanrong, look at you. You didn't even say anything when an elder came to visit. This lady must have just finished painting the house and came over from get off work. How can you take an elder to eat Western food when you've done manual labor? Western food won't fill you up, will it, auntie? Scraping off the white paint? Auntie?" These two words made Song Li's face turn gloomy. She glared at Chow Yufeng with eyes blazing with fury, her teeth grinding together. She looked older than her age, and her makeup was a bit heavy, but this kid actually dared to call her auntie. What a sharp-tongued bastard. You brat, you dare offend me? Do you know who I am? Somla slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, threatening Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng laughed. You're really taking me for a fool, daring to talk back to me like that. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped the other person across the face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Somla looked at Chow Yufeng's hand with horror as it slapped hard against her face. A sharp pain shot through Son Li's face. Her face contorted in agony as she clutched her face, staggered backward, and collapsed to the ground. Chow Yufeng slapped Son Li with all his might, slapping off the white coating on his face and leaving a clear 5-finger mark on his right cheek. Without the white shield, Son Li's right cheek was bluish-purple, swollen like a steamed bun. Son Li covered her face, her eyes filled with ferocity and resentment as she looked at Chow Yufeng. Hit me? You dare hit me? You bastard, you dare hit me? Son Li roared like a shrew. She pointed at Chow Yufeng, her face full of resentment and ferocity. She had always been the one bullying Yun Wanrong, but now a boy brought by Yun Wanrong dared to bully her and even slapped her across the face. She couldn't accept it, she couldn't tolerate it. Chu Dejiang, are you stupid? Where are you standing? Can't you see your wife has been beaten? Chu Dejiang suddenly came to his senses. He hadn't expected Chow Yufeng to be so arrogant, attacking without warning. He hadn't even had time to react. Seeing the ferocious 5-finger mark on Son Li's face, Chu Dejiang's expression turned extremely ugly. He was about to say something polite when Chow Yufeng spoke first. Don't make me slap you. Roll. As Chow Yufeng spoke, he took out a napkin from the table and wiped his hands with disgust. What the hell? I slapped it in the face and got big white stuff all over my hands. Chu Dejiang's face stiffened. Looking at the coldness in Chow Yufeng's eyes, he trembled with fear and tried to comfort himself. Porcelain doesn't fight with earthenware jars. Only a brainless person would resort to violence. I'm an elite, a scholar. I can easily outmaneuver this little bastard with my brain. Chu Dejiang didn't dare utter a word, pulled Son Li up, and slunk back to his seat. They arrived with such arrogance, and left in such a sorry state. Back in his seat, Son Li was visibly annoyed. He complained, Chu Dejiang, your wife got beaten up and you didn't even dare to say a word? You're such a spineless vice principal. You always brag about who you know. Oh, right, didn't you say you knew a lot of rich kids? Like Zhang Bin and Dong Hao? Go find them and teach this little bastard a lesson. Chu Dejiang's face darkened as he listened to Son Li's rambling, and he snapped, alright, are we still not celebrating our 3-year anniversary? Son Li's imposing aura diminished, and his gaze toward Chu Dejiang was filled with obvious fear. The thought that some little bastard dared to slap her filled her with rage. How dare some unknown little bastard hit her? Son Li covered her face, her eyes filled with resentment as she stared intently at Chow Yufeng. She would never let that little bastard get away with it. If Chu Dejiang wouldn't help her get revenge, then she would take it herself. Coincidentally, she recently got to know a new guy, whom people in the underworld call Bald Guy. She secretly slept with Baldy a few times without Chu Dejiang's knowledge. Baldy was very satisfied with her performance and patted his chest, saying that she would be helpful if there was anything in the underworld. Thinking of all this, Son Li looked at Chow Yufeng and Yun Wanrong and sneered, thinking venomously, you little bastard, you just wait. Having made up her mind, Son Li's expression changed instantly, and she looked at Chu Dejiang with a fawning expression. Honey, don't be angry. Didn't you say you bought me a diamond ring worth 30,000? Put it on my finger. Son Li looked at Chu Dejiang with a fawning expression. Although this guy was a hypocrite and had only been around for a short time, he was very good at making money, enough to allow her to live a refined life. Therefore, she had to endure it for the sake of her high society life. Chapter 67 Son Li, who takes an inch and wants a mile. Ding. Yun Wanrong's favorability plus 20, current favorability points, 55. Ding. The host helped Yun Wanrong teach that adulterous couple a lesson. Yun Wanrong is in a good mood, her happiness value increases by 100, and her current total happiness value is 700 points. The voice rang in his mind. Chow Yufeng was a little surprised. He had only made a simple move, but Yun Wanrong's favorability had increased by 20 points. It seems that Yun Wanrong really dislikes these two. Chow Yufeng glanced at Chu Dejiang and Song Lo, sat down in his seat, and asked, Sister Rong, who are these two people? Chow Yufeng's question made Yun Wanrong's face darken. She shook her head and changed the subject, saying, Yufeng, let's order some food. Seeing that Yun Wanrong was clearly unwilling to talk about it, Chow Yufeng didn't press her and nodded with a smile. After ordering the food, Chow Yufeng and Yun Wanrong chatted casually. Chow Yufeng could clearly sense that Yun Wanrong was not in a good mood while chatting, and she seemed distracted when talking to him. This left him somewhat helpless. He had originally thought that he could have a pleasant chat with Yun Wanrong this time and take the opportunity to increase his favorability, but who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing? Fortunately, the food was served quickly, and the two chatted while they ate. Gradually, Yun Wanrong's mood improved, and Chow Yufeng saw a glimmer of hope. But this glimmer of hope was quickly extinguished. The lights in the Western restaurant gradually dimmed. At Chu Dejiang and Son Li's table, the staff lit 2 candles and placed an exquisite round cake on their table. The unexpected turn of events in the restaurant drew the attention of everyone dining there. Chow Yufeng and Yun Wanrong were no exception. Song Lo saw Yun Wanrong's gaze and smiled provocatively. Then, he slowly stood up from his seat. Chu Dejiang then stood up, holding the flowers handed to him by the waiter, and slowly spoke to Song Lu under everyone's gaze. They said all sorts of mushy things, like loving Song Lo, that today is their 3rd anniversary together, and thanking Song Lo for her companionship. After saying that, Chu Dejiang knelt down on one knee and handed over the flowers in his hand. In the center of the flowers, a diamond ring sits, reflecting rays of light under the candlelight. A candlelight dinner, flowers, and diamonds. The ambience was certainly charming, instantly filling the restaurant with a romantic atmosphere. Listening to Chu Dejiang's deeply affectionate words, many people in the restaurant showed expressions of emotion. Wow, how happy you are. Honey, look at him. After 3 years together, he still thoughtfully prepared a gift for his wife. Being his wife is so wonderful, unlike you. This man is so romantic to express his love in front of everyone. I wish my boyfriend was that romantic. Look how sweet they are. I want to live such a sweet life in the future. It's so wonderful. The man is handsome and dashing, and the woman has fair skin. It's just that the slap mark isn't pretty, but it doesn't affect their romantic day at all. I'm so envious. Give me a kiss. Yes, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Inside the restaurant, shouts of "give me a kiss" echoed throughout the space. These words might have been words of happiness for them, but for Yun Wanrong, they were like sharp knives piercing her already wounded heart. Song Le turned his gaze to Yun Wanrong, his provocative eyes carrying a clear hint of mockery, and a sneer playing on his lips. Seeing the mistress smugly showing affection to her ex-husband is unacceptable to any woman, especially when the mistress is smugly provoking her. Yun Wanrong looked at the two of them, biting her lip tightly, tears silently streaming down her face. Seeing the tears on Yun Wanrong's face, Chow Yufeng understood that Yun Wanrong was clearly a woman with a story. Seeing Yun Wanrong's pitiful appearance as she silently wept, and Son Li's arrogant and smug face, Chow Yufeng thought for 2 seconds and stood up. After looking around, he saw a waiter standing alone in the corner, walked over, and said with a smile, "Hello, I need a childlessness preventing bag, and could you put some things inside for me? Here's 1,000 yuan, consider it a tip for your trouble." "Thank you." The waiter beamed with joy upon seeing the 1,000 yuan handed to him, repeatedly assuring Chow Yufeng that he would definitely get it done. Soon, the waiter handed the prepared items to Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng reached out and took it, put it in his pocket, then walked to Yun Wanrong's side, gently patted her shoulder, and offered silent comfort. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Song Le watched this scene with even greater smugness, especially when he saw Yun Wanrong's pitiful appearance with tears streaming down her face, his smile stretching almost to his ears. After Chu Dejiang put the diamond ring on her finger, Song Lo, holding flowers, walked triumphantly towards Yun Wanrong. "Ex-wife, I'm really sorry, did I hurt you? Should I apologize to you?" He. Song Le sneered and continued to provoke her. After saying that, he handed over the flowers he was holding, and then added sarcastically, "Ex-wife, these are flowers your husband bought for me, aren't they beautiful? How about I give them to you? It'd be a comfort to you, wouldn't it?" He. Song Lu laughed smugly, his face full of mockery, displaying the smugness of a petty person who had achieved success. Yun Wanrong ignored Song Li's sarcasm, sitting there silently and completely disregarding Song Lu. Even if Chow Yufeng hadn't seen Yun Wanrong, he would definitely have thought that Yun Wanrong was strong, calm, and had a powerful aura. After seeing Yun Wanrong cry, Chow Yufeng knew that Yun Wanrong was putting on a brave face. She appeared calm on the surface, as if she didn't take Song Lo, this clown, seriously, but in her heart, she probably had cried countless times. Song Lo could naturally see through Yun Wanrong's outward strength, which made her smile even more happily. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, Chow Yufeng shoved Song Lo hard and then said directly, "If you don't want to keep getting slapped, get out of here." Song Lo turned pale with fright, her eyes filled with obvious fear as she looked at Chow Yufeng. Her face was still burning with pain, a reminder that this man wouldn't argue with you if you displeased him, he would definitely slap you across the face. Song Li's arrogant demeanor faltered. After glancing fearfully at Chow Yufeng, he left with a perfunctory remark and slunk away. "Oomph, what are you pretending for? You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to use brute force." Seeing Song Li sit back down and put her coat on the chair, Chow Yufeng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Looking into Yun Wanrong's eyes, tears of sorrow silently streamed down her face once again. Seeing this, Chow Yufeng took out a tissue and gently wiped away Yun Wanrong's tears. Yun Wanrong clearly resisted this intimate gesture and backed away slightly. Chow Yufeng laughed and said, "Why are you hiding? They're still watching. They can show off their love, so can we, this fake couple. Let's make them furious." Hearing this, Yun Wanrong chuckled, "You phone, I don't want to eat anymore. How about we go for a walk outside?" As Yun Wanrong spoke, she picked up her coat and was about to get up. Chow Yufeng grabbed Yun Wanrong's hand. "No way, Sister Rong, are you just going to let this adulterous couple get away with it? Don't worry, I guarantee you, there's going to be a great show soon, I swear to God, it'll be amazing," Chow Yufeng said with a smile, pointing to the roof. Seeing Chow Yufeng's earnest promise, Yun Wanrong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Seeing that Yun Wanrong agreed, Chow Yufeng posted the location of the Western restaurant in the second generation group. "Who's around here? Could you please find someone and bring them over? I need to take care of something." The reason Chow Yufeng asked those rich second generation individuals to find people instead of using them was because those rich second generation individuals were too eye-catching. People with some influence in Dalan City were familiar with these rich second generation individuals. Therefore, it's better to find a stranger. Chapter 68 exposes Song Li's true colors. Chow Yufeng sent the message, and Wei Sheng immediately replied. "Young Master Feng, I'm nearby. What do you suggest we do about finding him?" Chow Yufeng explained the plan to Wei Sheng in detail, and Wei Sheng assured him that he would definitely get it done. Chow Yufeng then asked Yun Wanrong for Chu Dajiang and Song Li's names and jobs, and sent the information to Wei Sheng. Soon, Chow Yufeng's phone rang. Wei Sheng called him, telling him that the person had arrived at the door and asking if he wanted to start now. After Chow Yufeng agreed, a man dressed casually with blonde hair dyed golden walked into the restaurant. Huang Mao and Chow Yufeng exchanged glances, nodded subtly, and then Huang Mao headed straight for Song Li's table. At this moment, Chu Dejiang was feeding Song Li cake, the two of them showing affection and putting on an act for the people in the restaurant to see, deliberately trying to annoy Yun Wanrong. Song Lu went even further, his eyes frequently darting in a provocative manner as he looked at Yun Wanrong with a smug expression. Song Li perfectly portrayed that smug, petty person's face. Seeing Song Li's provocative gaze, Yun Wanrong remained outwardly calm, but her clenched fists completely betrayed her inner anger. Just then, Huang Mao strode up to Song Lu, his face filled with sadness and indignation. He grabbed Song Li's hand and questioned, "Song Lu, didn't you say you would divorce that good-for-nothing Chu Dajiang as soon as possible? But now, you're still showing affection for him here?" Song Li's smug expression froze instantly. He stared blankly at the blonde-haired man, wondering who he was. Chu Dajiang was equally puzzled, but his puzzlement was tinged with anger. Because he had just heard Huang Mao say that Song Lu wanted to divorce him. Did Song Lu cheat on him? Chu Dejiang's face immediately contorted in pain. Fueled with anger, Chu Dejiang stood up and looked at the blonde-haired man, asking, "Friend, I'm her husband. What did you mean by what you just said?" "Yes, who are you? What do you mean by that?" "Explain yourself clearly," Song Lu retorted. Fine, Song Lu, you're turning your back on me, aren't you?" The blonde-haired man looked furious, turned to Chu Dejiang, and then mocked, "I know you're her husband, your name is Chu Dejiang, right? The university vice president, Song Lu told me about you." Upon hearing Huang Mao's words, Chu Dejiang's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned extremely ugly. How did this blonde guy know his name and that he was the vice principal? The blonde guy just said that Song Lu told him this, so what is their relationship? Was I really cheated on? Chu Dejiang's face turned ashen instantly, his eyes glaring at Song Lu. Song Lu was startled and hurriedly explained, "Honey, don't misunderstand, I don't know him, I really don't know him, he..." Before Song Lu could finish speaking, the blonde-haired man interrupted her angrily, saying, "Fine, Song Lu, now you're pretending not to know me, huh? Didn't you say back then that you loved me and that you only became this married man's mistress because you were after his money? We planned this together. I would get you pregnant first, then frame Chu Dejiang for the child, and force Chu Dejiang's wife away. You said that after you married Chu Dejiang, you would let the sucker Chu Dejiang raise our child, and then you would divorce him after a year. Have you forgotten all the things you said?" The blonde-haired man questioned her tearfully, and just looking at his heartbroken expression, even the versatile actor Jiao Hui would have to give him a thumbs up. His acting was spot on. Song Lu was stunned on the spot. How come she didn't know she had planned so much? However, the child is definitely not someone like Chu Dejiang who was being taken advantage of. She went too far. She had multiple partners before, and she didn't even know whose child it was. It just so happened that Chu Dejiang seduced her at that time, and she went along with it. Chu Dejiang's face turned extremely ugly. He said that the child looks less and less like him as he grows up. He only realized today that he had become the one who took the fall. He realized that he was already wearing a big green hat on his head. Chu Dejiang's face flushed red with anger, his expression contorted with rage. Chu Dejiang is extremely hypocritical. He would willingly sell out his wife for money, even resorting to drugging her. But now, Song Lu is going even further than him, not only cheating on him but also making him raise someone else's child. This instantly broke Chu Dejiang's defenses. He remembered how smugly he had been showing affection to Song Lu before, and he felt like a fool who had been manipulated by Song Lu. Thinking of this, Chu Dejiang angrily raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Smack! With a crisp sound, dust rose everywhere. Song Lu was slapped across the face by Chu Dejiang with a look of terror on his face. Now it's even out. There's a handprint on each side of his face, both bluish-purple. The sudden turn of events drew everyone's attention back to the two individuals in the restaurant. The two were just showing off their affection, which made them quite envious. But now, before they could even finish showing affection, how did they start fighting? Wow, what a display of affection. They're really something else. It's true what they say, hitting is affection, scolding is love, and when the love gets deep, they kick each other. How about it, darling? Weren't you envious just now? How about we show off our love like this too? Come on, lean your face over here, sweetie. Holy crap, they looked so loving on the surface, but they were just a pair of scumbags. The man betrayed his wife, and the mistress betrayed him, even making him help raise her and her lover's child. This entertainment circle is really messy. I am truly ashamed of myself. I have never seen such fancy tricks before. I was actually envious of that scumbag couple just now. I spit on them. I'm such an idiot. The surrounding crowd pointed and whispered, and Chu Dejiang and Song Lu looked as if they had eaten shit. Just moments ago, they were the envy of everyone, but in a short time, they became the most condemned adulterous couple. Song Lu covered her face, looking at Chu Dejiang with fear, and anxiously tried to explain. Honey, let me explain. It's not what you think. I don't even know who this person is. Evidence, yes, honey, he said we were having an affair, you need to make him produce evidence. Song Lu was like a drowning person grasping at the last straw, shouting and demanding that Huang Mao produce evidence. Chu Dejiang also looked at Huang Mao with a suspicious expression. He is the vice president of the university, which means he is a person of importance. If you want to look up his name, you can do so easily. Moreover, Song Li's confident demeanor clearly indicated that he was extremely confident. Did I really misunderstand her? Chu Dejiang thought for a moment, then looked at Huang Mao. This kid doesn't look like a good person at all. Could it be that Yun Wanrong, that bitch, or her lover hired him to mess with him? Chu Dejiang then looked at Chao Yufeng and Yun Wanrong. The two were enjoying the drama unfold, watching the two go from being admired by everyone to being condemned by all, and seeing the villain receive his just deserts. Yun Wanrong felt as if the heavy stone weighing on her heart had been lifted away in an instant. She knew that all of this was because of Chao Yufeng. She also knew that Huang Mao was someone Chao Yufeng had hired, because Chao Yufeng had just invited her to watch a big show. This warmed Yun Wanrong's heart. Although the little guy was young, he was really good at taking care of people. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability plus 10, current favorability points, 65. As she was thinking this, Yun Wanrong noticed Chu Dejiang's gaze shifting back and forth. Yun Wanrong knew that Huang Mao was sent by Chao Yufeng, and she felt guilty. She immediately turned her head away, not daring to meet Chu Dejiang's gaze. Chao Yufeng was watching with great interest, and he sighed inwardly. Wei Sheng's subordinates are truly full of talented people. Huang Mao's acting was so convincing that he almost believed it. Just as they were engrossed in watching, Chu Dejiang's gaze fell upon them. Looking at Chu Dejiang, Chao Yufeng revealed a mocking smile and stared directly into Chu Dejiang's eyes. Seeing their behavior, Chu Dejiang became even more suspicious. Chapter 69. Chu Dejiang brutally beats Song Lu. Could it be that I misunderstood Song Lu? Chu Dejiang looked at the expressions on Chao Yufeng and Yun Wanrong's faces and made guesses in his mind. Just now, Yun Wanrong didn't dare to look him in the eye and turned her head away guiltily. Chao Yufeng wore a look of schadenfreude, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The expressions on their faces only strengthened his resolve. Song Lu was right. All that talk about being cuckolded and taking over someone else's relationship is bullshit. This blonde guy was hired by Chao Yufeng and Yun Wanrong to deliberately sow discord between him and Song Lu, making them look bad in front of everyone. These two are just watching the show. Thinking of this, Chu Dejiang's face turned very ugly as he glared at Chao Yufeng and Yun Wanrong. The surrounding crowd watched this scene with faces full of confusion. Many people speculated that they might have misunderstood, since Song Lu spoke with great conviction, while Huang Mao had only made these statements without providing any substantial evidence. This is quite intriguing. Could it be that we've misunderstood? They really are a loving couple, and this blonde guy is just spreading rumors? Of course. Look how affectionate and sweet they were just now. Sigh, I misunderstood them. The surrounding crowd was talking, and listening to their discussions, Chu Dejiang became even more certain that he had misunderstood Song Lu. The thought that Chao Yufeng and Yun Wanrong had actually hired a blonde guy to ruin his relationship with Song Lu filled Chu Dejiang with resentment towards Chao Yufeng. Hearing the whispers, Song Li's face lit up with joy, and a smug look returned to her expression. As long as what she did wasn't exposed, she would still be a good woman, and Chu Dejiang wouldn't doubt whether the child was his biological child. It's laughable that this blonde guy tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. He's incredibly stupid. He didn't even prepare a single piece of evidence. It's hilarious. So what if she's a mistress who seduces other women's husbands? So what if she changes grooms every night? So what if she wants Chu Dejiang to be a keyboard warrior? Does anyone have evidence? If she hides it well, who could possibly know? I'm just messing around, so what? What can you do about it? Song Lu thought to herself smugly, planning what gift Chu Dejiang would give her during this opportunity so she could take advantage of him and make a good profit. But Song Li's smugness didn't last even a second before the blonde-haired man said, "You want evidence, right? Fine, then I'll produce the evidence." As Huang Mao spoke, he looked at Song Lu with a pained expression. "Song Lu, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. You don't recognize me once you hear my skirt, do you? Come on, everyone, take a look. This woman just finished being intimate with me and came here. The infertility-preventing bag she used is still in her coat pocket. If you don't believe me, go and check it out." Bullshit. Your mother is the one being affectionate with you. Honey, don't believe him, he's just framing me, Song Lu retorted confidently. The blonde-haired man sneered and said, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll know once you take out what's in your pocket." Huang Mao's confident demeanor made Chu Dejiang suspicious again, and he looked at Song Lu with cold eyes. Song Lu was very confident that she didn't know Huang Mao at all, let alone be affectionate towards him. Seeing Chu Dejiang's suspicious look, Song Lu said directly, "Honey, you doubt me? Fine, I'll pay. Song Lu shouted and grabbed his coat, reaching into his pocket. But the moment his hand reached into his pocket, his expression changed instantly. How is that possible? How did I end up with a wad of toilet paper in my pocket?" Song Li's face turned deathly pale instantly. Just by looking at Song Li's expression, Chu Dejiang's heart, which had just settled down, instantly jumped up again. He suddenly stepped forward, snatched the coat from Song Li's hand, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a wad of toilet paper. He unfolded the toilet paper and looked at the condom lying quietly on it. Chu Dejiang's face turned green instantly. What else was there to say? He had really been cheated on. Song Lu was completely stunned. The smug look she had just shown vanished instantly, replaced by fear as she stared in disbelief at the condom inside the toilet paper. She was absolutely certain that she didn't recognize the blonde guy, but where did this condom come from? Song Lu was filled with fear. She was terrified, her whole body trembling with fear. Just moments ago she was smug and self-satisfied, but in the blink of an eye she was as terrified as a little chick, trembling with fear. The crowd around Chu Dejiang stared at the condom in his hand, momentarily stunned. Holy crap! Can anyone tell me what's going on? Who's telling the truth? Are they a pair of adulterers or a loving couple? What else is there to say? They even found TT on this woman, so how could it be fake? Wow, I really didn't expect that. This woman was acting so well just now that I actually believed her. I really thought she was a virtuous wife and loving mother. Now that I see it, I can only laugh. You can know a person's face but not their heart. This guy is no good either. He's a university vice president, yet he keeps a mistress and abandons his wife. Pa, what a piece of trash he is. The crowd around them was indignant, pointing and whispering about Chu Dejiang and Song Lu. Listening to everyone's words, Song Lu felt extreme fear. She didn't understand. What did acting mean? Did she really know nothing about it? I'm innocent. I really don't know who put this in my pocket. Song Lu panicked completely, her face filled with fear, and she looked at Chu Dejiang pleadingly. Still dared to argue. Chu Dejiang's eyes immediately turned red, and he slammed the condom in his hand into Song Li's face. At this moment, Song Lu looked disheveled, and there was no trace of his previous arrogance. Seeing this, Chow Yufeng smiled, picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and looked at Yun Wanrong with a smile, saying, Sister Rong, how was it? Did you enjoy this show? Yun Wanrong was completely stunned, but felt incredibly relieved. These two had been arrogant and domineering in front of her before, but now, their faces were both ashen, and they were putting on a perfect dog-eat-dog show in front of everyone. She knew that Chow Yufeng was behind all of this. This filled Yun Wanrong with gratitude towards Chow Yufeng. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability plus 5, current favorability points, 70. Ding! Thanks to the host's intervention, Yun Wanrong feels exceptionally relieved and in a good mood. Her pleasure value has increased by 100, bringing her total pleasure value to 800 points. What Yun Wanrong couldn't understand was how Chow Yufeng, how he managed to put that condom into Song Li's pocket. She remembered that apart from slapping Song Lu and bumping into her, Chow Yufeng hadn't made any other contact with her. Could it be that Chow Yufeng put that thing in Song Li's pocket after bumping into him? But isn't that hand speed a bit too fast? Chow Yufeng noticed Yun Wanrong's surprise and doubt, smiled, picked up a tissue, crumpled it into a ball, and waved it in front of Yun Wanrong with his right hand. He opened his right hand again, and there was no longer any crumpled paper in his palm. The crumpled paper was now lying quietly on Yun Wanrong's head. But Yun Wanrong was completely unaware. She was amazed by what she saw. Yun Wanrong naturally wouldn't notice, since this was a cheating skill mastery given to her by the system. If it were so easy for someone to detect, then how Deli wouldn't have lost so badly back then. Chow Yufeng never imagined that one day he would use his gambling skills in this way. On the other side, Chu Dejiang's face turned ashen with anger. You bitch, are you trying to deny it to me? You don't even know who this blonde guy is, or where this TT came from. Fuck you, you bitch. Chu Dejiang cursed angrily, grabbed Song Li's hair, and slapped Song Li's face repeatedly. The sound of slapping echoed throughout the Western restaurant. The speed of the slapping was astonishing. Chapter 70, a ripple of emotion stirred within Yun Wanrong's heart. In the Western restaurant, Chu Dejiang and Song Lu were fighting like dogs, turning their supposedly loving relationship into a complete joke. Seeing this scene, Yun Wanrong's face was full of complicated emotions. She didn't deny that she was very happy, extremely happy. All the pent-up frustration from years of being suppressed was released at this moment, and the feeling of exhilaration made her want to cry tears of joy. But she had to admit that she was really foolish. She had once trusted Chu Dejiang and Song Lu so much. Back then, she always warmly welcomed Song Lu whenever he came to her house. But what was the result? However, the two of them were having an affair behind her back, and after being exposed, they not only showed no remorse, but also mocked and humiliated her. But now, Yun Wanrong felt incredibly relaxed, and all of this was because of the young boy in front of her, Chow Yufeng. Although this little boy is young, he is strong, good-looking, and has a good physique. More importantly, he will really stand up for you. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability plus 3, current favorability points, 73. My favorability rating has increased again. Chow Yufeng was secretly delighted. Although he hadn't spent any money on Yun Wanrong yet, raising her favorability level was definitely worthwhile. Moreover, the higher the favorability rating, the deeper Yun Wanrong's affection for him will be, and the two can even get together. Although I didn't make any money, having a beautiful woman by my side is a wonderful thing in life, isn't it? Neither of them is married, so why aren't they getting together? Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng generously took Yun Wanrong's hand. Yun Wanrong blushed and hurriedly tried to refuse. Before she could even speak, Chow Yufeng laughed and said, "No, Sister Rong, we're just pretending to be a couple right now. Don't you want to kick a man when he's down? It's quite satisfying to kick someone when they're down." Chow Yufeng winked at Yun Wanrong with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Yun Wanrong chuckled. After glancing at the two bickering not far away, Yun Wanrong didn't refuse anymore. She let Chow Yufeng hold her smooth, delicate hand, and the two walked towards Quadrillion as intimately as a couple deeply in love. Chu Dejiang frowned deeply as he watched the two approach. At this moment, he was no longer the refined gentleman he once was. He was enraged like a wild beast, his hair disheveled, his glasses nowhere to be seen, and he was panting heavily with anger. His face was full of frustration, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Chu Dejiang knew that the two of them were just there to watch the show, to see him and Song Le fighting like dogs, which made him even angrier, almost bursting with rage. However, thinking of Chow Yufeng's ruthlessness and decisiveness in slapping someone across the face without saying a word, he didn't dare utter a single word. At least, they wouldn't dare to do it in person. He only dares to direct his temper at those around him and at the vulnerable. He could drug Yun Wanrong and beat up Song Le, but when facing Chow Yufeng, he was like a doormat, only daring to lower his head and not even daring to look at Chow Yufeng. He's a typical example of a rat that's all bark and no bite. Seeing Chow Yufeng holding Yun Wanrong's hand intimately, Chu Dejiang didn't dare to say a word, but his eyes, which were lowered, were filled with obvious resentment and venom. In his heart, he wished he could tear Chow Yufeng to pieces. "You little brat, you just wait, I have 1,000 ways to kill you. You're still too green to fight me." Chu Dejiang cursed inwardly, his heart filled with resentment towards Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng naturally had no idea what Chu Dejiang was thinking, nor did he care to know. Would a dignified young master Feng care about a good-for-nothing like you? In terms of power, he fears no one in Dalan City, let alone a good-for-nothing like Chu Dejiang who dares not speak out against his anger. Seeing Chu Dejiang lower his head in fear, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, "Ex-husband, don't stop. I brought my girlfriend to watch the show, why did you stop?" Chu Dejiang's face was extremely ugly. Chow Yufeng's mocking words made his eyes spit fire, but he didn't dare to fight Chow Yufeng or even utter a word in rebuttal. All I could do was feel stifled, like a turtle hiding its head. Seeing that Chu Dejiang remained unmoved, Chow Yufeng's eyes turned cold, and he spoke again in an unfriendly tone, "Chu Dejiang, I'll say it one more time, my girlfriend and I are here to watch the show. If you don't make a move, believe me, I'll turn you into this show." Chow Yufeng wouldn't tolerate a scoundrel like Chu Dejiang, he would crush him to death. Now you realize how frustrating it is, why didn't you think about it earlier? What was he thinking when he bullied Yun Wanrong? For such a cowardly bully, Chow Yufeng was already being lenient by not giving him 2 big slaps. Chu Dejiang trembled all over. Chow Yufeng's words filled him with fear, but at the same time he felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. So he hated Chow Yufeng even more, and he gritted his teeth with hatred. Despite his resentment, he dared not ignore Chow Yufeng's words, so he could only take action against Song Le with even greater frustration. He had beaten Song Le before to vent his anger, but now he found that he didn't enjoy it at all. On the contrary, the more he beat him, the more frustrated he felt. Song Le felt even more aggrieved. Although Chu Dejiang felt aggrieved, he wasn't beaten. Song Le not only felt aggrieved, but he was also being physically beaten. Song Le was filled with regret. If she had known it would end like this, she would never have provoked Chow Yufeng and Yun Wanrong. Now look what happened. The more awesome you were before, the more pathetic and painful you are now. Her gaze toward Chow Yufeng and Yun Wanrong was filled with obvious fear and resentment. Seeing the two continue fighting, Chow Yufeng looked around, raised his right hand holding Yun Wanrong's, and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, my girlfriend is very happy today, so I, Mr. Chow, will be paying for everything. Please order whatever you like, both food and drinks. I just want to hear a few words of blessing from you all to my girlfriend and me. Can I order any food and drinks?" These words caused a stir in the Western restaurant, and cheers instantly filled the entire place. It's worth noting that Western food is known for its elaborate presentation and often leaves you feeling unsatisfied. If you want to eat your fill, you'll have to spend a lot of money. Moreover, good red wine and spirits, which are ridiculously expensive, are now available at any price. Holy crap, am I going to get full from eating Western food today? Ha ha ha. No doubt about it, I'll go first, bro. I wish you and your girlfriend a long and happy marriage and many children. Next, my buddy, I wish you and your girlfriend a harmonious and happy marriage with many children. Me too, brother, I wish you a lifetime of love and eternal youth. Brother, I have a lot of blessings to say, could you order 2 bottles of expensive wine? Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng laughed and waved his hand, saying, everyone here can order whatever they want. The dishes and drinks are the most expensive. As I said before, my girlfriend is happy today, so I, young Master Chow, will pay for everything. Ha ha ha. Alright, brother, then I won't stand on ceremony. Brother, I wish you and your wife a harmonious and happy life together, growing old together, and having both children. Hey bro, stop talking and leave me a couple of words. I wish you and your girlfriend a lifetime of love and happiness. One blessing after another rang out, and everyone laughed and talked, creating a joyful atmosphere. Hearing these words, Yun Wanrong, who was standing next to him, blushed and felt shy. She had never experienced anything like this before, being blessed by so many strangers. This kind of romance stirred up ripples in her heart. She even couldn't help but wonder if it would be even better if she and Chow Yufeng were a real couple. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability +2, current favorability 75 points. But amidst all this laughter and joy, there are always those who like to sing a different tune, trying to highlight their uniqueness. Just as someone was giving their blessings, a man dressed in gold and jade, with a large gold chain around his neck, suddenly slammed his hand on the table in the middle of the restaurant. Bang! A loud bang echoed throughout the entire stadium. Chapter 71 Private Chat with Yun Wanrong. Amidst the laughter and chatter of the Western restaurant, a man dressed in a mink coat and wearing a thick gold chain slammed his hand on the table with a disdainful expression. Bang! The loud explosion echoed throughout the restaurant. The man stood up with a displeased expression, looked at Chow Yufeng, curled his lip contemptuously, and arrogantly said, "What, Mr. Chow? I can't afford to eat, do you expect me to pay? What kind of person are you? Can't I even have a quiet meal? You've ruined my enjoyment." These words instantly silenced the cheerful atmosphere in the restaurant, and everyone glared at the man with displeasure. Yes, you're rich and powerful, but not everyone is rich. Besides, what's wrong with everyone having some fun? At least the cheerful atmosphere makes everyone happy. No one else said anything, not even the boss, but you spoke up. Everyone was thinking to themselves, and their gazes toward the mink man were filled with dissatisfaction. The man with the mink coat looked at everyone with disdain, curling his lip in contempt, displaying an arrogant attitude that seemed to say, "What can you do to me?" Chow Yufeng's gaze was somewhat icy, but without him saying anything, the blonde-haired man, who had already sensed young Master Feng's dissatisfaction, clearly realized that his chance to shine had come, and immediately strode over. Upon approaching the man in the sable coattails, he said in a low voice without saying a word, "Brother, young Master Chow is young Master Feng. Are you still going to continue to be disrespectful?" Huang Mao wasn't sure if Feng Xiao was willing to reveal his identity, so he simply whispered it to Diao Nan alone. The question instantly froze the arrogance on the mink man's face. His face was filled with fear and deathly pale, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. "Young Master Feng? I actually offended young Master Feng, and I'm showing him no respect at all?" The man with the mink coat felt as if his world had collapsed. He was very wealthy and well-informed, so he naturally knew the significance of the name young Master Feng. He understood even more just how terrifying strength young Master Feng was, the one for whom even Mu Feng was willing to be his underling. With that kind of strength, taking him down would be as easy as killing an ant. This terrified him to the extreme. "I Feng." The man with the mink coat was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Chow Yufeng in fear, unable to utter a single complete sentence. Chow Yufeng didn't argue with him and said directly, "Alright, say a few words of blessing and then get lost." The man in the sable coat felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Sweating profusely, he nodded repeatedly and hurriedly said, 100 years, 100 years, 100 years. The phrase 100 years was repeated 3 times, but the fear prevented him from saying the rest, "A happy union." Chow Yufeng didn't want to listen anymore, so he simply waved his hand and told him to get lost. The man with the mink bag, thanking the woman profusely, slunk away from the restaurant. Yun Wanrong was shocked. She had met Diao Nan at a business banquet and knew that he was a very powerful and wealthy man in Dalan City. But now, this wealthy man is so terrified in front of Chow Yufeng that he can't utter a single word. Who exactly is this young man next to her? Yun Wanrong's heart was instantly filled with curiosity. At first, she thought this young man was just a cute puppy, but after hearing Chow Yufeng slap Chen Xian and knock out 2 of her teeth, and seeing Chow Yufeng leave Gudan speechless, she changed her opinion of Chow Yufeng and thought he was more like a wolf. But now, seeing the mink man bowing and scraping before her, his face pale with fear, Yun Wanrong was confused again. Is this little boy a poodle? Someone with status? Yun Wanrong was confused, but undeniably, the various suspicious points about Chow Yufeng, as well as his thoughtfulness and consideration, made her want to get closer to him. However, her identities as both a principal and a student kept her from having wild thoughts. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability +1, current favorability 76 points. The restaurant was filled with laughter and chatter once again. After everyone had ordered their food and drinks, the bill came to a staggering 3 million. Upon hearing the number, Chow Yufeng smiled happily and made the payment with ease. Upon hearing this number, Yun Wanrong was immediately stunned and stood there dumbfounded. She earns an annual salary of over 400,000 yuan, and would need to work for 8 years to come up with over 3 million yuan. Yun Wanrong stared at Chow Yufeng in shock, dumbfounded as he calmly swiped his card to make the purchase. She was puzzled once again. Who exactly is this young wolf dog? More than 3 million, just taken out so calmly? And it wasn't just that he took it out. Look at the corners of his mouth that were turned up, he even seemed a little happy. You're happy after spending over 3 million? Yun Wanrong was completely baffled. Yun Wanrong had no idea that as long as she was involved, Chow Yufeng could spend the care money, not only to show off but also to get a cashback. Only after leaving the Western restaurant did Yun Wanrong ask the question that had been on her mind. Why was Chow Yufeng actually happy to spend 3 million? Chow Yufeng naturally wouldn't mention the system, nor would he tell Yun Wanrong the truth about the rebate on spending money. These were his deepest secrets, and he wouldn't tell anyone. After hesitating for a moment, Chow Yufeng smiled and said, I don't feel anything about spending 3 million. The main thing is that Sister Rong is happy, and that makes me happy. I'm doing everything I can to please you, sister. Chow Yufeng's cheesy pickup lines may be incredibly vulgar, but women love them. Hearing this, Yun Wanrong blushed, lightly punched Chow Yufeng, and said coquettishly, You're so young, yet you're so glib. That trick won't work on me. He said that, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. You phone, you still haven't told me? Who exactly are you? Chow Yufeng smiled slightly, I am Sister Rong's godbrother. Yun Wanrong curled her lips, rolled her eyes at Chow Yufeng, and laughed, Fine, don't tell me then, I won't ask anymore. The two chatted and laughed as they strolled along the road in the night, walking slowly towards the campus. When there were fewer pedestrians on the road, the two realized that they had been walking for a long time without realizing it. I glanced at the time. It was already midnight. The school dormitories were already closed by this time, so Chow Yufeng stopped mentioning going back and instead pulled Yun Wanrong along quickly toward the barbecue stalls by the roadside. Western food is really not filling. For Chow Yufeng, the best way to enjoy food at night is to sit by the roadside, have some barbecue and beer, and feel the warmth of everyday life. Yun Wanrong did not refuse, because she hadn't eaten well today either, due to Chu Dezhang's relationship with Song Lu. After Chow Yufeng sat down, he ordered some grilled skewers and a few bottles of beer. The two of them sat down and ate and chatted. At first, the two chatted about everyday things, funny things that had happened in the past few days, and their work during this period. Chow Yufeng also talked to Yun Wanrong about his ideals, saying that his biggest wish now is to graduate smoothly. He even joked that he asked Yun Wanrong to give him special treatment. Yun Wanrong laughed and punched Chow Yufeng, telling him not to play such tricks. Gradually, as more and more bottles piled up at their feet, the two began to talk more openly, no longer limited to work and daily life, but starting to shift to more private topics. Sister Rong, tell me, how many boyfriends have you had since you became an adult? Mentioning this private matter made Yun Wanrong's cheeks, which were already slightly flushed from drinking beer, blush even more. Her breath was sweet and fragrant, and a hint of coquettishness appeared on her oval face, which was adorned with a few crow's feet. She glared at Chow Yufeng and said with a laugh, You brat, why are you asking so many questions? What, are you interested in me? Looking at Yun Wanrong, who was already slightly drunk in the darkness, Chow Yufeng hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and said, Well, a little. Neither of us is married, and besides, Sister Rong is so beautiful. It would be a lie to say that I don't have some ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanrong's face flushed even redder, her fair, oval face covered in a blush of embarrassment. Pa, what are you saying, brat? I'm your principal, you have no respect for your elders. As Yun Wanrong spoke, she extended her slender, long, and delicate index finger, as white as jade, and gently tapped Chow Yufeng's head. Chow Yufeng could see that Yun Wanrong was very resistant, so he teased her, all right, then I'll put away my lust for Sister Rong for now. Now, Sister Rong, can you tell me how many boyfriends you've had? Should you rein in your lustful desires? These words made Yun Wanrong blush. However, she found that she did not mind teasing Chow Yufeng or talking about private topics with him. It was just that talking to a little boy made her feel very embarrassed. Chapter 72 Yun Wanrong takes the initiative to kiss Chow Yufeng. Yun Wanrong was filled with shyness, but seeing Chow Yufeng's longing eyes, she hesitated for a moment, then extended her white, tender index finger and whispered. I've only ever had one boyfriend, Chu Dejiang. We met through a blind date. From university onwards, I focused on my studies. After graduation, I focused on working. I met Chu Dejiang through a family introduction when I was 35. We got married after only a month of dating. We got married in January of this year and divorced in September. There was only one, which really surprised Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng doesn't have a virginity complex, but he also doesn't want the women he's attracted to be the kind of promiscuous women who have been with countless men. Even if a woman is beautiful, Chow Yufeng still feels uncomfortable with her, always feeling like he's a scumbag who's been through countless rounds of washing dishes. But Yun Wanrong really surprised him, because Yun Wanrong was so beautiful. She was at the prime of her life, and the charm of a fully ripened flower bud gave her both unparalleled beauty and the elegance of a mature woman refined by time. She is as lustrous as jade, and time has added to her radiance. Every smile and frown is a beautiful sight. She is different from Lu Yu and Mu Linchuan. She is mature and intellectual, sexy and elegant, like a bright red rose in full bloom. It is precisely because of this combination of beauty that she becomes the focus of attention every time she goes out, and countless people fall in love with her. When Chu Dejiang was mentioned, Yun Wanrong was visibly downcast. Chow Yufeng knew that these things could never be digested if kept inside. Only by venting them could those past wounds heal and Yun Wanrong truly let go. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng asked the same question he had asked at the Western restaurant. Sister Rong, can you tell me about the things between Chu Dejiang, Song Lo, and the other two? This time, Yun Wanrong did not refuse immediately. The things Chow Yufeng did for her at the Western restaurant before touched her heart. At that time, she still had a slight wariness of Chow Yufeng, but now, that wariness has completely disappeared. Yun Wanrong picked up a glass of beer from the table, drank it down in one gulp, and with a slightly flushed face, slowly opened her mouth. Through Yun Wanrong's account, Chow Yufeng finally realized just how despicable Chu Dejiang and Song Lu were, and he regretted letting them off so easily. As Yun Wanrong continued her story, when she reached a particularly poignant point, 2 tears welled up in her bright eyes, tracing a path down her fair, oval face and dripping from her delicate chin. Seeing Yun Wanrong so heartbroken, Chow Yufeng gently placed his hand on her shoulder, pulled her into his arms, and patted her shoulder, offering silent comfort. Yun Wanrong did not resist and fell into Chow Yufeng's arms. She desperately needed a hug right now. She needed a hug to confide in someone about the heartache and helplessness she had endured for so long, and Chow Yufeng was the only man she didn't resist. Although this man is just a 20-year-old boy. But his chest was still broad, and it still gave her a sense of security. Moreover, the faint smell of tobacco on him was somewhat addictive to her. Yun Wanrong lay in Chow Yufeng's arms, tears streaming down her face, as she continued to recount her story. When she spoke of her heartbreak, tears streamed down her beautiful and mature face like beads from a broken string. Chow Yufeng didn't say anything, but simply hugged Yun Wanrong in his arms even tighter, letting her head rest on his shoulder. At this moment, Chow Yufeng forgot all her ulterior motives and only wanted to comfort the older sister in her arms. But the older sister started to get restless. Perhaps it was due to alcohol-induced promiscuity, perhaps it was due to deep emotions, or perhaps it was simply a desire for stronger comfort. Yun Wanrong suddenly raised her head, looked at Chow Yufeng tenderly with her eyes, parted her red lips slightly, and kissed him. Chow Yufeng's eyes widened in surprise as he stared into Yun Wanrong's eyes, which were so close to his own. Only one thought remained in his mind: even intellectuals act like hooligans. The two kissed and embraced, demanding everything from each other. 10 minutes later, Yun Wanrong suddenly pushed Chow Yufeng away, her face flushed, staring straight at him. Just as Chow Yufeng thought she was about to say something, Yun Wanrong picked up her bag, turned around, and left. They've left? Just like that, you left? Chow Yufeng was completely stunned. Not the eldest sister, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm the one who's being a scoundrel? Are you trying to hide your identity after lifting your skirt? Chow Yufeng was speechless. He paid the bill and looked back, only to find that his older sister had vanished. Chow Yufeng didn't chase after her. You kissed me, why should I chase after you? Principal, you're awesome. Go play by yourself. Yun Wanrong got into the car, and her flushed cheeks finally calmed down a bit. Looking at the night view flowing past the window, Yun Wanrong felt completely dazed. She actually kissed Chow Yufeng. She actually kissed Chow Yufeng? She kissed her own student? Yun Wanrong felt incredulous. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time. She only felt incredibly relieved when she finally spoke out about the biggest grievance she had kept hidden in her heart. Lying in Chow Yufeng's arms, under the influence of alcohol, she made this bold move out of control. When she finally came to her senses, she was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red, and she didn't dare to say a word, much less face Chow Yufeng. That's why they ran away without saying a word. How am I supposed to face Chow Yufeng after this? What will Chow Yufeng think of me? Yun Wanrong asked herself with a bitter smile, her face full of helplessness. She didn't even dare to say a word to Chow Yufeng anymore. The next morning, Chow Yufeng woke up in bed. The first thing I heard when I opened my eyes was the familiar voice of the system in my mind. Ding! Cashback successful. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank account. Among them, Lu Yu's favorability rating reached over 90%, with a 9% cashback rate. Of the 35.2 million spent, 3.168 million was cashback. Mu Linshuang's favorability rating has reached 90% or higher, resulting in a 9% cashback. Yesterday's spending was 0, so there is no cashback. Yun Wanrong's favorability rating has reached 70 or above, resulting in a 7% cashback. Yesterday's spending was 3,376,000, with a cashback of 236,320. A total of 3.4 million and 4,320 were cashed back. The cashback has been deposited into your bank account. More than 4 million yuan was returned in cash? Chow Yufeng was overjoyed. Although he was already a multi-millionaire, with a maximum cashback of over 10 million, he still couldn't help but get excited every time he heard the system's cashback notification. He enjoys the thrill of making a profit, and he loves watching the numbers in his bank account keep increasing, which gives him a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. More importantly, he enjoys the feeling of getting something for nothing. Seeing that the money in her bank card had increased significantly again, Chow Yufeng smiled like an ant. Among these spending habits, Lu Yu's consumption was unexpected. It was likely that the 1.5 billion yuan he had previously transferred to Lu Yu was now being used to purchase shops and open branches. That would be best. The more people help him spend money, the more rebates he can receive. Chow Yufeng got out of bed and went to the sink. Just as he was about to wash his face, Lu Yu appeared behind him, gently reaching out and hugging his waist from behind. Woke up? Lu Yu spoke softly, gently rubbing her cheek against Chow Yufeng's back. What, you missed me? Chow Yufeng turned around, smiling as he put his arm around Lu Yu's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Lu Yu nodded gently and hummed softly through her nose. Yufeng, I saw a shop I liked yesterday and bought it for 35.2 million. I called you then but you didn't answer, so I made the decision myself. You won't blame me, will you? Chow Yufeng was sweating profusely. He was having dinner with Yun Wanrong at the time, so he definitely couldn't answer the phone. If he did, he would be completely exposed. Chapter 73 begins with expanding the business. Yufeng, you won't blame me, will you? Lu Yu spent over 30 million yuan on his behalf. Chow Yufeng was overjoyed. How could he possibly complain? Chow Yufeng put his arm around Lu Yu and shook his head with a smile. It's not my fault. I'm overjoyed. You've forgotten, you're my strongest support. The bigger your career becomes, the more at ease I'll feel. Also, don't forget, just like we agreed before, we'll split the profits 50-50 and buy ourselves some things we like. Lu Yu nodded and leaned gently against Chow Yufeng's chest. I don't lack anything, but you, a man shouldn't lose face when he's out and about. Perfect timing. I made so much money yesterday, so I took out 10 million from my share and ordered a car for you. It's called something like Cow. Yesterday, those rich kids led people on a buying spree of membership cards, making Lu Yu's not-so-big beauty salon earn over 100 million yuan in a single day. The beauty industry has always been extremely profitable, with costs being only 1/10 or even less of the profits. So, if you really calculate it, Lu Yu's store's net profit reached more than 100 million yuan in just yesterday. Chow Yufeng said the money would be split 50-50, but Lu Yu only took out 10 million from her share to order a car for Chow Yufeng. She felt that everything belonged to Chow Yufeng, so naturally the money belonged to Chow Yufeng, and there was no need to be so clear about the division. Moreover, the kindness Chow Yufeng had shown her in the past made it impossible for her to do something as heartless as accepting Chow Yufeng's kindness and then taking his money. Lu Yu actually bought herself a car? Chow Yufeng's eyes lit up immediately. He's currently short of a car. He's now the famous young Master Feng of Dalian City, and it would be beneath his dignity to always take taxis. But he only has a little over 10 million now. If he only buys things worth a few 100,000 or a few million, it seems like he'd be even less valuable. Now things are much better. Lu Yu bought him a car worth tens of millions, which at least matches his status. Chow Yufeng was overjoyed, increasingly convinced that he had chosen the right path. For women, quality is more important than quantity. He wants to elevate his existing women into business tycoons, and then have them support him in return. However, the prerequisite is that they must be completely devoted to you. Therefore, you can't have too many women, you have to win them over one by one. Otherwise, you'll be too busy. Furthermore, the care fund is in his hands. If anyone dares to have any disloyalty, he can cut off the funding and lead the remaining members to turn against her. He controls his network, his resources, and his funds, so he's not afraid of these women causing trouble. Yufeng, what are you thinking about? Lu Yu asked, noticing that Chow Yufeng seemed a little lost in thought. Chow Yufeng snapped out of his reverie and smiled. I wasn't thinking about anything, I was just thinking about how to reward you. Come here, my darling, can I have a kiss? Lu Yu blushed, but she couldn't express her anticipation. Just by looking at Lu Yu's rosy cheeks, Chow Yufeng knew that Lu Yu wanted to be kissed. He smiled and pinched Lu Yu's chin, making her look at him. Lu Yu blushed with embarrassment, her bright eyes shimmering with tears. She showed no resistance, letting Chow Yufeng do as he pleased, only nervously and excitedly clutching the hem of her clothes, looking at Chow Yufeng shyly. Chow Yufeng liked Lu Yu's shy demeanor every time he saw her, it gave him a feeling of first love. Chow Yufeng really wanted to know how shy Lu Yu would be when they did that kind of thing, and whether she would cover her face and not dare to look at Chow Yufeng. With these thoughts in mind, Chow Yufeng grew increasingly excited. But now? Chow Yufeng suddenly used his right hand to pull Lu Yu tightly into a hug and kissed her. Lu Yu let out a shy moan, reached out and hugged Chow Yufeng's broad chest tightly, opened her rosy lips, and let Chow Yufeng take what he wanted. The two were passionately kissing in the bathroom. After kissing for an unknown amount of time, Chow Yufeng's hands began to wander. Feeling Chow Yufeng's hands roaming over her, Lu Yu's body stiffened abruptly, her face instantly turning as red as an apple hanging on a branch in late autumn, bright red and incredibly alluring. Although extremely shy, Lu Yu did not stop him at all. Instead, she shifted her body to make it easier for Chow Yufeng to move around. Reluctant to part, Lu Yu slowly collapsed into Chow Yufeng's arms, her body completely drained of strength. Yufeng, I made you breakfast, it'll get cold if you don't eat it soon. Lu Yu spoke haltingly, her body so weak that she could barely utter a word. Hearing this, Chow Yufeng finally let Lu Yu go. Lu Yu leaned against Chow Yufeng for a moment, then hurriedly fled the washroom to get the breakfast she had prepared. It has to be said that Lu Yu's cooking skills are truly exceptional, comparable to those of top chefs. She can make even a simple breakfast taste delicious. At the dinner table, Chow Yufeng put his arm around Lu Yu. After the two finished breakfast together, Lu Yu changed into a set of plain clothes and went to do her work. According to Chow Yufeng's plan, she wanted to open more stores in Dalian City, and ideally monopolize the beauty industry in Dalian City. At the same time, the factory established in cooperation with Wei Shang should also start construction as soon as possible. The paperwork has been approved. When young Master Feng wanted to open a factory, all the wealthy second-generation kids in Dalian City had to give him face. They all used their connections to make arrangements with various government departments, and the approval process was incredibly fast. All the procedures were completed in just one day. At the same time, Wei Shang was recruiting workers while also looking for big names in the beauty industry. According to Chow Yufeng's idea, this factory will not only produce one type of beauty product, but products for each stage of beauty treatments. Therefore, 1 billion yuan was invested in the initial stage, and more will be added in the future. After cleaning up the dishes and tidying up the house, Lu Yu left and drove her flashy poison to the beauty salon. After watching Lu Yu leave, Chow Yufeng finished his meal and leisurely lay down on the bed. Yun Wanrong didn't send him any more messages today, and Chow Yufeng didn't take the initiative either. Last night, Yun Wanrong acted like a hooligan, so why should we make him apologize? After resting in bed for a while, Chow Yufeng got up and went to Mu Linchuang's place. Today, Dong Hao and Zhang Bin's assets are almost enough for the acquisition. Now that Lu Yu is busy every day, it's time for Mu Linchuang to get moving too. Chow Yufeng had a key to Mu Linchuang's house, so he took a taxi and went straight to Mu Linchuang's house. Opening the door and entering the bedroom, Mu Linchuang was fast asleep, the blankets on the bed kicked to the floor, and she was lying sprawled on the large bed, wearing a red silk nightgown. Seeing that Mu Linchuang was sleeping soundly, Chow Yufeng smiled, gently stroked Mu Linchuang's face, and kissed her. Disturbed by Chow Yufeng, Mu Linchuang woke up instantly. Just as she was about to yawn, Chow Yufeng covered her mouth with his. Mu Linchuang was startled and was about to shout when she looked up and saw Chow Yufeng. She glared at Chow Yufeng and lightly punched his shoulder. "You're going to get me killed, you pervert. You scared me half to death. I was sleeping soundly." As Mu Linchuang spoke, she rubbed her messy hair, her face full of languid charm. Looking at Mu Linchuang like this, Chow Yufeng felt his appetite was whetted. He picked Mu Linchuang up and gently took off her pajamas. Mu Linchuang smiled and wrapped her arms around Chow Yufeng's neck, looking at him with a teasing gaze and a silly smile. 2 hours later, the two took a shower in the bathroom. Chow Yufeng sat in the living room smoking, while Mu Linchuang did her makeup. As she applied her red lipstick, she asked, "Yufeng, you said you'd take me out to play today, where are we going?" Chow Yufeng took a drag of his cigarette and said with a smile, "I won't tell you yet. I'll give you a surprise when we get there." Surprise? Chow Yufeng's words made Mu Linchuang look forward to it. She was eager to see what kind of surprise Chow Yufeng was talking about. Chapter 74, he spent 700 million, shocking everyone present. Just as Mu Linchuang finished her makeup, Wei Sheng called to say that everything was ready and the acquisition could be completed at any time. Upon seeing the message, Chow Yufeng drove Mu Linchuang to the Lanyun Hotel. This hotel, a 4-star property owned by Dong Hao's family, is now being sold for a paltry 300 million. At the same time, more than a dozen hotels and restaurants of various sizes were packaged together and sold to Chow Yufeng in one go. This also includes a small company owned by Zhang Bin's family. All the assets combined are priced at 700 million. Originally, these assets together were worth at least 800 million, but the reason for reducing the value by 100 million was because of the two companies' apologies to Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng drove his Bugatti to the front of the Blue Cloud Hotel with Mu Linchuang. At the entrance, members of the Dong and Zheng families were already waiting, along with Wei Sheng and Yuan Hongjie. Upon seeing Chow Yufeng, the Dong family members hurriedly ran to the car and opened the door with fawning expressions. "Young Master Feng, you've arrived. I am Dong Hao's second uncle, Dong Wei Kong. Our little Hao is really blind to have offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Also, please rest assured, my elder brother's lineage has been expelled from the Dong family. The foolish things they did do not represent us. Please forgive them, young Master Feng." By the end, Dong Weikong's words clearly carried a hint of pleading. When Dong Weikong learned that Dong Hao had actually offended young Master Feng and courted death, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, looking as if he had lost his parents. However, upon learning that young Master Feng was going to acquire the Dong family's assets, Dong Weikong immediately reduced the price by 100 million yuan to curry favor with Chow Yufeng. Now they are rushing to distance themselves, fearing they will be implicated by Dong Hao. From Dong Weikong's series of actions, it is not difficult to see how terrifying Chow Yufeng's strength is in Dalan City. Mu Linchuang also got out of the car, her face full of curiosity, wondering why Chow Yufeng had brought her here. Surely it wasn't just to treat her to a meal? She knew about this hotel. It belonged to Dong Hao's family and Dong Hao had once boasted about it to her. As for the Zhang family, Mu Linchuang simply ignored them. Wei Sheng walked up and greeted him with a smile, "Boss." Then he continued, "Let's go inside and discuss this further." Dong Weikong nodded repeatedly, his gaze toward Wei Sheng carrying a hint of flattery. Previously, because Dong Hao raped Wei Sheng's ex-girlfriend, the Dong family and the Wei family had a very unpleasant falling out, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them enemies. But now, his stupid nephew has offended young Master Feng, while Wei Sheng has a keen eye and has already established a good relationship with Chow Yufeng. Originally, the two families were evenly matched, but now, the Dong family has to put on a smiling face when facing Wei Sheng, for fear of offending him. Thinking about the difference before and after, Dong Weikong couldn't help but sigh. This is the benefit of following the right person. At the same time, it's also a matter of vision. Compared to Wei Sheng's vision, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his nephew Dong Hao is a good for nothing. It's not the god-like enemies I fear, but the pig-like teammates. Thinking to himself, Dong Weikong couldn't help but curse his idiot nephew Dong Hao 100 times in his heart. The Zheng family members followed at the back, each one feeling increasingly uneasy. In the past, it was one thing for Zhang Bin to be unable to control his lust, but now he's even daring to poach Feng Xiao's man. Isn't that just courting death? The problem is, you not only courted death, but you also dragged your family down with you. Sometimes, the Zhang family couldn't help but wonder if they would have become wealthy and successful if Zhang Bin hadn't poached their members. Zhang Bin and Qiao Yufeng were classmates. With this connection, it wouldn't be difficult for the Zhang family to climb up to Qiao Yufeng's level if they worked hard. If young Master Feng were to spit out even the slightest bit of benefit, it would be enough for the Zhang family to grow bigger and stronger. They knew that Wei Sheng had built a good relationship with young Master Feng, and that when young Master Feng invested 1 billion to build a factory, he directly gave Wei Sheng 10% of the shares. That's 100 million. Despite the Zhang family's years of hard work, they still don't have a net worth of 100 million. Now, because of that idiot Zhang Bin, the Zhang family's decades of hard work have all been in vain. Whenever they think of these things, the Zhang family feels like tearing Zhang Bin to pieces. The group arrived at the conference room, where Wei Sheng handed the prepared contract to Qiao Yufeng. All Qiao Yufeng needed to do was sign and transfer the money. Qiao Yufeng picked up the contract and began to look through it. Upon seeing this, the people from the Dong and Zhang families didn't dare to breathe and sat very carefully. Qiao Yufeng glanced at the contract twice and then tossed it onto the table beside him. This action startled the Dong and Zhang families, who stood up and looked at Qiao Yufeng cautiously, worried that there might be something in the contract that displeased them and angered young Master Feng. Dong Weikong was so frightened that he jumped up, his face covered in cold sweat, staring at Qiao Yufeng in fear. Wei Sheng also looked at Qiao Yufeng, his eyes questioning. He had reviewed the contract beforehand, and there were no problems. What's wrong with the boss? Qiao Yufeng tossed aside the contract, pointed to Mu Lingshuang beside him, and said, "These properties are all being given to Miss Mu beside me, so the name on the contract needs to be changed." Upon hearing that it was just a name change and not due to any contract terms, Dong Weikong's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to pick up the contract, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he stared at Qiao Yufeng in disbelief. Just now, young Master Feng said he would give these properties to Miss Mu? My goodness! Dong Weikong's pupils contracted in shock as he stared at Mu Lingshuang in disbelief. It's worth noting that these industries combined are worth 700 million. 700 million. That's a whopping 700 million. But did young Master Feng just give away those 700 million like that? Looking at Qiao Yufeng's nonchalant expression, it was as if he had given away not 700 million, but $7. Dong Weikong stood there dumbfounded. Now he finally understood why Mu Feng, Xin Hao, and other top rich kids in Dalian City were willing to acknowledge Qiao Yufeng as their boss. Wow! That's incredibly extravagant. Dong Weikong thought in disbelief, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at Mu Lingshuang. The Dong and Zhang families shared the same thought as Dong Weikong, and all looked at Mu Lingshuang with shock and envy. Qiao Yufeng's generosity truly shocked them. He gave away 700 million in one go. That's 700 million, a goal that many people could never achieve even after several lifetimes of hard work. How many billionaires are there in the entire country of China? But now, young Master Feng has casually created a billionaire. The Zhang family was heartbroken. Just as they had thought, if Zhang Bin could use his classmate connection to cultivate a good relationship with Feng Xiao. So, if young Master Feng casually peeks out a little bit from between his fingers, it would be enough for the Zhang family to grow bigger and stronger. But what happened? Zhang Bin went and poached Feng Xiao's girlfriend, not only courting death himself but also dragging the Zhang family to their doom. Zhang Bin is the eternal sinner of the Zhang family. The Zhang family members looked at Mu Lingshuang with envy. Wei Sheng's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a wry smile. He really forgot about his boss's personality. Since he brought a beautiful woman, he should definitely give her to the woman. He really overlooked that. However, this also made Wei Sheng feel more at ease. What people fear most is having no bottom line and no emotions. The fact that the boss treats women so well shows that he is a sentimental person. He treated his brother well, giving him shares worth 100 million yuan, which shows that the boss values friendship. With such a loyal and righteous leader, Wei Sheng believed that the Wei family would definitely rise to prominence. Yuan Hongjie also wore a wry smile. Unlike the Dong and Zhang families, he and Wei Shang did not stand there dumbfounded. There was nothing they could do. The two of them had become somewhat immune to it. After all, it wasn't the first time. But every time, the shock is unavoidable. Young Master Feng's extravagance always manages to shatter your worldview. First it was shops, then luxury cars, and now they're giving away properties. These successive moves have made Yuan Hongjia want to undergo gender reassignment surgery and become a woman. Chapter 75 Second Generation Group Earthquake. Mu Lingshuang was completely dumbfounded, standing there blankly, staring at Qiao Yufeng with a vacant look in her eyes. What did Yufeng just say? He said he'd give all these properties to Miss Mu. Who's with me? Mu Lingshuang asked herself this question in her heart, her face full of disbelief. Qiao Yufeng said today that he would give her a surprise, but he didn't say that the surprise would be this big? Mu Lingshuang's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she watched Qiao Yufeng's fair and excited face tremble slightly. If there weren't other people around, she would have wanted to hug Qiao Yufeng and make babies with him right now. Qiao Yufeng really cares about her and loves her too much. But what did she give back to Qiao Yufeng? As Mu Lingshuang thought to herself, she suddenly felt a great sense of indebtedness to Qiao Yufeng. Looking at the excited Mu Lingshuang beside him, Qiao Yufeng smiled and squeezed her small hand, whispering in her ear. Lin Xuan, you must accept this gift, and also help me manage these business as well. You have to be my strong support. If I go bankrupt in the future, at least I'll still have you, understand? Qiao Yufeng's words made Mu Lingshuang tremble. She felt a warm current surge up in her heart and spread to her limbs and bones. With tears in her eyes, she nodded firmly. Ding! Mu Lingshuang's favorability +1, current favorability points, 96. Ding! The host's trust brought tears of joy to Mu Lingshuang's eyes. Pleasure points +100, current total pleasure points 900. Qiao Yufeng laughed, secretly lamenting that he had been relying on the same old tricks to get by. But I must say, this tactic is actually quite effective. Tomorrow I'll get tens of millions in rebates, plus a little more favorability and 100 points of happiness. Now, his happiness level has reached 900 points. Apart from keeping 500 points for emergencies, Qiao Yufeng felt that he should use the remaining 400 points to improve his physical fitness. After the contract was revised, Mu Lingshuang signed it, and Qiao Yufeng transferred 700 million yuan. He then left the conference room with a flourish. As everyone in the conference room watched Qiao Yufeng's retreating figure, they felt that Qiao Yufeng was so unfathomable. How many people in this world can casually pull out 700 million in cash? It's important to understand that assets are assets, and cash is cash. Many people with a net worth of over 100 million do not even have 10 million in cash. For them, liquid cash is not important, they only need to keep what is absolutely necessary. The important thing is to make money work for you, to convert money into assets and increase their value. Therefore, Qiao Yufeng's casually producing 700 million yuan in cash made them feel that he was unfathomable, because it meant that there was at least a behemoth with assets of tens of billions of yuan behind Qiao Yufeng. Mu Lingshuang did not leave with Qiao Yufeng, she wanted to throw herself into her work now and be Qiao Yufeng's strong support. Having nothing else to do, Qiao Yufeng arrived at the hotel and did not leave immediately. Sitting on a stone bench in front of the hotel, he began to invoke the system. System, bring up my panel. Yes, host. The panel is now open, and its properties are as follows. Name, Qiao Yufeng. Age, 22. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, 11. Speed, 13. Spirit, 9. Physical fitness, 10. Skills, Master of Martial Arts, Master of Card Tricks. Looking at the panel, Qiao Yufeng saw that he now had an extra 400 pleasure points, which could add 4 points to his physical attributes. Qiao Yufeng hesitated for a moment, then allocated the 4 points to 1 point in strength, 2 points in spirit, and 1 point in physique. As soon as he finished ordering, Qiao Yufeng felt a surge of energy, and his hearing and vision became sharp, as if his eyesight had been greatly improved. He used to be slightly nearsighted, but now all those minor problems are gone. Not only did he recover, Qiao Yufeng could clearly feel that his physical strength and power had also increased slightly. Moreover, my mind was inexplicably clear, like the feeling of waking up naturally after a good night's sleep. After balancing all 3 factors except speed, Qiao Yufeng took a taxi back to school. Nothing much to do today, perfect for going to school. However, Qiao Yufeng was unaware that his bold move had ignited a frenzy among the second-generation elites of Dalian City. Yuan Hongjia posted in the group chat about how he casually gave Mu Lingshuang a business worth 700 million yuan. Yuan Hongjie, wow, guys, that's some serious spending. Today I finally understand what generous really means. The stuff we do is nowhere near as good as what they do. Yuan Hongjie had just sent a message in the group when someone quickly replied to him. What's going on? 3 exclamation marks in a row? What's the big deal? Tell me. Yeah, you're only telling us half the story, keeping us in suspense. You're asking for trouble. Looking at the replies in the group chat, Yuan Hongjie chuckled and took out his phone to send a voice message. Yuan Hongjie, brothers, young Master Feng has made another big move. He just spent 700 million to acquire the assets of the Dong and Zheng families. This news left everyone speechless. No, Hongjie, you're so excited because young Master Feng spent 700 million to buy the property? Yes, everyone knows that young Master Feng's assets are at least tens of billions. It's quite surprising that he's investing 700 million in Dalian City now. But is it really necessary to do this? Hongjie, you're ignorant. I know that young Master Feng invested 1 billion to build a factory a couple of days ago, and even gave Wei Sheng shares worth 100 million. Isn't that news much more shocking than what you said before? Looking at the messages in the group chat, Yuan Hongjie hurriedly said. Yuan Hongjie, no, damn it, can you wait until I finish what I'm saying? The important thing isn't that young Master Feng invested 700 million, but that he immediately gave that 700 million worth of assets to the beautiful woman he brought along. What the hell? Yuan Hongjie, come out here. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? 700 million. That's 700 million. Young Master Feng just handed it over to someone else? Yuan Hongjie, are you crazy or am I? That's 700 million. 700 million? Our family's total assets are only 700 million. What young Master Feng casually gave away is equivalent to the efforts of several generations of our family? I'm so jealous. You're jealous. I even want to be a woman now. 700 million. How many years would it take my family to earn 700 million? But young Master Feng just casually gave away 700 million to chase after a beautiful woman? Hongjie, can you ask him for me if young Master Feng likes Long Yan? I want to try other ways to make money. Damn it, young Master Feng has made me question my existence for a moment. Compared to young Master Feng, how come we are just like losers? I'm not just questioning life, I'm starting to doubt Yuan Hongjie even more. Yuan Hongjie, are you sure you're not wrong? Yuan Hongjie, seriously, everyone, I was really shocked at the time. Yuan Hongjie, you guys have no idea what young Master Feng's expression was like back then. It was absolutely incredible. He gave away 700 million, and he was completely nonchalant, without the slightest ripple on his face. His calm demeanor was so unbelievable that you just had to say holy crap. Everyone, whether from the Dong family or the Zhang family, was completely dumbfounded. They stood there dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. You didn't see that scene, it was absolutely shocking. All I can say is, our boss is truly something else. He's incredibly generous, so incredibly generous. Mu Feng, hearing what you say, it seems we've all underestimated our boss. The assets behind him are at least hundreds of billions. Just how much does hundreds of billions mean? You can all think about it. Holy crap, you two, stop scaring me, okay? I can't even imagine 10 billion, let alone 100 billion. Awesome, absolutely awesome. We have to follow young Master Feng. In the group chat for the second-generation rich kids, these wealthy heirs were all shocked and discussing the news. Everyone was stunned for a second upon seeing the message. Their knowledge and understanding far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, Qiao Yufeng's actions made them feel that they were ignorant and made them start to doubt whether they were really rich kids. Why do these rich kids feel like poor bastards when they're compared to Qiao Yufeng? This is so damn devastating. Chapter 76. Qiao Yufeng once again becomes a prominent figure at school. As soon as Qiao Yufeng arrived at the school, he ran into Yun Wanrong at the school gate. Yun Wanrong had just gotten off the bus. The two locked eyes, and Yun Wanrong's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head and quickly walked away. Judging from their hurried steps, they looked like they were fleeing in panic. Qiao Yufeng was quite surprised that a university principal would take the bus. Yun Wanrong finally relaxed after returning to her office in high heels. She stood by the window, looking down at the ground below, her gaze sweeping across the view, seemingly searching for something. But when her gaze swept across the crowd below and she saw that no one was there, Yun Wanrong couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. She had a dream last night. I dreamt that I was strolling through the streets with Chow Yufeng at dusk. The air was filled with the chirping of insects and birds. Neither of us spoke, and we enjoyed the peace and quiet as we watched the sunset. The dim sunlight stretched our shadows longer and longer. The dream felt incredibly absurd to her. She couldn't believe she was dreaming about her students, especially in such a romantic setting. It was utterly ridiculous. She knew it must have been her own initiative in kissing her yesterday that stirred up ripples in her calm heart. But at that moment, lying in Chow Yufeng's arms, she felt a sense of peace she had never felt before. As she released the pent-up frustration she had been suppressing for years, she couldn't help but do some absurd things. After all, women are emotional beings. But what happens after it's done? Yun Wanrong glanced downstairs again, sighed deeply, and still felt it was too absurd. Therefore, from now on, she does not plan to contact Chow Yufeng again. Ultimately, a principal and a student should not have too much contact. When Chow Yufeng returned to campus, he found that the students at Dongda University seemed even more curious about him. As he walked by, many people looked at him curiously and talked about him. It was just that the distance was too far, so I couldn't hear clearly, but I could still vaguely make out some details. What are these people all talking about? Is it him? Is it him? What is his mother? Chow Yufeng was completely bewildered, not understanding what that sentence meant. It wasn't until he asked his three roommates that Chow Yufeng realized they were talking about whether he was Feng Xiao. There are also many rich kids at Dongda University. The hottest news in Dalian City right now is that Mu Feng and his friends have found a boss. After some wealthy young men inquired through connections, they learned that the leader's name was Chow Yufeng. Coincidentally, Chow Yufeng is currently a prominent figure at Donglin University, known to everyone. Although it seems unbelievable, many students at Donglin University are now speculating that the seemingly invincible young Master Feng in Dalian City is very likely Chow Yufeng. This matter sparked a huge debate on the school forum, with everyone expressing their opinions and the debate completely escalating. This is why, as soon as Chow Yufeng entered university, many people looked at him curiously and whispered among themselves, wondering if it was him. When Chow Yufeng logged onto the school forum, sure enough, the most popular post was discussing whether Chow Yufeng was indeed the young Master Feng pursued by many rich second-generation kids in Dalian City. Chow Yufeng clicked on it and entered. The comments inside were overwhelming. Everyone, I think we should be more realistic. I don't think Chow Yufeng is young Master Feng. He's just a student. I agree. Chow Yufeng is not young Master Feng. It's a coincidence that my friend is a rich second generation in Dalian City. According to my friend, young Master Feng is too powerful. He can give away shops worth tens of millions and buy luxury cars worth hundreds of millions without hesitation. As for Chow Yufeng, apart from being able to retaliate immediately when he is clear-headed, he can only lash out at that shrew Gudan. I admit that he is very smart, but that has nothing to do with power. I don't think it's such a coincidence that two people have the same name. It must be the same person. Young Master Feng is Chow Yufeng from our school. Upstairs, do you know how many people in this world share the same name? I've known Chow Yufeng before, and I know him well. I can guarantee with my hand on my heart that the Chow Yufeng in our school is definitely not young Master Feng. Yes, I know Chow Yufeng too. He's just a kid from an ordinary family. He's definitely not young Master Feng. I'm putting this up here as proof. If he is young Master Feng, I'll fly upside down. Chow Yufeng glanced at the messages on the forum briefly before logging out. Hey, fourth brother, tell us, are you really young Master Feng? In the dormitory, the eldest brother looked at Chow Yufeng with curiosity and asked. Hey, look at this, the fourth brother is using a trifold phone. Holy crap, a trifold phone. The second brother exclaimed in shock, jumping off the bed and pointing at the phone in Chow Yufeng's hand. Upon hearing this, the eldest and third roommates were filled with shock and envy as they looked at the phone in Chow Yufeng's hand. The third brother swallowed hard, shocked, and said, he's holding a 30% fold banknote worth over 10,000 yuan, and he even shares the same name as young Master Feng. Holy crap, fourth brother, you can't really be young Master Feng, can you? As soon as the third brother spoke, the eldest and second eldest brothers looked at Chow Yufeng with curiosity. The three brothers had a simple idea: if Chow Yufeng really was young Master Feng, then this was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. They also met their wealthy friend. Thinking of this, the three brothers waited eagerly for Chow Yufeng's answer. Looking at the three brothers' expressions, Chow Yufeng laughed and said, "Alright, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a billionaire, I'm coming clean." Well. 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 The three brothers were speechless for a moment. The three exchanged glances, and the eldest brother said speechlessly, "It shouldn't be. Young Master Feng is a super rich man, he shouldn't say something so low." "I also think that Xiao Cs temperament doesn't resemble that of a super rich person," the second brother said. The third brother shook his head in disappointment. "Fourth brother, he doesn't have the brains of a super rich guy, and his temperament isn't even as good as mine." As the third brother spoke, he looked in the mirror, touched his slicked back hair, and looked narcissistic. The three men's words made Chow Yufeng laugh in anger, and he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, no one believes the truth in this world. Whether Chow Yufeng is actually Feng Xiao or not has become a hot topic of debate on the school forum. However, Chow Yufeng, the male protagonist of the incident, ignored it. "I had no interest in proving anything. There's no way around it, our levels of understanding have diverged." In the past, Chow Yufeng would have been very willing to show off, openly declaring in front of everyone that he was young Master Feng, making everyone envious, and allowing him to show off quite a bit. But now, Chow Yufeng realized that he really had no mood to show off in front of them anymore, because he didn't care about face at all. If he wanted it, countless people would rush to give it to him. What he enjoys more now is conquest. Seeing those people who were once out of his reach now showing respect to him gives him a sense of conquest that fuels his motivation. People from different social classes naturally have different pursuits. The next morning, the cashback notification arrived as scheduled. Ding! Cashback successful. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank account. Among them, Lu Yu's favorability rating reached over 90%, with a 9% cashback rate. Spending 45 million, she received 4.05 million in cashback. Mu Linchuang's favorability rating has reached over 90%, resulting in a 9% cashback. Yesterday's spending totaled 700 million, with a cashback of 63 million. Yun Wanrong's favorability rating has reached 70% or higher, resulting in a 7% cashback. Yesterday's spending was zero, so there is no cashback. A total of 67.05 million yuan was returned in cash. The cashback has been deposited into your bank account. With over 60 million in hand, he instantly became incredibly excited, as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Now, including the previous cashback, his assets have reached over 80 million. This number makes him smile even in his dreams, and it also makes him stand up straighter. Now everything looks pleasing to him, and he couldn't be happier. More importantly, now it's not just him spending money, Lu Yu is also helping him spend it. Just yesterday, they spent another 45 million. Chapter 77. Yun Wanrong was forced into something. Lu Yu reported to him yesterday that she had her eye on a storefront and would buy it in full. Lu Yu is now fully committed to her work, and the first thing she thinks about every morning when she wakes up is to find a new store. She has always followed Chow Yufeng's idea, which is to make beauty salons spring up all over Dalian City and become a chain brand. Lu Yu has already changed the store name. The new name is Fengyu Chain Beauty Salon. Lu Yu's idea is to build the name Fengyu into a well-known brand in the beauty industry. Just like Apple in the mobile phone industry, which is far ahead. Once the factory is operational, Fengyu will no longer be limited to serving customers and providing beauty services. It will focus more on selling beauty products. At that time, Fengyu Chain Beauty Salons will also be changed to Fengyu Medical Aesthetics Group. At that time, Lu Yu truly became a female boss in the beauty industry. With Chow Yufeng's financial support, the Fengyu brand is destined to grow bigger and bigger. But to grow bigger and stronger, you are bound to be envied by others. Lu Yu's beauty salon has now attracted the attention of people in the same industry. Because of Chow Yufeng, almost all the wealthy second-generation kids in Dalian City came to Fengyu Beauty Salon to sign up for membership cards, making the business boom and making many competitors envious. Lu Yu's smooth sailing made her peers jealous, and Mu Linchuang's hotel also began to renovate, changing its brand, improving its services, and changing its menu. It is believed that a new hotel brand will soon emerge in Dalian City. Chow Yufeng was in a great mood and hummed a little tune as he headed to school. The electric scooter Lu Yu bought for him hasn't arrived yet, so he still has to take taxis, which is really frustrating for Chow Yufeng. That would be incredibly embarrassing. If those rich kids saw this, what would he say? How would he ever be able to face the world again? What will Wei Sheng think of him? What will Mu Feng think of him? And what will Qin Hao think of him? Does young Master Feng even care about his reputation? Although he has the money to buy a car, he is actually a little reluctant to spend tens of millions on it. There's no way around it with the profits from the beauty salon, he's just a small-time billionaire. Sigh, the main reason is still poverty. Making more money is the real priority. Chow Yufeng sighed and laughed first, this guy's acting is so damn smooth. With a self-deprecating laugh, Chow Yufeng took out his phone and started hailing a taxi. It's really strange. Usually, a driver would accept the order within 2 minutes, but today, I've been waiting for 10 minutes and no one has accepted the order. Even the taxis coming and going were all occupied, none of them had passengers or had already accepted a fare. Chow Yufeng stood there bewildered in the wind for half an hour before finally giving in and heading to the bus stop. But things often happen by chance. Before he even reached the bus stop, he saw Yun Wanrong waiting for the bus from afar. Today, Yun Wanrong was still dressed in her usual standard strong businesswoman office attire, a white tank top under a blazer, black trousers that reached her ankles, stockings, and black lace high heels. Unlike before, her long black hair was not tied up but hung down naturally, reaching her waist and dancing in the morning breeze. Beside Yun Wanrong, a middle-aged man with an unusual appearance was standing around her, talking about something. However, it was obvious that Yun Wanrong was very impatient and tried to distance herself from the middle-aged man several times, but the middle-aged man would always come close to her with a smile each time. When Zhou Fengshan first saw Yun Wanrong, he was utterly astonished by her beauty. He realized for the first time that a woman could be so beautiful and elegant. He could hardly believe that Yun Wanrong was a real person. He thought she was a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. He runs several university cafeterias and is quite wealthy, worth tens of millions, but unfortunately he has never found a woman worthy of him. Upon seeing Yun Wanrong, Zhou Fengshan felt that his destiny had finally arrived, and that he had finally found a woman who was worthy of him. Therefore, he began to pursue Yun Wanrong ardently. But he wondered if it was just his imagination, because Yun Wanrong didn't like him and seemed to look down on him. He thought it was Yun Wanrong who was shy. This morning, he was driving his luxury car, a BMW X7 worth millions, to check on the cafeteria at Donglin University. As luck would have it, I passed by the bus stop and saw Yun Wanrong waiting for the bus. How could a dignified university president not even have a car and be waiting for the bus? Zhou Fengshan thought Yun Wanrong was really low class at the time, which lowered his opinion of her. However, he still felt that Yun Wanrong was barely good enough for him. They didn't stop in the car, intending to take Yun Wanrong to school. But Yun Wanrong was too shy. She rejected his kindness time and time again. Wanrong, let's go. Look, my BMW X7 is parked up ahead. This car is worth over 1,000,000 yuan. If you miss this opportunity, you might not have another chance to ride in such a luxury car. Zhou Fengshan said to Yun Wanrong with a smug grin. Yun Wanrong was utterly speechless. A luxury car worth millions? That's incredibly extravagant. Does Zhou Fengshan really think she's a country bumpkin? With an annual salary of over 400,000 yuan, she could afford it if she gritted her teeth. However, she was focused on her work and felt that buying a car was too troublesome. It would require maintenance and repairs if it broke down, and taking the bus would be much more convenient, so she hadn't bought one yet. But because he didn't buy it, people misunderstood him as never having ridden in $1,000,000 luxury car? She was speechless and wanted to laugh. Seeing Zhou Fengshan's smug look, Yun Wanrong really wanted to tell him that the little money he had was nothing in other people's eyes. Putting everything else aside, just the day before yesterday, Chow Yufeng spent more than 3 million yuan on a single meal. If this had happened to Zhou Fengshan, he would have been furious. Thinking of Chow Yufeng, Yun Wanrong's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Composing herself, Yun Wanrong looked at Zhou Fengshan and bluntly refused, "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your kindness. I understand your intentions towards me. I feel that we are not suitable for each other, so it's best not to bother each other. Also, I hope that you can call me Miss Yun or Principal Yun in the future. It's better not to call me Wanrong." Look, she's getting shy again. Zhou Fengshan was speechless. How many men as outstanding as him, with a net worth of tens of millions, were there in Dalian City? Aside from those rich kids, like Wei Sheng and Mu Feng, there are probably only about 100 or so people stronger than him. Not many. He's so outstanding, yet Yun Wanrong didn't rush to throw herself at him. That's really shameless of her. Annoyance flashed in Zhou Fengshan's eyes. He grabbed Yun Wanrong's hand and said directly, "Come on, get in the car. Why do you have to wait for the bus when you have a luxury car? I really don't know what you bastards are thinking. After saying that, Zhou Fengshan grabbed Yun Wanrong and walked towards the BMW X7 in front. Yun Wanrong was startled and hurriedly struggled. She flung Zhou Fengshan's hand away, a look of anger flashing across her fair, oval face. She warned, "Mr. Zhou, haven't I made myself clear enough? There's no possibility between us. Please stop harassing me, or I'll call the police." "Call the police?" Zhou Fengshan let out a cold laugh. This Yun Wanrong is really giving them too much of a smile. In their family, women don't even have the right to speak, but now, this Yun Wanrong actually dares to refuse? She's fucking asking for a beating. Zhou Fengshan sneered, looking at Yun Wanrong with hostility, and began to hurl insults. "Yun Wanrong, you think I've been too kind to you? You dare to refuse me? Do you know how many girls are lining up for me? It's your honor that I've taken a liking to you, and you're acting like you're entitled to it? Yun Wanrong, let me tell you today, get on the bus now, or else, don't blame me for getting rough with you. You're dumbfounded. Get in the car." Chapter 78. Zhou Fengshan forcibly pulls Yun Wanrong into the car. "Yun Wanrong, are you deaf? Get in the car." Zhou Fengshan pointed at the BMW in front of him and arrogantly gave orders. Yun Wanrong's face turned ugly. She had never been bullied like this before, and now she was being verbally abused. Although she is a girl, she has a temper. This can be seen from the fact that she dared to take off her high heels and hit the bald man on the head with them to buy Chao Yufeng time to escape. Furthermore, as a strong woman, how could she possibly be submissive? Yun Wanrong didn't say much, but took out her phone. Just as she was about to call the police, she saw Chao Yufeng walking towards her. The appearance of Chao Yufeng made Yun Wanrong's face light up with joy, and she walked towards him without hesitation. Deep down, she instinctively believed that Chao Yufeng would protect her, even the police officers. Just like that time at the Western restaurant, Chao Yufeng only made a slight move, and Chu Dajiang and Sohn staged a perfect dog-eat-dog drama, taking meticulous care of her. Thinking of all this, Yun Wanrong smiled knowingly. "Yu Feng." Softly calling out the name, Yun Wanrong smiled and came to Chao Yufeng's side. "Hey, Yun Wanrong, where the hell are you going?" Zhou Fengshan quickly caught up and saw Yun Wanrong smiling at Chao Yufeng. Instantly, he felt a surge of resentment towards Chao Yufeng. "Damn it, I've been chasing after that bitch Yun Wanrong for so long, and she won't even give me a smile. Now she's all smiles and fawning over some pretty boy. She's practically asking for it." Chao Yufeng glanced at the two of them, completely ignoring Zhou Fengshan, and turned to Yun Wanrong beside him, saying with a playful expression, "Principal Yun, we don't seem to be that familiar with each other, do we? Damn it, you're the one who acted like a scoundrel, and you're the one who pretended not to see me. Now that you're in trouble, you remember me. Am I that despicable? Do you think I have to stand up for you just because you say one thing?" As he spoke, Chao Yufeng smiled and looked at Zhou Fengshan, then laughed and said, "Come on, brother, continue your unfinished business and pull this president of Yunnan University into the car." Upon hearing this, Yun Wanrong's smile froze instantly, revealing a hint of grievance. Zhou Fengshan laughed smugly and said arrogantly, "Fine, you little brat, you've got some nerve, you know I drive $1 million luxury car and you can't mess with me, huh? Little rascal, you're so young, but you're doing things that make me very happy." Zhou Fengshan arrogantly cursed and walked forward triumphantly, about to take Yun Wanrong's hand. But just as he reached out his hand, Yun Wanrong stepped behind Chao Yufeng and said softly, "I'm sorry, it was wrong of me to leave without saying goodbye before. Please protect me one more time." Chao Yufeng laughed. "That makes more sense." Seeing Zhou Fengshan's outstretched hand, Chao Yufeng raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed at the bus stop. Zhou Fengshan was slapped so hard that he took 2 steps back, and his pockmarked right cheek instantly swelled up like a steamed bun. He covered his right cheek, staring at Chao Yufeng with venomous eyes. "You little brat, didn't you say you wouldn't do anything? Are you kidding me? Hey kid, you better look closely. I drive $1 million luxury car, a BMW X7. If you mess with me, have you thought about the price you'll pay?" Zhou Fengshan pointed at the BMW X7 in front of him and arrogantly started cursing. How dare this little brat mess with Zhou Fengshan? He dares to slap him in the face? Does he have a death wish? Zhou Fengshan cursed and swore, but before he could finish speaking, Chao Yufeng kicked him. Zhou Fengshan watched in horror as Chao Yufeng's foot landed on him. He couldn't help but let out a wail, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his face contorted in pain as he clutched his stomach. He never expected that this little brat, who looked so handsome, would be so strong. It was like a bull had run over him. That kick made him feel like his intestines were going to break from the pain. Zhou Fengshan had no idea that Qiao Yufeng's strength was now 12 points, while a normal ordinary person would have 10 points. He used to work hard all year round, so he was stronger than the average person. Now he has gained a little more strength, about 1/10 of the average person's strength. And with a full-force kick, Zhou Fengshan, who was used to a life of ease, naturally couldn't take it. Zhou Fengshan clutched his stomach and groaned, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Qiao Yufeng. Qiao Yufeng didn't care whether he was resentful or not. He pulled Yun Wanrong over and said directly, "Apologize." Zhou Fengshan stiffened his neck and said contemptuously, "Fuck your mother." Before he could even utter a word, Qiao Yufeng showed no mercy and kicked him hard in the mouth. This kick caused Zhou Fengshan's mouth to bleed profusely, and 3 of his teeth flew out. Seeing the tooth lying at his feet, Zhou Fengshan trembled with fear, and his gaze toward Qiao Yufeng was instantly filled with terror. Because he realized that this little brat was clearly trying to kill him. This kick showed no mercy whatsoever. If he were kicked a few more times, he would really be crawling on the ground looking for his teeth. Brother, I was wrong, I apologize." Zhou Fengshan begged for mercy, his eyes filled with obvious fear as he looked at Qiao Yufeng. Seeing this, Qiao Yufeng pulled Yun Wanrong in front of him and said, "Don't say it to me, say it to Yun Wanrong." A distinct look of stunned disbelief crossed Yun Wanrong's exquisite oval face. She glanced at Qiao Yufeng, then at Zhou Fengshan, whose face was filled with fear, a hint of surprise on her face. She knew all too well how troublesome Zhou Fengshan was. He was like a leech, constantly bothering her and making her feel annoyed. She said it countless times, the two of them aren't a good match, but Zhou Fengshan still clings to her every time. In fact, this was not the first time Yun Wanrong had called the police. She had called the police twice already. But each time, Zhou Fengshan would argue unreasonably and refuse to apologize. This was the first time she had ever seen Zhou Fengshan beg for mercy and prepare to apologize. Zhou Fengshan's face was grim. To ask him to apologize to a woman was an utter disgrace. In their family, if his mother dared to disobey, his father would slap her. In his mind, if a woman is disobedient, she should be beaten. After being beaten a few times, she will behave. But now, this little brat is actually making him apologize to Yun Wanrong? This is simply humiliating to him. Zhou Fengshan's face was grim as he looked at Yun Wanrong without speaking for a long time. Upon seeing this, Qiao Yufeng didn't say a word, raised his foot, and kicked hard. "Who the hell puts up with your lousy habit of dawdling?" Zhou Fengshan looked on in terror, watching Qiao Yufeng's shoe sole grow larger and larger in his eyes until it finally kicked him hard in the face. This kick caused Zhou Fengshan to spit blood from his mouth and nose, and his head slammed heavily onto the ground. He clutched his head and howled in pain. Qiao Yufeng had no mercy for the woman and stepped on his face. He doesn't even care about those $1,000,000 luxury cars. Looking at Zhou Fengshan, who was clutching his head and cowering in fear, Qiao Yufeng asked directly, "Do you still need to reconsider?" Zhou Fengshan immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. "I won't consider it anymore, I won't consider it anymore, I apologize right now." As he spoke, he glanced unwillingly at Yun Wanrong, and stammered, "Yes. Is this your apology?" As soon as Qiao Yufeng uttered those words, he raised his foot to kick again. But before his feet could land, Yun Wanrong grabbed him. "Forget it, Yufeng, he didn't do anything to me. Zhou Fengshan, you can leave. There's no future for us. Don't bother me again." Zhou Fengshan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He stood up, not daring to look at Qiao Yufeng, and quickly ran over. Watching Zhou Fengshan's retreating figure, Qiao Yufeng sighed helplessly and said directly, "My dear principal of Yun University, you sympathize with this kind of person? Do you believe that if you let him go today, he will retaliate against you very soon, and his methods will be much more vicious than mine? You think you've done a good deed, but in fact, you've done a stupid one." Chapter 79. Yun Wanrong takes the initiative to hug him. Looking at Zhou Fengshan's retreating figure, Yun Wanrong found it hard to believe what Qiao Yufeng had said. But more importantly, as a university president, she couldn't tolerate watching her students beat up another person, as this went against her life philosophy. Just like she couldn't stand by and watch the bald guy bully Qiao Yufeng. She is the principal, and her primary responsibility is to educate people. As long as she is in office, she will do her job well. Perhaps one day, when she steps down, she will stop caring about right and wrong and just act according to her nature. Watching Zhou Fengshan's departing figure, Yun Wanrong shook her head. "I might regret it, but I will still do it." That's what she said, but Yun Wanrong felt deeply grateful to Chow Yufeng. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability plus 3, current favorability points, 79. Ding! Yun Wanrong is under the protection of the host and is in a good mood. Her happiness value has increased by 100, bringing her total happiness value to 600. Chow Yufeng laughed, pointed at Yun Wanrong, and said with a wry smile, "I should have let him drag you into the car." What? Chow Yufeng, I'm your principal. You haven't listened to a single word of what I've taught you about courage and righteousness, have you? Yun Wanrong said to Chow Yufeng with a coquettish tone. Chow Yufeng almost laughed. Now that he knew it was the principal, what was he thinking when he was acting like a hooligan? Seeing the mischievous smile on Chow Yufeng's lips, Yun Wanrong's face flushed red instantly. She also recalled the incident where she forcibly kissed Chow Yufeng, and offered a self-deceptive explanation. "Yufeng, I was drunk before, and my body was out of control. Please understand, I didn't mean anything by it. You are still my student, and I am still your principal." Well, Chow Yufeng is really impressed. He just saved you, and you're already busy drawing a line between yourself and others. Yun Wanrong was halfway through her sentence when she noticed that Chow Yufeng's expression was not good. Thinking back to how the two of them were like friends before, and now they've immediately changed their tune, it's really quite inhumane. So he quickly added, "Of course, we're also good friends. I was wrong about what happened before, and I apologize to you again. Please forgive me, my good friend?" After Yun Wanrong finished speaking, she looked at Chow Yufeng with a smile, her beauty breathtaking. Chow Yufeng laughed too. This principal of Yunde University, this big sister, is really quick to apologize. Before Chow Yufeng could say anything, the bus arrived. Seeing this, Yun Wanrong anxiously pulled Chow Yufeng toward the bus. "Yufeng, hurry up. There are a lot of people during the morning rush hour. If you can't squeeze on, you'll have to wait for the next one." As Yun Wanrong spoke, she skillfully followed the crowd and squeezed onto the bus. Chow Yufeng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Yun Wanrong to be so adept at taking the bus, which was quite inconsistent with her identity as a strong woman and university president. The two squeezed into a corner, hoping to catch their breath, but as more and more people got on the bus, the space became even more cramped, and the two could only squeeze together. As the bus started moving, the sudden movement caused Yun Wanrong to lose her balance, and she fell headfirst into Chow Yufeng's arms due to the inertia. Chow Yufeng quickly hugged her to prevent her from bumping into the chair. Holding Chow Yufeng, Yun Wanrong's face immediately flushed red, two blushes appearing on her delicate oval face, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She had previously leaned against Chow Yufeng's chest and felt its breadth. The sense of security she felt made her somewhat infatuated. Now, being held in Chow Yufeng's arms again, it was still that familiar feeling, that familiar scent, which she found somewhat addictive. But reason made her slowly say, "Yufeng, it's alright, let me go." Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng simply smiled at her but did not let go. Just then, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing the passengers inside the bus to lose their balance. Yun Wanrong nearly crashed into her seat again due to the inertia. The bus driver was cursing and swearing in front, apparently because a car cut him off. Hearing the curses, Chow Yufeng inwardly gave the driver a thumbs up, but smiled and said, "See? I can't let go, or you'll suffer the whole way." Yun Wanrong blushed. What Chow Yufeng said was indeed correct. If Chow Yufeng hadn't been holding her, she would have really bumped into the chair. She had already been hit 2 or 3 times before, and the pain was really intense. Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong's rationality gave in. She looked shyly at Chow Yufeng, who was so close to her. Their eyes met, and Yun Wanrong blushed even more, letting out a soft hum in her breath. The warm air blew onto Chow Yufeng's face. Looking at the pretty face so close to him, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Upon reaching the new platform, even more people boarded, and the increased crowding caused the two to embrace tightly, their bodies pressed together, the warmth of each other clearly palpable. Yun Wanrong's face turned even redder. She could clearly feel a certain part of her body being squeezed hard by Chow Yufeng's chest, turning into 2 persimmons. This ambiguous feeling made her heart, which had been dormant for many years, start pounding wildly. Especially when looking at Chow Yufeng's face so close, they could clearly feel the warm air from each other's breath. This feeling made her blood rush, and she had an urge to hug Chow Yufeng tightly and press her face against his chest. As the bus started moving again, the inertia made both of them a little unsteady, and their bodies inevitably rubbed against each other as they followed the momentum. This friction made Yun Wanrong blush all the way to the roots of her ears. If being so close to Chow Yufeng before made her feel uneasy, now it's her body that's starting to feel uneasy. Under double pressure, Yun Wanrong inexplicably reached out and hugged Chow Yufeng tightly, and the two embraced on the bus. Once a suppressed volcano erupts, it can easily cause overwhelming and devastating disasters. Yun Wanrong felt like she had become a repressed volcano, and the psychological and physical repression made her want to take more. So, Yun Wanrong couldn't help but hug Chow Yufeng tightly, wanting their bodies to press closer together and feel each other's body temperature more clearly. Yun Wanrong comforted herself, reminding herself that they were on a bus, and Chow Yufeng was just trying to protect her from bumping into a seat due to inertia, and that was what she was doing too. Chow Yufeng was somewhat surprised, not expecting Yun Wanrong to hug him so tightly. They say 30 is like. The ancients were right, they did not deceive us. Yun Wanrong has already taken such the initiative. If Chow Yufeng is still being coy, he really wouldn't be a man. Chow Yufeng hugged Yun Wanrong tightly with one hand, while using the other hand to let Yun Wanrong's head rest on his shoulder. Yun Wanrong did not resist, obediently resting her head on Chow Yufeng's shoulder, revealing a knowing smile. At this moment, the strong woman is like a docile little wife. The two embraced on the bus as it drove towards Donglin University. But halfway through the journey, Yun Wanrong, who had her head resting on Chow Yufeng's shoulder, suddenly spoke softly. "You phone, someone touched me." Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng looked down. Sure enough, a hand was seen placed on Yun Wanrong's thigh. Chow Yufeng looked in the direction of the hand and saw a fat, lewd-looking man beside him staring at Yun Wanrong with a lewd expression. The man had a lewd look on his face. When he saw Chow Yufeng looking at him, he glared at Chow Yufeng fiercely and threatened, "Kid, don't fucking mess with me. I just wanted to have some fun. If you piss me off, believe me, I'll make sure you end up in the hospital." As the man spoke, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a dagger, and brandished it threateningly at Chow Yufeng. After finishing, the man grinned lewdly and reached out to touch Yun Wanrong's slender waist, his eyes filled with lust. Chapter 80, No Screams, No Good. Chow Yufeng was truly surprised. He thought that bus perverts were a specialty of Sakura, but who would have thought that he would actually encounter one here? He even attacked Yun Wanrong, and threatened her by gesturing with a knife. Seeing the man with a lewd grin reach out to touch Yun Wanrong's waist, Chow Yufeng's eyes flashed with cold light, and he grabbed the man's fingers. The man was startled. Holding a dagger in one hand, he glared fiercely at Chow Yufeng and cursed, "You little brat, do you want to end up in the hospital?" The man had barely uttered a word when Chow Yufeng suddenly exerted force with his right hand and snapped the man's finger. Snap! With a sharp crack, the man's face turned deathly pale with pain, his lewd expression twisting into a grimace, his features contorted in agony. But the man didn't dare to scream. He knew very well what he had done, and if he were caught and sent to the police station, he would be in jail for quite some time. The man clenched his teeth in pain, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Chow Yufeng smiled as he looked at the man's pained expression. "I never would have guessed you had such backbone. You won't yell, huh? But I want to hear you yell." Chow Yufeng's eyes flashed with cold light. He grabbed the man's other finger again and snapped it in two with a burst of strength. Snap! Another cracking sound of bone breaking rang out. The man's eyes rolled back in pain, and his whole body twitched slightly, but he still clenched his teeth tightly, large beads of cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He looked at Chow Yufeng with a face full of fear. He never expected that this kid would be so ruthless, breaking two of his fingers without saying a word. Although he had a dagger, he had never used it. If he were to actually stab someone, he wouldn't dare to do it. But what about this guy? He's clearly handsome and looks like a college student, but why is he so violent? The lewd man was terrified and struggled desperately to get away from Chow Yufeng. A cold glint filled Chow Yufeng's eyes. This guy actually dared to do such a lewd thing to Yun Wanrong. If he's not taught a lesson, who knows how many girls will suffer in the future? Besides, I haven't even touched Yun Wanrong's legs yet, but you've already done it? You think you can just run away after touching me? It's too late. I told you, I wanted to hear screams. You think you can just leave without making a couple of screams? That's going too far. Chow Yufeng grabbed the lewd man's fingers and, with a forceful movement, broke off the remaining 3 fingers. Click. 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 3 sharp cracking sounds rang out simultaneously, and the lewd man's face instantly turned deathly pale, followed by a wail. The scream instantly drew everyone's attention in the car. The driver hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The lewd man was about to speak, but when he saw Chow Yufeng's gaze, he trembled with fear and hurriedly said, "No. It's nothing, I broke my own finger." "Did you break your own finger?" Everyone in the car was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? The driver was completely baffled, staring speechlessly at the lewd man, marveling that this guy was playing some tricks. Yun Wanrong knew the reason, but she naturally wouldn't say that Chow Yufeng had broken it. On the contrary, she was filled with gratitude towards Chow Yufeng. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability +2, current favorability points, 81. Ding! Yun Wanrong is protected again. She is in a good mood. Happiness value +100. Current total happiness value, 700. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of the people in the car, the sleazy man didn't dare to utter a word. His face was pale as he covered his hands and got off the car, slinking away in a sorry state. With the lewd man gone, Chow Yufeng smiled and opened his arms to Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong blushed and shook her head. After the lewd man's outburst, she came to her senses and sighed inwardly at her own audacity. As the principal, what had she done to her students? You still dare to shake your head and refuse? If he hadn't been in the car, would he have just grabbed his bag and run away? Chow Yufeng was no longer going to indulge Yun Wanrong. He directly took Yun Wanrong's hand and pulled her back into his arms. Yun Wanrong exclaimed in surprise and bumped into Chow Yufeng's arms. Her face instantly turned red, and she sighed inwardly, this little boy is becoming more and more domineering towards her. Where is the puppy-like appearance he had when he handed her a tissue before? He was so well behaved back then. But now, he's a fiercely aggressive little wolf cub. President of Yunnan University, don't forget, this is on a bus. If we get hit, don't blame me. I'm protecting you, you know? Upon hearing this, Yun Wanrong blushed and obediently nestled into Chow Yufeng's arms. She comforted herself, saying that it hurt a lot to bump into the chair, but she just didn't want to experience that pain again, not because she was infatuated with Chow Yufeng's embrace. Moreover, this is a special way for Chow Yufeng to protect her, although this protection requires him to hold her. As Yun Wanrong thought to herself, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Even she didn't know when it started, but although she rejected Chow Yufeng's hug, she didn't reject it. Wanrong, there are more and more perverts these days. Chow Yufeng gently rested his head on the top of Yun Wanrong's head, rubbing her hair, and spoke softly. This title made Yun Wanrong's eyes widen involuntarily, and her body tensed up. She wanted to correct him, telling Chow Yufeng to call her sister wrong. But although reason kept urging her on, her emotions kept resisting. As a result, Yun Wanrong's left and right hemispheres began to fight each other wildly. Seeing Yun Wanrong remain silent, Chow Yufeng's lips curled up. His lack of immediate objection indicated that he wasn't particularly opposed to it. Thinking of this, Chow Yufeng continued with a smile, Wanrong, there are so many perverts around. How about we walk to and from school together from now on? I can protect you that way. What do you think? The mere mention of perverts caused Yun Wanrong to instantly switch from her left-right brain battle mode. The lewd man's actions still made her feel a little scared when she thought about it. Especially since she was carrying a knife, even if she had called the police, it would have been too late. If I were to be taken advantage of by someone like that, I wouldn't even have time to cry. More importantly, Chow Yufeng's suggestion made her emotions urge her to agree. Surprisingly, this time, reason did not object. After all, she knew very well what kind of things a person carrying a knife and filled with lewd thoughts was capable of doing. It's not about being afraid, but rather, if you know there's danger, why not try to avoid it? With both reason and emotion affirming her decision, Yun Wanrong did not resist and nodded. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the school. The two got out of the car and walked towards the dormitory. Not forgetting to turn back, he made a phone gesture to Yun Wanrong, telling her not to forget to call him after get off work that night. Yun Wanrong blushed at first, then nodded with a red face. But soon, she frowned, feeling that she was being too effeminate, whereas she usually projected the image of a strong, independent woman. Who exactly is the principal, and who are the students? Yun Wanrong muttered to herself, a smile playing on her lips. She wondered if she had failed as the principal and the strong woman she was supposed to be. Perhaps I really should consider leaving the company. Yun Wanrong carried her bag and walked into the school. Neither of them noticed that a BMW X7 was parked not far from the school gate. Inside the car, Zhou Fengshan watched the two get out, his eyes cold. Especially when he saw Yun Wanrong unconsciously smiling, his eyes were filled with intense resentment and venom. "Pa, you filthy bitch. I was chasing after you, and you didn't even give me a smile. Now you're all smiles at this pretty boy. You're such a fucking slut." Zhou Fengshan cursed angrily with a gloomy face, spitting out a tooth from his mouth. Looking at the teeth that had fallen onto the seat, Zhou Fengshan's expression became even more ferocious. He won't let that pretty boy get away with it. Zhou Fengshan picked up his phone, found a number, and dialed it. "Hey, Biaozi, bring a few guys to Donglin University. I need to get someone." Chapter 81. Yun Wanrong is surrounded. At school, the discussion about whether Chao Yufeng was actually young Master Feng continued unabated. Yun Wanrong also noticed the school forum, and a look of obvious surprise appeared on her face as she read the content. Is Chao Yufeng the same as Feng Xiao? Yun Wanrong could hardly believe it. It's hard to believe that the aggressive young man is actually young Master Feng, whom all the rich second-generation kids in Dalian City fawn over. However, she also felt it was very possible that Chao Yufeng had paid for everyone's meals at the Western restaurant, spending over 3 million yuan. When Chao Yufeng paid, his expression was calm and composed, which shocked her greatly. She was puzzled at the time. How could a student have so much money? You have to understand that she has been working in society for many years and she would never dare to spend such a huge amount of money as calmly as Chao Yufeng. Yet Chao Yufeng, a student, can be so composed. This one action alone made her feel that Chao Yufeng might really be the incomparably famous young Master Feng of Dalian City. Thinking to herself, Yun Wanrong sat on the sofa chair with a bitter smile on her lips. "Young Master Feng, I've actually become friends with young Master Feng, and to make matters worse, this young Master Feng is my student?" Yun Wanrong shook her head and smiled bitterly, picked up her teacup and took a sip, a strange helplessness on her face. She knew very well what Chao Yufeng's attitude towards her was. From being a god sister at the beginning to now being a close friend, from being very proper at the beginning to now hugging on the bus. That says it all. And what about her? In her interactions with Chao Yufeng, wasn't she also gradually falling for him? Every time she was with Chao Yufeng, her rationality could not control her emotions. She gradually became more sentimental, more impulsive, and more like a woman. Where did this all begin? Yun Wanrong rubbed her temples with a wry smile, muttering to herself. They asked the question verbally, but they knew perfectly well what was going on in their hearts. It was from that time at the Western restaurant that Chao Yufeng appeared out of nowhere, like a great hero riding on auspicious clouds, shielding her from all the storms and hardships at her most vulnerable, frustrated, and wronged moment. A hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Yun Wanrong leaned back in her chair, her tone casual, but a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. The story of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be old-fashioned and cliched, but it is the kind of story that can touch a person's heart the most. It turns out that I had been attracted to him without even realizing it. But he's my student. Yun Wanrong was somewhat at a loss. The closer she got to Chao Yufeng, the more panic she felt. She was afraid. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist wanting to be with Chao Yufeng, and even more afraid that she would be manipulated by her emotions and taste forbidden fruit. Her long-standing principles of conduct also prevented her from doing such a thing. Even though she kept telling herself that she was the principal and Chao Yufeng was just her student, it was utterly absurd for a student and the principal to get together. But emotions are always so irrational. Every time she encounters Chao Yufeng, the beast of emotion easily breaks free of its cage, effortlessly tearing apart all her rationality. It's only natural for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman to be together, but what about societal norms? She lacked the courage to defy societal norms. She thought about how she had promised Chao Yufeng that he would pick her up and drop her off at Get Off Work. Yun Wanrong was conflicted, so much so that she lost all motivation to work. Time flew by, and evening arrived. Chao Yufeng first returned to his dormitory, packed his things, and then lay on his bed waiting for Yun Wanrong's call. Yun Wanrong was still struggling in the office. Throughout the day, her left and right hemispheres were in a frenzy of conflict, with two little voices arguing in her head all day long, leaving her extremely exhausted. By the time she was about to leave work, she was completely drained and had fallen asleep several times. Now that she could leave work, she didn't know whether she should call Chao Yufeng. After hesitating for a long time, Yun Wanrong sighed, picked up her bag, and left the office in her high heels, walking alone towards the school gate. At this moment, Zhou Fengshan, along with Biaozi and a group of others, swaggered into the campus. Zhou Fengshan's eyes were filled with resentment. He recalled how he had been so humiliated this morning, being pinned to the ground and kicked in the mouth by a brat. It was an absolute disgrace. Zhou Fengshan was worth tens of millions and was considered a prominent figure in Dalian City. How dare some brat treat him like that? Even rich kids like Wei Shang and Yuan Hongjie didn't treat him like this. How dare this brat? Brother Sean, don't worry. I've looked into that kid based on the photo you gave me. His name is Chao Yufeng. What the hell is this crazy nonsense? Don't worry, Brother Sean, we brothers will make sure he's crawling on the ground. Diaozi, with his buzz cut and sleazy appearance, said with a sinister grin. He loved disciplining these poor students. They had no money or power, so he had no qualms about disciplining them. He could not only beat them up and have a good time, but he also got paid. Why wouldn't he do it? Zhou Fengshan nodded with a gloomy expression and said with dissatisfaction, Diaozi, you are more considerate. Before, when I sent the photos I secretly took of Chao Yufeng to Baldi, that bastard didn't even think about it and hurriedly shook his head to refuse. He really doesn't know what's good for him. What I find even more ridiculous is that the bald guy actually advised me to go apologize to this phone buffing guy? And what the hell did you say about me regretting it? Zhou Fengshan muttered curses, a sneer playing on his lips. Me, regret it? I, Zhou Fengshan, am worth tens of millions and drive luxury cars worth millions. Me, regret it? In Dalian City, besides those few rich kids I can't mess with, who the hell can make me regret it? That's absolutely hilarious. Zhou Fengshan said dismissively, his face full of contempt. Diaozi chimed in, flattering him, that's right. With Brother Sean here, how could Baldi be afraid of a student? He's fucking doomed. If you ask me, Brother Sean, from now on, don't bother with Baldi. He's no good. If you need help, just come to me. Brother Sean, I won't say anything else, just watch how I teach that bastard phone buffing a lesson today. I promise I'll make him crawl on the ground looking for his teeth. Oh, right, and Principal Yun, brother brought some medicine. I guarantee it will make Brother Sean feel like he's in heaven. With a lewd grin, Diaozi pulled out a small medicine bottle and offered it to Zhou Fengshan in a fawning manner. Zhou Fengshan took it, nodded in satisfaction, and laughed, all right, Diaozi, you're much better than Baldi. That idiot Baldi even made me apologize? Apologize to some damn student? Forget it, Zhou Fengshan said arrogantly. The group, grumbling and cursing, arrived at the school's office building and saw Yun Wanrong walking out of the building alone. Upon seeing Yun Wanrong in her sharp office lady attire, her shapely figure and delicate face sent a chill down Zhou Fengshan's spine, and a lewd glint flashed in his eyes. No matter how many times he saw Yun Wanrong, Zhou Fengshan always found her to be incredibly beautiful. Her figure and face are both top-notch, and paired with this smart office lady outfit, she is incredibly alluring and charming. The more Zhou Fengshan looked, the faster his blood rushed. His heart was burning with excitement, so he immediately led Diaozi and the rest of the group over quickly. Yun Wanrong also saw Zhou Fengshan and his group of people. Startled, she quickly turned her head, thinking of going back into the building to call Chao Yufeng. But after she took only 2 steps in her high heels, she was quickly surrounded by these people. Zhou Fengshan grinned lewdly and said smugly, Wanrong, why are you running away? The brothers mean no harm, they just want to invite you to dinner. Yes, sister-in-law, our brother Sean extended a very warm invitation. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Chapter 82 Chao Yufeng slaps Diaozi wildly. Yes, sister-in-law, brother Sean just wants to invite you to dinner. You won't refuse, will you? Diaozi sneered, blocking Yun Wanrong's way and threatening her. Zhou Fengshan was very satisfied with Diaozi's performance, feeling that this guy was many times better than Baldi. Especially those with good judgment, who immediately addressed their sister-in-law as sister-in-law. That's a good name. Zhou Fengshan smiled smugly and reached out to take Yun Wanrong's small hand. Yun Wanrong flung him away, her eyes cold as she looked at Zhou Fengshan. Hey, did my sister-in-law and brother have a fight? Why are they getting so upset? Diaozi said with a grin from the side. After he finished speaking, the henchman standing to the side also chimed in with a playful expression. Brother Sean, why don't you hurry up and comfort your wife? Can't you see she's throwing a tantrum? Sister-in-law, it's okay. Young couples quarrel, they quarrel in bed, but they make up in bed. I'll ask Brother Sean to book a room later, and I guarantee they'll be inseparable tomorrow. What do you all think? Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, my brother Sean is rich, he drives a luxury car worth millions. I'll have him buy you a bag later. A bag can cure all ills, right? Brother Sean, hurry up and hug your wife and comfort her. The brothers are all hungry and waiting for dinner. Hearing the jeers and cheers around him, Zhou Fengshan laughed triumphantly. His eyes gleamed with lust as he opened his arms and embraced Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong watched Zhou Fengshan approaching her and tried to get away, but she was surrounded by people. Furthermore, these people kept tightening the encirclement, forcing Yun Wanrong and Zhou Fengshan to embrace each other. Zhou Fengshan's actions attracted the attention of many students around him. Seeing that Zhou Fengshan dared to be so unscrupulous in the school, everyone's face was filled with anger. This is outrageous. How could these people do this? They're so arrogant. Sho, keep your voice down, bro. This guy's name is Zhou Fengshan. I heard he knows a lot of shady characters. Be careful he doesn't retaliate against you. Are we just going to stand by and watch this guy act so recklessly? The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, but looking at Biaozi and his group of idle young men, not one of them dared to step forward. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhou Fengshan became even more smug, laughing arrogantly as he reached out to embrace Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong watched Zhou Fengshan approach relentlessly, her heart filled with regret. They regretted not calling Chao Yufeng. If Chao Yufeng were here, would these people not dare to act so recklessly? But what she regretted even more was that she hadn't listened to Chao Yufeng's advice. Zhou Fengshan did indeed come to retaliate, and just as Chao Yufeng had said, his methods were even more despicable and arrogant. If we had scared Zhou Fengshan back then, would Zhou Fengshan have been more cautious? Yun Wanrong was filled with regret, and as she looked at Zhou Fengshan who was getting closer and closer, a clear look of fear appeared in her eyes. Just as Zhou Fengshan was about to hug Yun Wanrong, Chao Yufeng appeared and blocked Yun Wanrong's way, raising his hand and slapping the smug Zhou Fengshan across the face. Didn't you get enough of a beating? Chao Yufeng slapped down hard with his right hand. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Zhou Fengshan's smug expression instantly froze. His right cheek, which had not yet subsided, swelled up rapidly, turning into a bun-like shape in the blink of an eye, bluish-purple. Zhou Fengshan covered his face, stunned and standing there, staring at Chao Yufeng in disbelief. Biaozi and his group were also stunned, unable to believe that this guy named Feng would dare to attack Zhou Fengshan in front of so many of them. Yun Wanrong's eyes reddened. In her moment of crisis, it was still that man who resolutely appeared in front of her, shielding her from all the storms. Looking at Chao Yufeng's broad back, Yun Wanrong suddenly felt like crying. She tried to escape time and time again, but every time she encountered a crisis, the first person she thought of was Chao Yufeng. And whenever she was in danger, it was always Chao Yufeng who stepped forward and stood in front of her. Perhaps it was fate, otherwise why would he always appear at the most crucial moment? Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability +3, current favorability points, 84. Ding! The host's protection has pleased Yun Wanrong. Pleasure value +100, current total pleasure value 800. The burning pain on his face instantly contorted Zhou Fengshan's expression, and he looked at Chao Yufeng with eyes full of resentment. Hit me? You little brat, you dare hit me? Go! Cripple him! Zhou Fengshan roared and shouted, his face showing obvious contempt. Zhou Fengshan felt incredibly lucky that Chao Yufeng, that little brat, dared to show his face and court death, otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to find him. Now it's all settled, old and new grudges at once. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Fengshan's eyes as he shouted for Biaozi and his men to make their move. Biaozi grinned maliciously at Chao Yufeng, scoffing, "Kid, you've got guts, huh? So many of us dare to lay a hand on Brother Sean? Looks like you don't respect us brothers. No problem, we'll show you what happens when you mess with us, hee hee hee." Biaozi sneered and walked toward Chao Yufeng with a contemptuous look in his eyes. The people around were on tenterhooks when they saw this. These thugs were ruthless. Could Chao Yufeng, a student, possibly be a match for them? Biaozi stepped forward with a sneer, but before he could make a move, Chao Yufeng raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Biaozi's expression changed instantly. He tried to dodge, but found that he couldn't dodge at all. That kid's hands are so fast. Biaozi was startled and looked at Chao Yufeng's hand with fear as it slapped him hard across the face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Biaozi couldn't help but take a step back from the slap. Upon seeing this, the surrounding henchmen shouted and rushed forward. Damn it, they even dared to hit Brother Biao, they're asking for death. Charge! Everyone, charge! Biaozi's face was also gloomy, and he glared angrily at Chao Yufeng, "You fucking dare to hit me." Before he could finish speaking, Chao Yufeng's eyes turned icy, and he raised his hand to slap Biaozi hard across the face, silencing him before he could finish his sentence. This slap made Biaozi take another step back, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Chow Yufeng slapped Biaozi twice, but he didn't stop. Before Biaozi could even stand up straight, Chow Yufeng slapped him again with his other hand. Chow Yufeng was surrounded by his underlings, who then attacked him. Chow Yufeng dealt with the situation with one hand while frantically slapping Biaozi with the other. Biaozi retreated, Chow Yufeng advanced, slapping him repeatedly. Slap. 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 The sound continued, echoing beneath the teaching building. Although Chow Yufeng could handle those henchmen with one hand, he did so with ease. The first one to rush forward, Chow Yufeng punched the man hard in the throat. The man shuddered, clutched his throat, and coughed as he staggered backward in terror. Before the other man could even throw a punch, Chow Yufeng punched him in the temple, and the man's eyes rolled back, and he immediately lost consciousness. Before Chow Yufeng could even reach another person, Chow Yufeng kicked that person in the right knee joint. With a sharp crack, the man's face contorted in pain, and he clutched his leg, howling in agony. Chow Yufeng dealt with the situation with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, he had beaten these underlings to a pulp. Each of them was groaning and looking at Chow Yufeng with terrified eyes. They simply couldn't believe that a student could be so abnormally strong, easily defeating them with just one hand and one foot. Not just defeat them, but cripple them. That's so brutal. The henchmen's faces were contorted in pain as they looked at each other, each seeing fear in the other's eyes. Consequently, they lost all courage to step forward and instead kept retreating, fearing that Chow Yufeng would strike them again. They were truly terrified and didn't want to be hit by Chow Yufeng again. Chapter 83. If you can't get a rich kid, I'll get one for you. Chow Yufeng slapped Biaozi hard with one hand while crippling all the other henchmen with the other. This scene caused the surrounding students to involuntarily widen their eyes and open their mouths in disbelief. They simply couldn't believe that a student could be so awesome and so good at fighting. He must be even more formidable than a special forces soldier. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Chow Yufeng taught these thugs a lesson with just one hand. Holy crap, that's so damn cool. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Even special forces soldiers aren't this good at fighting. What kind of monster is Chow Yufeng? I suddenly really want to learn martial arts. I also want to be as cool as the 3-second god. Am I the only one concerned about that guy who's still getting slapped like crazy? His face is all deformed from our 3-second slap. But it's satisfying, it's fucking satisfying. If these people keep acting arrogant, they deserve it. The surrounding crowd discussed excitedly, their gazes towards Chow Yufeng filled with even greater admiration. From the moment Chow Yufeng began to take revenge on Zhang Bin, they began to admire him to some extent. Then, even Gudan, the shrew at school, was taught a lesson by Chow Yufeng, and now Gudan behaves herself. This made them admire them even more. Now, these idle people from society are brazenly barging into the school and openly harassing the principal, which infuriates them. But at the crucial moment, Chow Yufeng appeared and taught these bastards a lesson. Seeing Chow Yufeng's relaxed and calm demeanor, they admired him to the extreme. Biaozi has no idea how many times he's been slapped. He just feels like he can't feel either side of his face anymore. But Chow Yufeng was still slapping him. Biaozi was filled with rage and was about to call his underlings to hurry up and attack. But when he looked up, he saw all his underlings backing away with fear on their faces. Even worse, some had broken arms or legs and crawled backward on the ground. Seeing this, Biaozi's anger instantly vanished, replaced by terror. He simply couldn't believe that his underling had become like this in such a short time. Just how good is Chow Yufeng at fighting? How could he beat him with one hand and still find the time to cripple the henchman he brought with him? Biaozi thought in fear, feeling a chill suddenly rise from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine and straight to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. Zhou Fengshan was so frightened that he stood there dumbfounded. When he arrived, he was full of confidence and marveled at his good luck, marveling at how Chow Yufeng, that little brat, had actually come to his death. But now he realizes just how ridiculous his thoughts were. This Chow Yufeng is simply too brutal. The underlings he brought were like children in front of Chow Yufeng, easily crippled by him. Seeing his underling groaning and backing away, he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Zhou Fengshan was stunned, standing there dumbfounded, feeling only fear in his heart, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yun Wanrong's eyes lit up as she looked at Chow Yufeng in front of her with a look of surprise. She discovered that Chow Yufeng always managed to surprise her. This was how he retaliated against Zhang Bin, how he fiercely confronted Gudan, how he made Chu Dezheng fight like dogs, and now his fighting prowess is off the charts. Those idle social figures that people would avoid at all costs are like children in front of Chow Yufeng, easily taught a lesson. Yun Wanron looked at Chow Yufeng, who was displaying great power, with surprise in her eyes, and felt completely at ease. Ding! Yun Wanron's favorability +1, current favorability points, 85. Chow Yufeng delivered the final slap, and Gaozi slumped down next to Zhou Fengshan, his face swollen beyond recognition, a dark purple bruise. Zhou Fengshan trembled with fear as he looked at Chow Yufeng, his eyes shaking violently with terror. His voice trembled as he stammered a threat, Don't come any closer, I am Zhou Fengshan, I drive a luxury car worth millions, I am worth tens of millions, I know a lot of rich second-generation kids. When the topic turned to rich kids, Zhou Fengshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately threatened, Yes, I know a lot of rich kids. You little brat, if you mess with me, you'll have to pay the price. Rich second generation? Upon hearing those 3 words, Chow Yufeng almost laughed. How dare Zhou Fengshan threaten him with the name of a rich second generation? That's interesting. This really piqued Chow Yufeng's curiosity. How could that rich kid be so unlucky as to have met him? Curious, Chow Yufeng lit a cigarette and slowly said, You know some rich kids? Okay, tell me, who do you know? Zhou Fengshan's face lit up with joy, thinking Chow Yufeng was scared. He became arrogant again, sneering, little brat, I'm not afraid to scare you if I tell you. I know Dong Hao, I know Wei Shang, I know Yuan Hongjie. Zhou Fengshan rattled off several names, becoming increasingly smug and disdainful as he looked at Chow Yufeng. So what if you can fight? We live in a money-driven society, a society built on connections. Compared to me, you little brat are nothing. Upon hearing these names, Chow Yufeng almost burst out laughing. But when the students around heard these names, their faces showed worry. As the saying goes, the poor shouldn't fight with the rich. These rich kids are not to be trifled with. With just a flick of their fingers, they can ruin their lives. Now that they heard that Zhou Fengshan knew so many rich kids, everyone was sweating bullets for Chow Yufeng, not wanting their idol to be easily fooled by those rich kids. Chow Yufeng remained calm, took a drag of his cigarette, and laughed, I didn't realize you knew so many people. Okay, call them over. What? The smug look that had just appeared on Zhou Fengshan's face instantly froze. Chow Yufeng, that little brat, told me to call over those rich kids? What the hell did he call for? He's only worth tens of millions, how could he possibly know those rich kids? Those rich kids wouldn't even give him a second glance if they met him normally. He didn't even have the phone numbers of those rich kids, let alone call them. What? Can't you come? Chow Yufeng said with a playful smile. Just by looking at Zhou Fengshan's expression, Chow Yufeng knew what was going on. Without further ado, he took out his phone, pointed it at Zhou Fengshan, and said, If you can't call them, I'll call them for you. Then you can ask those rich kids if they dare to mess with me, Chow Yufeng. As Chow Yufeng spoke, he opened the second-generation group chat and sent a voice message, Everyone, come here. Location, Donglin University Office Building. The moment the message was sent, more than a dozen rich kids in the group responded. Roger that, boss. Understood, boss. Don't worry, boss, I'll be right there. One response after another was sent out, and these rich kids didn't say a word more than necessary, all saying they would arrive immediately. As a result, the entire city of Dalian was thrown into chaos, with luxury cars that were rarely seen on ordinary days suddenly appearing everywhere. The Koenigsegg sped down the street, with Qin Hao inside, driving at full speed towards Donglin University. Although it was unclear what had happened, Chow Yufeng's tone clearly indicated that he was extremely angry. In Dalian City, anyone who dares to mess with young Master Feng is asking for trouble. Mu Feng personally drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan towards Donglin University, attracting the attention of countless people along the way. Lu Yu drove his Mercedes Maybach with a clear goal in mind, Donglin University. Previously, he had lost a lot of assets to Chu Tian, but Chow Yufeng won all of them and gave them to him unconditionally. This made Lu Yu extremely grateful to Chow Yufeng, and without hesitation, he chose to become Chow Yufeng's subordinate. Now, they actually dared to anger my boss. No matter who it is, I, Lu Yu, will definitely make them lose a piece of their flesh. With that thought in mind, Lu Yu stepped on the gas. The Maybach shuddered, then shot straight at Donglin University like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, luxury cars sped through the streets of Dalian City. Wei Shang's Bentley, Yuan Hongjie's Maserati, Su Qin's Lamborghini. As these people passed by, they attracted countless onlookers who couldn't understand what was wrong with these rich kids, making such a high-profile appearance and causing a scene. Chapter 84 Unbridled Arrogance. On the streets of Dalian City, luxury cars sped by, all heading in the same direction, Donglin University. Meanwhile, inside Donglin University, Zhou Fengshan was still somewhat taken aback by Chao Yufeng's words. If you can't call them, I'll call them for you. Then you can ask those rich kids if they dare to lay a hand on me, Chao Yufeng. These words made Zhou Fengshan's heart tighten. Could it be that this brat Chao Yufeng knows those rich kids? This conjecture instantly gave Zhou Fengshan a bad feeling. Impossible, I don't know him. I definitely don't know Chao Yufeng. He must be showing off like me. Zhou Fengshan tried to comfort himself, but the bad premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The students around him were also filled with surprise and doubt. They had been wondering whether Chao Yufeng was really young Master Feng, and now Chao Yufeng's words made them, who already believed he was young Master Feng's student, excited. 10 minutes passed, but no one appeared around, let alone those rich kids. This made people increasingly suspicious that Chao Yufeng really knew those rich kids. If we know each other, why didn't anyone show up? Zhou Fengshan's lips curled up in a smug, cold smile. He knew this kid was just showing off. What did he mean by being a rich second generation? What did he mean by saying that none of those rich second generation kids would dare to lay a hand on him, Chao Yufeng? It was all bullshit. They bragged loudly, but what was the result? They couldn't deliver, and it was even more embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Zhou Fengshan laughed inwardly, already prepared to ridicule Chao Yufeng. But just as he was about to utter those sarcastic words, the roar of engines suddenly erupted all around him. The sounds came from afar, rapidly approaching this place. Furthermore, these sounds did not come from just one car, but from many cars. These sounds drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who looked up and peered out. Upon hearing these sounds, Zhou Fengshan's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition erupted like a volcano, spreading throughout his heart. Impossible, impossible, that sound definitely didn't come from those luxury cars. I just told myself a comforting thought. The next second, a fleet of luxury cars sped up. Leading the pack was a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions, followed by several other cars also worth tens of millions, including a Cullinan, a Maybach, and a Lamborghini. Behind them stretched an endless line of luxury cars, each one a cherished possession of every man. These luxury cars lined up like a long dragon, their engines roaring as they surrounded the students in astonishment. The students were completely stunned by the scene before them. In the past, it was rare to even see a luxury car, but now, these luxury cars appeared in droves and stopped right next to them. Thinking about this filled everyone with excitement. Zhou Fengshan froze on the spot, his face pale with fear. One after another, luxury cars stopped, and their doors opened simultaneously. Mu Feng, Qin Hao, Lu Yu, Wei Shang, Yuan Hongjie, Su Qin, one by one, these rich second-generation individuals stepped out of their cars, their eyes sweeping over the entire room with disdain, exuding an aura of dominance. But when these wealthy second-generation heirs, whose mere presence could shake the entire city of Dalian, saw Chao Yufeng, they all looked at him with respect, nodded in unison, and said loudly, "Boss." The voices of the numerous wealthy second-generation students echoed like thunder throughout Donglin University. These two words, like a thunderbolt, struck everyone's heads. Boss? These rich kids call Chao Yufeng boss? Don't tell me Chao Yufeng is really young Master Feng? See? I told you, Chao Yufeng is definitely young Master Feng. Now it's confirmed. It's amazing that such a super rich person lives in our Donglin University. Holy crap, Mu Feng, Qin Hao, and Lu Yu are all top-tier rich kids in Dalian City. We never even see them normally, but now, these top-tier rich kids are all calling Chao Yufeng boss. Holy crap, I can't believe I've actually played games with the super rich young Master Feng. This is so damn fantastical. It's even more fantastical than the fantasy novels I've read. My roommate in the next bed is actually a super rich guy. The eldest member of the dorm exclaimed in the crowd. Beside him, the second and third brothers also looked incredulous. Just yesterday, they were still speculating whether Chao Yufeng was really young Master Feng. At the time, Chao Yufeng said, "I'm coming clean, I'm a billionaire, I'm not pretending anymore." They all thought Chao Yufeng was just showing off when he said that. But looking at it now, that was just showing off. This is the absolute truth. Diaozi was so scared that he wet himself, his lower body was soaked. He looked around at the luxury cars and the rich kids he had to look up to. Wei Shang, Yuan Hongjie, Mu Feng. He had never even met these rich kids before, and some of them were people he was seeing in person for the first time. Now he finally understood why the bald man said he shouldn't mess with him. This guy is more than just someone you can't mess with. If he had known earlier that Chow Yufeng was actually the boss of these rich kids, he would have worshipped Chow Yufeng, bowing to him 3 times a day and burning incense every morning and evening. Ironically, he had previously ridiculed the bald man, thinking he was a coward. Now it seems I was the one who was stupid and angered the king of hell. Beside Biaozi, Zhou Fengshan was completely stunned, staring blankly at the scene. At that moment, all his hopes vanished, and he clearly understood what kind of person he had offended. Compared to young Master Feng in front of him, he was nothing at all. And yet this idiot still kept whining in front of young Master Feng, constantly bragging about driving a $1 million luxury car, trying to use money to make young Master Feng submit. Zhou Haifeng had no idea what he had been thinking before. Is young Master Feng short of money? What someone gives away casually is wealth that he could never obtain even if he worked his whole life. How blind must I have been to dare to provoke young Master Feng when he was so rich and powerful? Yun Wanrong looked around at the luxury cars and the rich kids, her face full of surprise. Guessing is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. Seeing those arrogant and domineering rich kids who used to be so domineering respectfully calling Chow Yufeng boss was a visual shock that left Yun Wanrong utterly astonished. Having frequented high society parties, she knew very well how arrogant these rich kids were. Ordinary people were simply beneath their notice, let alone someone they would willingly call boss. But now, looking at these well-behaved rich kids, Yun Wanrong was genuinely curious about what abilities Chow Yufeng possessed that made them so respectful. This aroused Yun Wanrong's strong curiosity. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability +1, current favorability points, 86. Yun Wanrong discovered that Chow Yufeng always managed to arouse her curiosity, making her want to explore him constantly. But the more she explored, the more she was attracted to him, as if she were trapped in a vicious cycle. Young Master Feng, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Zhou Fengshan knelt down with a thud, kowtowing and pleading. Upon seeing this, Biaozi, who was standing nearby, also hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Behind Biaozi, several of his underlings followed suit, afraid of being a step too late. Seeing Zhou Fengshan pleading with tears streaming down his face, Chow Yufeng smiled and looked at Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong hesitated for a moment before uttering 2 words. Whatever. Chow Yufeng nodded and glanced at Mu Feng. Mu Feng understood immediately, stepped forward, and dragged Zhou Fengshan away. Chow Yufeng wasn't worried about how to deal with Zhou Fengshan. In fact, he didn't need to worry about it, as Mu Feng and the others would handle it. After resolving the matter, Chow Yufeng left with Yun Wanrong. A group of wealthy second-generation heirs drove luxury cars behind the two, providing protection. The students around Chow Yufeng looked at him with even more admiration. With a single call, 100 people responded, and many rich second-generation heirs followed suit. Who wouldn't want such a life? Unfortunately, there's only one young Master Feng, and only one rich second generation like him. Chapter 85. My mom introduces me to a girlfriend. As the days went by, Chow Yufeng accompanied Yun Wanrong to and from get off work every day. After boarding the bus, Chow Yufeng always hugged Yun Wanrong with a smile. Yun Wanrong was initially very resistant, because sometimes even when there weren't many people in the carriage, Chow Yufeng would hug her, claiming it was practice in advance so that he wouldn't be too flustered and unable to hold her properly when there were more people. We also need to practice how to hold her. Yun Wanrong was so angry she laughed. This was the first time she had ever heard such an excuse. Wasn't Chow Yufeng clearly trying to take advantage of her? But faced with the little wolf cub's relentless pursuit and his shameless excuses for taking advantage, the little wolf cub always managed to succeed. Gradually, as the number of hugs increased, Yun Wanrong stopped resisting and naturally embraced Chow Yufeng after getting into the car. Seeing Yun Wanrong becoming less resistant, Chow Yufeng secretly rejoiced. As an older sister, she cares about her image, which Chow Yufeng can understand. After all, this was his principal, and one of the few elegant and charming older sisters in Dalan City. What he could understand even more was that for women, it's never just once or countless times, they just get used to it. Over the past few days, Luyu has been busy. New beauty salons have started to spring up like mushrooms in Dalan City. Every day, Chow Yufeng wakes up to receive new rebate reminders. As of today, he has amassed a total of over 121.7 million, making him a true billionaire. The bulk of the work is still the factory. All the necessary approvals and permits have already been obtained, and the factory is already under construction with workers working in 3 shifts, making construction very fast. Even before the factory was built, Wei Sheng had already found workers and RD personnel. Once the factory is built, we can start working immediately. While Lu Yu's business was thriving, Mu Lingxuan's hotels were also gaining momentum, with one hotel after another officially opening. Mu Lingxuan took office and changed her previous style of dress, always wearing office lady outfits. Her temperament also began to change, and she was clearly developing in the direction of a female CEO, exuding a powerful aura. Seeing Mu Lingxuan's changes made Chow Yufeng's appetite soar. Sometimes, when Mu Lingxuan came back and hadn't had time to change her clothes, he would hug her tightly and experience the allure of her uniform. These past few days, Chow Yufeng has been going back and forth between the three places, going to and from get off work to accompany Yun Wanrong, experiencing the allure of uniforms when he wants to eat meat, and going to see Lu Yu when he is tired or sleepy. Lu Yu would always take good care of him, gently massaging his shoulders and back to relieve his fatigue. Chow Yufeng always felt a special sense of security with Lu Yu. It's the kind of feeling where your mind can completely calm down and you can properly enjoy the tranquility. But things aren't always completely peaceful, because Lu Yu has recently run into some trouble. When business is good, it's easy to attract jealousy from competitors. Just these past few days, one of them has been jealous of Lu Yu's business and has been using underhanded tactics and shady methods. However, she can handle it. Since Lu Yu said she could handle it, Chow Yufeng didn't ask any further questions. Sometimes, they also need to stand on their own and deal with things independently. Chow Yufeng can't do everything herself. He's just one person, he can't handle it all. Besides, that's too tiring. He wants to enjoy himself and avoid getting involved in things that require worry. As Chow Yufeng woke up in his big bed in the early morning and stretched, the system's voice rang in his mind. This time, he received several million in rebates, and Chow Yufeng had a smile on his face. With daily rebates and profits from the beauty salon and hotel, Chow Yufeng's bank account was accumulating more and more money. But all he could think about was the house and the car. Perhaps it's due to conservative thinking they feel uneasy and insecure without a house or car. Chow Yufeng doesn't need to worry about the car. Lu Yu has already bought it for him, it just hasn't arrived yet. As for housing, Chow Yufeng plans to go all out and buy a large villa. Originally, Chow Yufeng's idea was to buy a large estate covering hundreds of acres and give it to Lu Yu, so that he could live in the estate in the future. He posted about this in the second generation group. Mu Feng and the others said they would keep an eye out for Chow Yufeng, but large estates of this scale are rare and hard to come by. They would have to search for them slowly. Chow Yufeng wasn't in a hurry and told them to call him when they found out. At the same time, ask them to help you find a nicer villa. Today is Saturday, and Chow Yufeng has no classes, so he didn't get up early. Lu Yu got up early to make breakfast, and after finishing, she grabbed her bag and rushed off to do her work. Lu Yu's relatives had already left, and the wedding dress she bought had arrived. However, Lu Yu has been busy opening a new store these past few days, and she's been overwhelmed with work every day. Chow Yufeng didn't want to bother her during this time, so things have been delayed. Chow Yufeng stayed in bed until midnight before lazily getting out of bed. After eating the breakfast Lu Yu had prepared, he washed his face and brushed his teeth. Chow Yufeng had nothing to do today, so he planned to go shopping. Now that he had money, he should buy himself some things. Just as I was about to leave, my mother called. Chow Yufeng answered his mother's call immediately. No matter what time it was or how much money he had, hearing his mother's voice made him feel at ease. Leaning comfortably on the sofa, Chow Yufeng smiled and spoke first. "Hey, Mom, what brings you to call your eldest son today?" "Hey kid, stop with the nonsense. I'm calling you today because I have something important to tell you. Widow Lu from the next village has arranged a marriage for you. The girl is also from her village. I heard she's a college student. I've seen her picture, and wow, let me tell you, she's very beautiful. I took a liking to her at first sight. I also sent your photo to Widow Lu. The girl said you were very nice, but that your hair was a bit messy." Listening to his mother's nagging, Chow Yufeng's lips curled up into a smile. "Before, when I was with Chen Xin, I was busy taking care of her every day, so I didn't have time to style my hair. So, in the photos I took before, my hair was all messy, and I looked kind of is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a sense of listlessness, apathy, or apathy. Unlike now, Mu Lingxuan chooses all his clothes, and Lu Yu takes meticulous care of his hair if there's anything wrong with it. From head to toe, it seemed like the two women had taken care of everything. Chow Yufeng is now handsome and energetic, just like a sunny young man in an idol drama. He was exhausted from all the sacrifices he had made for Chen Xin. Now that two women are devoted to him, he is radiant. So when looking for a partner, you should look for the right one, not just someone you like. If you encounter someone you like and who is also right for you, then congratulations, you must have saved the world in your past life. Of course, authors are hard to come by, but you, dear readers, will definitely encounter one, though you'll have to be selective. In addition, he also has a close relationship with his older sister, who takes care of him just like a younger brother, from head to toe, inside and out, taking meticulous care of him in every way. Chow Yufeng felt like he was soaking in a honeypot, and he didn't want to come out. Hey, brat, are you listening? Say something. Hey kid, let me tell you, your mom really likes this girl. If you think she's alright too, you should get to know her better. I've sent you the photos, is that okay? Give me a straight answer now. As she spoke, Mom hung up the phone and sent Chow Yufeng a photo. Chow Yufeng clicked on the photo and exclaimed, "Wow, this is really good." She had an oval face, bright yellow wavy hair, makeup, and wore a tank top and gold and silver jewelry, looking incredibly elegant. The photo only shows her upper body. Judging from the photo, the girl is a beauty with an excellent figure and face. However, Chow Yufeng felt a sense of unease watching it. However, if his mother really likes it, Chow Yufeng wouldn't mind getting to know her better. With that in mind, Chow Yufeng called his mother back. Hey kid, how's it going? Chapter 86 Playfully Fighting with Yun Wanrong. Hey kid, what do you think of the girl? Pretty, right? Tempted yet? Hearing his mother's happy tone, Chow Yufeng felt it was best not to spoil her mood, so he smiled and said, "Okay, I think it's alright. Here's what we'll do, Mom, send me the girl's WeChat ID, I'll add her." You little rascal, you're in such a hurry, are you tempted? Okay, you have good taste just like your mother. Wait a minute, I'll get you her WeChat ID. His mother hung up the phone with a laugh, and Chow Yufeng laughed along with her. But in my heart I was thinking, I hope I won't disappoint my mom. After hanging up the phone, Chow Yufeng got up, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the mall. Actually, there wasn't much he needed to buy. Mu Linshuang and Lu Yu had basically bought everything for him. He didn't have to worry about anything, including food, clothing, and shelter. The only thing he had to worry about was handing over grain. However, Chow Yufeng wanted to go out for a walk. One can't always stay cooped up. Upon arriving at the mall, Chow Yufeng wandered aimlessly, occasionally picking up one or two items that caught his eye. Now that he has money, Chow Yufeng naturally won't be stingy with himself anymore. Regardless of whether he likes it or not, he will buy it if he sees something he likes. After walking and stopping frequently, Chow Yufeng finally stopped on the third floor. I bought a cup of milk tea, sat down in a chair, and quietly watched the people passing by while drinking it. Everyone says the pace of city life is fast, but Chow Yufeng discovered that after he became wealthy, the pace wasn't actually that fast. He could still stroll around leisurely, just like in the countryside, enjoying his time in a relaxed and carefree manner. And this is one of the benefits of having money. He no longer has to work hard every day, nor does he need to think about where things are cheap, nor does he need to calculate how the meager amount in his pocket can last a month. For him, every day is a holiday. He can comfortably lie on a soft bed and sleep until he naturally wakes up, or he can come to a bustling shopping mall, quietly listen to their laughter and enjoy the tranquility of life, or he can go on a shopping spree, even if he doesn't need these things at all. It's good to be rich. Chow Yufeng smiled and stretched lazily. But when he looked up, he saw a familiar figure walk past him. Chow Yufeng looked closely and smiled. It was Yun Wanrong. Today, Yun Wanrong was dressed in a white casual outfit, wearing white sneakers, with her hair tied in a ponytail and a white baseball cap. Unlike her usual office attire, she looked refreshing and neat today, exuding youthful energy. Chow Yufeng was truly surprised to run into her here. Yun Wanrong also saw Chow Yufeng, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She obviously did not expect to meet Chow Yufeng on this road. Yun Wanrong walked over with a smile, sat down next to Chow Yufeng, sighed first, and then rubbed her legs. Seeing this, Chow Yufeng smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you tired? Here, have some water." As she spoke, she handed over the milk tea she was holding. Yun Wanrong took the drink, took a sip, and said, I'm a little tired. I've been walking around all morning and was just about to find a place to rest and have a drink of water when I unexpectedly ran into you." As she spoke, she took another sip of milk tea. She hadn't had milk tea for several years, and when she drank it again, she felt it was pretty good. Before she could even swallow a sip, Yun Wanrong's eyes suddenly fell on the half-empty cup of milk tea, and she asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you drank this milk tea?" Chow Yufeng shrugged innocently and said matter-of-factly, "Yeah, otherwise why do you think there's only half a cup left? I didn't know you were coming, so of course I only bought 1 cup of milk tea. Yun Wanrong clenched her small fists tightly, looking at Chow Yufeng with a face full of anger. The thought that her mouth might have been smeared with this guy's saliva made Yun Wanrong feel an urge to beat Chow Yufeng to death. She found that this guy was becoming more and more unreserved. Before, on the bus, he shamelessly tried to hug her, and now he was casually handing her the milk tea he had drunk. His casual expression showed no embarrassment whatsoever. It was because of her embarrassed expression that she mistakenly thought it was a new cup of milk tea. After all, a normal person would at least say something before handing someone a drink. But what about Chow Yufeng? Chow Yufeng, I have an urge to beat you to death. Yun Wanrong gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Chow Yufeng simply smiled and leaned his face forward without any hesitation. The wicked grin on his face seemed to say, "Come on, hammer me, don't hold back." Seeing Chow Yufeng's shameless behavior, Yun Wanrong sighed helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What sins did I commit in my past life to have a student like you in this life? Not only did you hug the principal in public, but you also made him drink your saliva. Chow Yufeng, you've really opened my eyes. Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng chuckled and continued shamelessly, "What's wrong with me? I'm well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education, excelling in everything. I've even helped old ladies cross the street before. You? I can only laugh." Yun Wanrong rolled her eyes at Chow Yufeng, her sarcasm undisguised. Now, Yun Wanrong talks to Chow Yufeng as if he were an old friend, and occasionally she will tease Chow Yufeng a few times. In the past, when facing Chow Yufeng, she would still maintain a certain air of being the principal and wouldn't completely let go. Seeing Yun Wanrong roll her eyes in a mocking manner, Chow Yufeng felt incredibly curious. As the principal, Yun Wanrong has always given them the impression of being somewhat rigid and mature. She maintains a certain image in front of her classmates and never makes such a playful expression. Now, seeing Yun Wanrong's adorable appearance, Chow Yufeng was in a great mood and reached out to pinch Yun Wanrong's delicate oval face. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Chow Yufeng. Let go of me right now." Yun Wanrong grimaced in pain, her bright eyes narrowed, and she even made a grinding sound with her 2 rows of small silver teeth. Chow Yufeng's playful nature was aroused. Seeing Yun Wanrong grinding her teeth in anger, he laughed even more heartily. "Come on, tell me. Are you still rolling your eyes at me? Say a few nice words and I'll let you go." Yun Wanrong angrily waved her fists and punched Chow Yufeng. But when her strength landed on Chow Yufeng, it was like tickling. Chow Yufeng not only didn't feel pain, but actually felt quite comfortable, like a massage. Seeing that her punches had no effect on Chow Yufeng, Yun Wanrong glared at him angrily. Seeing this, Chow Yufeng decided to go all the way and reached out with his other hand to wrap around Yun Wanrong's back, pulling her into his arms and covering her eyes at the same time. Then he laughed and said, Stare again, roll your eyes first, then stare at me, Yun Wanrong, do you believe I'll drag you into the men's restroom and give you a good beating?" "Pa, Chow Yufeng, I only realized today how shameless you are. I suddenly hate you so much, what should I do?" Yun Wanrong struggled and said jokingly. "Alright, Yun Wanrong, it seems you won't back down unless I teach you a lesson." Chow Yufeng released Yun Wanrong's face, picked her up, and headed towards the restroom. Yun Wanrong panicked completely and struggled hastily, while pleading, Okay, Chow Yufeng, I was wrong. Let's talk this over properly. A gentleman uses words, not fists." Seeing that Yun Wanrong had given in, Chow Yufeng smiled and let her go. Yun Wanrong hurriedly straightened her clothes, picked up the hat that had fallen to the ground, rubbed it against Chow Yufeng, and then put it on her head. "Chow Yufeng, it's all your fault. I was almost rested, but teasing you made me tired again." As she spoke, Yun Wanrong reached out her small hand and pinched Chow Yufeng hard in retaliation. Chapter 87 Yun Wanrong, the sky has fallen. "Chow Yufeng, I don't care, I'm tired, go buy me milk tea." Yun Wanrong straightened her clothes, pointed to the milk tea shop not far away, and said with a smile. Chow Yufeng picked up the milk tea from the side and handed it directly to Yun Wanrong. "Ugh, I don't want that. I look down on you, Chow Yufeng. Don't want it? Then go buy it yourself, I'm tired too." As Chow Yufeng spoke, he leaned forward, about to lie down on Yun Wanrong's lap. Yun Wanrong hurriedly ran away with a smile, then turned and went to the milk tea shop not far away. Chow Yufeng, having found an empty spot, smiled at Yun Wanrong and said, "Principal Yun, bring me a cup too. Actually, I'm quite disgusted with yours." Hearing this, Yun Wanrong gritted her teeth in anger. A moment later, Yun Wanrong came over with 2 cups of milk tea. When they got to their seats, they saw that Chow Yufeng had already finished the cup he had bought earlier. This made Yun Wanrong's lips curl into a smile. Men, they really are all hypocrites. They say they dislike something, but their actions tell a different story. Yun Wanrong felt a surge of joy. She was still very happy that Chow Yufeng could drink the milk tea she had drunk from, which showed that Chow Yufeng really didn't treat her as an outsider. Although she said she was disgusted, she didn't care at all whether there was her saliva on the straw. So what if it's on? So what if it's not? Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability +1, current favorability points, 87. Ding! The host showed no displeasure, making Yun Wanrong very happy. Pleasure value +100, current total pleasure value 900. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Chow Yufeng was quite surprised. He didn't expect that playing around with Yun Wanrong for a while would actually increase his favorability points and his pleasure value by 100. Chow Yufeng, not bad, I'm very satisfied with your performance. Consider this cup of milk tea a reward for you. Yun Wanrong smiled and handed the milk tea to Chow Yufeng, and the two then sat down and began to drink. After taking a couple of sips, Chow Yufeng spoke first. What are your plans for later? If you're not busy, how about we go see a movie together? Who's going to the movies with you? Yun Wanrong said with a smile, then continued, I'm going to keep shopping, but I can't go with you because I'm going to buy lingerie next. As Yun Wanrong spoke, her face flushed slightly. She felt a little embarrassed to tell her student that she was going to buy underwear. Chow Yufeng laughed, thumping his chest loudly, and said, No way, I'm very knowledgeable about choosing underwear, I have a unique eye. Come on, I'll help you choose. Come with me? Yun Wanrong's face flushed even redder. Without hesitation, she shook her head. No, my dear young Master Feng, you're such a busy person, you should go and do your own thing. Before Yun Wanrong could finish speaking, Chow Yufeng pulled her upstairs to the women's clothing store. No, Chow Yufeng, you're really going? Yun Wanrong exclaimed in surprise, her face flushed. If word got out that she had asked her students to help her choose underwear, Yun Wanrong felt so ashamed she wanted to disappear into a hole. Although they are good friends now and both are single, ultimately. But Chow Yufeng didn't give her a chance to refuse and pulled her up the elevator. On the stairs, Chow Yufeng added, Don't worry, President of Yun University, our vision is absolutely unique. Just kidding. After watching 1,000 cherry blossom movies, you'll know that there's no one in this world whose underwear you can't choose. Yun Wanrong's face turned even redder, filled with embarrassment. Is this a matter of having a unique perspective or not? This is a relationship issue, the two are not a couple. Yun Wanrong wanted to refuse, but the two had already arrived at the lingerie store, and Chow Yufeng pulled her inside. Yun Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Dude, are we just going to walk in like this? Aren't you even a little bit ashamed or embarrassed? Should I say you have a strong mentality, or that you're shameless? Yun Wanrong thought to herself, her face turning so red it was almost dripping with water. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt like everyone around her was staring at her with strange looks in their eyes. A beautiful saleswoman walked over. Hello, sir, madam, are you here to look at lingerie? Chow Yufeng nodded with a natural expression and a smile. Yes, that's right. I'm buying some lingerie for my girlfriend. Could you please help me choose a few styles that would suit her best? Please recommend a few, and then we can choose a few more to compare. Yun Wanrong was shocked. Dude, you speak so fluently. You seem really good at it. Yes, sir, I'll fetch you a few right away. The pretty saleswoman said as she brought over a few pieces of underwear. There are cute styles, sexy styles, comfortable styles, all sorts of styles. Holding up the lingerie, the beautiful saleswoman smiled and said, Sir, I really envy your girlfriend. She has her lover accompanying her to choose lingerie. You know, many men are very reluctant to come to lingerie stores these days. You know, for us women, underwear is not only clothing to protect our vital parts, but also an important weapon to attract our lovers. When both people choose, they will know what styles the other likes. Choosing something that both of you like not only helps to enhance your relationship, but also promotes a happy married life. The pretty saleswoman said with a smile. But these words made Yun Wanrong blush with embarrassment. Chow Yufeng, however, added insult to injury with a smile. Wanrong, did you hear that? Choosing lingerie together with your loved one can help strengthen your relationship. These words made Yun Wanrong even more embarrassed. She reached out her small hand and pinched Chow Yufeng hard. Chow Yufeng, however, seemed oblivious and said with a smile, "Don't be offended, my girlfriend is shy." The pretty saleswoman next to her smiled understandingly and chimed in, "Miss, don't be shy. I really envy you for having such a sunny and handsome boyfriend. And he even thoughtfully helped you choose underwear. You're so lucky. Moreover, you and your boyfriend look so much like a married couple. I feel that you will grow old together and be loving for 100 years. Will they remain loving and devoted for 100 years? Yun Wanrong blushed like an apple, completely unable to listen any longer, and hurriedly grabbed a piece of underwear and hid in the fitting room. After closing the door, Yun Wanrong shyly covered her face. This is so embarrassing. If word gets out, how will I ever be able to face anyone again? Yun Wanrong muttered to herself, feeling her cheeks burning with embarrassment. This was the first time in so many years that she was so ashamed that she dared not see anyone. As the principal, she had always presented herself as a dignified and serious person. But after meeting Chow Yufeng, the style completely changed. Solemn and solemn? What is this? She hasn't seen it for many days. She no longer resembles a school principal at all, she's more like a typical young woman. Chow Yufeng, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. All the image I've worked so hard to maintain. Yun Wanrong blushed and hid in the fitting room, complaining. Inside the store, Yun Wanrong grabbed a piece of underwear and quickly hid in the fitting room. Chow Yufeng and the beautiful saleswoman looked at each other in bewilderment. The two exchanged a glance, and the beautiful saleswoman smiled and said, "Sir, it seems you are very lucky. Although your girlfriend looks shy, she is very bold at heart. She immediately took a liking to the sexiest lingerie set in our store and couldn't wait to try it on. You know, many outwardly bold girls don't even have the courage to look at this panty." Chow Yufeng blushed. He knew very well what Yun Wanrong was so eager for, she was clearly extremely embarrassed. He then grabbed a random piece of underwear and slipped into the fitting room. But what they called underwear was more like erotic lingerie. Chow Yufeng glanced at it quickly. It was pink, the fabric was thin and transparent, and it even had pearls in key areas. If word gets out that the university president bought underwear like that, Yun Wanrong will be ashamed to face anyone. Chow Yufeng blushed and touched his nose. Did I go a little too far this time? Inside the fitting room, Yun Wanrong looked at the lingerie in her hands and felt as if the sky had fallen. Chow Yu Feng. Chapter 88. Chu Dejun tricked Yun Wanrong into going to a KTV. Yun Wanrong didn't even know how she walked out of the fitting room. It was the first time she had experienced what it felt like to blush to the roots of her ears. In addition, the beautiful saleswoman kept praising her for being brave and daring to be a modern woman. These words made Yun Wanrong wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Today was so embarrassing. After leaving the lingerie store, Yun Wanrong pulled Chow Yufeng into the hallway and gave him a good slap with her little fists. Having lived for 35 years, this was the first time she had experienced what it felt like to be too ashamed to face anyone, and it was all thanks to Chow Yufeng. The key point is that when the two left, Chow Yufeng bought her a whole bunch of underwear, including that one. Recalling the encouraging look in the beautiful saleswoman's eyes, Yun Wanrong felt an urge to bite Chow Yufeng to death. After venting her frustrations, Yun Wanrong tidied her makeup, reminding herself to be a lady. She was the principal and couldn't mistreat the students. But thinking about her embarrassing situation just now, she had an urge to beat Chow Yufeng to death. Chow Yufeng, carrying several large bags of underwear, couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yun Wanrong's angry expression. This was truly the first time he had ever seen Yun Wanrong so embarrassed it almost made him want to laugh. Still laughing, still laughing. Yun Wanrong angrily pinched Chow Yufeng, her chest heaving violently and her breasts trembling. Chow Yufeng laughed even harder, teasingly asking, "Shall we go see a movie again?" Look at you, you big-headed devil, Chow Yufeng." Despite saying this, Yun Wanrong still followed Chow Yufeng and the other person into the movie theater. Chow Yufeng stopped teasing Yun Wanrong, and the two watched the movie quietly. Yun Wanrong was full of surprise. She found that Chow Yufeng was actually quite nice when he wasn't a bad person. After watching 2 movies, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The two of them, carrying large and small bags of underwear, found a restaurant and had a simple meal. After dinner, Chow Yufeng took Yun Wanrong home. After arriving home, Yun Wanrong placed the large and small bags of underwear in the living room. Looking at these dozen or so packaging bags, he was filled with helplessness. With so many bras, how long is she going to wear them all? And there was also a set of underwear like that inside. As she thought about it, Yun Wanrong's face unconsciously turned red again. She is relatively conservative even when she is working. She always wears office attire and chooses suit pants instead of short skirts for her bottoms. She prioritizes comfort when it comes to underwear. She never pays attention to styles like cute or sexy, always prioritizing comfort. But today, Yun Wanrong blushed, remembering the revealing lingerie. Her face burned with embarrassment. She had only glanced at it briefly and hadn't really looked closely. As if possessed, Yun Wanrong pulled out that set from her underwear, driven by curiosity, wanting to take another look. The more Yun Wanrong looked at the coffee table in front of the sofa, the more blushed she felt, and a strong sense of curiosity rose in her heart. Could this thing really be worn? Would it really be comfortable to wear? The more I think about it, the more curious I become, and the more curious I become, the more I want to think about it. Yun Wanrong was caught in a vicious cycle. Finally, she gritted her teeth and thought that since she was alone in the room, who would know if she took it out and tried it? Having made up her mind, Yun Wanrong took the underwear, her face flushed, and walked into the bathroom. Chu Dejiang had been feeling extremely frustrated lately, and the moment he received the paternity test results, he felt so angry he wanted to vomit blood. It's not his biological son. It really isn't his biological son. He's like a cuckold, raising someone else's son, and he's actually quite happy with it. Grass. Chu Dejiang's face turned ashen with anger. Not only were his family life troubled, but his career was even more unsuccessful. Previously, I negotiated a business deal with a manufacturer to order a batch of experimental equipment for their school. The order volume is huge. He can make a lot of money from this deal. But the factory owner said he could sell it to Chu Dejiang at a low price or give Chu Dejiang a rebate, but only if Yun Wanrong got into his bed. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing anything. If this deal goes through, he can reap millions in benefits, and it will also be a significant achievement in his record, becoming an important bargaining chip for him when running for school principal in the future. Therefore, Chu Dejiang had no intention of giving up. Today, the boss called again to urge him to come up with a plan for Yun Wanrong. He also warned Chu Dejiang that if he couldn't handle it, then the deal was off, since he had no shortage of buyers. This batch of experimental equipment was imported from abroad, and he is the only agent in the whole country. Countless people sought to do business with him, but he didn't care about Chu Dejiang's family. Chu Dejiang panicked and hurriedly promised that he could win over Yun Wanrong that very night. Chu Dejiang first went to a KTV, booked a private room, and found several beautiful women to accompany the factory owner, Su Shuifeng. Then, he went outside the KTV and called Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong had just changed her underwear and hadn't even had a chance to look at it when Chu Dejiang called. During the phone call, Chu Dejiang claimed that Yun Wanrong's younger brother caused trouble at the KTV, beat up a girl, and smashed up the private room. The owner demanded hundreds of thousands of yuan in compensation. His younger brother couldn't come up with the money and didn't dare tell Yun Wanrong, so he could only call Chu Dejiang. Now that the matter has been resolved, Chu Dejiang asked Yun Wanrong to come out and talk. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanrong was startled. She knew her younger brother well. He was good for nothing and idle all day long, so he was indeed capable of doing such a thing. But she didn't believe it immediately. Instead, she called her brother. I called twice, but no one answered. This convinced Yun Wanrong. Little did she know, her brother was currently enjoying himself with a beautiful woman and naturally wouldn't answer the phone. Yun Wanrong didn't have time to change her clothes and went there wearing that set of underwear. After taking a taxi, Yun Wanrong didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately called Chow Yufeng. He hoped Chow Yufeng could stay with her. With Chow Yufeng there, she felt at ease. Without hesitation, Yun Wanrong called Chow Yufeng. She knew that she was becoming more and more attached to Chow Yufeng. This left Yun Wanrong somewhat helpless, and she shook her head with a wry smile. She tried every possible way to avoid Chow Yufeng, but in the end, she became more and more entangled with him. Chow Yufeng was lying in bed, thinking about how much money he had spent that day. Yun Wanrong didn't even want the dozen or so sets of high-end lingerie she bought, which only cost tens of thousands of yuan. She felt like she was being bribed. Yun Wanrong's special status meant that he couldn't spend a lot of money on her. However, nothing is impossible, and Chow Yufeng had already figured out how to spend a lot of money on Yun Wanrong. Just as he was about to turn off the lights and rest, Yun Wanrong called him. After hearing what Yun Wanrong said, Chow Yufeng hesitated for a moment and said he could go. The two agreed to meet in front of the KTV. Yun Wanrong arrived at the KTV first. After getting out of the car, she saw Chu Dejiang waiting in front of the KTV. Upon seeing it, a clear look of disgust flashed across Yun Wanrong's face. Chu Dejiang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly walked over. He knew Yun Wanrong wouldn't agree to accompany Su Shu Weifeng, so he had already arranged for someone to drug the wine. He would do everything he could to get Yun Wanrong to drink it, and when the drug took effect, Yun Wanrong would have no choice but to obediently go to bed with Su Shu Weifeng. Thinking about all this, Chu Dejiang sneered and walked to Yun Wanrong's side, saying coldly, "Yun Wanrong, let's go. Your brother is waiting for you in the KTV room." Yun Wanrong hesitated for a moment, thinking that it wouldn't be too late to send Chao Yufeng the room number when they arrived at the private room, and Chao Yufeng could easily find the room by following the room number. Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong followed Chu Dejiang into the KTV. As Yun Wanrong approached the private room, she was about to take out her phone to send a message when Chu Dejiang grabbed her wrist and pushed her inside. The phone fell to the ground, and the screen shattered instantly, breaking completely. Looking at the broken phone, Yun Wanrong felt a bad premonition. After looking around the private room, Yun Wanrong was even more surprised to find that her younger brother was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was only a short, fat, and ugly man sitting calmly on the sofa, leering at him. Beside him were two women, smiling seductively. Chapter 89. Yun Wanrong was drugged. Upon seeing Su Shu Weifeng, Yun Wanrong was startled. She recognized the man. His name was Su Shu Weifeng. Chu Dejiang had drugged her last time because he wanted to please him. Realizing she had been deceived by Chu Dejiang, Yun Wanrong turned and left without saying a word. Chu Dejiang blocked the door of the private room, looking at Yun Wanrong with a cold smile, and threatened. "Yun Wanrong, your brother isn't here today, but I'm the one who usually handles most of the things that happen to him, right? Should we calculate how much money you owe me?" Yun Wanrong's face was icy cold. Upon hearing this, she angrily retorted, "Get out of here. I don't care how much money you have. Send me the bill later, and I'll pay you back." As soon as Yun Wanrong finished speaking, she went to open the door. Chu Dejiang stood in front of the door with a cold smile, shoved Yun Wanrong aside, and continued to threaten. "Yun Wanrong, yes, you have some savings, but you don't know, do you? Your brother once raped another girl, and I still have the video. What do you think I should do?" Yun Wanrong was pushed back a few steps by Chu Dejiang, and her face turned pale instantly upon hearing these words. In her haste, she didn't think things through and believed Chu Dejiang's words. "Yun Wanrong, I won't beat around the bush. You should know that Boss Su likes you. As long as you have a drink with Boss Su, I'll delete this video immediately. How about it? Drinking again?" Yun Wanrong's face turned cold. Chu Dejiang had drugged her last time they drank together, so what about this time? As if sensing Yun Wanrong's concerns, Chu Dejiang picked up the wine on the table and poured 4 cups. She drank 1 cup herself, and Su Shu Weifeng and the 2 women beside her each drank one of the remaining 3 cups. After finishing his drink, Chu Dejiang smiled and looked at Yun Wanrong. "Yun Wanrong, I didn't drug the wine this time. Can you drink it now?" Seeing that everyone else had drunk, Yun Wanrong hesitated for a moment, then poured herself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing her drink, Yun Wanrong got up and walked towards the door of the private room without any hesitation. Watching Yun Wanrong finish her drink, Chu Dejiang gave a cold laugh. He had already drugged that bottle of wine. Who says the medicine can only be given to one person? Can't everyone drink the medicine? Anyway, he wanted to have some fun. The 2 women beside Su Fengshui were the ones he had prepared for himself. At that moment, Chao Yufeng arrived outside the KTV. After getting out of the car, Chao Yufeng was dumbfounded when he saw Yun Wanrong at the entrance. Looking at the 8-story KTV with hundreds of private rooms, he was quite stunned. If he searches room by room, how long will it take him? Chao Yufeng took out his phone and called Yun Wanrong. However, the phone emitted a notification tone indicating that the other party's phone had been turned off. This made Chao Yufeng anxious. Yun Wanrong wouldn't turn off her phone for no reason, especially after he had been called here. The 2 had clearly agreed to meet at the entrance, but now Yun Wanrong's phone is off. Could something have happened to Yun Wanrong? Chao Yufeng was a little anxious, but he didn't know which private room Yun Wanrong was in. Inside the private room, Chu Dejiang stood blocking the doorway, his face flushed. Watching Yun Wanrong walk towards the door without hesitation, he sneered smugly. "Yun Wanrong, you think you can leave after just 1 drink? Don't be in such a hurry. Have some fun with our boss Su, and I'll let you go, okay?" Get out of my way. When Yun Wanrong saw Chu Dejiang still blocking the doorway, she frowned and scolded him. But as soon as she uttered those two words, Yun Wanrong felt dizzy. She staggered and nearly fell. Yun Wanrong knew she wouldn't get drunk from just one glass of wine, but the way her body was now clearly indicated that they had drugged her. Unfortunately, my phone broke down, so I couldn't send a message to Chow Yufeng. This filled Yun Wanrong with fear. She was too weak to resist. If Su Shuifeng and Chu Dejiang succeeded, how could she ever face anyone again? How will he face Chow Yufeng? As she thought about it, fear spread through Yun Wanrong's heart like weeds. She staggered and reached for the doorknob, wanting to escape from here. Before her hand could even touch the doorknob, Chu Dejiang sneered, grabbed Yun Wanrong's wrist, and pulled her into his arms. Yun Wanrong struggled desperately, screaming, "Let me go, Chu Dejiang, let me go. I'm telling you, Chow Yufeng is right outside the door. Be careful, he might come in and beat you to a pulp." Upon hearing Chow Yufeng's name again, Chu Dejiang's eyes flashed with resentment, and he sneered, "You mean that pretty boy? Does he dare to come here? Does he dare to make a move? This KTV is Tiger's property. Even the top rich kids in Dalan City don't dare to hit anyone here. What is he? Does he dare to make a move here? He is foam. Yun Wanrong felt weak all over, her breathing was rapid, and even her speech was somewhat intermittent. She knew that the drug was taking effect and she had to leave as soon as possible, otherwise these beasts would really succeed. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Dejiang smiled smugly and pinched her chin. What's with the maple? Yun Wanrong, don't think about maple today. Think about Boss Su instead. Don't worry, Boss Su was very skilled. He can make you fly. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, your brother didn't rape any girl at all. He was just lying to you before, ha. Chu Dejiang laughed triumphantly and shoved Yun Wanrong, who was in his arms, toward Su Shuifeng, who was grinning lewdly. When Yun Wanrong entered the private room, Su Shuifeng was already aroused by her stunning face and figure. Now that Yun Wanrong has taken the medicine, her face is rosy, which makes his blood rush even faster. Seeing Chu Dejiang push Yun Wanrong towards him, Su Shuifeng stood up with a lewd grin, grabbed the stumbling Yun Wanrong who had bumped into him, and lewdly said, "Baby, I've missed you for so long. Come here, let me give you a good kiss. Get out of my way." Yun Wanrong used all her strength to push Su Shuifeng away, her eyes wide with terror as she staggered backward, oblivious to the fact that her body crashed into the wall. She huddled in the corner, like a wounded kitten, looking around in fear. Su Shuifeng stood up, walked towards Yun Wanrong, and smiled even more smugly. "Little baby, stop struggling. No one's coming to save you. Don't worry, your brother Su was very good at kung fu. I'll make sure you're in heaven." Su Shuifeng chuckled lewdly and pounced triumphantly on Yun Wanrong. As Yun Wanrong watched Su Shuifeng's ugly face grow larger and larger in her eyes, she turned deathly pale with fright and prayed incessantly that Chow Yufeng would come to save her. Just as Su Shuifeng was about to embrace Yun Wanrong, Chow Yufeng kicked open the door to the private room with force. Chu Dejiang, who was blocking the doorway with a smug sneer, suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from behind him, and then his body couldn't help but fall forward, crashing headfirst into the sofa. With a loud bang, the door to the private room opened, and Chow Yufeng, his face icy cold, walked into the room. The sudden loud noise startled Su Shuifeng, who was about to hug Yun Wanrong, and he hurriedly looked towards the door. Seeing Chow Yufeng's youthful appearance, he curled his lip in disdain and cursed angrily, "You son of a bitch, who the hell do you think you are? Don't you know I'm on a mission? Get lost. Get lost. Get lost." Su Shuifeng waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away flies, trying to drive Chow Yufeng away. Chow Yufeng didn't even glance at him, and quickly walked towards Yun Wanrong. Seeing that Yun Wanrong's clothes were intact but her face was flushed, a cold glint flashed in Chow Yufeng's eyes. When Yun Wanrong saw Chow Yufeng, her eyes immediately reddened and tears welled up. She threw herself into his arms. Seeing this, Su Shuifeng immediately understood. "Damn, so you're the pretty boy Chu Dejiang was talking about? Kid, my name is Su Shuifeng. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I've got my eye on your woman. Want to have some fun? Name your price. I've got money." Su Shuifeng took a drag of his cigarette and said arrogantly. Chapter 90: The Enigmatic Yun Wanrong. "Kid, my name is Su Shuifeng. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I've got my eye on your woman. Want to have some fun? Name your price. I've got money." Su Shuifeng took a drag of his cigarette and said arrogantly. After saying that, he provocatively blew a puff of secondhand smoke at Chao Yufeng, his expression extremely arrogant. Chao Yufeng laughed. Name your price? Name your mother's price. A cold glint flashed in Chao Yufeng's eyes, and he kicked out. Su Shuifeng's arrogant expression froze instantly, his eyes filled with terror as he watched Chao Yufeng's kick land heavily on him. He was kicked to the ground and crashed headfirst into the wall, howling in pain. Zhu Dejiang stood up and looked at this scene, his face instantly filled with anger. In his eyes, Chao Yufeng was just a gigolo who had hooked up with Yun Wanrong. At the time, Chao Yufeng was busy beating up Sonlo while he was paying the bill of over 3 million yuan. Seeing that this pretty boy Chao Yufeng dared to lay a hand on Boss Su, Zhu Dejiang was instantly enraged. He realized that Chao Yufeng was really courting death. Pretty boy, do you even know who he is? He's Boss Su. Zhu Dejiang angrily charged toward Chao Yufeng. Before he could even get close, the bald man rushed in and kicked Zhu Dejiang in the kidneys. You son of a bitch, Zhu Dejiang, you dare to lay a hand on young Master Feng? You're asking for death, aren't you? The bald man, still shaken, kicked Zhu Dejiang, who had fallen to the ground, repeatedly. Baldy was terrified. Those two idiots, Zhu Dejiang and Su Shuifeng, actually dared to cause trouble in the shop he was in charge of, and they even went after young Master Feng's woman. This guy is Feng Xiao, the most awesome rich second generation in Dalian City. What the hell are you doing to him? Are you trying to drag me down with you when you don't want to live anymore? If he hadn't happened to be going out and bumped into young Master Feng at the door, he wouldn't have known that these two idiots dared to mess with young Master Feng's woman. Upon learning this, the bald man immediately summoned all the staff at the KTV and gave orders to them over a walkie-talkie. Pause, all private rooms, stop. What the hell are you talking about service for? Everyone serve young Master Feng. Find young Master Feng's woman. In short, the entire KTV descended into chaos. Whether they were working or not, everyone abandoned their customers and rushed to find the nearest private room. The entire KTV was in disarray, a truly lively scene. Unfortunately, Su Shuifeng and Zhu Dejiang were too busy laughing triumphantly to notice anything. Yun Wanrong was found immediately. The bald man looked at Chao Yufeng with a face full of terror and trembling eyes. What did he just hear? Young Master Feng? Is this pretty boy Feng Xiao? Zhu Dejiang felt a chill run through his body and looked at Chao Yufeng with fear in his eyes. If we're talking about who's the most successful person in Dalian City right now, it's undoubtedly young Master Feng. The fact that top-tier rich second-generation heirs like Mu Feng and Qin Hao are willing to acknowledge him as their leader speaks volumes about their strength. How could someone so incredibly wealthy, the richest of the rich in Dalian City, dare to dream of giving his woman away to someone else? And he even dared to curse at him, which was even more ridiculous. What's more, he actually thought that when young Master Feng kicked Su Shuifeng, he was courting death. Compared to Feng Xiao, Su Fengshui is nothing. He's not even worth a hair, and Su Fengshui himself isn't even worth half a hair. If young Master Feng wanted to get rid of him, it would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Zhu Dejiang felt a chill run down his spine and was so frightened that he wet himself. Upon hearing the name young Master Feng, Su Fengshui trembled violently, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, his face deathly pale, and he stammered. Feng. Young Master Feng, I was wrong, please give me a chance, I apologize. Su Shuifeng turned deathly pale with fright. He knew very well that he was finished, completely finished. He never imagined that his lustful thoughts would end up being directed at Feng Xia. What's the difference between this and courting death? This isn't just provoking the gods, it's downright. Chao Yufeng didn't even glance at him, and kicked him directly. Then, he picked up Yun Wanrong and turned to leave the private room. Baldy will handle these two people for him. He doesn't need to worry about it at all. Now, his concern is for Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong had been drugged, and her originally snow-white skin began to flush slightly. Two rosy blushes appeared on her pretty oval face as she gazed at him with a dazed look. As the effects of the medicine continued to take hold, Yun Wanrong, without anyone noticing, stretched out her hands and tightly hugged his neck, pressing her face against his chest like a clingy kitten, rubbing against him incessantly. Seeing Yun Wanrong's eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at him dreamily, Chao Yufeng knew he couldn't delay any longer. Thinking of this, Chao Yufeng put his arm around Yun Wanrong's waist and walked out of the private room. Yufeng, I'm so hot. As soon as she stepped out of the private room, Yun Wanrong blushed and murmured to herself. As she spoke, she ripped off her outer garment, revealing a white tank top underneath. The tank top was slightly transparent, and the pink bra worn underneath was vaguely visible. Chow Yufeng looked down, his breathing quickening slightly. He recognized it at a glance. It was the pearl lingerie that Yun Wanrong had taken to the fitting room to try on when he took her to buy lingerie. Yun Wanrong actually put on this set of underwear? Chow Yufeng found it somewhat unbelievable. In his memory, Yun Wanrong was a very upright person, the kind of elegant and proper woman who would not dress so revealingly. But now, Yun Wanrong, this voluptuous beauty, is wearing a set of sexy lingerie. The contrast was so striking that just thinking about it made Chow Yufeng's blood rush. Chow Yufeng shook his head, trying to shake those explicit images out of his mind. But Yun Wanrong spoke again, her breath sweet as orchids, and she gently blew a breath into Chow Yufeng's ear, her tone seductive. Yufeng, I really want to hug you, okay? I can't take it anymore. Look, do you think my lingerie looks good? The drug began to take effect, further igniting Yun Wanrong's desires, destroying her rationality, and making her unable to resist the urge to vent. Muttering to herself, Yun Wanrong's hands roamed over Chow Yufeng's body, her body pressed tightly against his, rubbing against him and tempting him. Chow Yufeng understood that Yun Wanrong could no longer delay, but just as they passed a private room, Yun Wanrong pushed open the door and stumbled into the room with Chow Yufeng in her arms. Chow Yufeng was startled, completely unprepared for Yun Wanrong's sudden attack. Caught off guard, Yun Wanrong grabbed him and shoved him into the private room, where he fell onto the sofa. Luckily, there was no one in the private room and the lights were off, otherwise it would have been incredibly embarrassing in front of everyone. Just as Chow Yufeng was about to get up, Yun Wanrong pressed down on him and kissed him. Chow Yufeng was instantly dumbfounded. He really hadn't expected Yun Wanrong to be so fierce. But soon, Chow Yufeng fell into a trap of tenderness. Yun Wanrong, as fierce as a wolf, pinned Chow Yufeng down and showed no intention of getting up. Her fiery red lips kissed Chow Yufeng relentlessly, demanding more and more. Yufeng, do you think my lingerie looks good? It's the set you bought for me, do you like it? Yun Wanrong ripped off her tank top, revealing a pink bra. She looked at Chow Yufeng with dazed eyes and asked. After saying that, he hugged Chow Yufeng tightly and kissed him again. Seeing Yun Wanrong's fiery passion, Chow Yufeng quickly lost his rationality and embraced her. He comforted himself, telling himself that he was helping Yun Wanrong detoxify, because it would be too late to go to the hospital now. He couldn't just watch Yun Wanrong's body get damaged by the medication. As for what system or medical expertise, who is the best person in the family who is proficient in medicine? Chapter 91. Yun Wanrong ran away in shame. Yun Wanrong was completely lost in the moment, recklessly demanding from Chow Yufeng. The two kissed passionately on the sofa, oblivious to everything else. The bald man ordered his henchmen to break Chu Dejiang and Su Shuifeng's 3 legs, throw them out of the KTV, and then clear out all the private rooms around the area, forbidding anyone from entering the corridor. He knew very well that this was a golden opportunity for him to curry favor with young Master Feng, and such an opportunity would never come again if he missed it. Who is young Master Feng? He is undoubtedly the number one among the rich second generation in the entire Dalan city. Following him is completely different from following Tiger. Tiger had too many subordinates, hundreds or even thousands of big and small leaders. In Tiger's eyes, he was just a dispensable little Karami. On the other hand, what about Feng Xiao? As far as he knew, Feng Xiao didn't have many people around him, and if he could serve Feng Xiao when he was just starting out, he could be considered a veteran official in the future. Given this friendship, will young Master Feng treat him unfairly in the future? Besides, following Tiger, he goes hungry 9 times out of 3 days, so he has to take on side jobs now. As for young Master Feng, he is known for his wealth and power. Even a tiny bit of food that slipped out from between Feng Xiao's teeth was enough to fill him up. With these thoughts in mind, the bald man, holding his baton, stood respectfully at the entrance of the corridor. He personally stood guard, and no one was allowed to approach the corridor. Xiaoli, go prepare 2 wet towels, plus some good quality wet wipes, as well as boiled water, juice, and a meal. The bald man spoke to a woman in a short skirt standing not far away, giving her orders. After strenuous exercise, you'll feel hungry. What if Feng Xiao gets hungry and wants to eat something? If no food is prepared by then, how will he get along with young Master Feng? As for wet towels and wipes, these are for cleaning purposes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli nodded and prepared to get ready. But just as she took a step, the bald man hurriedly called her back. How about we prepare some blue pills? 3 hours later, Chow Yufeng slowly woke up. I'm exhausted, really exhausted this time. I'd only ever heard about the 30-year-old thing before, and never really paid attention. But now that I've experienced it firsthand, it's truly amazing. Especially with the help of medication, Yun Wanrong is practically a perpetual motion machine. It seems we must obtain the ultimate reward as soon as possible. Is it Lu Yu or Mu Lin Xuan who will receive it? The reward is a qilin kidney? Chow Yufeng scratched his head, unable to quite remember. As soon as Chow Yufeng woke up, Yun Wanrong also slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes and saw Chow Yufeng, her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears, filled with embarrassment. She had all her previous memories, and she knew clearly why all of this happened and what she and Chow Yufeng had done. But it was precisely because she understood that she realized just how unforgivable her mistake had been. Just thinking about these things instantly filled her heart with shame, self-blame, and guilt. She couldn't accept any of this, she couldn't get over it in her heart. When Chow Yufeng saw that Yun Wanrong had woken up, he was about to speak, but Yun Wanrong immediately picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and quickly walked into the bathroom of the private room. 10 minutes later, Yun Wanrong, dressed neatly, quickly left the private room. Throughout the entire process, Yun Wanrong did not utter a single word or glance at Chow Yufeng. She simply kept her head down, her face filled with shame. Watching Yun Wanrong flee in panic, Chow Yufeng smiled bitterly without a word. This guy disappeared without saying goodbye again. Chow Yufeng shook his head with a wry smile, unable to accept it, whether out of professional ethics or his own conscience. Moreover, Yun Wanrong is a woman with a very strong sense of morality. And the more a woman is like this, the more she truly loves you, the more she will love you to the core, the more obedient she will be to you, and the more tender and passionate she will be. Because she broke through layer after layer of chains, she paid a heavy price mentally. Because I've given so much, I'm even more afraid of losing it. Fine, I'll go then. Chow Yufeng didn't dwell on it any longer. He got dressed, opened the door, and went out. Seeing Chow Yufeng walk out neatly dressed, the bald man immediately jogged over. Young Master Feng, why did your wife leave? I saw that she looked unwell, so I didn't dare to stop her. The bald man spoke, while holding the tray on the ground. On the tray was a clean, damp towel. Chow Yufeng picked up a towel, wiped his hands, and didn't say anything. Seeing this, the bald man smiled and said, Young Master Feng, I've prepared some food. Would you like to have a bite before you leave? If the bald man hadn't reminded him, Chow Yufeng wouldn't have realized that he was already starving. There's no way around it, I'm exhausted after doing so much heavy work. However, the bald man was quite perceptive, which surprised him somewhat. The bald man was even more surprised, as he had already prepared the small blue pills, just waiting to give Chow Yufeng one at the crucial moment. But who could have imagined that it would last for 3 hours, a full 3 hours? You beast! What an enviable beast! Previously, in Baldy's mind, he only thought that Chow Yufeng was a bit more handsome, richer, more awesome, and better at handling things than him. Besides these, what else does Chow Yufeng have? What else is he? But now, I'm convinced, completely convinced. In the realm of men, Chow Yufeng has completely crushed him. That's fucking awesome! The bald man thought to himself, his eyes filled with obvious admiration as he looked at Chow Yufeng. He idolizes Chow Yufeng so much. Chow Yufeng is practically his idol. At the dinner table, the bald man busied himself attentively. Young Master Feng, try this golden broth grouper. It tastes excellent, melts in your mouth, and is incredibly fresh and flavorful. The bald man diligently used a soup spoon to scoop out a few slices of fish and place them in Chow Yufeng's bowl with a smile. In the bowl, the fish fillets are as thin as silkworm wings, slightly translucent, and coated with a golden broth. The broth is bright yellow and clear, reflecting rays of light under the lamplight, making it very tempting. Whether intentional or not, a few goji berries were placed in the fish soup. Their bright red color, like red beans, contrasted sharply with the golden broth, making the dish even more tempting. Chow Yufeng had long heard that grouper was incredibly delicious and had wanted to try it for a long time. However, he hasn't appeared at any dinner parties during this period. Unexpectedly, the bald man arranged something for him here. This made Chow Yufeng even more satisfied with the bald man. Picking up a spoon, Chow Yufeng scooped up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up. The fish melts in your mouth, and the golden broth is filled with the rich aroma of chicken. Before the aroma dissipates, the freshness of the fish follows closely behind, and the two complement each other perfectly, creating an unparalleled deliciousness. In the past, Chow Yufeng would never have dared to dream of such a delicacy, but now, he doesn't even need to go out of his way to buy it, someone is willing to deliver it to him. Chow Yufeng nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Chow Yufeng's satisfaction, the bald man immediately put on a big smile and said, "Young Master Feng, this dish was made by the head chef of the official cuisine at the restaurant next door." He greatly admires young Master Feng. If young Master Feng is willing, the head chef would be happy to become young Master Feng's private chef. Chow Yufeng laughed. A chef who admires him? The two are completely unrelated, aren't they? His reputation is currently only circulating in some upper-class circles in Dalian City. He is well aware that he, Chow Yufeng, is not yet famous enough for even a chef in Dalian City to know him. It's obvious that the bald guy said that to flatter himself. Who knows what the real situation is? Maybe the bald man used coercion and bribery to get the chef to agree to be his private chef. However, regardless of the bald man's methods, his keen observation skills are still commendable. Perfect timing, he also needed a lackey to run errands for him. Setting down his spoon, Chow Yufeng looked up at the bald man. "Bald man, I remember you said before that you were working for Tiger, right?" Chapter 92 took in the bald man. "Baldy, I remember you said before that you were working for Tiger, right?" Tiger, Chow Yufeng had heard Wei Shang and the others mention him. Tiger, whose real name is Wei Hu, is a well-known underground gang leader in Dalian City. He runs multiple KTVs, tea houses, mahjong parlors, freight stations, and other businesses. He has extensive connections in Dalian City, and it is said that no one in Dalian City dares to mess with Wei Hu. It's not that I'm afraid, but rather that there's no need to be. Because it would be very troublesome to provoke Wei Hu. Wei Hu has thousands of henchmen under his command. If they are focused on getting rid of you, it will still give you a lot of headaches. It's better to be at the mercy of the devil than to be bothered by his underlings. Businessmen crave stability. Nobody wants to be constantly exposed to the elements and never have a moment's peace. Moreover, it is said that Wei Hu also has close ties with the government, which is why he has been able to act with impunity in Dalian City for so many years. Therefore, the wealthy people in Dalian City always give Wei Hu a lot of face whenever they see him. Even top-tier rich second-generation heirs like Mu Feng and Xin Hao will greet Wei Hu with a smile. After that bet, Mu Feng had mentioned to him that he should give Wei Hu some face in the future, so Chow Yufeng had a deep impression of Wei Hu. The bald man nodded when he heard Chow Yufeng's words. "Young Master Feng, I do follow Tiger, but as a small leader, I don't have access to deep things and know few secrets. If I want to leave, Tiger 1T force me to stay." Chow Yufeng pondered for 2 seconds. Since the bald man had said such a thing, it was clear that he was telling him that he was willing to follow him. Since Wei Hu wouldn't force him to stay, and the bald man was quite astute, it wouldn't hurt to accept him. Chow Yufeng wasn't afraid of offending Wei Hu, but there was no need to. His main purpose is to spend money and get rebates. The money spent was to cultivate Lu Yu and Mu Ling Shuang, enabling these two women to establish their own businesses and continuously expand them. He only needs to wait behind the scenes and reap the benefits. Since that's the case, and he can avoid conflict with Wei Hu, there's no need for him to ruin their relationship. After considering his options, Chow Yufeng said, "Baldy, I understand what you mean. I won't be polite anymore. I do need someone to help me with some miscellaneous tasks. If you're willing, I'll give you 100,000 a month. What do you think?" As soon as Chow Yufeng finished speaking, the bald man froze on the spot. He stared at Chow Yufeng in disbelief, his face filled with shock. 100,000? Feng Xiao just said he'd give him 100,000 a month? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The bald man was stunned into place, and the bottle he was holding slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a clatter. A surge of ecstasy filled the bald man's heart, making his hands tremble with excitement. Don't be fooled by his seemingly glamorous life managing a KTV, only he knows how miserable he truly is. Because behind this glamorous facade lies the helplessness of earning only 3,000 yuan a month. You heard right, Wei Hu pays him 3,000 a month. That's why he, with his bald head, always takes on side jobs when he's not busy. He really doesn't have enough money. Even so, his group of underlings were quite envious. Because these underlings don't get paid at all, they have to pay out of their own pockets to work. That's how it is in the underworld. If you're famous and powerful, you can certainly make a lot of money. But you're just a small fry, who would be willing to give you their money? Many people would be content just to be treated to food and drinks. Although Wei Hu was famous, he was no match for those businessmen when it came to making money. So, Wei Hu was just like them. He seemed to be living a glamorous life, but he didn't actually have much money. There are many industries, but with so many people to support, and after deducting all costs, the profits are not much. This leads to the situation where these people seem to be living a glamorous life, but in reality, they don't have many banknotes in their pockets when they go out, their pockets are full of coins. The jingling sound is so damn nice. Originally, my monthly salary was $3,000, but now it's $100,000. A full $100,000. Baldy felt his heart was about to burst with excitement. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan has been his dream for many years, but he also knows that dreams are just dreams and he is unlikely to achieve them in this lifetime. But Chow Yufeng's one sentence made his lifelong dream come true. 100,000. Let's not even talk about him, even white-collar and blue-collar workers, can they get it? In the whole of China, how many people can get it? But he's bald, and now that he's got it, I'm fucking an elite too. Looking at Chow Yufeng, the bald man could hardly contain his excitement. If he wasn't afraid of making Chow Yufeng angry, Baldy would have liked to hug and kiss her. This isn't young Master Feng, these are clearly his biological parents. Seeing the bald man standing there in a daze, Chow Yufeng frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Not satisfied?" No, young Master Feng, I'm very satisfied, very satisfied. I just didn't expect you to offer me such a high salary. No doubt about it, young Master Feng. From today onwards, I, Baldy, will follow your lead. The bald man excitedly expressed his opinion, but Chow Yufeng just smiled and nodded, "Do your best. I have high hopes for you. 100,000 is just the starting point. If you perform well in the future, I will increase it for you. Should we add more?" The bald man's brain went completely blank for a second. As expected, young Master Feng's wealth is beyond your comprehension. He had seen Feng Xiao's generous side before, but he never expected that Feng Xiao would be so generous even when paying salaries. Looking at Chow Yufeng, he suddenly felt that the image of this young Master Feng in his heart had become incredibly majestic. He even wanted to carve an inscription for Chow Yufeng, erect a monument for him, and worship him, at least bowing to him 3 times a day and burning incense every morning and evening. After eating a few more bites, Chow Yufeng took the chef with him and sent him to the Tianlong Hotel. Outside the KTV, the bald man had already arranged a car. Chow Yufeng got in the car and headed straight for the rented house. After a flurry of activity, it was already 11:30 p.m. Opening the door to the rented room, Chow Yufeng was quite surprised to find it pitch black and Lu Yu still hadn't returned. In the past, although Lu Yu was busy with the beauty salon, she would usually rush back around 7 o'clock to cook dinner for him. There has never been a case where they hadn't returned by 11 p.m. With that thought in mind, Chow Yufeng picked up his phone and called Lu Yu. The phone was answered after just one ring. "Hey, Yufeng, are you back? Wait for me, I'm at the door. I'm exhausted today." Lu Yu's voice came through the phone, her tone tinged with obvious fatigue. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door opened. Then, the door opened, and Lu Yu, dressed in plain clothes, walked in. She took off her shoes, put on slippers, and looked at Chow Yufeng sitting on the sofa, saying with concern, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Wait a moment, I'll go make you some food." As she spoke, Lu Yu walked toward the kitchen. Seeing the undisguised exhaustion on Lu Yu's face, Chow Yufeng's heart softened. Lu Yu always thought of him in everything. Even when she was so tired that her back ached, the first thing she thought of when she got home was to cook him a meal. How could Chow Yufeng not feel sorry for or love such an older sister? Seeing the undisguised exhaustion on Lu Yu's face, Chow Yufeng grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise and bumped into Chow Yufeng's arms. She gently punched Chow Yufeng's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Stop it, I need to cook quickly. After I finish cooking, I want to rest." Chow Yufeng put his arm around Lu Yu's waist and let her sit on his lap. He smiled and said, "You don't need to cook today. I know you've worked hard, so I specially packed some food from outside. There's a golden soup grouper in it. It tastes very good. I'll feed you to try it." Chapter 93 Lu Yu's Sweet Little Happiness. "You don't need to cook today. I know you've worked hard, so I specially packed some food from outside. There's a golden broth grouper in it, which tastes very good. Let me feed you to try it." Before leaving the KTV, Chow Yufeng asked the bald man to cook a few more dishes and bring them back. "Some of the dishes here are indeed quite good, so I wanted Lu Yu to try them as well." Hearing that Chow Yufeng had already prepared a meal for her, Lu Yu was overjoyed. Ding! The host has prepared dinner for Lu Yu. Lu Yu is delighted, her happiness level increases by 100, and her current total happiness level is 1000. Chow Yufeng was somewhat surprised to see that it had reached 1000 again. Perfect timing, he was just about to improve his physical fitness. He feels that when he hits someone now, it doesn't hurt them anymore. Tonight, Chu Dejiang was kicked, and the guy could still get up. Isn't that infuriating? However, although the pleasure value kept increasing, the favorability rating seemed to be welded shut, and Lu Yu's favorability rating had not increased for several days. Chow Yufeng scooped up a piece of fish and held it to Lu Yu's lips with a spoon. Lu Yu was clearly a little embarrassed, with two rosy cheeks, but her bright eyes curved into two crescent moons, completely revealing the joy in her heart. For Lu Yu, the shyness was genuine, but so was the happiness. So, although her face was flushed with embarrassment, she obediently opened her mouth, waiting for Chow Yufeng to feed her. The moment Lu Yu took a bite of the fish, her eyes lit up instantly. She knew that the dishes Chow Yufeng had specially packed back must taste good, but she still didn't expect them to taste this good. It wasn't just the taste that moved her, it was the care and concern conveyed that touched her deeply. After a long day, the delicious meal prepared for her by the person she loved warmed Lu Yu's heart. Ding! Lu Yu's favorability has increased by 1 point, currently at 96 points. Yufeng, this is so delicious. How did you know I like fish? Tell me, did you follow me today? Otherwise, how would you know I'd be busy and tired, and even pack me some food? Lu Yu put her arm around Chow Yufeng's neck and asked with a smile. Chow Yufeng was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know that Lu Yu liked to eat fish, and he really didn't know that Lu Yu would be very busy and tired today. Was this a lucky accident? Bringing dinner increased his favorability, and he really wanted to do this kind of good deed a few more times. Come to think of it, he should really thank the bald guy. If it weren't for the bald guy letting him try the dish, he wouldn't have gained any more goodwill towards him. If it's delicious, have a few more bites. Come on, let your husband feed you. Lu Yu nodded gently, nestled in Chow Yufeng's arms, and ate obediently. After dinner, Chow Yufeng finally asked, "Why are you so busy so late today? Did something happen at the store?" Lu Yu picked up a tissue from the table, wiped her mouth, and then said, "Don't mention it. Remember when I told you before that the beauty salon was doing very well and that its competitors were jealous? Look, someone tried to sabotage me today. The owner of a beauty salon bribed my people to mix a lot of counterfeit products into our beauty products. Luckily, I discovered it in time. Today, I've gone through all the products from more than a dozen stores, and that's how I got to this point." As Lu Yu spoke, she let out a weary sigh. Upon seeing this, Chow Yufeng embraced Lu Yu. He knew very well that as the business grew, all sorts of troubles would inevitably follow. And now, for them, it is a test. So what are you going to do about this? Chow Yufeng asked. Lu Yu thought for a moment and slowly said, "I'll pretend this never happened. I'll give them some face. But all the people in my shop who were bribed must be fired. I want them to understand that I, Lu Yu, have a temper. This time, I'm just giving them face." Chow Yufeng didn't say much about Lu Yu's thoughts, although he felt that his jealous colleagues wouldn't accept Lu Yu's favor. On the contrary, they would think Lu Yu was weak and would be even more unscrupulous in framing her. However, since Lu Yu had made up his mind to do this, he would not interfere. Some things can only be truly learned through experience. What's more, it's just a trivial matter. Even if all of these dozen or so stores were to close, Chow Yufeng wouldn't feel bad at all. On the contrary, he would be very happy. Ideally, he would lose a large sum of money so that he could take the opportunity to spend more of the care funds. He can rely on these industries to make a profit, or he can choose not to. So whether they are profitable or not is really not important to him. Even if he loses money every day, he can still use the care fund to get a daily rebate. Therefore, from the very beginning, he was already in an invincible position. That's so cool. That's why he could so recklessly nurture Mu Linchuang and Lu Yu. For Chow Yufeng, whether he has a business mind or not is really not important. If he throws hundreds of billions or trillions of money at it, he can make even a pig understand. Now, spending just a few $100 million to teach Lu Yu a lesson is worthwhile. By the way, Yufeng, the factory construction is almost complete and will be put into use in another half-month. Following your idea, Wei Shang has hired some of the top beauticians and leading dermatologists in China. They have already started developing some products, and I believe that our products will be available on the market soon. Lu Yu smoothed a strand of hair from her temple and began to speak. After saying that, she blushed and twisted her body, because Chow Yufeng's hand was acting up again. Seeing Lu Yu blushing shyly, Chow Yufeng smiled and kissed her on the cheek before saying, "Well, you can make the decisions about the factory. I completely trust you. From now on, the beauty salon and the factory will follow your ideas. Don't worry, whether you make a profit or a loss, your good husband will always be behind you, always supporting you. Lu Yu blushed, and a happy smile appeared on her cheeks. Although these words sounded a bit strange, she could sense Chow Yufeng's determination to care about her. After all, if he didn't care about her, why would Chow Yufeng have taken out over $1 billion to let her start her business and registered all of these assets in her name? If someone didn't truly love her, who would do that? Therefore, no matter how hard or tiring the work was, she was extremely happy because she felt that she was not working, but constantly enjoying the love that Chow Yufeng gave her. After all, these jobs were all paid for, and all that money was given to her by Chow Yufeng. As she thought about it, Liu felt a warm current flowing through her heart and spreading to her entire body. Yufeng, I feel so happy. As Liu sighed, she took the initiative to kiss Chow Yufeng's lips. At this moment, Yun Wanrong, who had returned home, sat blankly on the sofa. She couldn't believe what she had done. Whenever she thinks about those things, Yun Wanrong feels like she's about to collapse. Yet, this breakdown contained a touch of sweetness. And that's what she found even harder to accept. She realized that she had actually fallen in love with Chow Yufeng. She could clearly feel that when she was in love with Chow Yufeng before, she really didn't reject him at all. This was unacceptable to her, and it made her feel devastated. Chapter 94. Yun Wanrong blushed deeply with embarrassment. She had actually fallen in love with Chow Yufeng. Yun Wanrong found it extremely absurd and incomprehensible. In her eyes, Chow Yufeng was just a younger brother and a student. I have no love for him, absolutely no love. Yun Wanrong kept denying it, but her body's instincts told her that she was just deceiving herself. Since returning home, the first thing she did was sit on the sofa in a daze, instead of rushing into the bathroom to wash away all the marks Chow Yufeng had left on her, because she really didn't mind. However, she couldn't get over it herself, so she kept telling herself that she didn't like Chow Yufeng. Yun Wanrong walked into the bathroom in a daze, and half an hour later, she came out with the set of lingerie with pearls. She had intended to throw the lingerie in the bathroom trash can, but in the end she took it out. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yun Wanrong folded the underwear and placed it on the coffee table. All night long, Yun Wanrong stared blankly at the underwear on the sofa until the sky began to lighten. Then, she sighed softly, picked up the underwear, and prepared to put it in the closet. But as soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy and fell back onto the sofa. A sleepless night, coupled with the exhaustion of the previous night, and the emotional highs and lows, caused Yun Wanrong's body to give out, and she collapsed on the sofa. Her cheeks were flushed, and her breathing was noticeably rapid. She clearly had a severe cold. Yun Wanrong gritted her teeth and tried to stand up, but found that she had no strength at all. Yun Wanrong gave a helpless bitter smile and took out her phone to ask for help. With difficulty, Yun Wanrong scrolled through her phone, and the first person she thought of was Chow Yufeng. As soon as she opened the chat interface with Chow Yufeng, Yun Wanrong's lips curled into a bitter smile once again. What's wrong with me? Why is he the first person I think of? Yun Wanrong muttered to herself as she exited the chat interface with Chow Yufeng. The person she least wants to see right now is Chow Yufeng, because she doesn't know how to face him. But ironically, when I needed him the most, he was the first person I thought of. This made her feel both annoyed and amused. She was angry at herself for developing a dependence on Chow Yufeng so quickly, and laughed at herself for violating professional ethics by becoming dependent on her student. After hesitating for a long time, Yun Wanrong laboriously swiped her finger to exit the chat interface with Chow Yufeng, found a person with a supercar avatar, clicked on it, and made a video call to the other party. After I explained the situation haltingly, the other party said they would arrive immediately. A short while later, the door opened, and a woman anxiously entered the room with a key in her hand. The newcomer was dressed elegantly and resembled Yun Wanrong by about 80%, both having oval faces. The only difference was that the woman had a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, which added a touch of charm to her elegant demeanor. The woman was wearing a pure white cheongsam, flesh-colored stockings over her long legs, and sky-blue stiletto heels. Her originally straight, jet-black hair was coiled at the back of her head and secured with a jade hairpin, making her look elegant and graceful. The woman's name was Lang Yen, and she was Yun Wanrong's best friend. The two met at a party because they looked very similar to each other. Upon first meeting, the two even doubted whether the other was their long-lost sister or younger sister. Because the two look so alike, with similar appearances, figures, and heights, they are almost identical. The only difference between the two is their temperament. Yun Wanrong is beautiful and elegant, like a girl from a modest family, while Long Yan is noble and graceful, like a lady from a prominent family. Both of them were at the prime of their youth, and these two delicate flowers were also extremely beautiful. For this reason, the two rarely get together or go out for sightseeing, because the scenery is so beautiful that it could easily tempt others to commit crimes. Lang Yan walked into the house and saw Yun Wanrong lying on the sofa. Her face turned anxious, and she hurriedly took long strides with her long legs covered in stockings and walked over quickly. The clattering sound of her high heels on the floor echoed in the house. Wanrong, how did you catch such a bad cold? Lang Yan quickly approached Yun Wanrong, extended her slender, snow-white fingers as white as mutton fat jade, and gently placed them on Yun Wanrong's forehead. As soon as I reached out to touch it, a burning sensation traveled through my fingers. Wanrong, why is it so hot? A look of shock appeared on Lang Yan's snow-white oval face as she anxiously inquired. Lang Yan's words jolted Yun Wanrong awake. Looking at Lang Yan's anxious face, she forced a smile, pointed to her bedroom, and weakly said, "Sister Yan, come, you're here. There's cold medicine in the bedside table in my bedroom." Before Yun Wanrong could finish speaking, Lang Yan interrupted, "Why are you still taking medicine? You need to go to the hospital in this condition." Before she could finish her sentence, Lang Yan noticed the pearl lingerie set on the coffee table. Upon seeing it, Lang Yan was so shocked that she froze on the spot, unable to utter a single word. She could hardly believe her eyes. In her memory, Yun Wanrong was intellectual and elegant, always dressed very appropriately, and had never worn any revealing clothing. But now, these extremely revealing clothes are laid out naked on the coffee table, with signs of wear and stains on them. It was obvious that Yun Wanrong had been intimate with someone before, and these clothes hadn't been washed yet. The thought flashed through her mind, and Lang Yan was instantly struck dumb, staring at Yun Wanrong in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Yun Wanrong, who was usually so intellectual and elegant, would be so bold in her choice of underwear. Is this what people often call secretly passionate? Seeing Lang Yan's blank expression, Yun Wanrong followed her gaze and naturally saw the clothes she had placed on the coffee table. Upon seeing that, Yun Wanrong's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. She had intended to throw away the clothes last night, so she hadn't washed them, but then, for some inexplicable reason, she decided to put them back. But before she could put it away, Lang Yan discovered it. This made her blush instantly, and she struggled to stand up to get her clothes. But her body was too weak, and she had only managed to lift half of her body before collapsing back down. Yun Wanrong's struggle brought Lang Yan back to her senses from the shock. She looked at Yun Wanrong with a bewildered expression. Yun Wanrong, you're something else. Didn't you promise me you'd be alone until the end? And now you're secretly seeing men behind my back, huh? Lang Yan feigned anger and tapped Yun Wanrong's forehead, laughing and scolding. Yun Wanrong, I really didn't realize you had the potential to be a little slut, tsk. I'm embarrassed for you by the way you're dressed. The point is, you have a man, so what? You already have a man, yet you still expect me to take care of you? No, Yun Wanrong, you have to explain what happened today, or I won't care about you anymore. Lang Yan felt both angry and speechless. Not only did her best friend secretly have a boyfriend, but she also deliberately displayed such underwear on the coffee table and invited her over. Was she doing this on purpose to let her see it? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? We can't spoil her, we absolutely can't spoil a best friend like that. Yun Wanrong was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. This morning, she was ready to get rid of the clothes as soon as possible, but after catching a bad cold, she was so sleepy that she completely forgot about them. If Lang Yan hadn't discovered it, she still wouldn't remember it now. But this one oversight led to her best friend discovering this embarrassing side of her. Seeing Lang Yan's intense thirst for knowledge, Yun Wanrong blushed deeply with embarrassment. However, wouldn't it be better to tell your best friend and ask her for advice? Chapter 95. Sister-in-law Lang Yan. If I told my best friend my secret, would I feel better? At least she could give me some advice, right? Thinking to herself, Yun Wanrong hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. Upon hearing Yun Wanrong's words, Lang Yan's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. When she first saw the underwear, she thought Yun Wanrong was playing some fancy trick, but now it seems that what she just saw was nothing compared to what she had just seen. Yun Wanrong has actually found a young boyfriend. Is this really that exciting? But it's fine too. Who says a woman can't find someone younger than herself? Wanrong, I think it's great. Lang Yan said earnestly. Good. Yun Wanrong looked at Lang Yan in disbelief. Lang Yan actually said it was fine? Xiao Yufeng is more than 10 years younger than him, and besides, he is his student. How is that good? Yun Wanrong could hardly believe that Lang Yan would actually say that's good after listening to her. Sister Yan, you have to understand, even though he's a college student, he's still my student, isn't he? So what? Neither of them is married. Besides, I feel that such a marriage would be more passionate, wouldn't I? Young men are very fierce, tsk. Just look at this underwear, and you'll know. As Lang Yan spoke, she stretched out 2 fingers with a look of disgust, pinched a corner of the bra, picked it up, and deliberately waved it in front of Yun Wanrong, mocking her. Yun Wanrong blushed instantly, her face turning even redder. Seeing Yun Wanrong's shy appearance, Lang Yan continued with a smile. Besides, Yun Wanrong, you don't need to be so self-deprecating. Your little wolf dog may be young, but you're not lacking in anything. At 35, a woman is in her prime. Look at you, your looks and figure are at their peak, you are charming and attractive. Not to mention your little wolf dog, even I sometimes can't help but hug you. Lang Yan said jokingly, reaching out to pinch Yun Wanrong's cheek. Look at this skin, so smooth and delicate, just like an 18-year-old girl. Yun Wanrong was a little embarrassed, but still asked, Sister Yan, is that really what you think? Look at him, Xiao Yufeng. Doesn't he look too young? We don't look good together at all. I don't want to endure other people's strange looks. Yun Wanrong unlocked her phone, tapped on Xiao Yufeng's profile picture, and handed it to Lang Yan. Lang Yan took the phone, her eyes lighting up. Wow, what a handsome little wolfhound. Yun Wanrong, you have good taste. If you don't like him, how about I borrow him for a couple of days? I'll have your sister train him a bit and then send him over. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll train him to be both cute and fierce. Lang Yan said teasingly, holding her phone. Without waiting for Yun Wanrong's reply, he opened the chat interface and made a video call to Xiao Yufeng. Xiao Yufeng was sitting on the sofa, chatting with Wei Shang. Wei Shang said that he had found one of the manors that Xiao Yufeng had asked him to find. The estate covers an area of 100 acres and includes lawns, gardens, an artificial lake, rockeries, and a detached villa. The villa has 9 floors in total, with 2 floors on the bottom and 7 floors on the top, each floor measuring 1,000 square meters. The villa is fully renovated and ready for immediate move-in. The original owner was a relative of Lu Yu. Because he was going to develop his business in Tiandu, he wanted to sell this manor as capital to start a new business. The previous owner of this estate asked for $1 billion, and that was an internal price. Upon hearing that there really was a manor, Xiao Yufeng's eyes lit up. He could spend 1 billion yuan at once, and tomorrow's rebate would be tens of millions, bringing the total to nearly 100 million yuan. You know, he's really short of money right now. Every business he does involves tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. He runs a big business, but only has a little over 100 million in hand. If word got out, how embarrassing would that be? Furthermore, he loves money, the more the better. He can't sleep well at night unless he has trillions in his hands. With money, he could buy a house and a car, retire early, and enjoy life to the fullest without having to worry about anything anymore. This is called having extra money in hand and not being anxious. Wei Shang, do you think I, Xiao Yufeng, am short of money? When doing business with me, I will never let our friends suffer losses. Besides, Lu Yu is my little brother. Forget about internal prices, tell Lu Yu that I will increase the price by 200 million. I want the manor. Xiao Yufeng spoke with righteous indignation and boasted that he was not short of money, but in reality, he wished he could sell it for a higher price so that he could get more rebates. 200 million came out of nowhere, and Wei Shang was so surprised that he spat out the tea he had just drunk. He picked at his ear in disbelief before confirming that what Xiao Yufeng had just said was true. This is fucking extravagant. Wei Shang had guessed that Xiao Yufeng would treat his brothers very well. But to my complete surprise, this good guy casually took out an extra 200 million. Damn it, my worldview. Wei Shang was deeply moved. He was now absolutely certain that following Xiao Yufeng was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Wei Shang immediately felt like crying. Young Master Feng was such a good friend. He was never stingy with himself, whether it was with women or with his brothers. Such a good boss was hard to find in this world. Xiao Yufeng had no idea that simply offering a higher rebate had moved Wei Shang to tears. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Wanrong called to invite him to a video chat. Xiao Yufeng was quite surprised to see that it was Yun Wanrong. He hesitated for a moment before answering the call. The video call connected, and Xiao Yufeng looked at Lang Yan on his phone, who bore an 8/10 resemblance to Yun Wanrong. He frowned and hesitated before asking, "What's going on with you? Did you take off your makeup? Removing makeup?" Lang Yan chuckled upon hearing this. "Little wolf, I really didn't realize you were so funny. However, I'm not your old cow. You're too young for me to have. If we're really talking about who's older, I should be your godmother-in-law. Come on, call me sister so I can hear it." Xiao Yufeng was speechless upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection, he realized that although the woman in the phone looked remarkably similar to Yun Wanrong, she was not Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong has no beauty mark at the corner of her eye. In her drowsy state, Yun Wanrong naturally overheard Lang Yan and Xiao Yufeng's conversation. She never expected that all she did was show Lang Yan a photo, and this woman would send her a video call right away. Yun Wanrong felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly reached for her phone. But now, Yun Wanrong's actions are like those of a frail old woman. How could she possibly outmaneuver Lang Yan? Lang Yan held her phone, a playful smile on her face, and said, "Little wolf, your precious Yun Wanrong can't wait to see you. What do you think, should I give it to her or not? Oh, by the way, your precious baby is sick with a bad cold. I can't carry her by myself, so I called you. I guess she ate too many young men yesterday." Lang Yan spoke with a smile, looking at Yun Wanrong beside her with a beaming expression. Yun Wanrong was so ashamed of Lang Yan's words that she didn't dare to see anyone. She huddled on the sofa like an ostrich, her whole body flushed red. Yun Wanrong now truly regrets calling Lang Yan. Now look what's happened. Lang Yan kept saying darling and old cow eating young grass, all in front of Xiao Yufeng. How is she supposed to face Xiao Yufeng now? Seriously, this is so embarrassing. Is Yun Wanrong catching a cold? Or a bad one? Xiao Yufeng was startled and said directly, "Sister-in-law, send me the address, I'll be there right now." What? You don't know the address? Lang Yan asked, puzzled, looking at the pearl-embroidered lingerie on the coffee table, speechless. She initially thought the two were just messing around at home, but now it seems they're not staying at home at all. They've probably gone out to explore the wild. Chapter 96. Lang Yan cursed herself for being cheap. They have a home but no house. Did they go hunting in the wild yesterday? That's really fancy. That's true. If he hadn't caught a cold while playing in the wild, how could he have gotten such a bad cold? Lang Yan looked at Yun Wanrong with amusement in her eyes. Yun Wanrong blushed even more when she saw that look in his eyes. After sending the address, Xiao Yufeng arrived quickly. Lang Yan opened the door and looked at Xiao Yufeng outside, her eyes lighting up again. She just looked at the photos and watched the video and thought this guy was very handsome. Seeing him in person now, he's even more handsome. Moreover, Xiao Yufeng doesn't have the thin build of a puppy. Although he doesn't look bulky and strong, you can clearly feel that this little wolf has some meat on his body and looks rather robust. Oh, so this is our little wolfhound. Not bad, he's really handsome. Lang Yan said jokingly, a smile appearing on her snow-white oval face, and she stepped aside with a smile. Xiao Yufeng was also taken aback when he saw Lang Yan. He never expected that Lang Yan would look so much like Yun Wanrong. He would believe it if you told him the two were sisters. "Hello, my dear sister-in-law." Xiao Yufeng greeted him with a smile and then quickly walked towards the living room. On the living room sofa, Yun Wanrong lay quietly, half asleep. Upon seeing Xiao Yufeng arrive, Yun Wanrong blushed even more and quickly turned her head away, too embarrassed to look at him. Xiao Yufeng reached out and touched Yun Wanrong's forehead. It was burning hot to the touch. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yufeng immediately picked up Yun Wanrong and rushed to the hospital. Yun Wanrong felt Xiao Yufeng pick her up, and her face turned even redder, but she did not refuse. Instead, she obediently pressed her face against Xiao Yufeng's chest. A sweet smile appeared on Yun Wanrong's lips. This chest was still so solid, always giving her an indescribable sense of security. Therefore, she became obsessed with this chest and wished she could shrink into it every day. Carrying Yun Wanrong into a taxi, Xiao Yufeng mentally activated the system on the way. System, exchange for skills, medical proficiency. Okay, host, you now have 1,000 pleasure points. You have already spent 500 pleasure points to exchange for medical skill mastery, so you currently have 500 pleasure points. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Yufeng's mind, and he felt countless medical knowledge flooding into his brain. The reason for exchanging the money is to help Yun Wanrong with her subsequent recovery. A serious illness has a significant impact on the human body. Especially at Yun Wanrong's age, what if the impact is on her skin? What if Yun Wanrong's skin condition deteriorates? Chow Yufeng didn't want to be holding an old lady. He does like older women, but that only applies to elegant beauties in their prime. He has no chance with older women. As for the little girl, of course she's left to you readers. Chow Yufeng wouldn't dare to compete for her. Although he's arrogant, he's still quite sensible in this respect. In addition, you should take good care of your health. Many people become sickly and fall ill frequently after a serious illness. Yun Wanrong was taken to the hospital without incident. The doctor started in 4 drip, and Yun Wanrong fell into a deep sleep, resting her head on Chow Yufeng's arm. As Yun Wanrong's complexion gradually returned to its rosy hue, Chow Yufeng gently stroked her pretty face, a tender look in his eyes. "Sir, you love your girlfriend very much." The nurse giving Chow Yufeng the injection smiled and said, noticing the obvious tenderness in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Long Yan, who was standing to the side, also revealed a knowing smile. Despite her constant use of terms like handsome guy and little wolf dog in a friendly manner, she always kept her distance from Chow Yufeng. Because she wasn't sure what kind of attitude this young man had towards Yun Wanrong. If he was just trying to hook up with her and have some fun, then sorry, she'd make him pay the price. Now it seems that this young man has truly fallen for her and isn't just playing around, at least he's very attentive to Yun Wanrong. This actually made Long Yan feel more favorably toward Chow Yufeng. Ding, suitable object found for binding. The care campaign begins. 4th bound object, cold smoke. Age, 36. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance rating, 95. Type, mature woman. Status, widowed. Current favorability rating, 10. Ultimate reward, never fall. The voice that suddenly came to mind startled Chow Yufeng. I've somehow ended up being linked to my sister-in-law? This is fucking ridiculous. It's not that he doesn't like them who doesn't like beautiful women. Chow Yufeng is also a human being, and he also likes beautiful women, and he believes the more the better. But this is Yun Wanrong's godsister and best friend. If she were to make a move, wouldn't she just be waiting to be discovered? Once discovered, he can forget about spending money on Yun Wanrong again. Also, what exactly is Long Yan's ultimate reward? Unbreakable. Is it his understanding of what unbreakable means? However, no matter what, Chow Yufeng decided not to harm Long Yan. Although she was a great beauty, Chow Yufeng had principles and would never do anything that was not worth the money. Hey, you little wolfhound, what kind of look is that? Is there something on me? Lang Yan looked at Chow Yufeng with a puzzled expression, then examined her own body. Her white, fitted cheongsam, as white as winter snow, enveloped her graceful figure. Apart from the auspicious cloud pattern drawn with gold thread, there were no stains on it. Why is this little wolfhound looking at me like that? Could it be that this kid has feelings for me too? Still want to play the one dragon, two phoenixes game? Lang Yan smoothed the stray strands of hair at her temples, a cold glint in her eyes. How dare you have feelings for me? It seems this kid really needs a good talking to, otherwise he won't be able to tell the difference between the king and the queen in the future. The thought had barely formed in Long Yan's mind when she heard Chow Yufeng say with a speechless expression, "Sister-in-law, the beauty mark on your face has fallen off." Ah! Lang Yan was instantly stunned. She reached out and touched it, and sure enough, the beauty mark she had just drawn on this morning was smudged. This made her blush instantly, and she looked at Chow Yufeng with a face full of embarrassment. Just now, she thought Chow Yufeng was staring at her intently because he had feelings for her. It turned out to be something else entirely. It was the beauty mark under her eye that made her feel embarrassed, realizing that she had been deluding herself. But then she became somewhat dissatisfied. Why shouldn't she? I look 8 parts like Yun Wanrong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we're twins. But what about the compensation? Worlds apart. Yun Wanrong has her little wolfhound, who can play in the wild until he catches a bad cold. As for her, she only had the 5th sister for company every night. Of course, there are also a range of fruits and vegetables. That's bad enough, but even though they look so alike, this little wolf doesn't seem to have any feelings for me at all. Isn't that infuriating? Lang Yan thought indignantly, but then she cursed herself for being so cheap. Just now, when that young wolf dog gave her a strange look, she acted like she was going to die, and even told him to tell the young wolf dog to distinguish between kings and queens. Now that I know it was a misunderstanding, I feel uneasy. Lang Yan, aren't you shameless? Chow Yufeng, however, suddenly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, that was close. He had just been bound to Long Yan by the system, and his mind was indeed a little distracted. That's why he was stunned when he saw Lang Yan. If Lang Yan found out about his dirty little schemes, wouldn't he be completely doomed? Fortunately, the beauty mark Lang Yan drew was ruined. Sister-in-law, why don't you go back first? I'll keep watch here, don't worry. Chow Yufeng smiled and dismissed Long Yan. He was afraid that if he stayed with Long Yan for too long, he would lose his mind. So, since he was afraid of not being able to control himself, why not just stay away from her? Lang Yan even doubted whether she had misheard. She actually told this young man to leave? Chapter 97. Yun Wanrong takes the initiative to confess her feelings. Lang Yan found it amusing that she had actually been asked to leave. In the past, wherever she went, she was not exactly surrounded by admirers, but countless people were willing to talk to her. Even with such a great beauty like her, there are still many people who have impure thoughts about her. Whether they were celebrities or entrepreneurs from Dalan City, or handsome young men, these people swarmed around her like flies. They went to great lengths to spend more time with her and deepen their relationship. But now, this little wolf in front of her is actually giving her the boot. Lang Yan felt both annoyed and amused. But she is aloof and won't get too entangled with others. Nodding, Lang Yan picked up her bag and left the ward. As he left, he gave Chow Yufeng a fierce glare. After Lang Yan left, Chow Yufeng kept looking at Yun Wanrong. By noon, Yun Wanrong's condition had improved considerably. After Chow Yufeng prescribed the medicine, he took Yun Wanrong and left the hospital. When the two returned home, Chow Yufeng carried Yun Wanrong and placed her on the bed. Yun Wanrong's face was still slightly flushed, and her big eyes were fixed on Chow Yufeng. She discovered that the feeling of having a man by her side was completely different from not having one. Although in her eyes Chow Yufeng was still just a child, it was undeniable that this child could take good care of her and bring her warmth when she was at her weakest, a warmth that moved her deeply. Looking at Chow Yufeng, who had thoughtfully prepared hot water for her, Yun Wanrong unconsciously recalled Lang Yan's words. Lang Yan's unwavering support for her getting together with Chow Yufeng was something she never expected. However, Lang Yan's words were not entirely unreasonable. It is only natural for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman to get together. As for whether it's the principal or the students, are they really that important? Thinking about these things, Yun Wanrong's face became even rosier. Chow Yufeng had just finished cooling the hot water when he noticed Yun Wanrong's cheeks were flushed again. He was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Your cheeks are red again." As Chow Yufeng spoke, he reached out and touched Yun Wanrong's forehead. "No, it's not as hot as before." Chow Yufeng had just muttered something to himself when Yun Wanrong smiled, turned her head, pressed her face against Chow Yufeng's palm, and then looked at him tenderly. She didn't want to care about those things anymore, right and wrong, morality, to hell with all that. She was a woman, she wanted a man, and she liked the young, adorable man in front of her. I especially love how carefully he takes care of me, and how he always appears by my side when I need help the most. Therefore, I, Yun Wanrong, want this little wolf dog. I want him to possess me fiercely, just like he did at the karaoke bar last night. Ding! Yun Wanrong's favorability +3, current favorability points, 90. Ding! The host's meticulous care has moved Yun Wanrong deeply, bringing her joy. Joy value +100, current total joy value 600. The words had barely formed in his mind when Chow Yufeng saw Yun Wanrong suddenly sit up, grab his neck, and pull him back onto the bed. The two faced each other, their eyes locked, so close they could feel each other's breath. Feeling Yun Wanrong's warm breath on his face, Chow Yufeng was a little confused. What the hell is going on? Has Yun Wanrong taken the wrong medicine? Why is she suddenly so passionate? Yun Wanrong's cheeks flushed slightly. Looking into Chow Yufeng's eyes, which were so close to hers, she wrapped her arms around his neck and spoke softly and shyly. Yufeng, I like you. I was wrong before. From now on, will you be my man? As soon as she uttered those words, Yun Wanrong parted her pale lips and kissed Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng's brain froze for a second. He never expected that one day Yun Wanrong would take the initiative to confess her feelings to him. This is completely unlike Yun Wanrong's personality. However, Chow Yufeng was only stunned for a second. The next second, Chow Yufeng used both hands to pull Yun Wanrong into his arms and kissed her passionately. Yun Wanrong did not resist and obediently let Chow Yufeng take what he wanted. She just shyly pulled the quilt over them. In the darkness, Yun Wanrong held Xiao Yufeng tightly and kissed Qin Yufeng passionately, lost in the tenderness of the moment. At that moment, she realized that she didn't dislike the young man in front of her at all. On the contrary, when their lips touched, she felt only happiness and excitement. The two kissed passionately for half an hour before reluctantly parting. Hiding under the covers, Yun Wanrong gently stroked Xiao Yufeng's cheek, gazing lovingly into his eyes. Yufeng, I feel so happy, you know? Actually, I didn't feel any resistance at all last night. Maybe the drugs were influencing me at first, but after one time, I was sober. After that, I was always the one taking the initiative. I was obsessed with that feeling, and it was the first time I realized how happy it was to be a woman. I love you, Yufeng, will you have me now? In the darkness, Yun Wanrong had barely uttered her words when she once again took the initiative to kiss Xiao Yufeng, her little hands becoming restless. Xiao Yufeng was stunned for the third time, and couldn't help but sigh once again how prescient the ancestors were truly. 30 is like, 40 is like. He has a bad cold, and he still has such a strong addiction. However, Xiao Yufeng naturally wouldn't refuse. The fact that Yun Wanrong, this intellectual and elegant beauty, had taken the initiative to come to him made his blood boil. He pulled Yun Wanrong into his arms and kissed her tenderly. It wasn't until it got dark that Xiao Yufeng poked his head out of bed. The moment he stepped out, Xiao Yufeng took a deep breath of fresh air. It was too stuffy and hot in the quilt. He was covered in sweat, as if he had been doused with water. Yun Wanrong followed closely behind, popping out her little head and breathing softly. Her originally jet black hair now clung to her snow-white oval face, making her look less elegant and more languidly beautiful. However, compared to before, Yun Wanrong's complexion was rosy and no longer had the weak paleness she had before. She looked energetic and vibrant. It was clear that Yun Wanrong's condition had completely improved after she had sweated. Yun Wanrong also noticed that her condition had improved and her illness had completely disappeared. This result made her eyes light up, and she looked at Xiao Yufeng beside her and gently hugged him. Yufeng, you are truly my lucky star. After being with you, all my illnesses have been cured. As she spoke, Yun Wanrong revealed a gentle smile and gently pressed her face against Xiao Yufeng's chest. Xiao Yufeng smiled and put his arm around Yun Wanrong's snow-white shoulder, smiling silently. He had really forgotten about this treatment method. The folk remedy of sweating it out was actually so effective. In any case, he got lucky by accident. Although the illness has been cured, further recuperation is still necessary. Thinking of this, Xiao Yufeng prepared to get out of bed and buy some health supplements for Yun Wanrong so that she could recover her strength as soon as possible. But just as he stood up, Yun Wanrong grabbed him. No, Yufeng, let me hug you again. I haven't hugged you enough, and I haven't eaten enough. After Yun Wanrong finished speaking, her face turned as red as the evening glow. Yun Wanrong was still quite hesitant to actively solicit from the younger man. However, she really wasn't full. She hadn't eaten in years, let alone enjoyed such delicious food from Xiao Yufeng. It was so good that she couldn't wait to come back. Seeing Yun Wanrong blushing, Xiao Yufeng smiled and smoothed the stray hairs around her cheek, saying with a smile, "Aren't you hungry? You're so greedy after just recovering from a serious illness. I'm worried about your health." Chapter 98. You reap what you sow. I'm worried about your health. You've just recovered from a serious illness and you're already indulging in such a gluttonous diet. Be careful with your energy. No, I want to be with you right now. Yun Wanrong smiled gently, put her arms around Xiao Yufeng's neck, parted her red lips slightly, and took the initiative to kiss Xiao Yufeng. Xiao Yufeng was helpless. Well, since that's what they've said, what's there to pity about? I was planning to take things slow and steady in the future, so I won't bother Yun Wanrong today. But who would have thought that Yun Wanrong would insist on eating until she was stuffed today? Okay, let's see how you'll walk tomorrow after it's swollen up. After saying that, Xiao Yufeng pounced on him. Yun Wanrong gently opened her arms, her face full of a happy smile. For the next few days, Xiao Yufeng spent all his time with Yun Wanrong, preparing all sorts of nutritious meals for her to help her replenish her energy. Furthermore, the nourishment of love made Yun Wanrong look rosy-cheeked and healthier than before. She looked more than 10 years younger, and even the faint crow's feet at the corner of her eyes disappeared. The current Yun Wanrong is not only intellectual and elegant with a charming demeanor, but also youthful and vibrant, just like a young girl. The charm of a mature woman and the tenderness of a young girl are perfectly combined, making Xiao Yufeng absolutely enamored with it. In the past few days, the changes in Dalian City have been nothing short of earth-shattering, with Fengyu beauty salons springing up like mushrooms after rain. Along with the initial investment of 1 billion yuan, the factory has also begun preliminary operation, with thousands of employees and more than 100 R&D personnel, all of whom are top dermatologists or top talents in the medical aesthetics industry nationwide. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's Fengyu Medical Aesthetics Group has also been established. Chow Yufeng has made a bold move, investing 1.5 billion yuan to acquire a building as the headquarters of Fengyu Medical Aesthetics Group. The sudden emergence of Fengyu Group instantly attracted the attention of the national medical aesthetics industry. In particular, Fengyu initially invested 1 billion yuan just to open a factory. Later, it recruited top dermatologists and medical aesthetics professionals from all over the country. Now, it has invested 1.5 billion yuan to acquire a building as a storefront. These actions have caused a major upheaval in the medical aesthetics industry. Major medical aesthetic companies have begun to pay attention to Fengyu, and speculation about it continues. After all, such a large investment indicates that a new brand is making a strong entry into the medical aesthetics market and taking a slice of the pie. This has attracted the attention of many medical aesthetic companies, who have launched investigations. As a result, when the name Lu Yu appeared before everyone was stunned. Lu Yu? Who is this woman? The top figures in the medical aesthetics industry were completely baffled by the name Lu Yu on the investigation report. Especially after learning that Lu Yu had once run a beauty salon, but was ultimately swindled out of all her wealth by her ex-husband, she was completely baffled. Just as many medical aesthetic companies were baffled by the name Lu Yu, a message began to spread. Lu Yu is not the real boss of Fengyu Group. The real boss is Chow Yufeng, a student at Donglin University. Upon hearing this name, many bigwigs collectively froze. Chow Yufeng? Who is this person? Still a student? Investing over 2 billion yuan to enter the medical aesthetics industry? These words and sentences are something these medical aesthetics industry leaders simply cannot connect. But as another piece of news spread, these people couldn't help but feel a chill as they read it. Someone revealed that Chu Tian, the eldest son of the Chu family in Sanhai province, suffered a major setback at the hands of Chow Yufeng. He not only returned to Hongfeng City in disgrace, but also lost the Chu family's only business in Dalian City to Chow Yufeng. The Chu family of Red Maple City is considered a major family in China. Among the many families in China, even if they are not top-tier wealthy families, they are certainly close to top tier. The eldest son, Chu Tian, is quite well known in China, and even more so in the Three Seas province. Yet, this very person suffered such a huge setback in Dalian City, a second-tier city, and even lost a star-rated hotel worth 1 billion yuan. This left many bigwigs who received the news feeling incredulous. However, as more and more information was revealed, it was learned that Chow Yufeng was likely from Tiandu, a descendant of a powerful family, and possessed unimaginable amounts of cash. These people were all startled once again. Tiandu? A certain powerful clan? The combination of these two words is enough to make these big shots wary. These people silently memorized Chow Yufeng's name and gave instructions not to suppress Fengyu Group's products. Without the competition from other medical aesthetics companies, Fengyu Group began to grow rapidly, and several of its products sold extremely well, quickly dominating the market. Following Lu Yu's success, Mu Lingshuang was not to be outdone. She established the Fenglin Catering Group to manage all the hotels under her name in Dalian City. Even the Tianlong Hotel under Chow Yufeng's name has been officially renamed Fenglin Hotel. All the hotels are managed by Maple Forest Catering Group and are booming. When Chow Yufeng's name began to appear before the bigwigs of the country, Chu Tian's face darkened when he heard the name again. Since his disastrous defeat in Dalian City and his return to the Chu family has clearly become less welcoming to him. In the past, as the eldest son of the Chu family, he controlled several Chu family companies, but now, these companies have been taken back by his elders and handed over to his younger brother, Chu Ao. Even those who used to follow him around, calling him young Master Chu all the time, disappeared without a trace after he lost power, not to mention the previous adoration. He had completely lost his former glory. He was not only universally hated, but also despised by everyone. Now, he is free of worries and has nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about, he. Chu Tian muttered to himself as he sat on the sofa, holding a tablet and refreshing the latest news. Seeing Fengyu Group appear in the latest news reports, Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile, but his eyes held a clear hint of annoyance. He didn't need to guess to know that this Fengyu Group was created by Chow Yufeng and Lu Yu. Every time he thinks of Chow Yufeng's name, he feels a sense of helplessness, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Although he lost everything because of this person and is now the only idle person in the Chu family, Chu Tian has good gambling etiquette. Since he can afford to gamble, he can afford to lose. Chu Tian admits his defeat and will accept it. However, he remembered this defeat, and given the chance, he would make Chow Yufeng pay 100-fold. Chow Yufeng, don't worry, once I rise again from the Chu family's shadow, I'll come find you, hee hee. Chu Tian's soft, sinister laughter echoed in the room. Chu Ao, who had just entered the living room, frowned instantly upon hearing the laughter. He glanced at Chu Tian with disgust. This neither male nor female elder brother disgusted him greatly, and he felt that he had disgraced the Chu family. In the past, this older brother had always been one step ahead of him, and even if he disliked him, he had to greet him with a smile. This made him secretly curse Chu Tian countless times, wishing him to die quickly. But now, no need, because this idiot did something incredibly stupid. They could have easily invested, started a business, and expanded the Chu family's market in Dalan City. But this fool, instead of investing, decided to take a different approach. He wanted to seize the assets of a group of rich second-generation heirs in Dalan City, skipping the development stage and forcibly establishing himself in Dalan City by relying on industry. Now things are really messed up. Not only did they fail to establish a foothold, but they also lost their only property in Dalan City, the Tianlong Hotel. Upon learning this news, the Chu family's top brass was immediately enraged and took back all the businesses under Chu Tian's control, completely abandoning him. Every time Chu Ao thought about these things, he couldn't help but feel like laughing. They brought this on themselves, they deserve it. Chapter 99 Yun Wanrong's Happiness. You reap what you sow, Chu Ao sneered sarcastically. Big brother, I really hate your laughter, so please don't laugh in front of me anymore, okay? It's really disgusting, Chu Ao said in a commanding tone. Hearing this, Chu Tian's smile remained unchanged, but his hands, hidden under the coffee table, clenched tightly. That's how people are when you're in power. Countless people will go to great lengths to flatter and fawn over you. But when you lose power, these sycophants are often the first to kick you when you're down. He still vaguely remembers that when he was at the height of his fame, his good younger brother often said that his appearance and laughter were very unique, and he still remembers the sincerity of the smile on his face clearly. But what about now? Naza? Ha ha ha. Chu Tian smiled as usual, nodded with a smile, and said with a laugh, really? I also think my laughter is disgusting. Then I won't laugh from today onwards. Chu Ao nodded in satisfaction. He liked Chu Tian's docile demeanor. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, Chu Tian, Dad sent me to Dalan City to start a new business. He told me that the Chu family must get back up from where they fell and that we must get back the face we lost. So, guess what? This time, I think I can get back the face you lost? Chu Ao asked Chu Tian with a playful and smug expression. Hearing this, Chu Tian smiled and gave him a thumbs up. I think you can definitely get it back. Remember, you must get it back from Chow Yufeng. After all, I lost face because of him. Chu Tian spoke in a calm tone, but it seemed as if he was digging a huge pit for Chu Ao, waiting for Chu Ao to jump in willingly. He knew Chow Yufeng's methods and intentions perfectly well. As for Chu Ao, this good-for-nothing who had just gained a little power and then became arrogant, did he even deserve to lose face in Chow Yufeng's hands? How ridiculous. He was waiting to see Chu Ao return defeated, at which point the Chu family would remember him. Brother, I wish you great success and a swift victory. Chu Ao nodded arrogantly, gave Chu Tian a disdainful sneer, and left the living room. Now, the entire Chu family is grooming him to be the head of the family, and he is far beyond the reach of someone like Chu Tian. He doesn't bother to say anything more to Chu Tian. Looking at Chu Ao's arrogant demeanor, Chu Tian chuckled and muttered to himself, Chow Yufeng, one Tianlong Grand Hotel isn't enough, is it? How about I have my brother send some more properties? He he he. While the outside world was in turmoil, Chow Yufeng lay quietly on Yun Wanrong's large bed, fast asleep with Yun Wanrong in his arms. After a period of recuperation, Yun Wanrong has fully recovered. She is full of energy and her mental state is even better than before. As the first hint of dawn broke on the horizon, Yun Wanrong slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Chow Yufeng's sleeping face. Looking at that face, Yun Wanrong's fair face revealed a gentle smile. She parted her red lips slightly and gently touched Chow Yufeng's lips before reluctantly leaving the warm bed. She was completely naked, her snow-white skin, like that of a young girl, was fully exposed to the air. Looking at her perfect curves in the mirror, Yun Wanrong smiled with satisfaction. Not to mention that this little devil liked her, she liked her own body. Her skin was snow-white and smooth, without a single scar. At the same time, her body proportions were very harmonious, with curves in all the right places, big in all the right places, and slender in all the right places, making her a perfect S-shaped figure. Especially her waist, a standard A4 waist, as slender as a willow branch, also known in ancient times as a water snake waist. Looking at her naked body in the mirror, Yoon Won-rong blushed and cursed herself for becoming increasingly daring. Previously, she never had the habit of appreciating her own figure. However, ever since she got together with Chow Yufeng, she has really enjoyed admiring her own figure. She wanted to identify any flaws in her figure so she could improve them promptly. She knew that she wanted to leave the best impression on Chow Yufeng, her little nemesis. Picking up the underwear from the bedside table, Yoon Won-rong put it on in front of the mirror, then turned and went to the bathroom. They've been having so much fun these past few days that they haven't been paying attention at all, which has left her with no time to change her bed sheets. Despite her inner grumbling, Yoon Won-rong smiled happily as she slipped on her slippers and walked into the bathroom, the sound of running water filling the air. After a quick rinse, Yoon Won-rong put on her underwear and then a bright purple silk nightgown. That little devil said that purple has a certain charm, so she chose this purple dress. Sitting in front of the vanity, Yoon Won-rong began applying makeup in front of the mirror. Beside the dressing table lay a resignation letter she had written the night before. She couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart, feeling that her actions violated professional ethics. But since she couldn't get through to him, she decided not to. She resigned. From now on, she was no longer a principal, and the little nemesis was no longer her student. They were simply a man and a woman. It's only natural for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman to get together. Today, she will submit her resignation letter, and from now on, she can be free of worries and focus on spending time with her little rascal. Thinking to herself, Yoon Won-rong looked toward the bedroom. Although the door was closed, she knew that her little man was right behind that door, lying on the big bed that used to belong only to her, sleeping soundly. Thinking of this, Yoon Won-rong smiled knowingly. Ding! Yoon Won-rong's favorability +1, current favorability points, 91. Ding! The joy of happiness has lifted Yoon Won-rong's spirits, increasing her happiness level by 100. Her current total happiness level is 700. The voice echoing in his mind made Chow Yufeng, who was immersed in a sweet dream, reluctantly open his eyes. He yawned, stretched, and smiled lazily. These past few days he's been sleeping until he naturally wakes up, without the noise of an alarm clock. It feels so damn good. Ding! Cashback successful. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank account. Among them, Luyu's favorability rating reached over 90, and she spent 30.89 million, with a 9% cashback rate, totaling 2.7801 million cashback. Mu Linchuan, with a favorability rating of 90 or higher, has spent 70 million, receiving a 9% cashback, totaling 6.3 million. Yoon Won-rong, with a favorability rating of 90 or higher, spent 1,036,980 yuan, receiving a 9% cashback, for a total cashback of 93,328.2 yuan. Total, 9,173,428.2. I had just stretched when the system's voice rang in my mind. After receiving another 9 million yuan in cashback, Chow Yufeng beamed with joy. During this period, Lu Yu and Mu Linchuan have been expanding their business and spending money rapidly. The businesses they each managed were profitable, but Chow Yufeng didn't let them touch them. The money they earned was spent without any rebates. His care money, once spent, not only expands their business but also earns him a rebate, killing two birds with one stone. It couldn't be more satisfying. Although Yoon Won-rong doesn't own any property, he took her to buy a lot of intimate items yesterday, such as stockings and underwear, which almost filled a truck. With money, one naturally wants to enjoy life to the fullest. Chow Yufeng doesn't care much about romance, just like the beautiful saleswoman said before, certain clothes can indeed enhance the relationship between couples. It costs money and strengthens relationships, so why wouldn't Chow Yufeng do it? With another rebate in his pocket, Chow Yufeng grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the bank's notification on his phone. He now has 320.88 million, and he doesn't even count the odd amounts. He's so arrogant now that he's rich that he doesn't care about the odd amounts. Chapter 100. Wei Shang waited for another hour. Now that he has 300 million, Chow Yufeng is still thinking about houses and cars. He got a car. Lu Yu said the Lamborghini he bought for him would arrive in the next couple of days. As for the house, he planned to go and take a look at it today. Coincidentally, Wei Shang said today that he could go and see the manor, as Lu Yu's relatives returned from Tiandu today. Stretching, Chow Yufeng reluctantly got out of bed and sauntered towards the bathroom. As soon as I stepped out of the room, I saw Yoon Won-rong sitting in the living room putting on makeup. A bright purple silk nightgown was draped over her body, her long hair fell loosely, and her already fair and beautiful oval face became even more beautiful and delicate with the makeup. Although she was just sitting there casually, she was elegant, charming, and full of charm. Especially her snow-white calves, half exposed beneath the purple silk skirt, were as tender as lotus roots and as white as snow, shimmering with a lustrous sheen under the light, creating a striking contrast with the purple dress and making her exceptionally eye-catching. Seeing this, Chow Yufeng did not go into the bathroom, but instead smiled and walked towards Yun Wanrong. Seeing Chow Yufeng approach, Yun Wanrong smiled, put down her lipstick, gave him a playful glare, and said shyly, "You're so shameless." Chow Yufeng sat down beside Yun Wanrong, put his arm around her slender waist, and with a sudden movement, lifted her up and placed her on his lap. Then, he shamelessly laughed. "I call this releasing my true self and getting close to nature. This is my true nature, okay?" Yun Wanrong smiled and rolled her eyes at him, then stretched out her small, snow-white hand and slapped Chow Yufeng's restless large hand. "Stop fooling around, it's just dawn now, let's wait until night." Chow Yufeng laughed, "Now we know it's nighttime. Before, we didn't know who it was." It was daytime, and they had a cold, yet they still insisted on delivering grain. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanrong's face instantly turned red, filled with embarrassment. She reached out and pinched Chow Yufeng's waist hard, her delicate oval face flushed with embarrassment, her red lips parted, and she slowly said, "I can't argue with you. My makeup is going to be ruined again." While making a disgusted comment, Yun Wanrong first burst into a silly laugh. She looked at Chow Yufeng with tender eyes and slowly unbuttoned her pajamas. Feeling refreshed, Chow Yufeng hailed a taxi after leaving Yun Wanrong's house and headed straight to the coffee shop where he had arranged to meet Wei Shang. Wei Shang was already waiting at the door. As always, he arrived half an hour early and Chow Yufeng arrived half an hour late, but this time he had no resentment at all, and his eyes were incredibly clear. This time, seeing Chow Yufeng get out of the taxi again, Wei Shang had no doubts whatsoever. Just kidding, Chow Yufeng has already invested hundreds of millions of dollars, all of which is real cash. With so much cash in hand, Wei Shang has no doubt about Chow Yufeng's status as a top-tier rich second generation. On the contrary, when Wei Shang saw Chow Yufeng getting out of the taxi, he only felt two words: low-key. Look at Feng Xiao's vision, and then look at himself driving luxury cars and making a scene all day long, as high profile as he wants. But truly wealthy people tend to keep a low profile. Sigh. We're still at a different level. Wei Shang sighed, quickly walked over, and respectfully addressed Chow Yufeng as young Master Feng. "Good morning, young Master Feng. Actually, you didn't need to come so early. I've only been waiting for an hour." These words made Chow Yufeng feel a little embarrassed. Last time they made people wait for an hour, and this time they made people wait for an hour again. It's all Yun Wanrong's fault. Why did she dress so sexily this morning? It made him lose control. It seems I should visit Yun Wanrong's place less often in the future, as it's causing me trouble. Young Master Feng, do you think we should go now, or rest for a while and have a cup of tea before we go? Wei Shang asked, pointing to the coffee shop behind him. In the past, if Wei Shang had known he was going to see Lu Yu, he would have gone there much earlier, since Lu Yu was a top-tier rich second generation like Mu Feng and Qin Hao. But things are different now. This time, he's going with young Master Feng. When they go is up to young Master Feng. Does Lu Yu dare to be dissatisfied with young Master Feng? Therefore, Wei Shang really hoped that Feng Xiao could arrive later, so that Lu Yu could also experience what it's like to wait for someone. Wei Shang thought to himself with a wicked grin, and then added, "Don't worry, young Master Feng, we're not in a hurry. It's Lu Yu and his group who are in a hurry. I heard that Lu Yu's relative has run into some trouble in business in Tiandu and is in urgent need of money. We can give them a break and put them in their place so they don't cause any trouble." Chow Yufeng nodded and walked into the coffee shop. He was indeed a little tired and needed to catch his breath. One of them ordered tea, and the other ordered coffee, and they chatted casually. During the conversation, Chow Yufeng learned that Lu Yu's relatives started out by running an online studio and built a sizable online company with many famous streamers under their name, some of whom had tens of millions of followers and were true big Vs. However, as the business grew, Lu Yu's relatives began to venture into the film and television industry, establishing a company and starting to make films. When people get carried away, they are more likely to do outrageous things. Lu Yu's relatives felt that a small place like Dalian City could no longer accommodate their family's status as big shots, so they moved their business to Tiandu for better development. But perhaps due to bad feng shui, business took a sharp downturn after entering Tiandu. Within a few years, they had lost over a billion yuan and had no choice but to sell their only remaining property in Dalian City to cover the financial deficit. Young Master Feng, tell your brother, are you really from Tiandu? Wei Sheng took a sip of coffee and asked when the conversation turned to Tiandu. When this topic came up, Chao Yufeng raised an eyebrow. Heavenly capital? Heaven's a damn thing. Now, whether it's Dalian City, Shanghai Province, or even the whole of China, everyone is saying that Chao Yufeng comes from Tiandu, is backed by a powerful family in Tiandu, has countless assets, and is a top-tier rich second generation who is absolutely not to be messed with. But only he knew that he was from Tiandu, a complete scoundrel. He was just a farmer's son. But he wouldn't explain these things, let these people misunderstand. He was just using their influence to his advantage, a case of the fox borrowing the tiger's skin to raise a banner. He made these people fear and respect him even more, and took the opportunity to rapidly develop and expand his business. Seeing Wei Sheng's eager expression, Chao Yufeng simply smiled but didn't say a word. This appearance immediately made Wei Sheng understand that he was unfathomable. I felt that Chao Yufeng must have come to Dalian City with some kind of mission, and there were many things he couldn't reveal, so I just smiled. Just like Chu Tian, wasn't he in Dalian City to expand the Chu family's business? However, he encountered Chao Yufeng. Two top-tier rich kids clashed, and in this clash, Chu Tian was defeated, beaten badly by Chao Yufeng, and slunk back to Red Maple City. If you think about it carefully, if Chu Tian hadn't met Chao Yufeng, he might have actually succeeded. Holding half of their assets, they could quickly establish themselves in Dalian City and then begin to erode their businesses. When that time comes, they will either have to leave Dalian City or become dependent on the Chu family. Looking back now, they would have been completely dumbfounded if it weren't for Chao Yufeng. You can call Chu Tian a bad guy, but you really can't call him incompetent. Unfortunately, the plan was perfect, but it was thwarted by Chao Yufeng. This made the wealthy people of Dalian City very grateful to Chao Yufeng, and they were willing to let their children have more contact with him. Sure enough, when he said he was going to see Chao Yufeng, his father immediately urged him to hurry up and not keep young Master Feng waiting. He seemed even more anxious than he was. That's why he arrived half an hour early again today, while Chao Yufeng arrived exactly half an hour late. Adding the two together, he waited an extra hour. After chatting for a while, Chao Yufeng got into Wei Sheng's car and headed towards the manor. Chapter 101, Meeting the Ex-Girlfriend's Younger Brother. The two drove straight to the manor. In front of the manor, Lu Yu and his relatives were already waiting at the gate, along with the manor staff, totaling about several dozen people. Seeing Wei Sheng's Maserati drive up, Lu Yu immediately smiled, quickly walked to the car, opened the door, and said with a smile, "Boss, you're here." Chao Yufeng nodded, got out of the car, and looked at the crowd standing there. The leader was a middle-aged, bald man in a sharp suit. This man was Zhou Shenghua, Lu Yu's uncle. When Zhou Shenghua saw Chao Yufeng looking at him, he trembled and hurriedly walked over. Chao Yufeng dared not be negligent now. He had already heard about Chao Yufeng's deeds from Lu Yu and knew that this man was backed by a powerful and influential family. Moreover, most of the wealthy second generation in Dalian City have already taken sides and acknowledged this person as their leader. It's important to know that these second-generation rich kids are not your average second-generation rich kids. Most of them have already been designated as heirs to their respective families. People like Mu Feng, Su Qing, and Lu Yu have already begun managing their companies on behalf of their fathers and attending various important occasions. Since acknowledging Chao Yufeng as their leader and establishing a unified network, these individuals have shared their connections, information, and resources. They have already completed several large business deals, earning considerable wealth for their respective families. Their elders have given their approval and are gradually delegating authority to them. Once these people have completely taken control of their family companies, Chao Yufeng, as their leader, will become the true uncrowned king of Dalian City. But if he were just the uncrowned king of Dalian City, he wouldn't care so much. What he really cared about was that Chao Yufeng's reputation had begun to spread throughout Tiandu. His investment of billions, or even tens of billions, in the beauty industry is enough to cause a stir. Consequently, the name of his agent, Lu Yu, also began to circulate in some small circles in Tiandu, and he had heard of it more than once. He had also heard that the family behind this young Master Feng might be a powerful family in Tiandu. This was enough to make him treat it with even more care. Because he wanted to rely on this young Master Feng to deal with that important figure in Kyoto. He never told anyone that the reason his film career plummeted was because he offended a certain young master in Tiandu. When he first arrived in Tiandu, he was full of ambition and felt that he would definitely make a name for himself. Because he was so confident, he refused a job offer from a wealthy young man without even thinking about it. This completely offended that young master. With just one sentence from the other party, all the major manufacturers he had already contacted withdrew their investments, and his business plummeted to rock bottom. Seeing Chow Yufeng's gaze sweep over him, Zhou Shanghua trembled slightly, not daring to put on any airs of an elder. Instead, he smiled broadly, quickly walked over, and proactively extended his hand to introduce them. Young Master Feng, I am Zhou Shanghua, the owner of the manor, and also Lu Yu's uncle. Please come in. Chow Yufeng smiled and extended her hand. Hello, Chow Yufeng. Mr. Zhou, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me Yufeng. I am good friends with the Yu, and his family is naturally my family too. We are all family, so there is no need to be so formal with your address. Zhou Shanghua hurriedly nodded with a smile, repeatedly agreeing, and gestured for Chow Yufeng to come in. Chow Yufeng calmly stepped inside. He was calm and composed. Although Zhou Shanghua had once been a top tycoon in Dalian City, he was no less successful now. On the contrary, his fame even surpassed that of those so-called top tycoons. Therefore, Chow Yufeng felt no unease in the face of these people. His state of mind has been constantly changing over this period of time. At first, I was a little nervous facing these rich kids, and I forced myself to act calm. Once you reach a more peaceful state of mind, you can interact normally with these rich kids. By now, Chow Yufeng was completely unfazed. This is not only a change in mindset, but also the confidence that his strength gives him. He now owns not only the Tianlong Hotel, now renamed Fenglin Hotel, which is worth 1 billion yuan, but also the Fengyu Group and the Fenglin Group. It can be said that he has completely established himself in Dalian City. Moreover, he controls tens of trillions of dollars, a terrifying amount of money. With funds and a successful career, Chow Yufeng is currently riding high, naturally exuding confidence and composure. Chow Yufeng strode confidently into the manor, surrounded by the crowd. Following behind, Zhou Shanghua looked at Chow Yufeng's calm expression and nodded inwardly, becoming even more convinced that the rumors were true. Such composure is not something that can be easily cultivated in an ordinary family. It is a confidence that overflows from the bones and a calmness that can only be possessed by someone with absolute self-assurance. Everyone wants to be surrounded by admirers and enjoy great prestige, but when you're actually in a leadership position, how many people can remain calm and composed? Some people, even when speaking to a few employees, become timid and nervous, fidgeting with the hem of their clothes. Looking at the composed Chow Yufeng, Zhou Shanghua glanced at his son following behind him, his face full of disdain. He discovered that there really is no comparison between people in this world. Feng Xiao was calm and composed, and his speech and manners were graceful and generous. But what about his own son? He was clearly nervous when he saw young Master Feng, and a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. He just doesn't understand, even though he and his kids have seen a lot of the world. Compared to this young Master Feng, their own son is utterly insignificant, like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. This made him both angry and helpless, lamenting that there's no comparison between people. Chow Yufeng led the group into the manor. Among the security guards behind them, a man in his early 20s looked at Chow Yufeng with a mixture of confusion and excitement. Chow Yufeng, this person is actually Chow Yufeng? Isn't this my sister's good-for-nothing boyfriend? Chen Kai muttered to himself, recalling a time when he went out with his sister Chen Xian, and Chen Xian brought this person with her. At the time, Chen Xian told him that this person was just an ordinary college student with no money. Upon hearing that he was just a poor loser, he instantly lost interest. Therefore, he merely nodded to the man and didn't exchange a single word with him all day. However, the guy was quite perceptive back then, buying him water and cigarettes, and even lighting them for him with a smile. He still clearly remembers that at the time, he just smiled and nodded without saying a word, but in his heart he cursed, "Poor bastards are just cheap." But now, looking at Chow Yufeng surrounded by a retinue, seeing rich second-generation heirs like Lu Yu and Wei Shang standing respectfully behind him, and even seeing the usually stern landlord Zhou Shanghua chatting with him with a beaming smile. All of this proves that this kid is not as simple as he appears. Could this kid be a hidden super-rich second-generation heir? My sister's boyfriend is a super-rich second-generation? It was posted by itself. It was posted by itself. Chen Kai was overjoyed. He was fed up with this lousy security guard job, which only paid him 3,000 yuan a month. If his brother-in-law helped him out, he would be worth more than 3,000 yuan. If this brother-in-law is in a good mood, he could let him manage some group or company, become the CEO, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. It's not impossible. He clearly remembers how obedient his brother-in-law was to his sister that day. That day, Chen Xian casually mentioned something to him, and Chao Yufeng immediately ran off to take care of it, which was enough to show how much Chao Yufeng cared about Chen Xian. Thinking about it this way, Chen Kai felt incredibly excited. He clenched his fists tightly and followed the others into the manor. Chapter 102, Talking Nonsense Costs 100 million. Young Master Feng, please. The artificial lake you see here covers 10 acres. I have hired skilled craftsmen to create a group of artificial mountains that are so realistic they can be mistaken for real ones. Look over there, that's a vegetable garden. I specially brought in top-quality black soil from the 3 northeastern provinces. If you have elderly people in your family who enjoy farming, this is the perfect choice. And this detached villa, 9 stories high, each floor nearly 1,000 square meters, is decorated by the world's top designers. You are guaranteed to live in a luxurious home. The first floor here is the reception room, and upstairs there is a home theater, gym, bar, etc. After Zhou Shenghua finished speaking, he led Chao Yufeng to his private bar and took out a bottle of Conti that had already been opened and was ready to go from the shelf. After pouring Chao Yufeng a glass first, he smiled and said, "Everyone is benefiting from young Master Feng's presence. I have been treasuring this bottle of Conti, which is worth millions, until now. I have never been able to bear to drink it, but since young Master Feng is here, I will definitely treat him with the utmost hospitality. This bottle of Conti must be opened. Come on, everyone, have a taste. How does it taste?" Upon hearing this, Chao Yufeng picked up his wine glass, but did not immediately drink it. Instead, he gently swirled it. The wine sloshed gently in the glass due to inertia, gradually forming a small vortex along the glass wall. Previously, Chao Yufeng had actually listened to his childhood friend talk about how truly good red wine clings to the glass without dripping, like a soup that has been lightly thickened with cornstarch, slightly viscous yet crystal clear. Now, looking at Emperor Kong, Chao Yufeng has this feeling. It's a pity his childhood sweetheart wasn't there, otherwise he would have been overjoyed. After all, Conti was one of the most sacred wines in his heart. He once said that if he could drink a sip of Romani Conti in his lifetime, he wouldn't hesitate for a second to pick up the soap. Chao Yufeng smiled knowingly and drank it down in one gulp. Sure enough, ordinary red wine has a dry feeling when you first taste it, but this wine is smooth and has a slightly bitter taste, which is followed by a rich sweetness. The sweetness is complemented by a refreshing grape aroma that fills the mouth. The fragrance is very faint, almost imperceptible. Like a woman, it is in the hazy, indistinct state that one is most captivating. The reason why sexy clothing is most likely to arouse men's desire is because it is partially exposed and mysterious. If you're completely naked right away, your desires might actually be lower. A famous person once said that a woman is most charming at the moment of her ascension to heaven and in the brief instant when she takes off her clothes. Chao Yufeng strongly agrees with this. The group chatted and drank, but Zhou Shenghua did most of the talking. He made a great effort to demonstrate his dedication to the estate, and his meaning was quite clear. First, tell Chao Yufeng that the value of the manor is far higher than the price he offered. Secondly, she tried to curry favor with Chao Yufeng by telling him how she had sold the item to him at a very low price. Listening to Zhou Xinghua's rambling on, Chao Yufeng could only laugh speechlessly. He didn't intend to spend less. In fact, he planned to give Zhou Shenghua a little more. Firstly, it was out of respect for Lu Yu. Secondly, it's to spend more on care funds. But now, Zhou Xinghua's rambling has made Chao Yufeng lose all interest in spending more money. Young Master Feng, what do you think of this estate? How about 1 billion? Zhou Shenghua asked nervously. Without saying a word, Chao Yufeng nodded directly. He originally wanted to add a few hundred million, but now, bullshit, not a single cent. Why should I listen to your rambling for so long when I'm just buying something? Is this me looking for trouble? This is interesting. Wei Shang, standing to the side, looked at Chao Yufeng nodding readily and a look of doubt appeared on his face. He remembered that Chao Yufeng had said he would add a little more for Lu Yu's sake. But now, young Master Feng has no intention of paying more money. After a moment's thought, Wei Sheng understood. It must have been Zhou Xinghua's excessive flattery that made Chao Yufeng resentful. After all, nobody likes someone nagging incessantly in their ear, even if it's just flattery. So, flattery is an art. You have to know when to flatter and when not to. Lu Yu, who was standing to the side, was also anxious. He had already heard from Wei Shang that the boss was willing to help his relative out, adding 1 or 200 million. He was completely stunned when he heard this. He hadn't even expressed his gratitude yet for Feng Xiao's help in winning back the business. Now, Feng Xiao has taken out so much more money to help his brother. Lu Yu was moved to tears, feeling that he had truly made the right choice in recognizing this leader, who had been so kind to him. But now, he desperately wanted to slap his uncle and tell him to shut up, because all he was saying was that he didn't even have 100 million left. But what about Zhou Shanghua? Hearing that Qiao Yufeng agreed without even haggling, he was instantly overjoyed, thinking that his flattery must have succeeded. He smiled broadly and even gave Lu Yu and Wei Xing a smug look. That's clearly what they were saying. Look, it's the older generation who have such good judgment. They never repeat themselves when flattering him, which is why young Master Feng is all smiles and won the deal without even haggling over the price. But when Lu Yu and Wei Shang saw Zhou Shenghua's smug look, they both sighed in unison, their faces full of speechlessness. 1 billion is no problem, the transfer can be made today. But please register this estate under a lady's name. I'll call her now, please wait a moment. After Qiao Yufeng finished speaking, he took his phone and walked out of the manor. No sooner had Qiao Yufeng left than Zhou Shenghua swung his hand and slapped both Lu Yu and Wei Sheng on the back of the head. What were those faces you two little brats making just now? You were giving me that speechless look. You two should learn from me and see my emotional intelligence. With my persuasive skills, young Master Feng agreed to the billion without putting down a single penny. These self-praising words made Wei Sheng burst out laughing. He really couldn't hold it in any longer if he kept it in, he was afraid he would suffer internal injuries. Lu Yu blushed. His uncle was not only short of 100 or 200 million, but also praising him. Lu Yu was speechless. He said, "Sigh, uncle, what can I say? Do you know that young Master Feng was originally going to increase the price by 1 or 200 million for my sake, but you, Sigh, don't you think you're being too long-winded?" What? You mean young Master Feng was originally planning to raise the price by 1 or 200 million? Zhou Shenghua screamed in disbelief and stood frozen in place. Young Master Feng originally wanted to increase the price by 1 or 200 million? But because of his own nagging, the price was lost? He actually said he lost 200 million? Zhou Shenghua was instantly filled with regret. The smug smile on his face froze, making him look extremely ridiculous. Qiao Yufeng left the villa and went to the rockery in the manor. He took out his phone and called Lu Yu. Lu Yu appears to be chatting with someone. Hey, Yufeng, what's up? I'm giving a customer a beauty treatment. Qiao Yufeng was genuinely surprised that the proprietress herself was giving him a beauty treatment. Lu Yu didn't want to, but the beauty salon was too busy right now, and a beautiful woman happened to come in today, so she took matters into her own hands. Perfect timing, since she'd been a bit rusty lately, this was a good opportunity for her to practice. But just as Qiao Yufeng was about to speak, the guest on the other side spoke first. Oh, boss lady, your boyfriend is also named Yufeng? What a coincidence, my boyfriend is also named Yufeng. When these words reached Qiao Yufeng's ears via his phone, he froze. Familiar, this voice is so familiar. Qiao Yufeng immediately felt guilty and hurriedly said, Shue, don't do the beauty treatment for now. I'll send you an address first. Come over right away. Remember, it's extremely urgent. I need you here immediately. After saying that, Qiao Yufeng immediately hung up the phone. There's no way around it, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. What if they recognize you by your voice? Chapter 1033 Women Make a Drama. Qiao Yufeng decisively hung up the phone, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. On the other side, Yun Wanrong lay on the beauty bed, looked at Lu Yu with a puzzled expression, and asked with a smile, Boss, is your boyfriend also named Yufeng? What a coincidence, my boyfriend is also named Yufeng. As Yun Wanrong spoke, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. These past 2 days have been incredibly relaxing, and she's been in such a great mood that even the irritability she used to experience as she approached menopause has completely disappeared. Whenever Yun Wanrong thought of her little man, she felt indescribably happy and full of energy. In order to leave a better impression on that young man, Yun Wanrong felt she needed to take good care of herself. She used to do skincare, but she would just apply some cream randomly. She felt that going to beauty salons for treatments was too troublesome and a waste of her time. Wouldn't it be better to use that time for work? But now she doesn't think that way anymore. She wants to dress herself up beautifully, preferably so that the young man will be aroused as soon as he sees her. Furthermore, she didn't want to be old and faded while Qiao Yufeng was still young and handsome. Therefore, for Qiao Yufeng's sake, and for her own sake, she must take action now and stop making concessions. Beside her, Mu Lingchuan overheard their conversation and joined in. What a coincidence! Your boyfriends are all named Yufeng? Mine is too. What a coincidence! Upon hearing this, both Yun Wanrong and Lu Yu's eyes lit up involuntarily. Women tend to believe in fate, and such their genes are inherently emotional, making them more likely to believe in things like destiny and a Prince Charming. Really? What a coincidence! Lu Yu said with a smile. How about the three of us add each other on WeChat? Yun Wanrong suggested. Without hesitation, Mu Lingxuan took out her phone and said, Okay, my name is Mu Lingxuan, what's yours? Lu Yu. Yun Wanrong. The three women exchanged WeChat contacts with smiles on their faces, marveling at how small the world was. Their boyfriends were all named Yufeng. But if Chao Yufeng were here, he definitely wouldn't be all smiles like these three women. He probably won't be able to laugh, and whether he's feeling uneasy is another matter. Fortunately, after adding each other on WeChat, Lu Yu, who was the most obedient, always remembered what Chao Yufeng had said. Chao Yufeng said it was extremely urgent, so Lu Yu didn't delay and left the beauty salon. After Lu Yu left, Mu Lingchuan chatted with Yun Wanrong with a smile. By the way, Sister Yun, what kind of project are you working on? Me? I just get simple beauty treatments and care. A while ago, I started to get crow's feet around my eyes, so I need to take better care of myself. And you, Lin Shuang? I'm getting hair removal done so that my skin will be smoother and look more delicate. Besides, I'm getting it done all over my body, Mu Lingchuan said, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Yun Wanrong looked visibly surprised and asked, So you do this kind of project in such a private place? Mu Lingchuan blushed and nodded, I want to give my boyfriend a different experience. Also, I had my pigmentation removed. I heard that Lu Yu's beauty salon does this service very well. Ah? Yun Wanrong was completely astonished. It was the first time she had realized that beauty treatments were not just about skin care and whitening, but also included so many strange and unusual procedures. Sister Yun, would you like to try this service? Several of my girlfriends have said that their boyfriends love them even more after they've done it, Mu Lingchuan asked. Hearing this, Yun Wanrong blushed even more. She felt that it was somewhat inappropriate for a principal like herself to be involved in these projects. However, she was indeed somewhat tempted. Not only Mu Lingchuan, but she also wanted to show her boyfriend a different side of herself. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yun Wanrong gritted her teeth. Since she had already resigned, she decided to do it. Chao Yufeng was unaware that Yun Wanrong and Mu Lingchuan were thinking about how to present a different side of themselves to him. Moreover, the two of them had already planned to prepare a big surprise for Chao Yufeng. Just then, Chao Yufeng hung up the phone and was about to turn around and go back to the villa when a man rushed over from beside the artificial hill. Before the man even reached her, he said with a smile, brother-in-law, it really is you. That's wonderful. Chen Kai shouted as he ran over quickly, his face beaming with smiles as he looked at Chao Yufeng. Brother-in-law, that's not fair of you. You've kept so much from your own family. I always thought you were just an ordinary college student. I never imagined you were such a rich second-generation heir. Chen Kai spoke with a fawning smile, his face full of flattery. He just asked the manor's butler. You wouldn't know unless you asked around. The sheer size of the place was astonishing. Chao Yufeng is actually the rising star of Dalian City, young Master Feng. Mu Feng and Lu Yu, the top rich second-generation heirs in Dalian City, are young Master Feng's underlings. Chao Yufeng is a scion of a wealthy family in Beijing, with a net worth of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. A scion of a wealthy family, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. These words left Chen Kai stunned on the spot, his mouth watering in shock. Is my brother-in-law really that rich? Wouldn't that make me rich? Chen Kai was overjoyed and went straight to find Chao Yufeng without saying a word. My brother-in-law is so rich, and he's so devoted to my sister, he's practically a lapdog. Based on this alone, it's not unreasonable for him to want the manor, is it? If you give this sycophantic brother-in-law a chance to flatter you, he'll happily agree, or you could give him a few more companies so he can experience what it's like to be a boss. As Chen Kai pondered this, he saw Chao Yufeng making a phone call near the artificial hill and immediately ran over. Chao Yufeng looked at Chen Kai and smiled speechlessly. He still remembered the first time he met Chen Kai. The other man was extremely arrogant, and Chen Kai didn't even bother to say a word to him all day. But now, seeing that he bought the estate, he immediately came running over, calling her brother-in-law all the time. No wonder he and Chen Xian are siblings, they are cut from the same mold. Unfortunately, Chen Kai probably doesn't know that his sister, Chen Xian, broke up with him for a 30,000 yuan bag. Brother-in-law, I heard you spent 1 billion to buy this estate, is that true? You're so rich. Brother-in-law, I also like this manner, look. Chen Kai only said half of what he meant, waiting for Chao Yufeng to finish. Chao Yufeng laughed, looking at Chen Kai as if he were an idiot. But he only glanced at it, then turned and left without saying a word. Chao Yufeng really has nothing to say about this family. Chen Xian used to desperately suck his blood, and now Chen Kai wants to suck it too. He really treats him like a blood bank. Chen Kai watched as Chao Yufeng turned and left without saying a word, which made Chen Kai feel slighted. He became anxious and quickly grabbed Chao Yufeng's hand. Chao Yufeng, what do you mean? You've got money now, so you look down on people, huh? What are you pretending for? Believe me or not, I'll get my sister to break up with you. Chao Yufeng shook his head with a wry smile. So Chen Kai knew what it meant to look down on someone. Before, he didn't even bother to pay attention to me? All day long, she kept a smile on her face, offering him the best cigarettes and water, but what did Chen Kai do? He acted like a big shot, smoking her cigarettes and drinking her water, but didn't even bother to acknowledge her. Now you know how to humiliate people, why didn't you think of that sooner? Chao Yufeng shook his hand and broke free. He looked at Chen Kai with icy eyes and said directly, Chen Kai, I have nothing to do with your Chen family anymore, so please stop bothering me, okay? Chapter 10 For the Chen siblings want to take revenge on Chao Yufeng. What do you mean it's okay? Chao Yufeng, you took advantage of my sister and then turned your back on her? Explain yourself, Chao Yufeng. As Chen Kai spoke, he reached out and grabbed Chao Yufeng's collar, continuing to curse, Chao Yufeng, let me tell you, don't think you can act so arrogant just because you have money now. If you make me angry, believe me, I'll slap you across the face. Grass. Chao Yufeng actually laughed. He knew Chen Xian was quite unreasonable, but he didn't expect the whole family to be like that. It's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. Unfortunately, Chen Kai's unreasonable demands were directed at the wrong person. Chao Yufeng's eyes were cold as he raised his foot and kicked Chen Kai hard. With his enhanced body, Chao Yufeng kicked Chen Kai, sending him flying a meter away before his body slammed into the artificial hill behind him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Chen Kai felt as if his internal organs had been dislocated by that kick. He stared at Chao Yufeng in horror, finding it hard to believe how his previously looked down upon brother-in-law had become so strong. His strength was simply terrifying. With just one kick, he clearly realized the huge gap between the two of them. You, Chao Yufeng, don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'm going to scream. Chen Kai's voice trembled as he watched Chao Yufeng walk towards him, his body shaking with fear. He felt excruciating pain in his internal organs, and he was afraid that if Chao Yufeng kicked him again, he might just die. Chao Yufeng stepped on his shoulder, looking down at Chen Kai. Chen Kai, let me tell you, it's over between your sister and me. Your sister cheated on me with someone else for a 30,000 yuan bag. From this moment on, it's over between your sister and me. If you keep arguing like this, believe me, I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Chao Yufeng said this without even glancing at Chen Kai, then turned and left. Chen Kai stared blankly at Chao Yufeng's retreating figure, then leaned against the artificial hill, his mind replaying Chao Yufeng's words. 30,000? Did Chen Xian book a hotel room with someone else for 30,000 yuan? With Qin Feng's words echoing in his mind, Chen Kai was so angry that he sat on the ground and cursed loudly, like a shrew. Damn it! Chen Xian, you're a fucking idiot, a complete moron. How the hell did I end up with such an idiotic sister? 30,000? Chen Xian, you fucking idiot, you'd give up a billionaire for a mere 30,000? Have you lost your mind? My luxury car, my villa, all ruined, all ruined. Chen Xinshuan was completely destroyed by you, you idiot. While cursing loudly, Chen Kai took out his phone and called Chen Xian. Chen Xian was working when she saw her younger brother calling, and answered without thinking. Hey bro, what's up? Why did you suddenly decide to call me? Chen Xian asked. To her utter surprise, as soon as she uttered a sentence, Chen Kai on the other end started cursing at her. Chen Xian, go to hell. I don't have a stupid sister like you. You're a complete idiot. You actually dumped a billionaire for a 30,000 yuan bag? Are you out of your mind? Chen Xian was stunned for a moment, and then, in the next second, she was filled with anger. Back then, Chen Kai was also encouraging her, saying that Chow Yufeng was just a loser and that such a person was not good enough for her. Now that they know the other party is a billionaire, they've turned around and started insulting her? Chen Xin instantly felt extremely wronged, and at the same time, a deep sense of regret welled up in her heart again. Chow Yufeng is truly outstanding, he is simply the perfect Prince Charming in her heart. But this outstanding person actually made a foolish mistake and betrayed the other person for a 30,000 yuan bag? I really am just like Zheng Kai said, an idiot, a complete idiot. Chen Xin was filled with regret and raised her hand to slap herself twice. Slap. Slap. The two sounds were clearly transmitted through the phone. Upon hearing the two slaps, Chen Kai stopped talking and his eyes darted around in their sockets, seemingly deep in thought. A moment later, Chen Kai's face lit up with joy. Holding his phone, he said, "Sis, tell me, do you still like Chow Yufeng?" Chen Xin gave a soft "hmm." Upon hearing this, Chen Kai's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, "Sister, from a man's perspective, Chow Yufeng liked you so much before, he definitely wouldn't just let go like that. He's just angry that you betrayed him, but he still cares about you. As the saying goes, it's easier for a woman to pursue a man than for a man to pursue a woman. Sister, as long as you boldly pursue him and use a few tricks, with a little coercion and enticement, he will definitely obediently come back to your side." Coercion and bribery? Chen Xin repeated these 4 words and slowly said, "Isn't that a bad idea?" He's now the famous young Master Feng in Dalian City. Most of the rich second-generation kids in Dalian City follow his lead. What means do we have to coerce or bribe him? Besides, what if he retaliates against us? Hearing this, Chen Kai scoffed disdainfully and said arrogantly, "Sister, you don't understand. Chow Yufeng would never dare to retaliate against us. If he dares to retaliate, we'll expose him online, falsely accusing him of abandoning you after using you, saying he didn't take responsibility after using you. There are many people on the internet who resent the rich, and they want to verify the truth of this matter. We are a vulnerable group, and it is easy for us to gain sympathy from others. Isn't Chow Yufeng rich? People like him care the most about their reputation. We can take this opportunity to extort a lot of money from him. Then, we won't have to worry about our livelihood for the rest of our lives." Hearing his younger brother's analysis, Chen Xin thought for a moment and then his face lit up with joy. She discovered that her younger brother's method seemed quite feasible. Thinking of this, Chen Xin smiled smugly and muttered to herself, "Chow Yufeng, I only made a small mistake, and you're so heartless towards me? Fine, since you're so ruthless, then I'll be ruthless in return." Chow Yufeng was unaware that the two siblings had decided to use threats and inducements against him. Even if they knew, they would probably just smile indifferently. Because these two siblings simply don't understand how terrible money can be. At this moment, Chow Yufeng returned to the villa. Seeing Chow Yufeng return, Zhou Shanghua was filled with gloom. Thinking about how he had lost 100 million yuan by nagging, he felt an urge to pretend to be dead with a block of tofu. Nobody told him that talking to someone is so expensive. He only talked about 100 million for a short while, and then he said that 100 million was gone. Zhou Shanghua wanted to cry. Seeing Zhou Shenghua's dejected look, Qin Feng asked curiously, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Liu sighed helplessly, then said with a hint of schadenfreude, "The eldest brother is fine. My uncle is just reminiscing about how he spent 100 million. Chow Yufeng was completely bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Wei Sheng covered his mouth and chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Seeing their behavior, Zhou Shanghua felt even worse. While waiting for Lu Yu, the three of them drank and chatted again. Chow Yufeng was interested in expanding his career outside of China, so he asked Zhou Shanghua how his film career was going. But Zhou Shanghua, having learned from the previous experience, dared not say anything more, and just mumbled and stammered to Chow Yufeng. This infuriated Chow Yufeng. Seeing Chow Yufeng's expression change again, Lu Yu and Wei Sheng felt a sense of helplessness. In the past, they often heard their elders say that so and so was a hopeless case like Lu Shan, a historical figure known for his incompetence. But now it seems that even among the elders, there are those who are hopeless and incapable of helping others. Chapter 105. Lu Yu also wanted to be a woman. Lu Yu and Wei Sheng both sighed inwardly, thinking to themselves, "Fine, if you won't answer, I'll answer for you." "The result is good?" Chow Yufeng asked, and Lu Yu and Wei Sheng answered based on the information they knew. Zhou Shanghua, the person involved, became a bystander. This left Chow Yufeng and the other two feeling helpless. After learning some information from the two, Chow Yufeng had already made up his mind. He plans to invest in Zhou Shenghua to expand his business. At present, Lu Yu is in charge of medical aesthetics, Mu Lingshuang is in charge of catering, and it is unknown whether Yun Wanrong is willing to take charge of entertainment. This morning, he had already seen Yun Wanrong's resignation letter. He wholeheartedly agrees with this. Even if Yun Wanrong wasn't going to resign, he would still persuade her to do so. In his view, a woman who doesn't know how to spend money is not a good woman, and a woman who knows how to spend money and is extravagant is the most beautiful woman in the world. Sigh, we still lack women. Chow Yufeng thought to himself, secretly reminding himself to work even harder. A bottle of red wine was emptied when Lu Yu arrived. She drove her cool venom to the manor, got out of the car, and dressed in plain clothes. She was like a blooming lily, fresh and refined. But this beautiful lily blooms with an extremely cool poison. This striking contrast makes her look both beautiful and cool. Chen Kai, who was about to resign and leave, suddenly brightened up when he saw Lu Yu drive the poison car to a stop in front of the manor. He was itching to get his hands on this stunning woman, and besides, the fact that she was driving a drug dealer meant she was undoubtedly a top-tier rich woman. If one could win the favor of this extremely beautiful and wealthy woman, one's life could also reach its peak. With that in mind, Chen Kai decided to find an opportunity to get in touch with Lu Yu. Just as he was fantasizing about the wonderful life ahead and was about to reach his climax, he looked up and saw Lu Yu get out of the car. She saw Chow Yufeng's face light up with joy, and she walked over with a smile. "Yufeng, I'm here. What's the rush?" As Lu Yu spoke, she intimately took Chow Yufeng's arm. This scene instantly poured cold water on Chen Kai's euphoria, calming him down on the spot. He couldn't accept that this extremely beautiful and wealthy woman was actually Chow Yufeng's woman. This Chow Yufeng has once again shattered his illusions about a better life. Grass. Chen Kai cursed inwardly, wishing he could rush forward and slap Chow Yufeng across the face, then point at Chow Yufeng's nose and tell him what happened. "You belong to my sister, but your woman belongs to me." But Chen Kai only dared to think about this in his heart. Chow Yufeng's powerful kick made him clearly realize the enormous gap between himself and Chow Yufeng. Thinking back to that kick, he is still filled with fear, and his chest aches faintly. Chen Kai glared at Chow Yufeng with resentment. He was ready to get his parents involved and cause a scene at the manor to thoroughly annoy Chow Yufeng. "Chow Yufeng, you just wait, I'll make you sick to death." As Chen Kai spoke, he threw off his security guard hat and arrogantly left the manor. If he succeeds in threatening Chow Yufeng, he will be a superior person in the future. Why would he want to work as a lowly security guard that even dogs wouldn't do? What a joke! He'll be a big shot someday. Chen Kai thought smugly, his mind filled with fantasies of a wonderful future. Xin Feng, holding Lu Yu's hand, introduced her to Zhou Shenghua. "Uncle Zhou, this manor will be transferred to the name of Miss Lu next to me. The 1 billion has already been transferred." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenghua was overjoyed and hurriedly extended his hand, saying, "Miss Lu, hello, my name is Zhou Shenghua, it's a pleasure to meet you." Lu Yu smiled and nodded, then extended her hand to shake hands with Zhou Shenghua. Wei Shang, who was standing to the side, also smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law, we meet again." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu blushed slightly, but still generously extended her hand. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu also called her sister-in-law. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Shenghua spoke again, asking, "Miss Lu, when do you have time? Mr. Chow is preparing to transfer this manor to you. The funds have already been transferred, and you just need to sign the transfer agreement." Zhou Shenghua spoke with a smile, but in his heart he was extremely envious. 1 billion. A manor worth 1 billion? Chow Yufeng just gave it to this woman like that? While in Tiandu, he had heard some news about Chow Yufeng. I know this person is incredibly generous. But no one expected that this generous man would be so wealthy and powerful, giving his woman 1 billion yuan in one go. Zhou Shenghua was filled with envy, and at the same time, he was certain that this woman was in charge of Fengyu Group, and Chow Yufeng was the mastermind behind it all. Previously, rumors circulated that Lu Yu was merely a decorative figurehead used by Chow Yufeng to attract everyone's attention. But now, judging from the manor worth 1 billion yuan that Chow Yufeng gifted to Lu Yu is clearly a woman whom Chow Yufeng values highly. If it's valued, then how could it be just a decorative vase on the surface? Those idiots in Tiandu all guessed wrong. Zhou Shenghua was overjoyed. Some people in Tiandu have decided to bypass Lu Yu and contact Chow Yufeng instead. But they didn't know that Lu Yu was also an extremely important person, highly valued by Chow Yufeng. If they displease Lu Yu, a single word from her can render all their efforts to please her futile. He not only had to please Chow Yufeng, but also Lu Yu. At that time, Lu Yu only needs to say a few kind words to him, which will be more effective than 1,000 words from them. Thinking to himself, Zhou Shanghua couldn't be happier. Unfortunately, Zhou Shanghua was wrong as well. For Chow Yufeng, regardless of whether someone is just a pretty face or not, as long as they are tied to her, Chow Yufeng is willing to spend money on her, and the more he spends, the better. It can be said that from the very beginning, both those people in Tiandu and Zhou Shanghua were fundamentally wrong. They had no idea that behind Chow Yufeng's extravagant lifestyle was a desperate effort to make money. Making money is tough these days. Even people with established systems find it quite difficult. It's not just Zhou Shanghua who was filled with envy. Wei Shang and Lu Yu felt the same way. Wei Shang was alright, but Lu Yu, who was meeting Chow Yufeng for the first time, was completely dumbfounded. He had seen countless people give gifts, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone give a gift like this. He looked at Chow Yufeng with shock in his eyes, and he really wanted to ask his boss a question. Brother, $1 billion? $1 billion? You just gave it all away to a woman like that? Boss, what you did made me want to be a woman too, a woman who could receive $1 billion worth of gifts. However, what Liu didn't know was that Wei Shang, Xinhao, and Mu Feng had already had this idea, and it was his turn to wait in line. Wei Shang, who was standing to the side, was much more receptive. He was only surprised for a moment before recovering. However, his desire to be a woman grew stronger and stronger. Lu Yu was completely stunned. Zhou Shenghua's words struck her like a thunderbolt. This estate, worth $1 billion, was just given to her by Qin Feng like that? She simply couldn't believe what Zhou Shanghua was saying. She looked at Chow Yufeng, her eyes filled with emotion. Ding! Lu Yu was moved and filled with joy. Joy value plus 100, current total joy value 800. Another bliss point. Chow Yufeng felt a little helpless. He was now absolutely certain that the system had definitely played Pinduoduo before, and its tricks were incredibly sophisticated. The closer it gets to the end, the less favorability they give you. It's like they've welded it shut. He remembered that Lu Yu's favorability rating was 97 or 98, just 2 or 3 points short, but it just wouldn't increase, making you anxious but helpless. Chapter 106. Lu Yu became a bride as she wished. You phone, you. Lu Yu choked up as she spoke, her eyes welling up with tears. She looked at Chow Yufeng and couldn't say anything more. Chow Yufeng smiled and patted her hand, then looked at Zhou Shanghua. Uncle Zhou, Lu Yu and I are good friends, so I won't say anything more. I know you're having some business problems and urgently need funds. Coincidentally, I'm also very interested in film and entertainment. How about this? I'll invest $1 billion, and you transfer some of your company's shares to Lu Yu. I don't care how much. What do you think? As soon as Chow Yufeng finished speaking, the wineglass in Zhou Shenghua's hand fell to the ground. Smack! A crisp sound. Zhou Shanghua stared at Qin Feng in shock, his blank eyes revealing a hint of barely concealed surprise. $1 billion. Feng Xiao just said he was going to invest $1 billion in him? Zhou Shanghua stood there, stunned, for a long time before he could react. It was only after Lu Yu nudged his shoulder that Zhou Shanghua snapped out of his daze. With $1 billion, plus the $1 billion he already had, he was convinced he could achieve great things. Thinking of this, Zhou Shanghua was overjoyed. He grabbed Chow Yufeng's hand, opened his mouth several times, and finally managed to speak. Young Master Feng, you really excite me. Thank you for your support. Without a doubt, I will transfer 30% of my company's shares to Miss Lu's name. What do you think? Young Master Feng, rest assured, in 2 years, no, 1 year, Young Master Feng, in 1 year, I will make the market value of this 30% of the shares reach $2 billion. Zhou Shenghua's lips trembled with excitement as he pointed to the sky and repeatedly assured everyone. Chow Yufeng didn't care how much market value he could achieve. All he wanted was to get a foothold in Tiandu and expand his business so he could take the opportunity to spend a lot of money. However, the 30% stake still surprised Chow Yufeng. He had originally thought that 10% would be enough, but he didn't expect to gain such an unexpected share. In any case, Zhou Shanghua is quite sensible, and Chow Yufeng doesn't mind helping him out again if he needs anything in the future. After agreeing on the handover date for the next day, Zhou Shanghua left with Lu Yu and Wei Shang. As Zhou Shanghua left, he beamed with joy. Clearly, his gains far exceeded his expectations, and he was extremely happy. After the three left, Qin Feng led Lu Yu on a tour of the manor. Lu Yu even cancelled all her plans at the beauty salon, intending to spend the day with Chow Yufeng. Looking at the manor, Lu Yu's smile never stopped. She really never imagined that one day she would live in such a luxurious manor. Yufeng, does this manor really belong to me? Lu Yu asked incredulously, nestled in Qiao Yufeng's arms. Qiao Yufeng gently put his arm around Lu Yu's waist, feeling the soft curve of her body, and nodded with a smile. Shue, from now on you will be the mistress of this place. I once vowed to give you a life of luxury, and now I have fulfilled that vow. As Qiao Yufeng spoke, he gently rested his chin on Lu Yu's shoulder and slowly rubbed Lu Yu's hair. A slight blush appeared on Lu Yushue's fair face. She snuggled closer to Qiao Yufeng and smiled gently. Yufeng, really, I don't ask for great wealth and status, I only ask that you have me in your heart. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, she parted her red lips and slowly kissed Qiao Yufeng's lips. Seeing this, Qiao Yufeng gently picked up Lu Yu, placed her on his lap, kissed her, and kept taking her. 10 minutes later, their lips slowly parted. Lu Yu nestled in Qiao Yufeng's arms, her face flushed with embarrassment, her bright eyes filled with tenderness as she gazed at Qiao Yufeng with affection. Yufeng, I miss you so much, I miss. Lu Yu spoke shyly, and before she could finish her sentence, her cheeks were already flushed with embarrassment. Even her originally translucent earlobes turned pink, making her exceptionally alluring. Yufeng, I want to wear a wedding dress for you here. Lu Yu mustered her courage and finally uttered a complete sentence. Hearing this, Qiao Yufeng gently lifted Lu Yu's chin, looked at her charming face flushed with shyness, and lightly kissed her lips before smiling. Okay, today I want to see the most beautiful bride. Lu Yu gave a soft too shy to look at Qiao Yufeng again, but her heart was filled with joy. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time, but because of her busy schedule and exhaustion, she had never had the chance to completely give herself to Qiao Yufeng. Today, it can finally happen. Still in such a luxurious manner, no, it should be said that in such a love nest that she and Qiao Yufeng built. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu opened the poison and retrieved the wedding dress. Qiao Yufeng gave everyone in the manor 2 days off and told them to come back in 2 days. Lu Yu returned to her house, retrieved her wedding dress, and went to the wedding photography company to have the staff give her a beautiful bridal makeup look. After doing all this, Lu Yu, dressed in her wedding gown, white stockings, and high heels, rushed back to the manor. In the bedroom on the top floor of the manor, Qiao Yufeng's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yu's attire. Lu Yu looked absolutely stunning in her pure white wedding dress, like a fairy descended to earth. Looking at Lu Yu's shy face, Qiao Yufeng couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Lu Yu's cheek. Lu Yu's eyes were full of anticipation. Looking at Qiao Yufeng's somewhat dazed expression, she smiled shyly. Who doesn't want to be the most beautiful in their lover's eyes? Judging from Qiao Yufeng's stunned expression when he first saw her, she already knew the answer. However, she still asked shyly, Yufeng, do I look beautiful today? Qiao Yufeng nodded vigorously, put his arm around Lu Yu's waist, and laughed, you look like a fairy today. As he spoke, Qiao Yufeng suddenly exerted force with both hands, picked up Lu Yu, and carried her to the large bed next to him. Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise, but then smiled gently. After placing Lu Yu on the bed, Qiao Yufeng kissed Lu Yu's red lips again. Lu Yu gently reached out and hooked her arm around Qiao Yufeng's neck, responding affectionately. After a kiss, Lu Yu's eyes were hazy as she looked at Qiao Yufeng with boundless tenderness. She took the initiative to reach out and slowly unzip the wedding dress, revealing the snow-white skin beneath. Qiao Yufeng watched as Lu Yu slowly removed her wedding dress, his eyes burning with rage, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. 10,000 words are omitted here, dear readers, please fill in the blanks with your own imagination. An hour later. Snap. Qiao Yufeng lit a cigarette, took a satisfying drag, and smiled as he felt the smoke enter his body. Lu Yu lay beside him like a docile kitten, gazing at him tenderly. Yufeng, I'm so happy today. From today onwards, I am finally completely your woman. Lu Yu spoke shyly, her rosy lips parting slightly as she gently kissed Qiao Yufeng's cheek. Qiao Yufeng smiled and put his arm around Lu Yu, gently rubbing her smooth back. Although Lu Yu lacked experience and didn't have the same extensive knowledge as Yun Wanrong in making him happier, Lu Yu, despite being just as inexperienced, gave her a different kind of experience. It wasn't just the experience, the older sister's meticulous gentleness in her daily life also deeply moved him. If he had to choose one, then his love for Lu Yu was greater. Yufeng, I want to cook for you tonight, so please stay at the manor and keep me company, okay? Lu Yu asked Qiao Yufeng with hopeful eyes. Qiao Yufeng nodded without hesitation and said, okay, I won't be busy with anything tonight, I'll just stay with you. Chapter 107, Turning the Tables, Mu Linchuan kneels down to apologize. In the evening, Lu Yu personally cooked a table full of dishes, and the two enjoyed a delicious dinner together. After finishing their meal, Chow Yufeng pulled Lu Yu and the two of them to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Lu Yu blushed and slowly took off her clothes. Then, blushing, she helped Chow Yufeng take off his clothes one by one, as gently as a little wife. Seeing Lu Yu's blushing face, Chow Yufeng gently put his arm around Lu Yu's waist and laughed. Shua, do you know? I love the way you blush, it's so charming. You're so annoying. Lu Yu playfully punched Qin Feng shyly. As she spoke, she pressed her body tightly against Chow Yufeng. Chow Yufeng stroked Lu Yu's smooth back, feeling her gentleness, and smiled happily. Come here, Shua, let me put some perfume on you. Today, your husband will take care of you and make sure you're sparkling clean. Lu Yu nodded shyly, her heart filled with joy, and turned on the hot water. In the heavy steam, Chow Yufeng prepared a bucket of foam and began to wash Lu Yu, striving to take care of every part of her body. Lu Yu blushed with embarrassment, her whole body turning red, a mixture of cuteness and allure. When the two came out of the bathroom, Chow Yufeng had to support Lu Yu. As we all know, you feel very tired after taking a bath. Yes. It's just simple tiredness, not both tired and in pain. After taking a shower, Lu Yu, who was extremely exhausted, lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. It was still early, and Chow Yufeng didn't want to sleep, so he picked up his phone and started scrolling through videos out of boredom. But less than 10 minutes after I started browsing, Mu Linshuang sent me a message. What are you busy with, you big pervert? Have you been thinking about your wife? Looking at the message, Qin Feng smiled and was about to type a reply when another message came in. What's you Feng busy with? Look at the nightgown I bought today, isn't it pretty? Yun Wanrong also sent him a message, followed by a photo. In the photo, Yun Wanrong is wearing a purple lace nightgown. The nightgown was a deep V-neck halter style, like an oversized top, with the hem barely reaching Yun Wanrong's buttocks, revealing her two long, snow-white legs. I don't know who the genius was who designed this nightgown. It shows all the important parts while keeping all the unimportant parts completely hidden. Looking at the photo, Chow Yufeng instantly felt like she was about to get a sore throat. Honey, let me tell you, it was such a coincidence today. I went to get a beauty treatment and ran into the shop owner, a woman named Lu Yu. And her boyfriend's name is also Chow Yufeng. What's even more coincidental is that there was a beautiful woman next to her, the university president, named Yun Wanrong, and her boyfriend was named Chow Yufeng. Isn't that a coincidence? Before she could examine the photo carefully, Mu Linshuang sent another message. Looking at the information above, then at Lu Yu sleeping soundly beside him, and finally at Yun Wanrong's photo on his phone, Chow Yufeng swallowed hard, a cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He just couldn't understand how the three of them had run into each other in such a big city like Dalian. Thank goodness this wasn't exposed. If it had, it wouldn't have been just one or two cars overturning, but all three. Swallowing hard, Chow Yufeng hurriedly replied. He. It is quite a coincidence, but I just checked and there are over 1,000 people in the world named Chow Yufeng. Looking at the message he had sent, Chow Yufeng slapped himself hard. This explanation seems like an unnecessary addition. Looking at this explanation, Mu Linshuang was somewhat puzzled. I was just expressing my feelings, why is Chow Yufeng suddenly explaining it? No matter how she looked at it, Chow Yufeng seemed guilty. Thinking of this, Mu Linshuang directly questioned, You big pervert, what are you explaining to me for? Don't tell me you're two-timing me, are you? Upon seeing Mu Linshuang's reply, Chow Yufeng felt sweat beading on his forehead again. Before he could figure out how to reply, Yun Wanrong sent the same message. She said that she met two beautiful women at the beauty salon today, and coincidentally, their boyfriends were both named Chow Yufeng. Upon seeing the message from Yun Wanrong, Chow Yufeng was completely at a loss. Before Mu Linshuang could be appeased, Yun Wanrong joined in the fun. Tired, let's destroy it. Chow Yufeng sighed, his face full of helplessness. In the past, when I read novels, the male protagonist would have women on both sides, seemingly effortlessly charming them. But how come he was exposed so easily with only 3? This made him wonder if God was targeting him. Fine, Chow Yufeng decided to go all in and take a desperate gamble, directly replying to Mu Linshuang in a text message. Yes, you guessed right. I'm having affairs with 3 women at the same time, and not just 3, but 10 or even 100. Lu Yu is sleeping right next to me. Do you want to take a look? Upon seeing this reply, Mu Linshuang chuckled. You big pervert, you think you can step on 100? You can only step on 3 at most. Okay, I didn't doubt you. I missed you. I even prepared a surprise for you today. Seeing Mu Lingshuang's reply, Qiao Yufeng breathed a huge sigh of relief. Sure enough, women never believe the truth. Feeling confident, Qiao Yufeng looked at his chat interface with Yun Wanrong. As for the surprise Mu Lingshuang mentioned, I'll reply later and let her know who's on the offensive and who's on the defensive. Upon seeing the message from Yun Wanrong, Qiao Yufeng directly questioned, "What, do you suspect that I'm cheating on you with 3 women at the same time?" Yun Wanrong, I do hope so. I'm really afraid that you'll wear my old body to death. Yun Wanrong added a micro emoji of covering her mouth and giggling after her message. Looking at this message, Qiao Yufeng was puzzled. Wait, why is this not following the usual pattern? Is he planning to continue displaying his extraordinary power? That's perfect, we're not giving him a chance to show off. Yufeng, I have a surprise for you today. I went to a beauty salon for a facial and full body hair removal. I was thinking of inviting you over, but it's so late now, let's forget about it. What? Qiao Yufeng's eyes lit up immediately. This has become a protected animal? To be honest, Qiao Yufeng admitted that he was somewhat tempted. But looking at Lu Yu beside him, Qiao Yufeng still replied. In the future, I talked about some business today, I'm too tired. Yun Wanrong, I think you've had a busy day too. Get some rest. Love you, moi. Seeing the message from Yun Wanrong, Qiao Yufeng smiled and exited the chat interface. He then opened the chat interface with Mu Lingshuang and replied directly. I'm tired today, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Mu Lingshuang panicked upon seeing the message from Qiao Yufeng and hurriedly explained. Honey, what's wrong? Are you angry? Don't be angry, okay? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. Don't I care about you too? Upon seeing the message, Qiao Yufeng's lips curled into a happy smile. That's great. Not only has Mu Lingshuang's suspicions been dispelled, but I can also take this opportunity to give her a good scolding. That's so satisfying. Honey, I was really wrong. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Honey, can't you have a little pity on her? Just say one thing to her, okay? Just one thing, please? Qiao Yufeng hesitated for a moment, then replied with a smile, What, do you know you were wrong now? Apologize to me. My dear husband, your Lin Shuang knows she was wrong. She kneels down and begs for your forgiveness. After sending the message, Mu Lingshuang added a pitiful micro emoji. Qiao Yufeng smiled, deciding not to tease her any further, and replied. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'm not angry, but I'm a little tired today. I'm going to sleep now. Okay, honey, go to sleep. I'll be in your dreams. Moi. Qiao Yufeng looked at the message, put down his phone, and drifted off to sleep. The next day, before the system even sounded, my mom called first. Chapter 108 The blind date my mom introduced. The next morning, before the system even started beeping, my mom called first. Seeing the words mom on the screen, Qiao Yufeng smiled knowingly and, without hesitation, picked up his phone and answered the call. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Why are you taking so long to answer the phone? Qiao Yufeng scratched his head, looked at Lu Yu who was busy in the kitchen, and said with a smile, No, Mom, I overslept. Sleep, all you do is sleep, just like your lazy dad. Mom started to complain, but as soon as she said that, she changed the subject and said with a happy smile, But my son is much better than your lazy dad. He's earned so much money before he even graduated. He's truly a son I raised. Good son, sleep a little longer next time, don't tire yourself out. While happily praising Qiao Yufeng, Mom didn't forget to also give a shout out to herself. By the way, eldest son, do you remember when I introduced you to someone? She agreed, and I sent your WeChat ID to her. Check if you have a friend request on WeChat. As Qiao Yufeng listened to his mother talk about the girl she had introduced him to last time, the girl's face came back to him. She had an oval face, bright yellow wavy hair, makeup, and wore a tank top and gold and silver jewelry, looking incredibly elegant. Qiao Yufeng felt uncomfortable the moment she saw the photo of this girl. I always feel that the girl's outfit is too flashy. However, if his mother likes it, Qiao Yufeng wouldn't mind getting to know her. Thinking of this, Jin Feng scratched his head and laughed. Okay, Mom, I'll accept the friend request after I hang up the phone. What do you mean, wait a moment? Now, immediately, right away. Agree quickly, hurry up. Hearing his mother's urging voice, Qiao Yufeng smiled helplessly. Okay, I agree now, alright? As Chow Yufeng spoke, he opened WeChat and, sure enough, saw a friend request. The applicant's online name is White Rabbit. The profile picture was the same one Xin Feng had seen before. Without hesitation, Xin Feng clicked accept and added the White Rabbit as a friend, then sent a message to it. Hello, I'm Chow Yufeng, the blind date introduced by Widow Lu. It's nice to meet you. Hey son, how's it going? Did you add it? Xin Feng had just sent the message when his mother's urging voice rang out on his phone. Hearing the urgency in his mother's voice, Xin Feng smiled and said, Mom, I've already added her and sent her a message. As Chow Yufeng spoke, he repeated what he had just edited to his mother. Alright, eldest son, you have a good talk with her. I won't bother you anymore. Keep up the good work. To be honest, I'm really worried you'll end up a bachelor. My mom said this and then hung up the phone. Stay single? Chow Yufeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. He probably wouldn't be able to remain a bachelor for the rest of his life. His mother is more worried about whether the house will have enough room for her son to marry into the family, rather than about him remaining a bachelor. Just as Chow Yufeng was about to put his phone away, a message notification sounded on his phone. He picked it up and saw that it was sent to him by White Rabbit. Looking at the information, Chow Yufeng couldn't help but frown. Okay, I heard from your mom that you're doing business now and making a lot of money, is that right? Chow Yufeng frowned as he read the message. Although he had never been on a blind date, he knew that the two parties should introduce themselves to each other and then ask some deeper questions. But this White Rabbit didn't even say its own name, it just said, You've made a lot of money, haven't you? Chow Yufeng was speechless. How much money he earned had nothing to do with this White Rabbit candy. When you go on a blind date, you're looking at the person. Shouldn't you first see what kind of person I am before talking about anything else? Chow Yufeng was immediately annoyed, but remembering his mother's instructions, he hesitated for a moment before replying, Yeah, I started a small company with a friend. It's just a small business, and we haven't made much money. By the way, I still don't know your name. Would you mind introducing yourself? After sending the message, Chow Yufeng held his phone and waited for a reply. He waited for 10 minutes, but the White Rabbit didn't reply. Instead, he heard the system's voice. The system's voice rang in his mind, informing him that Chow Yufeng had received several hundred million in rebates. During this period, Feng Yu and Feng Lin have been using a huge amount of funds to rapidly expand in Dalian City. At the same time, they have also set their sights on Hongfeng City and are in contact with relevant personnel. Therefore, the daily expenses are astronomical. Chow Yufeng was also pleased to see them extend their reach into Red Maple City, as he remembered that Chu Tian came from the Chu family in Red Maple City. He really misses Chu Tian, he was such a good person. During his trip to Dalian City, they delivered a 5-star hotel worth 1 billion yuan to him. He genuinely hoped that Chu Tian could come more often. After waiting for 10 minutes, Dubai 2 still hadn't replied to his message, so Chow Yufeng stopped waiting. If it weren't for his mother, he wouldn't have even bothered with this White Rabbit. Forget about White Rabbit candy. Even if it were the same size as a White Rabbit, he wouldn't give it a second glance. Bigger? Is she older than Lu Yu? Lu Yu could not see her feet when she looked down, but what about her? Chow Yufeng put away his phone and picked up a bottle of 1971 Mutai from the wine cabinet in the manor. While drinking yesterday, he thought of his childhood sweetheart, so he decided to bring a bottle of good wine today for her to try. Yufeng, dinner is ready, let's eat together. Lu Yu, wearing an apron and holding a rice scoop, smiled as she looked at Chow Yufeng. This outfit instantly gave Chow Yufeng the air of a lady. That classic line instantly popped into my head. Mrs. Kurosawa, you don't want Mr. Kurosawa to lose his job, do you? Upon hearing this, Chow Yufeng instantly conjured up an image that was inappropriate for children. Shaking his head, Chow Yufeng banished those images from his mind, smiled, walked to Lu Yu's side, gently kissed her red lips, and then picked up his bowl and chopsticks with a smile. At the dinner table, Lu Yu asked Chow Yufeng for his opinion on expanding into Red Maple City. Chow Yufeng took a sip of fresh milk and nodded, saying, Okay, I will transfer another 5 billion yuan to you later. Now, we need to build an office building in Hongfeng City. It must be imposing and impressive to make a name for ourselves. I want everyone in Hongfeng City to know that Feng Yu Group has entered Hongfeng City. Lu Yu smiled, I didn't want to be so ostentatious, but if you like, I can arrange it. No funds are needed. Feng Yu's products are already sold all over the country, with amazing profits. We can save up the initial funds for building the building in just a few months. Not flashy? Chow Yufeng smiled. He would remain low-key until his death. How could he attract his enemies if he didn't make a scene? He was hoping someone would disapprove of his behavior and target him. Ideally, we could crush Feng Yu and force him to pay out hundreds of billions every year. Just as Chow Yufeng was about to speak, his phone rang with a message notification. He picked up his phone and saw that, well, it had been half an hour, and White Rabbit had sent him a message. This was truly the first time he had ever seen a blind date conducted like this. If you're busy, Chow Yufeng can understand, but you should at least say no. Now, he's completely silent, leaving me hanging for half an hour. Chow Yufeng ignored him and turned to Lu Yu with a smile, saying, "Let's not worry about the group's profits for now. I'll take advantage of my family's profits first." Qin Feng lied again, bringing up his fictitious family once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu covered her mouth and laughed. "Alright, then I'll get started on moving into Red Maple City." Ring ring. Just as Lu Yu finished speaking, Chow Yufeng's phone rang. Chow Yufeng picked up his phone and saw that it was a voice call from White Rabbit. After hesitating for a moment, Chow Yufeng chose to answer the call. "Hey, what's wrong with you? I sent you a message 2 minutes ago, why haven't you replied yet?" As soon as I answered the phone, I was met with a barrage of questions from White Rabbit. Chapter 109. Eating Chow Yufeng's food, yet still trying to smash Chow Yufeng's pot? "Hey, what's wrong with you? I sent you a message 2 minutes ago, why haven't you replied yet?" As soon as I answered the phone, I was met with a barrage of questions from White Rabbit. Hearing this question, Chow Yufeng was so angry he laughed. He sent a message, and the White Rabbit, the company name, replied to him half an hour later. He hadn't replied for just 2 minutes when the other party called back, immediately launching into a barrage of questions. Chow Yufeng had no idea how long it had been since he had heard such an arrogant questioning voice. He raised his hand to hang up the phone, but remembering his mother's words, he sighed helplessly and said coldly, "I'm busy right now, I'll talk to you later." He then hung up the phone. Big White Rabbit looked at the phone after it was hung up, curled his lip in disdain, and muttered to himself sarcastically, "What a busy man. I wonder how big his business is. He can actually leave the woman aside during a blind date. TSK, I've really learned something new." Chow Yufeng had no idea that his act of hanging up the phone had earned him the scorn of Big White Rabbit, who then made a sarcastic remark. Putting down her phone, Lu Yu smoothed a strand of hair behind her ear, considerately refraining from asking any questions, and simply smiled as she said, "You Feng, I want to discuss something with you. The day before yesterday, my family called me. My parents said that my uncle is sick and wants to come to the hospital in Dalian City for a checkup. They are planning to stay at my old house. Since they're here, I think they might as well stay in this manner. You've seen that house, it's a bit small, and it's not comfortable for the whole family to be crammed together. See, is this okay?" Seeing Lu Yu's expectant expression, Qin Feng smiled and ruffled Lu Yu's hair, saying, "Of course you can. Didn't I tell you? This manor is yours. You can make all the decisions. You don't need to ask me about this." Lu Yu smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, you are the master of the house and I am the mistress of the house. When two people are together, they should discuss things with each other." Hearing this, Chow Yufeng smiled indulgently, hugged Lu Yu in his arms, and lifted her clothes. After leaving the manor, Chow Yufeng, carrying Mutai, headed straight for his childhood sweetheart's workplace. The childhood sweetheart is named Zhao Guo, who is also a college student. Like Chow Yufeng before her, she goes out on weekends to do part-time jobs and earn some living expenses. Today, Zhao Guo was working the early shift, and only half a day. Seeing that it was almost time, Chow Yufeng drove the Lamborghini that Lu Yu had bought for him, carrying the bottle of good wine, straight to the restaurant where Zhao Guo worked. The Nyo's cool appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention the moment it stopped at the restaurant, and many people even took out their phones to take pictures. Sitting in the car, looking at the envious glances of the crowd around him, Chow Yufeng smiled. Once upon a time, wasn't he one of those people who envied him? In a short period of time, he has become young Master Feng, holding two major groups, Fengyu and Fenglin, and has become the boss of a group of rich second-generation heirs in Dalian City. Life is truly unpredictable. Just as Chow Yufeng opened the car door to get out, two girls walked over quickly, stopped next to the ox cart, and kept taking selfies. "Wei Yan, what do you think of this one? It doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. Quickly take 2 more pictures of me, I want to post a cool Douyin video." Hearing the two girls talking outside the car, Chow Yufeng didn't disturb them. He didn't mind taking a few photos. But as he listened to the two girls' conversation, Chow Yufeng's expression began to turn strange. Susu, let me tell you, you have no idea how awful the blind date I met today was. I sent him a message, and he didn't reply for 2 minutes. After I called to question him, I found out that he had abandoned me, his blind date, to do other things. Have you ever seen such a bizarre person? It really opened my eyes. Oh my god, how could he be so shameless? He has no manners at all. Wei Yan, you can't be with a man like that. You have to let this kind of shameless man know that we fairies must be cherished and protected. Yes, that's what I think too. But the widow Lu who introduced us said that this man is very rich. Although he is a college student, he already owns a company and has made a lot of money. You believe that? If he were a big boss, it wouldn't be a problem for him to treat you like this, it would mean he's really busy. But he's just a college student, how big can his company be? I bet it's just a small company. Chow Yufeng never expected that going out to see a friend would lead to meeting her blind date. What left him speechless was that he had actually become the man below him? Chow Yufeng actually laughed. Chow Yufeng wouldn't care if other girls took a couple of selfies of his car to show off. But these two people were banging on his car while cursing at him. Why would you eat his food and then smash his pot? How shameless is Chow Yufeng to indulge them like this? Chow Yufeng opened the car door, intending to kick the two women out on the spot. At this moment, Wei Yan and Su Su, with disdain on their faces, kept mocking Chow Yufeng. Yan Yan, let me tell you, cut ties with this kind of scoundrel immediately. He is just doing a small business. How much can he earn in a month? 10,000 or 200,000? If a man can't even earn $1 million a month, then he is a good for nothing. Yes, Susu, you're right. We're all going to be rich wives, we can't let this kind of scoundrel hold us back. As Wei Yan spoke, she found Chow Yufeng's WeChat account and was about to delete it. Just then, the Lamborghini's headlights flashed twice, and then the door opened. Upon hearing the door open, Wei Yan and Su Su were overjoyed, realizing that this was the best opportunity to get the wealthy man's contact information. Wei Yan gave a fawning smile. Handsome, could I have your contact information? Wei Yan only got halfway through her sentence before her face froze instantly as she looked at Chow Yufeng getting out of the car. She felt that this person was very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. The next second, Wei Yan suddenly realized that this was her blind date. Chow Yufeng? It's you? Wei Yan gasped in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never imagined that the man she was mocking, the small business owner she was ridiculing, was actually a wealthy man driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. Moreover, this tycoon is so young and handsome. In just a moment, Wei Yan was overwhelmed with endless regret. If she had known Chow Yufeng was so capable, she would have fawned over him with a fawning smile. But now, they're actually standing next to someone's luxury car, relentlessly mocking them. God, I beg you, please don't let my Prince Charming hear what I just said, Wei Yan prayed silently. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said ingratiatingly, Hi, Yufeng, what a coincidence, have you finished your work? Yufeng? You mean he's your blind date, Chow Yufeng? Su Su exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock and standing there dumbfounded. She looked at Wei Yan with envy in her eyes, but deep down, a hint of jealousy surfaced. She was jealous of Wei Yan's good fortune, as the man her family introduced her to was a wealthy man who drove a luxury car worth tens of millions. Previously, when she heard that Wei Yan had actually gone on a blind date with a small business owner, she couldn't stand it and desperately tried to slander the two of them and break them up. Now that she saw the young boss driving a luxury car worth tens of millions, she was insanely jealous. I will never let you live a good life. Looking at Wei Yan's fawning smile, Chow Yufeng coldly questioned, Do we know each other? Wei Yan was taken aback at first, then hurriedly said, Yufeng, I'm the girlfriend your mother introduced to you. We were just chatting on WeChat. Oh? Chow Yufeng laughed and asked in return, You said you're the girlfriend my mom introduced to me, so may I ask, do I know your name? Wei Yan's face instantly froze.